Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't know why, but my video is frozen there, Dell. I don't know what the heck happened there. What's going on? But we are off and running on a Monday, a football Monday, and what a football weekend it was, and basketball weekend. We had a couple of wins, huge wins this weekend, and the Rockets and the Texans, Lance, have been going step in step, as far as they sucked for a while. They did their rebuilds. The Texans looked like they were ahead of the Rockets after the rebuild and going into this season. But as far in relatively speaking in their comparative leagues, the Rockets are ahead of the Texans right now. The Rockets are a better basketball team than the Texans are a football team.
Yeah, there was a belief that the Rockets couldn't possibly be this good because the West is so hard and all this stuff. But, I mean, every year is a new year. I know on paper you work off of what happened the previous year, and you act like that. Your mind can't wrap itself around the fact that it could be drastically different. Same way we do in fantasy football. However the year finished is how it's going to be next year. So when you do your draft, just draft primarily off of how it finished. That's, I don't know. I felt confident about this Rockets team being a good team in the West and being competitive.
Yeah.
There's good teams in the West, but the Rockets are one of them. And I know that they're not going to be lead today, but they probably deserve to be the lead today. If we throw it up there equally in terms of how both teams are playing, and I think the Rockets beat a very good Oklahoma City Thunder team. They faced some adversity in the fourth quarter. Fred VanVleet with a big shot. But I think the thing that stands out, John, is the days of it being, Jalen goes 5 of 19 and you're done unless Alperen Sengun has 38 points or something or triple-double. I mean, it's over. Those days are over. You literally can win. If Alperen doesn't play well, you can win. If Alperen and Jalen don't play well, you can win. It is an enormously deep team. There's talented players who are not even getting many minutes for the Houston Rockets. And Ime Udoka has, and also guys are just growing up at the right time. Like it's they're getting better as they're supposed to do because of how young they are. Like this is a natural trajectory, upward trajectory. And the point that I try to make before the season is look how many guys on the Rockets have hit their prime. Like Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet, that's it. Everyone else is on an upward trajectory. And you can make the same argument for the Texans. They have a lot of guys who are still on an upward trajectory. That's what's positive. But I always go back to the Astros. The Astros were the perfect example of how you build with young players. They got on a run with young players who were on upward trajectories. They made smart moves, and they won championships and competed for championships for 7 straight years. The Houston Rockets right now are on an upward trajectory, and that's why I get nervous about trading for this guy or trading for that guy, because it can potentially turn a tumbler in your favor and all of a sudden open up the vase of championships. But at the same time, you could also artificially close. You could also unintentionally close a little window on potential as well. So I'm kind of the mind that you sit tight and see what you have, because the alternative is you're winning basketball games regardless. I don't think there's any reason to rush right now.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the Texans. And relatively speaking, the Rockets are in a much better place than the Texans are. The Texans are in an 8-5 place right now. It's where they were last year. They are supposed to be a better football team this year than they were last year. They're not. They're just not a better football team. They struggled yesterday with a bad Jacksonville team. They took out their quarterback, and they still let Mac Jones get him back into the football game and actually give him a little bit of a scare at the end of that football game. They're offensively, they're just way too inconsistent. You did have Steph Diggs, and that was a big addition in the offseason, but you basically have the same team back from last year, and you were a better offense last year than you are this year. You just were better. CJ is too up and down right now. CJ is not the same. He has not progressed the way that you would have liked CJ to have progressed to this point. It's a really good time to have the bye week. Everybody else has pretty much had a break. The Texans have not. I believe this is the last bye week of the season, isn't it? It's the 14th week.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure this is
the
last.
No, they got final bye.
Yeah, this is a final bye. So this is actually a really, really good time for them to sit back. They've got a 4-game stretch over the first 3 over an 11-day stretch with Miami, Kansas City, and Baltimore, which will decide how the season is going to go. But it looks like a team that is really possibly a 10-7 team, much like they were last year. And certainly, I don't know if they're going to be first-round fodder, but they don't look like a championship team. When you look at the teams that are the Bills last night. Holy crap! What a game, and what a football team that is. The Kansas City Chiefs will win by 2 every game, 1 or 2 points every game. But you know what they know how to do? They know how to win. They're still not in Baltimore's league, despite Baltimore's record right now. Baltimore is still a better football team. So the Texans still have a ways to go. Kansas, I'll tell you what, the Chargers are going to be a tough out.
Well, the Ravens, which you have the same record as Ravens, right?
Yeah,
8-5.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but you're not as good as they are.
No, you don't feel like it. Even though the Ravens have lost to the Ravens have lost to the Raiders, they've lost to the Browns. Like they've got some not great losses.
No, and the Texans don't. Yeah, well, the Texans don't have great wins.
I think we give the Ravens probably more credit than they deserve because Lamar Jackson has had a good season, but the Texans, I mean, there's really no way around it. The Texans quarterback play is, I would say, below what it was last year. Maybe we're romanticizing because CJ Stroud had his moments where he wasn't great last year, but we had really high expectations for him. It's not as good. I thought yesterday he was fine. I didn't have a problem with CJ. He holds on to the ball too long, and he's taking sacks at inopportune times. Like his football IQ has got to go up when he's holding the ball. His internal clock is just all jacked up right now.
Yeah,
either rushing through reads or hanging on to it way too long. Took a sack yesterday that Dalton Schultz was available for a leak out. Took a sack, took him out of field goal range. It's stuff like that. It doesn't end up coming back to get you against the Jaguars, but it will most teams.
Yeah. I'm watching the Saints game, the Saints Rams yesterday.
Yeah.
And the last play of the game, Derek Carr. I mean, that's what I feel like. CJ is a little bit like that. Derek Carr is holding the ball. Dude, you got to know somebody's coming from behind. You got to have that internal clock going on. And CJ just doesn't seem to have that same feel that he had last year when the escape, knew when to escaped tight situations and was able to look down the field and make big plays. It just is. It doesn't feel like it's the same.
No, and running into a lot of pressure too.
Yeah,
when he moves, he's moving into pressure a lot more. But we spent a lot of time discussing potential regression with CJ Stroud. I thought yesterday was an okay game for him. It was okay. You had. I thought it was funny what at the time seemed like a rather innocuous drop for Nico Collins. You don't get a first down there. Jacksonville goes down and scores, and all of a sudden they're within, and they get a 2-point conversion. All of a sudden they're within a field goal of tying the game up. But then you got your quote unquote 4-minute offense together. You ran the ball, got first downs, knocked off a good job of finishing by the offensive line and Joe Mixon. I got to say, the offensive line did a pretty good job with protection. There was a couple of issues, but overall, we're talking about a couple of real dogs off the edge. Trayvon Walker is a very powerful player, better against the run than pass. But then you have Josh Allen Hines, who is a really good pass rusher who usually causes you a lot of trouble. And you did a nice job against I thought you did a nice job against their ends, pass protecting. You opened up some holes from a running standpoint. Those pitch plays, you just kept going back to the well on those pitch plays, and Laramie Tunsil and especially Cade Stover, Robert Woods. Those were guys out there putting hat on hat, getting guys blocked. So you finished the game in that regard. So I do want to give credit, to the offensive line this morning for some work that they did, because I thought it was it's going to go unnoticed or undiscussed, but I want to at least give them their shine because they take all the bullets in the world. You might as well give them some credit for when they do a good job. And how about Nico Collins? I mean, when he was out, we talked about, well, when Nico gets back, he comes back and it's like, it's nothing for him to get 100 yards.
No.
Long passes, intermediate passes, short passes, contested catches, sideline toe tappers. It doesn't really matter. Nico Collins is just so good right now.
CJ's got his whoopee. He's got his whoopee back. And you know what? He looks much better with him. Yeah, you're right. CJ didn't play, wasn't bad yesterday. He was okay. He did a nice job. They won the football game. First half was awful football. Just awful football.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, and they couldn't get anything going. And now second half, and so, Bobby Slowick off the second half. Everybody can get off his butt now.
Do we have D'Amico sound about that? D'Amico talked about it. He goes, yeah, I guess we can score points now in the second half. It's not a problem
I guess
anymore.
they can. It's just the first half now where he sucks. Okay? That's the problem.
Let's start
now.
that new one.
Yeah. That's what the new one started.
I've noticed the weird one was we must defend Azeez Al-Shaair is another. There was a bunch of people riding in on white horses trying to white knight the Azeez Al-Shaair hit, which I thought was, I mean, I'm all for having the back of your players and all that stuff if you're a fan, but I think now I will say most fans recognize that was a dirty hit. Some will just focus on late slide. The slide by Trevor Lawrence is once he slides, it's in the books. You can't do it. And we see this all the time. Quarterbacks will slide. They'll get as many yards as they can before sliding. And other players are able to pull off in time. Azeez Al-Shaair launched forward, forearm first into the upper body. It grazed the top of the shoulder pads and then slid into the neck and head area, and then he followed through, which helped force the head into the ground for what looked like a nasty concussion. I mean, he went into what they call it, the fencing pose, where the arms go stiff. I don't know if you saw that or not.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
he went into that, which, they cleared him in concussion protocol, which I thought, wow, that's incredible. But
the way he stiffened up. Yep.
Yeah, the way he stiffened up. But I mean, to me, that's just a microcosm of how Azeez Al-Shaair plays. He's on the envelope of hard versus dirty play, but it frequently crosses. He had the hit. Was it 2 games ago where he made? Was it last game or 2 games ago where he hit the guy who was 5 yards out of bounds for a 15-yard penalty? Punched the Chicago Bears player when he was there on the sideline this year. Like he had a friendly fire where he smashed Danico Autry by flying in. He came in like a headhunter trying to make a hit on a player who was, it was kind of, the play was kind of concluding. He was coming in trying to get blood and guts out of the guy and hit Danico Autry in the leg and hurt him. I mean, he's just, I love hard playing guys, tough guys. It's okay to have guys who have some edge. He has some edge. He just has no discipline. And the scary part is the head coach really, I don't think, has a whole lot of control over this team. And I thought I gave it to him by default. I'm like, man, look at D'Amico. The guy played the game. Look at him. He's all business. I mean, same thing we did for really, it's kind of ironic. Same thing everyone did for Robert Saleh. Like, this is what a head coach looks like. This is what he looks like. Look at him. You don't want to see him in an alley. And D'Amico himself played with tremendous control and discipline and leadership and high football character and football IQ. And I just thought that it would naturally, I just assumed, John, that it naturally moved its way toward the football team and that he was going to hold guys accountable. And even though he had that, almost like a father figure atmosphere in the locker room where guys just bought into him. And I just assumed all that came in one package that included discipline and holding accountable. And it's becoming obvious that's not really the case. You lead the league in penalties, like both years. You're right there at the top in penalties. You have yesterday is a great example. And I know this is weird. It's a buck stop here moment. You can't really say, what did D'Amico have to do with any of that? I get that. That play where they were going to fake the fake punt and draw Jacksonville off sides, they didn't do it right. I mean, it was, you use that play and you get a penalty on yourself on that play. It's a great example of like, that's so Houston Texans screwing up. They've come out of timeout screwed up before. Clock management has been bad at times. And then the high number of penalties, guys, not the only accountability we've seen that I can recall is Kenyon Green being taken out at one point, due to frankly, poor play. But Aziz Al-Shair can't even get off. They can't even get the guy off the field. They
Yeah.
can't even get him off the field, and he almost gets in a fight with Brandon
Well-
Sheriff, and that was 8 minutes after the initial kerfuffle. Where's security to get him off the field after he had been kicked out?
Well, they finally did. Everybody throwing stuff at him. He was out of control. We'll hear it from D'Amico on the other side about the Aziz situation next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a lot to do. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. Get your what did you learn this weekend in one sentence ready, because that's going to come up at 45 after the hour. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Your thoughts on that, Rockets, the college football weekend, all kinds of stuff. First, a little quick assist.
Quick Assist helps you sell your tickets. Talk to somebody who actually was listening to them on Quick Assist, and I got to check in with them and see what he ended up getting. See, this is the thing. Quick Assist lists your tickets, but they list them with 15 or more ticket sites. So all the ticket sites that you would consider listing with, that you see on the internet, that you've seen commercials for, or maybe you've listed with them in the past, they list them with all of them concurrently. So that's what's great. If you have tickets to a big game like that Texas A&M game, you could have listed 4 tickets through Quick Assist, and they would have had them on multiple locations so that you have millions of eyes available to see your tickets. And then they have dynamic pricing. So if the market is going up, the supply is going down, the demand's going up, then they will adjust the price accordingly so that you maximize your profit. If the opposite is going down and there's a higher supply and lower demand, they'll make sure and adjust the ticket prices so that you have a better chance of, selling your tickets as well. That's what they do. They're based right here in Houston. The algorithm they use is fantastic, and they are the best way to sell your tickets. Quick Assist. That's Quick ASYST. Download the app today.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We've got some callers on the line, but we said we would hear from D'Amico first to find out what he thinks about. And we heard CJ after the game. CJ was, he said that Aziz will learn from it. That he can't have it, but
he will.
We'll see if
he didn't learn in San Francisco or the Titans.
Well, it'll be interesting.
He didn't learn.
What
2
will
weeks
be
ago.
Interesting is to see how the league reacts to this and how many games.
Okay, can I give you an over/under and let you fire 1.5 game suspension?
I'm going over.
You think it's 2?
I think it's 2 games.
I think it's 2 also.
Yeah, I'm going over.
I think it's 2, but I want to read later on. We'll get in more into the Aziz stuff. I'm sure I'll share because I thought Kurt Warner had an interesting take, and this is a quarterback. Travis Johnson said something that I wasn't super surprised Travis said it. You remember the thing that happened with Trent Green when he was here? When there was Travis was involved in something.
Well, yeah, Travis got
knocked him out
nuts.
Yeah,
because he got hit low, and Trent and then he
laid lifeless on the floor. That's what it was, wasn't it?
Yeah. And Travis was happy about it, actually. Well, let's hear from D'Amico. Here's what D'Amico had to say afterwards about Aziz. I'll show you.
Unfortunate with the hit with Aziz. It's it's not what we're coaching. It's just want to be smart in everything we do and not hurt the team. Get a penalty there. We just have to be smarter when the quarterback is going down. Just an unfortunate play, not representative of who Aziz is. Like Aziz is a smart player. Really great leader for us, and we felt his presence not being there, not his loss. It really affected us on the defensive side. Just not what we're coaching. Didn't want to see the melee and all of the aftermath. That's not what we're about. Just not representative of us. So I'll talk to Aziz, address him personally, and we'll move forward from it.
What do you think about what I said? Do you think D'Amico has issues? Kind of
controlling the team.
Well, given the hard messages, this is one where you got to give the hard messages instead of loving guys up or like, hey, I know that's not what we want. Like sometimes you got to say, hey, this is a bunch of BS, Aziz. You keep doing things that are. Can he have that? Do you think he has those talks? Can he have that talk?
I don't know if he can have that talk. Listen. Mike Tomlin is one of the best coaches in the NFL, and look at the knuckleheads that he's had at wide receiver.
But he'll have talks, but he also does not.
We don't know behind the scenes if D'Amico's having that talk.
I don't know. Oh, no, that's why I'm asking if you think, because I don't see changes for a lot of these guys. Although Tunsil has dialed back this false starts since his incredible historic run, his generational run of false starts, he has dialed some of it back at least.
Yeah, and I would imagine he's had that talk, and that's just I'm trying to beat my guy so that I don't give up any sacks, so that I'm considered the best offense. It's kind of selfish that those false starts. Aziz is just out of control, and I don't know if you can dial that dude back. I don't know. Somebody called him perfect light, and
there's some wow. I didn't see that, but there's some truth to that.
Yeah,
where Vontaze Perfect. Yeah, the personality overshadowed the play sometime.
Yeah, and that play yesterday, and I see Jeremy Branham is defending it, and there's some people.
Well, actually, it's if you look at the slide timing.
No, there's nothing there. You can't.
He launches.
Jeremy, don't be contrarian. Don't. You're just trying to be. You're just trying to. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to do there. It's indefensible. It's indefensible. He led with his elbow to the head. You can't.
Yeah, I mean, slide late or not, you can't lead that way ever. Yeah, you can't. When have you been able to do that to a quarterback since the early '90s? You haven't been able to do that.
I mean, that you just can't. You just stop. I mean, that's not. It's indefensible with Aziz Al-Shaair, dude, and he's going to pay for it. And the Texans are going to pay for it. You know what? They need that guy on the field.
Yeah, he's better
especially
than Devin
against
White.
The Dolphins and the Chiefs.
And Christian Harris has passed, so
yeah.
As far as I know, at least his 2024 is passed. You're not allowed to ask about where. hey, is Christian Harris? Don't ask me anymore, okay? We'll tell you if there's something to tell you. Well, can we find out what the is going on with Christian Harris? Is he being held in a tower somewhere for ransom? Is Christian Harris being ransomed at gunpoint? Can we know something about him? Is he a hostage somewhere? Have you lost Christian Harris? Do we need to put an alert on my iPhone out where Christian Harris, linebacker, is missing from Houston. Linebacker is missing from Houston. He's about 6'1", 227 pounds. If you see him, he was last seen in 2023. God.
A Liberty White alert is what
Liberty
you want?
White alert. Yes. Yes. Can I get an alert that tells me something about Christian?
I don't know. He's
Battle Red Christian Harris alert.
Yeah.
Where is he and what is he doing? We could use him.
Yeah. Should we lead? Is this what we need? Do we need a lead with Longhorn Scott today?
Yeah. I heard. Okay. So apparently, I got a text from somebody who's kind of close with me, who was very upset with you on Tuesday. I don't know. This person is a Longhorn, and I don't know what you were saying, but Longhorns apparently you were a little flagrant last week.
What'd I say about
I don't know, but they were.
I'm catching it from
I don't know what you said.
You know, JJ, North Shore JJ.
Yeah.
Oh my God! If you ever say, "Man, I don't know," it kind of I'm not really crazy about Austin because it's a little. JJ's like, "You are the worst person." Oh my God! You said something bad about Austin. You said UT isn't great. Isn't the greatest school ever? You said they're not the greatest football team.
Well, I can tell you what, they're a lot better.
Oh my God! Talk about crying like a little bia.
But wait, they're a lot better than Texas A&M at football right now.
Yeah,
that was not even. That really shouldn't
either, though.
No, because
and you know what? Texas A&M just kept shooting themselves in the foot. Texas A&M should have been in the foot,
like not
game.
Getting first downs.
Yeah,
because they sucked.
Well,
they
how
couldn't
about
move
turning
the
it
ball.
over and being on the doorstep a couple of times and not getting it? No,
they
got
sucked. In the doorstep because of a blocked field goal. They couldn't get first downs. They were awful. Marcel Reed was terrible. The offensive line was bad. That offense, they had all kinds of opportunities.
And they won 17-7.
The first drive, I know they should have been beaten by 30, if you really want to know the truth. Texas gave them a pick six. They had a block punt. Texas couldn't score. They missed a field goal. They couldn't score, or they fumbled. Quinn Ewers is running like this with his arm out to the side like this. And here, I'll be stripping that from you real fast. Yep. Like Texas screwed themselves, but I knew watching the game, I'm like, Texas A&M could pull off one of the most incredible wins.
They sucked,
but
it was a 10-point game.
The ball.
They sucked. A&M sucked. There's no question about it.
Texas covered,
and Texas
even playing that terrible.
Let's get Longhorn Scott in here because he gets the two victors go to spoils.
Yeah.
And here is Longhorn Scott for all you Longhorn fans. This guy speaks for you. All you Longhorn fans out here, this is your spokesman. Okay. This is your guy. This is your Jesse Jackson, okay? Right here.
Jesse Jackson.
You got to update your
okay?
Jesse Jackson. like maybe 94?
Okay. This is your Stephen
A. To be fair, he's more their Quan LX.
Okay. Okay. Here's your Quanell.
Well,
Scott.
Quanell Scott.
John, I'm not going to lie. You just got me right there. You just got me with that Jesse Jackson deal. I did not see that coming. But that's funny, but also extremely insulting. But whatever. At the end of the day, well. What have we here? I like to call this segment things that Aggies told me that turned out to be blatantly false, and thus making them wrong again, as usual. Let's start off with Steve Sarkisian. What a joke. The guy's a drunk. Have you seen his head coaching record? I mean, no one can ever, improve their personal life. No one can ever learn how to be a better head coach. He is what he was as a 32-year-old head coach for the first time in Washington after they won 0 games for 2 years, and he made them better. But, Sarkisian, awful hire. Wrong. Quinn Ewers, guy's total joke. He's terrible, totally overhyped. Check the record this last 2 years, okay? What? 2 losses last year, 1 this year so far. Big 12 championship, SEC championship appearance at the very least, playoffs, move on. So that was wrong. Arch Manning's a chump. He's just playing against a bunch of 5'8" defensive backs at those private schools in Louisiana. He's terrible. Wrong. The guy's legit. Of course he is. The only reason they're doing well is they're playing a big dumpster fire. Okay, so now we're in the SEC. They're going to find out next year because there's no off weeks in the SEC. Oh, wait a minute. Y'all have the same guy. Y'all have an easy schedule. Wait a minute. Which is it, right? There's no off weeks, or Texas has an easy schedule. And you're right. Our strength of schedule got worse after Saturday because we played another chump crap team. So Aggies, you are exactly where you should be. I think the LSU fans are calling them Texas 8-4 because that's about where they land, and that probably is on the higher end of where they wind up on an average. We're back. Deal with it. You squandered all your big alleged advantages you built up. And by the way, Elko's actually a good coach, but you know what they're going to do, guys? They're going to run off Colin Klein immediately. You know what that's going to remind me of? Charlie Strong, changing coordinators every year. You want to do that? Be my guest. I hope you do. But if you're smart, you let that guy build something there. So that game's actually competitive in 3 years from now. But suck it in the meantime, Aggies. We're back.
Yep.
Just like we always were. Big brother. Hey, slaughter the fat calf. The prodigal son has returned.
All right.
Scott,
That's Longhorn Scott.
I mean, Dell was screaming, it's true. Everything Longhorn Scott. I thought we played in the week conference. It's true. Our schedule's soft. It's true. Why don't you turn your mic on?
Because I'm not going to
I know,
because
then it would have turned into.
It's not the point.
You yelled, it's true.
The first thing he said, I forgot because there's a lot. The Aggies are wrong. But Quinn Ewers, not great.
No.
What they said about him was true. What Arch Manning becomes, that's a different story. But what they said about him playing against little kids in high school, that was true too. We all saw the highlight film. He was stiff-arming like 5-foot guys.
And, listen,
but
they didn't play. They didn't play South Carolina. They didn't play Tennessee. They didn't play.
The schedule
Ole Miss.
was easy.
They didn't play Auburn, Alabama. That was the easiest SEC schedule you could possibly have.
The best team they played beat the brakes off them.
Yeah.
In their building. So what the Aggies said was true. But yes, we'll see what happens. Now the Aggies couldn't take advantage of it, so all their claims fall flat because they had a chance and didn't beat them. But what they said wasn't untrue. It just so happens they're not as good as Texas anyway.
Prodigal son, as he said, get the fattened calf to slaughter because the prodigal son has returned. He told you.
I heard him.
Texas is back, folks.
I wouldn't actually call Texas ain't the prodigal son.
Texas is back, folks.
They're
back,
blessed.
folks.
They're back in the SEC where they belong.
Well, that's true. But
did you hear on TV the fans at the end of the game going SEC? Did you hear that?
You beat your own.
That was 100% Longhorn.
You beat another. I guess you're taunting the Aggies because you're new. I guess that's what it is.
Is what it is. You're taunting the Aggies because they didn't want you in
the Longhorns
SEC.
were never going to do SEC.
Well,
SEC.
It's a cult, and they all do it. But
I think that was specifically for the Aggies.
Yeah.
No. Your wife said we'll never do SEC.
I do hold the Longhorns in higher. So I think their brand is separate from the SEC. They're the Longhorns who happen to play in the SEC. They're not. I don't see them as an SEC school. I just say
you're right.
They're the Horns, and they happen to be in the conference.
They keep themselves above the fray here.
So I think that was a Saturday thing. I don't think we're gonna unless. Well, are they gonna chant if they win the title game?
Yes,
no,
absolutely.
They may
absolutely they're going to chant.
They may
SEC.
ironically, but it's over. And you hate
Not
it, John. You hate
they're
it.
in the SEC
you hate
now.
it.
They're going to chant.
My
SEC.
Longhorns are so back. You hate it, John.
I love
you can't stand it.
I love having our Texas.
Texas is back, folks.
Texas is back, folks.
My wife told you some ugly stuff on Saturday. She had some ugly things to say about you.
She said about me? Mm-hmm. What did I say about her Longhorns?
She said,
I love the Horns.
Shouldn't you be watching LSU? Shouldn't you be
I
worrying about LSU?
Both. I watched both. Okay.
She said, shouldn't you be worrying about Garrett Nussmeier instead of her quarterback?
No, Garrett Nussmeier is Garrett Nussmeier. That ain't changed.
They're one and the same, to be honest.
Same thing. We got a break. We got News the Weird coming your way.
Whatever. Garrett Ewers, whatever.
Of the Weird coming your way in less than 10 minutes.
Bad weekend for
go.
Dell.
Let's talk about John Daspit right now.
Let's talk about John Daspit. John Daspit is he texted out of nowhere the other day. Just mentioned something about the show, so I know he's listening. I know he rolls it back, even though he's got all these cases. One of the things I can count on him to do is go back and listen to the show, as he's been doing from the beginning of time. And but John Daspit's got to do it probably while he's reviewing caseloads because he gets busy. And they file more cases out of his office, but they also have more workers. They have more lawyers working for them. And the reason's simple. He wants the lawyer to case ratio to be relatively low because you deserve to have someone give their full attention to your case. When you're injured in an accident, it could be at work, it could be out on in the an offshore accident, it could be out on the roadway, it could be something that someone is, someone's been negligent in some area of Houston, and you end up being, and you get injured because of that. There's a lot of different areas that they, a loss of property loss. That's something they also take a look at. They fight for you. They want you to, something was taken from you, whether it was financially with bills that you can't pay because you can't work because you're injured, hospital bills, just the injury that you suffered and the pain and suffering you have. They want to make sure that you're compensated so that the hospital bills don't come out of your pocket. The time missed from work, you don't end up not getting the money that you would have had if you were able to work, that your pain and suffering is accounted for. And that's something John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm work passionately. They're passionate about. They passionately pursue justice for the injured. Call at 713 Call now. That's 713 Call now, or go to the website and get the information for yourself and contact them. They are bilingual and they can help anybody and everybody. It's DaspitLaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What a weekend we had. The fightingest weekend we've ever seen. The fightingest weekend we've ever seen in football.
Is college football a little out is college football a little out of control?
The flag, what I learned this weekend, I'm going to start right now. I learned this weekend that they're going to ban flags from the opposing team. The visitors will not be able to bring their flags
Let's
into the
be real.
stadium.
You go into somebody else's place and you put the flag and you're going to get fights.
Yeah.
It's that simple. I mean, ain't nobody letting you plant a flag, and that's like trying to mark your territory or something on their home turf. They're not going to do it. It's always going to be met. You remember when T.O. did it with the Eagles. Remember that? And who was it? It wasn't Roy Williams. Who was the safety that came running over and hit T.O. when T.O. tried to celebrate on the Star years ago?
When he was with San Francisco, he tried to sell it. He stomped it on the
San
Star.
Francisco?
Yeah.
No, remember he went he stood on the star after a touchdown, and I'm trying to remember the safety. Was it Woodson, Darren Woodson?
Might have been. I forget.
Somebody came running over and knocked him down. Like, when you intentionally do that, I thought Michigan was at fault for that personally. But first of all, and I think it takes away from the fact that Michigan punked them again.
Well,
Michigan got him again. Michigan was a massive underdog, and they went into Ohio State, the meanest fans on the planet. And if I've actually felt really bad for Michigan people who had to leave the stadium.
Oh my God!
Because they were going to get the piss kicked out of
them. Well, it wasn't only
Old
Michigan.
Women, everybody.
North Carolina State did it. Arizona State was planting their spear.
You see the mascots throwing hands with each other?
Oh my God!
There's real punches.
The snot out of each other.
Well, Arizona State was beating the crap out of them.
It happened at Florida State
as well. Yeah. All these guys
they
all
saw
flags.
it in the morning, and then they were like, we're going to do it too. Yeah.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
They saw Michigan do it, and everyone was like, I'm doing that. And it all turned into some
nasty stuff. Listen, they're going to be banned. Flags are going to be banned next year.
We're banning the flags?
We're banning school flags in opposing stadiums because it is about disrespectful as you can get. I don't know that. Well, Baker started the flags, right? Didn't Baker at Ohio State?
No, when he was at Oklahoma, he did
right,
that.
At Oklahoma.
It was after the game a little bit.
Well, yeah, everything is after the game.
But it wasn't in the middle of the
alma mater.
I don't think Ohio State expected that.
The alma mater was being sung for Ohio State to do it after every game. So they're still milling around all 100 plus, whatever, how many they had on the roster for the day.
Ohio State got beat by Michigan. It's their number one rival. This is the year. But once again, because of the playoffs, it doesn't matter. Like, these losses don't matter anymore.
They will likely.
Really.
Oh, yeah.
They may have to go on the road. I don't know. We'll see.
No, I think Ohio State will still be
with Penn State, Indiana.
See, how does that matter then?
If Oregon, Penn State, and Indiana all have home games, are they going to give Ohio State a home game too?
Still in the playoffs, doesn't matter.
They're still in the playoffs, but they could have gotten a bye.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't have been in the playoffs. Michigan would have knocked Ohio State out of the playoffs.
In a different year.
It would have been incredible. Like, oh my God, you got knocked out. Ryan Day would have gotten fired for sure. Had they got knocked out of the playoffs by a 23-point underdog, Michigan no less, he would have been gone.
Well, that's 4 in a row. And they went all in this year. That's why Judkins is on the team. That's why Caleb Downs is on the team. This was the year. We're not losing to Michigan. We're a national title contender. Now the road just gets harder because of what happened.
But eventually you had to win with Will Howard. And that is always a problem for me.
Michigan could beat them with Davis Warren? The picks he threw?
He sucked.
Yeah.
Davis Warren sucked. Will Howard was just as bad.
No, he was bad. He was not
Chip
good.
Kelly caught it. People are blaming Chip Kelly.
Wait, we're way behind because we got What Did You Learn This Weekend in One Sentence coming up next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. That's where you get your testosterone, guys. Game Day Men's Health. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But what did you learn this weekend? You got one sentence, 713-780-3776. That's all you get, one sentence. Tell us what you learned. Could have been about football, could have been about flag planting, could have been about, I don't know, seed planting. I don't know. Whatever you learned this weekend, you can say it next in one sentence. Right now, though, I'm talking about Gulf Coast Windows. I'm talking about Jim Fiume. I'm talking about what that man has done in this community, in this world, in this city, what he has meant to this city, what he has done for over 35 years here. He has brought you the best windows in the history of windows. I don't know that it's even arguable. Gulf Coast Windows is the best window that you will ever find on the market, period. When you go to the showroom and you see these windows, you'll be like, wow. And then you see the workmanship, and you get the pictures of the houses. But more importantly, you get the beauty, you get the privacy, you get the security, you get the added value to your home. If you go up by your window and it's warmer there, your window sucks. If you can hear what's going on out in the street, okay, your window sucks. If you don't feel like that window is going to save you from the bad guys, okay, your window sucks. You need new windows. You need Gulf Coast Windows. 713-849-5454. Beauty, security, privacy, all of those things. 713-849-5454 at GulfCoastWindows.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health is where you get your testosterone, people. New location in Spring and Pearland are popping up all over the place. But you don't have to. It doesn't have to be close to you because you can go and they'll send you your testosterone. We'll talk more about that. But all right, 713-780-3776. As soon as somebody gets off, you get on. Okay, let's go. Let's play our game. Dell, you've got the list. You've got the list. Okay, who's first up?
I am.
No.
Okay.
I learned that when your team blows a golden opportunity, you can comfort yourself with knowing you're always right about your head coach.
There's some truth to that.
You can always comfort yourself. I knew it.
I knew it. I knew he'd do this to me. I knew he'd do this to me.
That's a pretty good one.
That is a good one.
All right, let's move to Woods. What have you learned?
I learned that D'Amico Ryan is basically the equivalent to Carl Winslow from Family Matters. He needs to be more like James Evans, Good Times, soft-ass coach.
That is I mean, that's a pretty good one. I would love him to be more James Evans. At least on the outside looking in, it seems like he's not James Evans. James Evans once spanked a gang member. Put him over his lap and spanked the gang member. James in Cabrini Green in Chicago, John.
Well,
spanked the gang member.
Now it was TV.
Hustled.
And if he did that in real life,
true. Well, yeah. I feel like James Evans could have gotten away with it. He also hustled Rent with a pool stick one time.
Yeah. Well, okay. Who's next, Del?
Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned that Tony Dungy is the only player in modern NFL history to catch an interception and throw an interception in the same game.
Wow. That's not easy. He did learn. That is something you learned.
I learned that Josh Allen's the first quarterback to throw, catch, and run for one touchdown in the same game. That happened. That
did happen
last night.
Well, and
he didn't catch one. That was
two on the same
they
play.
Called it a catch.
Yeah, but here's the thing about it: he had 0 receptions, and yet he had a touchdown reception.
Because it's not his catch; it's an extension of the play. Yeah,
it was an extension of the play, but he still got credit for a touchdown reception.
Just like it's the prop that cost people with Tua because Waddle got a lateral and ran back, and that was considered passing yards. So
on Underdog, I had higher than 0.5 touchdowns rushing or receiving for Josh Allen, and it got there, but it's only because it was a receiving. I mean, I didn't care how I got it; I just got it. But that was Russell. That was a heads-up play by Amari Cooper.
No question.
Let's move to Nico, or that's probably Mito. Mito, what have you learned?
Mito.
Hey, luchador.
I learned I don't like C.J. Stroud's resting bitch face on the sideline. Every time they show him, he's pouting, man. Come on, player, liven it up, man.
It is.
That was more
than a sentence. Mm-hmm. But I hadn't thought about that. But if you look at it that way, there is some truth to it.
He's always had kind of a resting face.
Yeah, he has. But it's like.
But it's worse now.
It's not happy.
No, it's not happy.
Is Tate Dell still playing football?
He's out there, I think.
Okay.
He caught a pass yesterday.
Well, he caught one, and then he had that one that everyone swore to me was interference. I'm like, that's not interference.
Yeah, it was.
Ball just bounced off the guy's helmet.
I think he got.
Well, he hit him first.
Darby.
He hit him before the ball got there. There's no question.
I thought you didn't want to reward underthrows.
That wasn't really even it
was late, which made it.
It was, but
it was an easy touchdown if CJ gets rid of it.
Well, but it wasn't like he came back to the ball. He just slowed down.
He should have come back to the ball, and it would have been a penalty.
Right.
If he goes back to it and runs into the defender, that would have been 15. Well, spot of the foul, rather.
Let's move to your favorite gentleman, Lazy J. Lazy J, what have you learned?
Lazy J, what up, Lazy J?
Hey, good morning, fellas. What I learned this weekend is Bob McNair is rolling over in his grave for having his son have the inmates run the prison.
No, we're not doing that, Lazy J.
It's not a bad pull.
You go talk about your LeBrons or whatever, but you don't. It's not a good pull, Del.
It's not bad.
It's a bad pull.
It's not bad. You had a guy, an inmate who wouldn't go back to a cell.
Yep.
Get out of here. he refused.
Go back to his cell.
He refused to go back.
Oh. He wouldn't get off the field.
No,
I'm just glad he didn't have a shank on him. I'm just glad.
I'm not participating in any of this.
That was his forearm. What he did to Trevor Lawrence, he might as well.
A shiver.
He did shiv him. Let's move to Tex-Mex. No, let's go to Lane. Lane, what have you learned?
I learned that my HBCU alum wife thinks I'm even weirder after showing her all of the Texas Aggie traditions that I had while in school. And after a loss, too.
Yeah, no, you didn't have to show her.
You don't show her that.
Some things you keep secret.
Although it was all at the intro for Texas A&M Texas game. They had a big intro with all the songs.
To remind people?
The pageantry was back. I thought it was.
I thought we practiced the night before.
You do.
Why do we got to practice right before the game, too?
Well, they're just showing you
the national audience, right?
I thought we practiced
Chigamarie. They're actually writing it like you're doing a.
You're not allowed to do that, John.
Yeah, like you're doing a karaoke.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like a karaoke before the game.
Didn't help. Nope. Let's move to Tex-Mex. Tex-Mex, what have you learned?
Hey, good morning, guys. This weekend I learned that the Texas A&M coaches, fans, and players are the same whiny little biatches they were when we went in and stomped on them in 2011.
It's A&M and Texas is back, folks.
Mm-hmm.
This game is back, folks.
Texas is back, folks.
And it was good. I'm here for it, even though the game
too.
sucked. Even though the game blew.
It wasn't a great. Well, Texas helped keep it artificially close, but I mean, if A&M gets in there from the half-yard line and it's a 3-point game, holy crap! Can you imagine?
Oh my God,
the pucker that could have happened. Is Wisner still breaking tackles as we speak? Have the Aggies tackled him yet in the first attempt?
He had 4 attempts?
He had
Goodness
150
gracious.
yards after
Can't trust
contact.
Quinn
He was
Ewers.
insane.
You're not going to trust Quinn Ewers in that
I'm
situation.
handing the ball.
I think his name's Wisner, too.
Wisner and Blue.
All right, let's get to Tom on a mobile, and then we'll have Tom following that. Tom on a mobile, what did you learn?
Yes.
Hey, guys. Hey, so I learned that when you're giving thanks at the Thanksgiving table, it's probably best you don't give thanks for your niece's new sweater pillows.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
What?
I would swear.
He said your niece's new sweater.
I know.
No.
I'm
no,
John said what?
Tom and the mobile's become way too flagrant. He had a little thing going now, and now it's gotten very dark.
Like
Tom and the mobile's gotten very dark. This is not. We got to clean it up, Tom and the mobile. You can't just do imitations of the creepiest. You're creating a character now.
Yeah, Tom is not creepy like that. He just has experiences.
Yeah, he has life experiences.
Well, we'll see how creepy Tom is. Tom, what did you learn?
Well, I'm glad Tom on the Mobile's back, but that's a little much even for me. Morning, gentlemen. I learned if you post in the singles group that you've put Christmas lights up, women will start to slide in your DMs.
Oh, because they want you to put Christmas lights up.
Or they just think, hey, that's the kind of guy I want.
He
Christmas
can do
light
things.
He'll
He's
do
normal.
He can do things like put up my Christmas lights.
Or, hey, he seems normal.
If you hit a certain age, that becomes kind of attractive to women.
Yeah.
He does. He
like
does
my wife,
that type of stuff.
I stopped putting up Christmas lights, and I'm not. Do you really want me on that ladder?
No.
I don't want you on that wall.
No, I tried to put mine up, and my wife was like, no more. You're done. I can't afford the insurance. I can't afford the hospital bills. That's it. You're done. And now, who's next, El?
Tongue Dart Chris, what'd you learn?
Whoa, Tongue Dart, what's up?
I learned that after 13 years, Texas A&M remains Texas's little biatch.
Yeah, well, you deserve it, Aggies, the way you played offensively. You deserve it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And actually, you didn't stop the run either.
No, you sucked. You guys sucked that night. There's no question. You did not show up. Did you hear the crowd chanting Elko, Elko, Elko when he was pissed off? That was, man. Oh yeah. There was a helmet to helmet that they didn't call.
Are you talking about the Georgia Tech game?
Elko.
Where that targeting?
Oh yeah.
Oh, we didn't even talk about Georgia Tech. Yeah, we got a lot to get to.
Yeah, a lot.
All right, we got a couple more here. Let's get to Eddie. Eddie, what did you learn?
Hey guys, I learned this weekend that after 4.5 months in the NICU, my baby girl gets to come home.
Hey. That's awesome. Good job.
That is great.
4.5 months in NICU, man. It is. And
wow.
By the way, NICU, the nurses there are incredible. My son was in NICU for a couple weeks. Mason, that would have been 18 years ago. And so I know how stressful it is.
4.5
months.
Goodness.
Very
gracious.
happy for you, brother. Congratulations.
Dude.
And hopefully everyone's healthy and you and the mom are at peace now, hopefully.
Yeah, that's an experience, boy.
That's tough stuff.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
All right, we got one more. Brandon, what did you learn?
Morning, fellas. I learned that the greatest Ohio State roster ever in history still can't beat Michigan. Go Blue.
Go Blue, he said. I love rivalry weekend. This is great. I didn't love what happened at Michigan. Gus Johnson was close to tears.
Disgusted.
Gus Johnson couldn't even speak.
This was his Joe Buck moment.
Yes.
A disgusting
when
act.
You do things like this, like easy Gus. I don't want you to have a heart attack.
A couple Michigan players at least got maced.
They got pepper sprayed.
Yeah.
Caught some pepper spray from the police trying to break it up.
I think both sides got pepper sprayed.
Yeah, I didn't see those guys in tears. I just saw they showed a couple Michigan players crying on the sideline, they were trying to wipe.
It's the unmistakable pepper spray face.
Yeah.
When I saw that, I immediately I think they got pepper sprayed because you make this look with your face like you're a goblin, and then you start going, "Wah, wah," and both of them are doing it together. I said, "That's dope. That's pepper spray."
Yeah, and
but I didn't see an Ohio State guys.
If those were Ohio cops, there will be. Hey,
well, it was Ohio cops.
Well, then I'm sure there's going to be some questions asked.
Well, there's an investigation.
Yeah,
there is an investigation going on right now. But you know what? I'm glad they did it. You guys are going to act like idiots. Guess what? You get pepper sprayed. Good. That's it. Lance, you promote this.
Not on the football field, though.
What?
He's got grievances that he loves.
This. If you make comments on the internet, you should be pepper sprayed.
Tasers. He likes tasing.
I'm more tasing.
Well, pepper spray, same thing.
I just hope it was fair. Hope it happened on both sides. I want some Ohio State guys in tears, too. They weren't innocent.
No, they weren't. They're the ones that came out and started
flags, hitting people with flags. It's like this is a January 6th moment. Yeah. We got flags, people grabbing flags out of there. My favorite part. You see Jay Norvell grabbed a flag and
beyond Jack Sawyer ripping the flag was some Ohio State staffer grabbing the flagpole that now had no flag.
Mike Norvell.
Yeah, Mike Norvell. Jay Norvell might have done it too at Colorado State at some point. But there was an Ohio State staffer who grabbed the flagpole now without a flag and ran away with it. Like you're not going to plant this no matter what's on it.
Not my house.
Yeah. No. And Ryan Day, did you see the video of him just standing there?
Well, that
good Lord,
he was
man.
in shell shock. He's shell shocked.
He did look like he
lost 4 in a row to that team.
It looked like he was in shock.
To this team he lost to, considering what they invested.
Would you want to go in and start doing a press conference, Sean? I would have waited out. I would have been hoping that fight lasted forever.
I mean, but him standing in the middle of this thing while everybody's fighting, just looking, not doing nothing. It was like, holy crap, dude. He was shocked.
The coaches, you know what? Both coaches couldn't get their guy. They did a piss poor job of controlling their teams. This is a weekend where coaches couldn't control players from their teams at all. And mascots slugged it out at Arizona State and Arizona.
It was fun.
And Arizona State
we got to thank
pummeling
Game
Arizona.
Day Men's Health. Appreciate you, Game Day Men's Health. Thanks for sponsoring. What did you learn this weekend? We'll do it again next week. But right now, we need to talk a little Taquerias Arandas.
Taquerias Arandas. It's your hey, let's go watch some Monday Night Football tonight at Taquerias Arandas. It's the Arandas Sports Bar. Stop in at Arandas Sports Bars, which are located at the bars of your local Taquerias Arandas, and you're going to stop in anyway for breakfast with their delicious breakfast tacos. You know what? Let's go back tonight. Let's go watch a game. I'm going to take my boys to go watch football tonight. We're going to go in, have some food together, and Dad's going to have drinks. They're not going to have drinks, but Dad's going to have the drinks, and they're going to have whatever they have, probably lemonade, if I'm guessing, probably Dr. Pepper. I'm going to have something a little stronger, but I'm going to have great food, authentic Mexican food. Mason already said he's pulling up for the fajitas. I'll have to see what Sebastian's. I'm not sure what Sebastian's having, but we're going to go in and watch the games and enjoy ourselves right there at Aranda Sports Bar. They are located inside the Taqueria Sarandas, and they're a place for you to go enjoy the food, go enjoy the fun, and go get the games on TV that you want and watch what you want. This is your new location. You got multiple TVs at every location. You can have them put on the games you want. So whether you're watching Premier League on a Saturday morning or college football, college basketball, you're going in for pro basketball or a Monday night game, it's all going to be available for you at Aranda Sports Bar, a new location that you need to consider making your home. You and the fellas pull up and enjoy the spot at Taqueria Sarandas and Aranda Sports Bars.
All right, I know y'all want to talk Texans, and we absolutely will. If you want to talk, 713-780-3776. But we have to touch on this Rockets win.
Yeah.
And we have to touch on Fred VanVleet and the night that he had. 38 last night on 10 of 19 shooting, 13 of 14 from the line. There's nobody that you wanted on the line more than Fred VanVleet at the end of that game, knocking down those free throws to seal the win. And coming up with that huge three. He came up with a couple of huge shots, actually, 5 of 9 from three. And, Fred VanVleet, early in the season, he was just awful. But this is the kind of veteran leadership that Ime loves. You're not as good a team if Fred VanVleet isn't on this team or Dylan Brooks. You needed some veterans out there to help along the way. And these guys are the Rockets. I mean, what I learned this weekend is the Rockets are one of the best teams in the NBA right now.
They are.
I know they didn't have Alex Caruso, and he's a pain in the ass. He's absolutely a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah,
for the Rockets.
He's a defender.
He is a good defender, and he makes a difference. He'd make a difference for Oklahoma City. But the Rockets are a top notch NBA team right now. And I just saw a story about guys that could help this team before the trade deadline, Lance. I'm not.
Why are we doing this?
I don't know.
I mean, the Rockets are in rarefied air for this current iteration. They're playing about. Why are we looking at what can we do to fix this? Fix what?
Or
it's an ascending team that's learning how to win. Like they're literally learning how to win right now. Yeah. That was a great learning how to win moment against a good team. They're learning to win. They had it was a nothing from Jalen Green. He took 6 shots yesterday. Was not a factor. Alfred was not a major offensive factor. He scored 20, and he was okay from the free throw line. But that was a game where Fred got hot. You made some threes. You had Dylan and Jabari hitting some threes. Your bench did not have a mega game like they usually do. If you look at it statistically, you think, well, how did the Rockets win this? Well, the Rockets won it in a different way than they usually win it, which is a huge Fred VanVleet game. But that's
he's had a couple over the last week and a half or so.
Yeah.
He's had a couple of big games. But it's funny. I don't know which one I like more. This Jalen Green that was 12 of 20 against Philadelphia and just dominating the game, or the one last night that was just 2 of 6 and just was okay to just be there. I'm not sure. I kind of appreciate the fact that after his 12 of 20, he was like, well, this ain't my game. This was Fred's game. Now, he did have 3 assists and 4 turnovers. And you say Alpi just had a game. Alpi had 14 rebounds, 9 assists, just 1 turnover.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. No, it's from a scoring standpoint. You're right. Alpi did why Alperen cannot be traded is that Alpi Şengün does things that only a few big men in the league can do, and it's rare. It's a rare commodity. A big who can affect 3 stat columns is pretty rare.
Yeah, and listen, 9 assists, 1 turnover. Holy crap.
How about Jabari on the boards and blocking shots? Like, Jabari doesn't have to have the ball in his hands to make an impact. He was on the boards, erasing offensive rebound chances for anybody. He was defending again. Like, and my son, Mason's listening, he told me he's going to have 3 Modelos tonight, which is not the case. But
him or Jabari?
He says he is. He's going to have 3 Modelos.
Mason's going to have 3 Modelos?
He's not having 3 Modelos. He's having 0 Modelos. Anyway, he said Rockets need it. Like, he's one of these, like, Mason judges the team based on shooting percentages. Like, everything is, you're only as good as your shooting percentage was in a game, I guess. And I'm trying to get him to recognize that winning is the main thing and how you get to those wins. And it's a process. The result is based on process. And if you're going to be great, and I'm trying to like teach him that. And like his thing now, you got to trade for more reliable shooters. Then tell me who you're taking. Are you going to take minutes away from Amen Thompson or Steven Adams? Like because you can't, because Whitmore can't play. You got Reed.
Steven Adams is only there every once in a while.
Reed Shepherd is your shooter of the future. They're just bringing him along slowly, which is fine by me. I don't have any problem with that. He's being brought along slowly.
Okay, so that story that I said, would you have a problem with them bringing in Nikola Vucevic? I don't know that I'd have a problem.
No, that's not one that would.
I don't know if I'd have a problem with that. That's a guy that can shoot and that you can bring off the bench and he can light it up, and because that's what you thought Reed Shepherd was gonna. Vie for a Rookie of the Year. He was going to come in here and he was going to light it up from 3, and he was going to be that guy. Vucevic wouldn't be a bad.
But he's addition. A big. Like you basically are taking Steven Adams minutes.
Yeah, you're getting a stretch 5. He's nearly shooting 47% from 3.
He's 47% from 3.
Right. But he is still. But he's not taking. He's not taking Alfred's minutes. The minutes either have to come from Jabari Smith. He gets all Steven Adams minutes. So Steven Adams doesn't even play anymore.
Well, yeah, he or
Jabari
or Landale.
Well, but there's not enough minutes for those guys.
Well, like Landale. They switch off. Landale plays one game. And
Vucevic is a 20 and 10. He's a 20 and 10 guy. You're not getting him to sit on a bench and give you 13 minutes a game.
No.
Well, Lance, you asked the question, why would you do it? And I think
what?
Why would you even make a move when John brought up someone to add? I think there is a belief that that a consolidation trade has happened, mostly because contracts will come up
at some point. Yeah, I agree with that.
I think that's what this is about. And John said, at the moment, the Rockets are one of the best teams in the NBA. So if they believe that they have a chance to win big, that is part of the equation as well. We can disagree or agree with the timeline, but if they think it's happening, they see something happening this year. That's why people, whether it be the Rockets or the rumor mill, is talking about this, because a trade has to happen, because as we talked about, the minutes have to go. You can't give everyone minutes, and you have to pay people at some point.
If you want to move Jayshawn Tate and Steven Adams and guys like that, that's what I'm saying. I don't. That's fine. You're 15-6, and you're learning to win, and you're showing that there is no set formula to win for the Rockets, which is kind of cool. Is you don't know how they're going to win on any given night, and you start tinkering with that when you're 15-6, and you lose some chemistry. Boy, oh boy, would you take a lot of heat from Rockets fans. Like, I don't see the rush. If somebody wants to do a deal favorable for me, I'm considering it. But it's like having a good fantasy football team and people want to trade with you. Like, for what? Let me just ride this out a little bit.
You have to ask yourself, what do they think this roster right now is capable of?
But
because
why
if
are
they
you so worried about right now?
This is it's not me. It's them. We know what they think.
It's you. You're using them as a human shield.
I'm trying to give you the other side.
A meat shield.
No, I'm trying to give you the other side, because you consistently have said that why are we rushing? Well, we know they're in a bit of a rush.
Yeah.
They're in a bit of
why?
Well, they want to win big right now.
They're second in the West.
But I'm talking about big in the playoffs. Whatever they think of this team,
see.
This is what I'm saying.
We'll see if this translates to the postseason.
Yes, this is what we're talking about. Do they believe
and
the way they win games now can win in the postseason?
That's why you got Fred VanVleet. That's why, I mean, you got a couple of veterans. I don't know. I like the team as is.
It doesn't have to win a championship this year.
Adding Vucevic, I don't know that I'd have a real problem with adding Vucevic.
Well, he's a good player. I would not. But now you're trading. Okay, so for Jabari and Amen, is that good with you?
That's probably too much.
No,
for that type
why not?
Of player.
Well, then who do you want back if you're the Bulls? John,
the Bulls might just want to get rid of salary.
You want to just get rid of Jabari. 20 and 10?
They are a bad team, yes.
No, but wait a minute. That's a good player. You think the most you can get is Jabari Smith for a stretch 5? A 20 and 10 stretch 5, the best you can get is Jabari Smith. Let's just live in a real world,
well,
guys.
He's got 1 year left after this year, so they may be trying to recoup something before he walks away.
First rounders with Jabari? Okay. Yeah. I'll talk about that.
Let's live in the real world. What do you know about a good fantasy football team? You got your ass handed to you again yesterday.
Wow. Did I?
Yes.
I had a good run. Well, no, I think I played well, though. I just played a really good team.
Oh, yeah, that was me that beat your ass, by the way.
Yesterday?
Yeah.
What was the score?
It was
I scored 126 points, you idiot.
And I scored 100. And
I literally had the third highest points in the whole league. So quit acting like I didn't have a good team.
And I got the highest. You got your
Congratulations.
ass
I can't wait till you lose in the playoffs. First round. Everyone's cheering for you to lose. Everyone's cheering for you to lose.
By playoffs, at least I know what the playoffs
I
are
have
about.
Hurts, Jacobs, Montgomery, Metcalf, Jaden Reed. I have a good team. I just have bad luck.
4-9. You just have 4-9.
I know. Chargers defense scored 20. Like, it's just like I just can't. Of course, Jake Moody. That wasn't great. Kicker in the snow. It was not great.
All right, time for me to talk about Chastain Ford. You know what is great? Chastain Ford. Man, I love what Chastain Ford is doing. Listen, this is the time for you to get to Chastain Ford and take advantage of what they're doing over there. It's ridiculous. If you want to trade in a Jeep and get a Bronco or a Bronco Sport, they're going to give you, on top of all the other deals that they have, they're going to give you another $2,000 off. You want to trade in your Ram, okay, for an F-150, they'll give you another $2,000 off. They got financing that is incredible. We're getting towards the end of the year, so they need to get these 2024s off the lot. The thing about Chastain Ford is, I mean, they're going to give you the best possible deal they can, okay? How about on these Bronco models, 5.9% for 60 months or 7.9 for 72 months? How about 1.9 for an F-150 for 60 months? What? That's ridiculous. 2.9 on the Bronco Sport Big Bend, 2.9% for 72 months or 3.9 for 60 months. There are ridiculous deals going on at Chastain Ford where they just want to get those cars off the lot, get you into a deal that's perfect for you, not add-on, not markup. Love Chastain Ford. I love what they do. You'll love what they're going to do for you. It's at 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. It's just 5 minutes from downtown. Doesn't matter where you are in the city. You can get to Chastain Ford. Take advantage of the great deals going on right now at ChastainFord.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. I would imagine we got Ship Talk coming up next, Del. I would imagine we got a lot of Ship Talk this week. Huh?
You had to pull something together, Del, with all this stuff that went on this weekend.
It's a good week for Ship Talk.
You trying to put pressure on me?
I would imagine. I'm trying to promote your segment.
I don't want you promoting anything I do.
Hey, John, name.
You're not a good lead-in for anything I do.
John and Del, name every wide receiver that held out this offseason.
Oh, my God.
Jamar Chase.
Jamar Chase is one, okay.
Oh, he's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Jamar Chase.
T. Higgins.
T. Higgins held out too?
Yes.
They had double holdouts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, T. Higgins, so that's two.
Didn't Justin Jefferson spend a little time away from camp because he was waiting on his deal?
Well, did he?
Or was he in camp?
No, he was at hold in.
Hold in, which is you're in camp. Okay. Yeah. Who else? CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb.
Got his money.
Good.
Brandon Ayuk.
Done for the year.
Let's take a look at how some of these teams are doing.
You think
their guys didn't practice?
The receivers are the issue for some? You
Bengals 4-8.
You think the Bengals offense is the issue?
Well, they were the first 3 weeks.
Well, they ain't anymore.
No, not anymore. But it would have been nice to win some of those games. Let's see how the Cowboys are doing. Probably pretty good.
Well, they've won their last couple, right? Cowboys have won their last two.
Cowboys have got to be
still in the playoff chase.
No, Cowboys are right in the thick
what are you talking about? Look at the NFC. You think they're
they
not
are.
In the last playoff spot?
We're not doing
they're up for it.
I can't believe that. Well, that's what I mean. CD being out really helped galvanize that team. Well, they have scored 248 points.
I don't think the offense has been the problem.
No, they're not.
Well, it's not like it's
their defense has been bad.
7th, 8th, 9th. They're 10th in the NFC in offense, and it's not great.
Yeah, and that's without their quarterback for several weeks.
Dak being out hurts. But even with Dak, they weren't doing anything offensively. In fact, they were losing with Dak. They've won with Cooper Rush.
And they're about 3 games out. They're 3 games out. They're not making
San
the playoffs.
Francisco, 5-7.
Well, Trent Williams has missed time. McCaffrey has missed time, and he'll miss more time.
Yeah, they've had a lot of guys. Do me a favor. When you're going to get paid as a wide receiver, just stay in camp. Just go there, work with your quarterback.
You think it's like a butterfly effect?
I'm telling you that there's no reason to upset the apple cart. You're going to get paid. It's literally just a matter of time. If you're Brandon Ayuk, Tyreek Hill, A.J. Brown,
Tyreek didn't help
Justin
out.
Jefferson. No, but I'm just saying, great wide receivers are going to get paid. There is no way around it. If you're productive, the market has been set. You're either going to get traded to somebody who pays you or they're going to pay you. It's a lock. It's the best money in the world right now is wide receiver money because it's going to come in. You're not running backs trying to fight for something. Everything is going to be handed to you. You don't have to just perform and your money's coming. There's no reason to do what they do. I'm just saying there's not. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but all these teams with wide receivers holding out all suck this year. Or maybe they're just being punished by a higher
football gods.
By football gods are saying,
so
is this what we're doing, Brandon Ayuk? Watch how many injuries I put on your team, including.
I would say
maybe football god looked at Dallas and said, "I never liked them anyway. I'll be more than happy to smite them."
You think God? We know God is a
then
smiteful God, I guess.
And then after the way Joe Burrow was dressing in the offseason, you thought that
that's
helped?
Why they suck?
The wide receivers held out and Joe Burrow's going to fashion shows. They deserve to be at the bottom of that division.
Got a lot to do with those guys who can't cover people on the other side. Letting Russell Wilson do what he did yesterday.
Hey, and how about shout out to Mike Tomlin and Russell Wilson? I mean, Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh get all the hype. By the way, what are we watching with the demise of Justin Tucker? What are we watching in front of our eyes? In front of our very eyes. But how about Jalen Hurts and that team go on and get a good win in Baltimore? Good for them. But Mike Tomlin and Russell Wilson, big game. Mike Tomlin, another winning season. Everyone was pissed about Mike Tomlin. I didn't love the idea of having Justin Fields and Russell Wilson even on the same team because I thought it could cause some drama. And you know what? It really didn't because Justin Fields has been such a pro frankly. And even his own teammates, like, I expected there to be more kerfuffle because they were winning and they still switched out quarterbacks. And they could have just stayed status quo, even though they weren't really, the offense wasn't that great. And Justin Fields said, I'm not doing enough. Justin Fields in public said, I'm just not doing enough. I got to do better as a quarterback. He was like understanding of it. And he and Russell have been very good together. And Mike Tomlin deserves a lot of credit. I know Steelers fans are just getting tired of Tomlin. They're like, we just want to move on to something else, which, I get it. But be careful just getting away from good coaches. Be careful just like, we want something else. That dude is winning with Justin Fields and both guys got wins. Justin Fields and obviously Russell Wilson. The Ravens have added Deontay Johnson. They've got Zay Flowers. They got 2 good pass catching wide receivers. They have Derrick Henry. They've added, and they're still not beating the Steelers. The Steelers are the better team in the division. And they're not the more talented team by any stretch of the imagination.
I tell you this, though, after watching that game last night, the Bills, if they get home field throughout, I don't know how you go up there and beat them.
And isn't it crazy?
Josh Allen,
Who's their star receiver?
Is almost the perfect snow, cold weather quarterback.
He is a snow goose. And who's their great receiver? They don't have great receivers.
They don't have one.
It's crazy. They're doing it. But it's really been a combination of James Cook, who was terrific, then Ray. But very quietly, Ray Davis has played a huge part, giving them a second running back as well. But Dalton Kincaid hasn't had the year that I thought he would have. Khalil Shakir has been really nice. Amari Cooper has not been a factor. Not really. They added him hoping that he hasn't really been a factor, and yet doesn't matter. Josh Allen, I may have locked up the MVP yesterday.
I don't know. I'm hearing a lot of Saquon.
Lamar has 5 losses, so he can't be in. I think Jared Goff is still alive, John. Saquon deserves to be alive without question. But running backs usually get offensive player of the year.
Why isn't Goff getting more love?
He deserves it. He's had one bad game.
Yeah.
He deserves to be. But Josh Allen, but he's got he's got a great offensive line, 2 monsters at running back, very good wide receiver, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think you look at Josh Allen, and that dude is like kind of like Lamar was significantly better than the guys around him. That's what Josh Allen is this year. Yep. And he's not turning it over like he usually does.
All right, we got a break because we got Ship Talk coming your way on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And if people are talking ship at your place of business, then you need HR&P, quite possibly. Like I was talking ship to Lance just a little while ago about his fantasy football team. Am I a bully? Yes. Will I get a talking to? Possibly by HR&P. Maybe because I'm bullying Lance about his team, and rightfully so.
I'm going to file a report.
Well, file a report.
Chris Fisher.
Ain't nobody scared. Chris Fisher ain't scared of talk. Well, he's might be scared talking to me. Here's the deal: is if you got a business and you are somebody who is, I don't know what your widgets are. I don't know what you sell. Maybe it's services. I don't know. You could have 20 trucks on the street, or you might just have people who go and clean office buildings. Whatever it is that you do that, right? And that's what you're really, really good at. What you're not really good at is payroll. What you really don't know what you're doing, taxes. You don't know what you're doing there. You don't know what you're doing. Do you know all of the different benefits packages that are perfect for your client, for your people that work for you? No, you don't. HR&P does. But HR&P, they'll give you these benefits pack. They'll give you options for the benefits packages, right? The other admin companies, they don't give you options. What they do is this is your benefits, this is your 401k, and they're making money on that. That's not the case with HR&P. HR&P is going to do your payroll. HR&P is going to take care of your HR. HR&P is going to do your taxes for you. HR&P is where you get your best value when you're talking about getting your payroll to your people. Stop doing it yourself. You're not that good. You are not good at it. They are. They're great at it. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm glad we're doing ship talk today because Dell's on some stupid ship right now.
I'm stupid.
Yeah, he's on some stupid ship right now.
He walked in before the segment started and go, hey, maybe we could give Vucevic for Tari. Can't trade Tari for Vucevic. Why would you do that?
Why not? You want him so bad.
Because that's stupid.
I said exactly.
Wait a minute. Oh, now all of a sudden we don't want to do trades if it's one of the guys you like.
You make a
Y'all just
exactly.
want to do bundle the garbage trades.
You brought that up earlier. Now
shit.
he's changed his mode. He brought that up earlier.
Yeah, I'm asking if you want it so bad, if you think they got to have a piece so bad because
don't talk to
this
me
is
about
the last year of the NBA.
Talk to your antsy GM who can't wait to trade for a 35-year-old.
My GM has just been sitting there minding his own business.
And that's why is that why Kevin Durant's the dream?
Can we do ship talk?
He came at me for whatever reason.
No, and Dell's like, maybe you can give him Jay Sean Tate.
Yeah, I would do that.
Dumbass stuff like Jay Sean Tate for Vucevic.
You brought that up in a previous segment. I'm just reciting what you said.
I'm disgusted with both of you.
He's trying to break our team up, John.
I'm not trying to do anything. Talk to your GM.
Behind the glass, all you keep doing is you really need to make a trade.
No, I didn't.
Vucevic for Jay Sean, I'm in. Let's do it.
Hey, you know 35-year-old Kevin Durant who can never stay healthy? That's the dream acquisition for the Rockets. That was a report. That didn't come from me.
No. Well, what did come from you?
We'll start with some very petty arguments from a guy named Matt Moscato who covers LSU. This is what happens when your team isn't very good. You focus on things that don't matter. He takes issue with the way LSU is branding when it comes to their uniforms.
Pisses me off. It really does. Like I'm more bothered by this than I should be. But when you have something iconic, you don't mess with your brand. Can you imagine going to Yankee Stadium and seeing the Yankees not wearing the pinstripes? How stupid would that be? USC doesn't wear a bunch of alternates. Alabama doesn't wear a bunch of alternates. Penn State, Michigan, Texas, Notre Dame.
They actually do. Notre Dame does.
Programs with an iconic brand don't mess with their iconic brand. You can think whatever you are as a program, LSU, but what you are now is you're a fan base that storms the field when you beat Ole Miss, and you wear 6 different uniform combinations. You know what you are? You're Missouri.
Listen, I will say this. I said to my wife the other night, I said, I don't like these unis. I like the
yellow
regular
ones that they broke out.
Yeah, the white helmets with the light purple shirt.
We're trying to sell new gear.
I want the yellow helmets with the white jerseys and the yellow pants.
The white helmets have been around for a little bit.
Well, wait, what you're saying, John, is one of their, but that's a color combination.
Yeah, and the purple jersey they wear for an out-of-conference home game, or they do that, but the yellow one was new, and that I guess upset
You are the Yankees now, John?
Well, he is
LSU Yankees.
He is wrong though. Notre Dame has like a series every year. They call it the Shamrock Series.
Yeah,
they will wear an alternate jersey. Hell, they wore white pants, which is something they never
do.
Yeah,
but don't they keep the gold helmets though?
They have changed in the past.
They have.
Yes. I think they've had green in the past. Yeah.
I don't know about helmets, but they've had alternate helmets.
I'm going to tell you this. I was like, I said to my wife, I don't like these unis. I want the yellow helmets. That's not an LSU home game. LSU home game is white jerseys, yellow helmet, yellow pants.
Well, you and Matt Moscato agree on this. We'll move to the big hit yesterday. A lot of people talking about it. Rex Ryan has a different approach. He's talking about lack of teaching when it comes to the quarterbacks.
Yeah, you got to learn how to protect yourself. And I'm going to tell you right now, obviously it was a dirty hit. I am so sick and tired of seeing people teach, hey, slide. When you're running out here, you slide. The hell you do. Not when you're going full speed down the field and a defender's coming full speed at you. You don't slide. I can see this happens over and over and over again. All you have to do is watch every Saturday college football. 2 to 3 of these happen every single week. Mm-hmm. I'm sick and tired of it. You are not protecting your quarterback when you teach him how to slide when it's not in the open field. Open field, of course, that's great. Absolutely not here. If you want to get a concussion, you slide like this when contact's coming.
What should they be taught to do?
They should be taught to dive at the ankles of the defender or run the football and keep your head out of it. Trust me, I would take the ankles of the defender. Run right there, dive at his ankles. Immediately, the guy's going to go to protect himself. He's not worried about tackling you. Look, the kid absolutely, it was awful. All right. And yes, he's going to be suspended and things. But also, this happens all the time when a guy's just trying to make a tackle. All right. This is a big quarterback running here. Like, I am so sick and tired of it. Let's put a film together and actually teach our young quarterbacks how to protect themselves. I'm sick and tired of it.
He was in the open field, and he slid.
He means if any defender's near you, I guess that's not the open field.
Well, but you're trying to also get a first down. You're running as fast as you can.
That's why he says dive at his ankle.
Listen, this is all on Azeez. This is all on him.
I would agree, though. Like, we see defenders. If you dove at a defender's, first of all, they call you dirty. I would agree. Dive directly at their feet and see how they respond. You're probably not going to get hit as much if you make the concerted decision, I'm going to dive at your feet.
Or you're going to say, oh, we're playing that way? Okay.
Well, if you want to protect yourself.
Keep that same energy when I hit you like that.
I was looking up this morning to see whether or not Trevor Lawrence had any pro-Israel comments. Did you see Aziz's spikes?
No.
Pro-Palestine.
You think he went after Trevor Lawrence because...
Oh, by the way, shout out to the Texans who allowed me for the second year in a row to do my cleats, my cause, although we don't do cleats, it's Air Force Ones, but I got to do it for dementia. And I'm going to take a picture and set it. So I just wanted to thank Omar and the people over at the Texans for allowing me to honor a family member who's fighting a battle. But I did not see his cleats. I don't think Trevor. Well, he's got a statement he put out this morning, Azeez Al-Shaair.
What did he say?
I mean, it's a little lengthy, but
it is long. I see it. Yeah.
I've always played the game as hard as I could, blah, blah, blah. I pray every time I want to hit you as hard as I can and pray you get up and you're able to play the next game. I don't see him stopping to pray. Okay. I don't see him stopping to pray.
Maybe
that you get up.
Silent prayer.
But, and when the game is over, go home to your family unharmed because it's not personal. It's just competition. We're both trying to do the same thing, provide for our families. I genuinely didn't see him sliding until it was too late. And it all happens in a blink of an eye, blah, blah, blah. I understand before the game we spoke and I told you how great it was to see you back out on the field, and I wished you well. I would never want to see any player hurt because of a hit I put on them, especially one that's deemed late or unnecessary. To the rest of his teammates, I can understand you having his back and defending him in a situation like that. To the rest of the people who I've been called every single name in the book, from reporters with their hands ready for a story to find their next
villain.
To find their villain. With their hands ready to find their villain, to racist and Islamophobic fans and people. You don't know my heart nor my character, which I don't need to prove to any of you. God knows my intentions, and anyone who has been a teammate or friend of mine knows my heart. And then he finishes
the issue is
with all praise to Allah.
He didn't.
Yes, he does. In his post.
I don't see it on mine.
In his post, Azeez Al-Shaair.
A couple pages.
It's all praise to Allah. That's fine. It says God. And then he posts the notes.
I don't think the issue is, he intentionally went out there to hurt him. The problem is in the heat, like that's not a stop once the game begins, but in the heat of battle, Daryl Johnson talked about it. Maybe you decided the respect that you should have for the player is not paramount, and putting a hit on this guy and getting him to the ground is more paramount than maybe understanding that what you do could adversely affect them. I don't expect linebackers to think that way. They got a job to do, but I don't think he is a dirty player, but I think he decides I got a job to do here, and my job is to hit him, and that might take precedent over everything, any consideration.
He's extra though, and I think that's the problem. Is I'm not judging him as I don't think
a bad person.
Yeah, I mean this. He had people nasty. I saw nasty stuff online, so I don't doubt that he went through all that stuff. What I am saying is, I think what we've said on this show, and I think I speak for John here. I'll let John speak for himself. He led with a forearm. It's never going to be okay in the NFL, especially on a quarterback. You tell me Trevor slid late. You cannot go up top with a forearm shiver and extend. You can't. It's always a 15-yard penalty, and it was really unnecessary. I get that Trevor was getting close to the first down and all that, and that's one of those things where you see players pull up and jump over the quarterback all the time on those slides. They do it all the time. Azeez is a guy who's going to go a little extra. He's going to get 15-yard penalties on hits that are 5 yards out. He's going to punch Roshan Johnson in the face on the sideline against the Bears. He's going to have hits like this. I'm sorry, he did this with San Francisco. He had this attitude with Tennessee. He's a guy that plays on the edge and crosses the edge. He's a line stepper, and
Yep.
And what concerns me is, look, you know who he is. That's what he does. And there's been other players like that. Vontaze Burfict is an example of that. I don't doubt the things that he's saying in here. I think in his heart, he doesn't want anything to happen to Trevor Lawrence. I think when he's in go mode, like with fighters, who end up getting an extra punch on a guy who's already been knocked out and they jump on the ground and keep hammering. I think when everything's all jacked up, they're in places that we can't possibly imagine sitting on our couches watching on television. They're wired violently, and he is wired violently. So he's playing a violent game. I understand some things like this are going to happen. What bothers me, John, is DeMeco didn't seem to have the Texans didn't seem to have any ability to even get him anywhere near off the field
Well,
in
he
a
was
timely
milling around. He was waiting, and we all kind of knew what was going to happen. He was going to get thrown out of that game.
Took about 8 minutes, and you took about 8 minutes of Dell's segment here.
Well,
okay,
it's what
That's
he
what
does.
you just did.
It's what he does. Let's get to something here. We talked about what happened with Michigan and Ohio State, but some polite trash talk from Iowa. Iowa, their rival is Nebraska, and apparently your guy Matt Rule is disrespectful to Iowa, and his team started it, and Matt Rule continued it. Here's Iowa linebacker Jay Higgins on the disrespect.
So after the game, because they didn't want to shake our hands before the game, I went up to their head coach and shook his hand. Told him good game. Any questions?
How much nicer was it to beat him then?
Oh, the moment he didn't shake our hands, I knew we won. So I was extremely calm. I thought Drew was going to kick a 50-yarder to win. That's what I was telling myself at halftime. But, I mean, how good did they feel at halftime? Didn't shake our hands, up 10. I mean, they were probably in that locker room going crazy. But it felt great to beat them. Trophy game, everything was on the line. We were on their sideline. And, I got a little close to their head coach, and I said, probably wasn't a good idea to not shake our hands. And he goes, who are you? How many tackles I had?
Enough. More than him.
That's funny.
Matt Rule did that, or is it Dana?
Rule.
Or was
Matt
it
Rule.
Dana?
No,
May have been Dana.
He said the head coach.
Dana?
No, he's not the head coach.
Oh, no, you are. Dana, don't yell that at Iowa.
But apparently the captains at midfield didn't shake hands.
Yeah,
or
this
whatever.
started
And
from
did
the
you
jump.
hear what
Oh, by the
happened?
way, that
After the
Nebraska
game?
should have won that game. You look at the stats.
That's Nebraska's life. The last half a decade for Nebraska, starting with Scott Frost, was games they should have won.
The rail era is off to a very average start, honestly.
Got anything else, Del?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. You didn't even mention what Ohio? Did you see what Iowa did after the game? They planted corn at midfield.
They didn't plant
after
corn.
the game. They
On their
planted
home field?
corn
On their home field. They planted corn.
Yes, they planted
No, they
corn
didn't.
at center. I thought that was very disrespectful
To their home
to
field?
plant corn on their home field. Say, look what we're doing, Nebraska. In your honor, we're planting corn.
I don't believe that's what they did. Let's go to this kicked off this entire weekend. This was Khalil Mullings, who had a big game, had to make up for Davis Horn being a bad quarterback. Khalil Mullings, after the game, he took an approach that didn't really acknowledge his team's fault. And by the way, he's a Michigan running back. He took his shots at Ohio State for being poor losers.
It was for such a great game. You hate to see stuff like that after the game. It's just bad for the sport, bad for college football. But at the end of the day, some people gotta learn how to lose, man. You can't be fighting this stuff just because you lost the game. All that fighting. We had 60 minutes. We had 4 quarters to do all that fighting, and now people want to talk and fight. That's wrong.
I mean, he did skip the part about taking the flag and trying to emasculate the entire stadium.
Got to learn how to lose, and part of learning how to lose is taking the flag, planning like a man.
There's plenty of guys who played their last game at Ohio State who did a lot of losing against Michigan.
Yeah, an entire senior class.
Yeah,
0-4.
They're asking for COVID years now. Can I get a COVID year so I don't lose? Do you want 5 losses to Michigan?
How about this class has not beaten Michigan
after Michigan couldn't beat them for years?
Oh my gosh,
Ryan Day's got some John Cooper in him. He better watch it.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, Ryan Day's on the hot seat. There's no question. Did you see the score, the record? He's like 47-1 against everybody else,
in the Big
and
Ten.
he's 1-4 against Michigan.
Did you see the number that this is the 23rd straight game that the team who led in rushing yards won?
Yeah,
it's like 23 games in a row.
It's insane how if you it's a trench game because
Yep.
It's usually
Despite all
cooler.
the
Cooler.
offense-
It's usually colder weather.
We know Ohio State for the
Yeah,
receivers
but those two
and
teams
be able to
offense.
throw the football.
Yeah.
But yeah, when it comes down to this one, they've dominated in the trenches when they've won, and Michigan has done so when they've won.
So Ohio State is on their third string left tackle. They're on. He's a backup guard. They're on a backup center. They lost.
Yeah,
their
except
center
that
for the
center
year.
was the starter last year.
Well, and he lost to Michigan too last year too.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Wait, you getting that loser in here?
Yeah, let's get
Because
guy.
the one who came from Alabama
He
was the
lost
one
to
who
Michigan
played
too.
really well. Oh yeah, I guess he's learned to lose to Michigan. I guess
wasn't
all of these guys have to learn to lose to Michigan. Texas didn't learn to lose, John. What do you think about that?
Nope.
Our Longhorns did not learn to lose to Michigan.
Texas
is back,
Our
They're back,
Longhorns
folks.
are back.
They're
There's no
back,
question.
folks.
Our Longhorns are back. Del, good segment. We appreciate it.
Thanks,
Great
Lance,
stuff.
for your input.
Well, Childish Altuve called me Lance Eberflus. I think he's saying my time management was off.
Your
I
time
don't know.
management is all just terrible.
We didn't even talk about that.
Eberflus is not even. Chicago said, "Listen, we can't wait anymore after that.
That's all.
You got to go."
Oh, especially since he was like after the game, he said, I thought we did good. I thought it was good.
I think we handled it fine. Caleb
I
Williams
thought we handled it great.
No, what's the problem?
You're too dumb. You
Y'all's
can't be a
ass
coach here
burned
anymore.
off 30 seconds, and you had a timeout. What are you talking about?
Time to talk about Coors Light. I tell you what, I was watching it with some Coors Lights on Thanksgiving Day, having me some fun. I had a great weekend. We had a 4-day weekend, and you'd think there wasn't some Coors Lights being imbibed. Absolutely loved it. Thank you, Coors Light, for a wonderful weekend. I mean, usually you thank your family members, you thank friends, whatever it is. I'm thanking Coors Light for a wonderful weekend. I really appreciate what you do for me with your cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, with your Colorado water that is just wonderful. Other places, I don't know where they're getting their water. I don't even want to speculate where some of this water is coming from. I know where my water is coming from. I know it's in Colorado. I know it's a beautiful water with the streams and the flowing of the waterfalls, just beautiful. Well, I don't know where you're getting your water, but I'll tell you this. You get cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing Coors Light. You will never regret it. Those mountains be blue in your refrigerator this holiday season. Make sure you're loaded up with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Keep Texas chill.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
That was some good stuff from GimmeTheVin.com. On this date in 1993, Pablo Escobar gunned down, dead. 1993, Lance, that was our first. Oh, no. 97 was our first year. 93 was the year I got here. And Pablo, as a matter of fact, this would have been, I got here in 93.
Interesting correlation.
Yeah.
You got here when Pablo was killed?
Yeah.
Were you an informant?
I was not, but I actually, you know what? It was right around.
You got here in December 93?
We just started. I was here. No, I got here. We started up KNWS in August or September of 93. So I had just gotten here.
Interesting.
So, yeah.
The Fed's.
All right. I want to do this. I want to go around the room, and you tell me positives that we had yesterday. Just a quick, not overextended. I'm going to say offensive line. Offensive line was a real positive yesterday. They rushed for. We had another 100-yard rusher in Joe. We had CJ was sacked twice, and they came up with the big play on 3rd and 4 to seal the game. Nice job, offensive line. They got a game ball, as a matter of fact. Lance, positive.
Tim Settle continues to be one of the underappreciated additions of the offseason. Another good, strong game by Tim Settle.
Okay. Del?
I mean, you took no turnovers from CJ.
He
had been on a run. He had
Right.
been on a run of turn the ball over.
Yeah,
Did not do that yesterday. That's good.
Yep. All right. Nico with a 100-yard game. That's his first. That's his first since he got back.
Nico.
No, not Mito.
Oh.
Nico Collins had another 100-yard game. That's his first since his hamstring injury, which is nice.
Okay.
Lance?
Oh, we have to keep going? All right.
Yeah.
I will say the offense went to their 4-minute offense and was able to grind out the clock on the ground.
Nice.
That's a sign of championship football, ladies and gentlemen.
It?
Yep.
Okay.
So one of the signs, it's a check mark. Kill off the last 3.5 minutes of the game with the running game.
Yeah,
championship level football.
I don't know about that, but yeah.
Okay. Well, AFC South championship level football, certainly.
Keep going.
I learned that, another positive, they now have won 10 consecutive road division games. Double digits.
That's actually really good.
That is awesome. I learned, I didn't know. That Dalton Schultz was actually part of the offense yesterday.
As long as you drop coverage, he can score a touchdown.
Yes, and scored that was awfully nice to see him using Dalton Schultz for a change.
Okay.
That was nice.
I'm going to go Stingley once again proved that his ball skills are superior.
Yep.
I mean,
how about he shadowed, for the most part, he was shadowing. Brian Thomas was the only guy they had left, basically, although Washington had himself a nice
He had a little catch and run. Thomas would have.
More than that if someone
Thomas
could throw
would
the
have
ball
had a big
on time.
game if Mac Jones would have hit him.
Well, and Trevor Lawrence missed one earlier too, right? Wasn't he the one behind
Yeah,
Stingley when he made his play?
Don't worry about all that.
And
it was 24 chasing him.
John texted the group chat that the numbers, if you didn't watch, are going to look good, but we know the Texans defense was on the verge of giving up a couple more deep balls. It's just the quarterback play on the other side.
Wasn't able to do it.
Yeah, wasn't able to deliver. So that is still a thing. But hey, Stingley made another play, as Lance said.
Yep.
You're out? Are you out?
Another one-score win. Another close game that they found a way to win.
I still got one in the chamber I can use.
You got one?
I got one left. It's your time. It's your turn, John. I got one left.
It's my turn?
Yep.
I'm running out. I don't think we mentioned Joe. Well, Joe Mixon had a 100-yard game.
You got him
with the offensive line. Go ahead. I passed, Lance.
You can't pass. You're eliminated. I didn't learn, but one positive I take from yesterday's game is that Kaimi Fairbairn made one from 50+ and from inside of 40. That he actually can make those field goals.
Yeah. That is true. That is awfully true.
I win this game. There's literally nothing left.
Let's see.
Unless you got some Tommy Townsend stuff you can bring up, or John Weeks' snaps were accurate?
Trying to think. You didn't allow Mac Jones to lead an embarrassing comeback win against you?
No, that doesn't count.
I mean, you didn't allow it to happen.
And by the way, you really didn't get much rush from your defensive ends.
No, you didn't. I was going to say, what about Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter?
No, that's the question. What about him?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you didn't hear from him.
There's got to be something else.
That's literally it.
It's got to be something else.
That's literally it.
Ooh, did D'Amico win his challenge? Did he win that incomplete, or did they reverse that themselves? An expedient review.
Yeah, it's the booth review.
Okay, so he didn't win.
Henry
that challenge.
To'oTo'o continues to try to take out his own players.
No, that's not a positive.
No,
it's not a positive. You could have said Cade Stover showed that he's a substantially better blocker than Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, he also false started at a terrible time.
Oh yeah, he was lined up off sides.
Yeah,
he lined up off sides.
Yeah,
brought back a big play. Yeah,
that's even worse.
That's not. See, that doesn't really fall in the spirit of what we were looking for.
No, that's not quite what we're looking for.
Things that you didn't like. By nature, we can come up with that easier, probably.
Yeah. All right, let's break it. Anybody else wants to get in?
Hold on. What happened in this country? What happened to the NFL I love? We used to celebrate knocking out the starting quarterback. Now we don't do that anymore. That should be a positive. You put the starting quarterback out of a game.
We can do that. We can celebrate that again.
Yeah.
Can we not?
We're allowed to celebrate that.
Is that not a positive? You knock the starting quarterback out of a game?
Yeah. CTE.
Well,
yeah,
CTE
ruined everything.
Didn't he clear?
Once you realize,
the fencing position ain't great. But we used to be able to say, you know what? We're a physical defense, and we put him in a body bag.
Oh no!
You used to be able to.
The Saints used to pay guys to do that.
Well, the Saints and Bears had a game that was called a body bag game back in the day when it was a dome patrol in like the early 90s. Those two teams literally had a game called a body bag game.
Can't even do that anymore.
Unbelievable, running around just plastering people.
Yeah. Well, what did they have to change the name of it? Like the Red River Rivalry? Did they have to change it? Can't be the body bag anymore. It'll be the shopping bag game or what? I mean,
could be.
Yeah. I mean,
do you think Mike Singletary would like Caleb Williams' fingernail paint?
He's got to deal. Yeah.
You think Dick Butkus would say, I think it's kind of cute the way he wears his fingernail polish? They would not. The monsters of the Midway would not be okay with Caleb Williams.
Well, Caleb Williams is one thing. They would have murdered.
That's the toxic masculinity of the Midway, of the monsters of the Midway.
Sure, but they would have murdered Eberflus for costing them games.
Oh my God, they would have beat him on the sideline.
Everybody.
Steve McMichael, the '85 Bears, would have beat him on the sideline.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. Apparently, the Bears locker room. You didn't need the monsters of the Midway. Apparently, the story out of the Bears locker room was they were pissed at him, and he actually left.
Oh, and Eberflus
actually had to leave the locker room.
Oh, Jaquan Brisker was like, "What did Jaquan?" As soon as he got fired, he tweeted like, "God is great" or something, and everyone was like, "This has got to be about Eberflus getting fired." The starting safety. How could you be happy? The guy just burned out. By the way, did we forget that they were at about the 20-yard line in automatic field goal territory, and they somehow screwed up the soup sandwich with a holding penalty, and then it was just unbelievably bad.
Before we go, he said, "God don't make mistakes."
Yeah, God don't make mistakes. That's what it was.
Well, he's saying Matt Eberflus isn't God?
No,
okay.
I don't know that necessarily tied directly to, like, God didn't fire Matt Eberflus.
No.
Wasn't divine intervention to get Eberflus out of there?
No, I think ownership just said, we don't want to see this anymore.
No, we got. This is gross.
And I know Ryan Poles wanted to keep him. That's Ryan's personal hire. He wanted to keep him. Like, at some point, ownership says, like, Ryan realizes, I got to get away from this one.
I got to go.
I got to
distance
sinking
myself.
ship. You got to go. Got to go.
All right, and if you got to go, you got to go. You got to go. You can't stop going. You got to go to the bathroom all the time, all the time. Guess what? You might have an enlarged prostate. Now, Doc Manavis is the only person that you should see for this, okay? If you have issues going to the bathroom all the time, in the middle of the night, can't stop, you know what? It could create liver problems, kidney problems, urinary tract infections. You got to get it taken care of. because in enlarged prostate, your life isn't as good. Okay, so Doc Manavis will find out if there's no cancer involved. If there's no cancer, she's going to take an MRI, maybe an ultrasound too. I don't know, but then she's going to give you an IV, and that's it. 45 minutes. And if she wants you to hang out for about a half hour afterwards, it's a long lunch, and you don't have these issues anymore. Are you kidding me? The only pain, when they put the needle in to give you the IV, that's it. And when you hear about the surgery for this thing, trust me, you do not want to get the surgery. What you want is Doc Manavis. Please, if you feel like you have an enlarged prostate, go to 975prostate.com, 975prostate.com. I found another positive. They scored in the second half. How about that? We forgot to mention how they turned it around in the second half and actually played much better offensively.
Scores in the second half,
Now they played like crap in the first half. You know, a lot of times when you've got a bye week that's right ahead of you, that's like it's a look ahead. And a lot of teams won't play well right before a bye week because they're looking forward to, and I would imagine after 13 games, they're really looking forward to being off the field.
Yeah, they needed this.
They needed this badly. So that was nice.
And Christian Harris will probably be back after the bye week.
You said he passed away.
Yeah, you said he died.
How's he going to play?
2024 season passed.
Well, it's still 2024 when they come back.
Yeah, but maybe there's something. Maybe they end up paying the ransom and they get him back.
So
whoever
he's not
told him
dead.
hostage.
He's just being held hostage.
I assume he's being held hostage. We were told not to ask about him anymore.
So by an AFC rival, who?
I don't know. If I had
Auburn
to guess,
fans, because he's an Alabama player. What do you think?
That's not. If I had to guess, I think maybe the Titans have something to do with it. Yeah, I would say maybe the Titans have something to do with it. I mean, they had Rashad Evans previously in Alabama.
I got a question for you, too. Do you agree with the AP top 25 today? Oregon 1, Texas. Penn State is 3, Notre Dame is 4, Georgia is 5. Okay, so Penn State is going to play Oregon. One of them, I think if Penn State beats Oregon, they might even be the 1 seed. Texas is going to, although Texas beating Georgia would make them the 1 seed more than likely if Oregon loses. But, okay, Penn State would be the 2 seed. Oregon will be the 1 seed if they beat Penn State. Texas will be the 2 seed. Georgia will move up to the 2 seed behind Oregon or Penn State if they beat Texas. Notre Dame is locked into the 5 seed. They can't have a bye. Tennessee is going to be up there and have a home game. Ohio State is up there right now with a home game at number 7. Although Texas might fall into that 6 or 7 slot, 5 or 6 slot, and might be kicking Ohio State down if they lose. Georgia would be kicked out of the top 5 if they lose. So Ohio State will still have a home game. SMU will be the 3 seed if they win their game against Clemson. Clemson will not be the 3 seed, though, if they win. Not after their loss to South Carolina.
No.
Clemson, as a matter of fact, might be the 5 seed. And it would be Arizona State moving into the 3 and Boise moving. I don't think they want Boise to have a bye. If everything plays according to Hoyle and Arizona State wins, I think Arizona moves into the 4 and Boise would be the 5 seed.
Arizona State, yeah.
Arizona State would
what a job Arizona State's done.
Man, and they're good.
Dude,
they are good.
Dillingham has kicked major ass.
Scatterbo should be in New York.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well,
Scatterbo
really good. I mean, Hunter wins. Genty
Hunter
will be
is
2.
Like it's a 1 to 1,000.
Hunter wins, and he locked it up this weekend for sure. Genty will be 2nd. Well, I mean, maybe so. Maybe so. I mean, who else?
I think Scatterbo is. Cam Ward just lost.
Dylan Brooks, not Dylan Brooks. I'm sorry, Dylan Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel will be there. So
you think they may have? You think they have?
But
4?
Scatterbo should be your 4th guy.
Yeah, maybe so. If you have 4, they don't always have 4. They frequently have
5.
3. I think most of the time they have 3.
It depends on how the vote goes. Sometimes they have 5. But I really believe Scatterbo is one of the best players in the country. He just doesn't, because he plays at Arizona State, they just don't see it. And we could possibly have 2 3-loss teams. 2 3-loss teams. Georgia, if they lose, is in. They'll just get moved down. And Alabama is possibly in. I think South Carolina should be in instead of Alabama. But they beat them heads up. I don't know. What do you think, Del? Miami get in or no?
The only shot they have is if SMU beats Clemson. If SMU beats Clemson, then it becomes, do you take 2-loss Miami with 2 losses by a total of 9 points over an Alabama team with 3? Because at this point, because of what happened against Syracuse, they're going to have to contend with 3-loss SEC if Clemson loses. Because I think SMU would get in if they lose to Clemson. 3-loss SEC team, and Miami doesn't have a win that matches because Alabama has the Georgia win. Ole Miss, which has the Georgia win too, but they don't have a quote-unquote bad loss. We saw Georgia Tech push Georgia to the limit. Syracuse is not a bad football team. That's the only shot they got. Clemson has to lose, and then you can go, well, you can put them at the last spot. They only have 2 losses on the road. The committee has talked about close losses aren't as damaging as you think.
I think they'll put a 4th SEC
I'm not
team
disagreeing. I'm just saying you
So
asked me how it happens.
Georgia barely beat Georgia Tech. It was not a good game. They had to come from behind to do it.
Yeah.
By any accounts, it's not a great win for them. They go into multiple overtimes. It was no one had good 2-point play, good 2-point plays dialed up.
Decided to run it
until one team decided to run a running back for once. The first time somebody ran a running back instead of a quarterback,
easy.
They get in, the game's over basically. But if they go in and let's say they get their ass kicked by Texas, let's say Texas beats them 14, There's no chance that harms them after an unimpressive win against Georgia, unimpressive win against, was it Vanderbilt or Missouri who they barely beat? Like, Georgia has just.
It was Kentucky. That was early.
It was Kentucky. Yeah, it was Kentucky they barely beat. Georgia has just really been.
And I'll tell you this. I think South Carolina's playing, and it should count for how you're playing now.
That's a team you don't want to see.
South Carolina is a better team right now than Alabama is.
Yes, they are.
Even though Alabama beat them.
I agree. I think they're better than Tennessee, too.
Yep.
I watched a lot of the Clemson game because that was the 11 o'clock game. South Carolina went in there and won. Lenore Sellers is a tremendous athlete. Clemson could not tackle him. But that's a game where you're like, which team decided they wanted to lose this more?
Sometimes that happens.
And now,
A&M and Texas
now
had
it's a
some
rivalry
of that.
game.
Texas tried to lose
and
rivalry
both teams are ranked, so that adds some intrigue, and obviously it feels like it matters more. But that was not a well played football game. But they won, so they'll get credit. But
look at how nasty the rivalry games were. South Carolina Clemson wasn't a good game. That wasn't played well.
Alabama Auburn wasn't a good
Texas
game.
Texas A&M, Auburn Alabama, Michigan Ohio State. Nobody really played. It was not played well. They were they were grimy games.
Yes.
Grimy games to be sure. And they had a lot. There was a lot. Like, if Alabama still has a chance to get in. Had they lost, they would have been out.
Well, they got more than a chance. I think Alabama, if SMU wins, I think the committee would rather, and I think the SEC and everybody involved would rather have four SEC teams than two ACC teams.
I typically love watching SEC football. It's the most talented and all that. It's not been good this year.
No,
and I would argue if there's a year to leave out a fringe SEC team, it would be this year.
I guess you would say that since you mentioned it, how the SEC has this influence. If the committee does take matchups into question, you mentioned Notre Dame's probably a 5. Would they prefer Notre Dame hosting Alabama, which Jalen Milroe's hit or miss, or do they want Catholics versus convicts and go send Cam Ward up there to Indiana for that game? If we talk about matchups, I'll ask you guys. Let's forget about the committee.
I'd rather have Alabama.
Okay.
I think Alabama Notre Dame is a huge marquee game.
Yeah, but I'm trying to put together the best game relative to how teams played this year, and you just told me South Carolina is better than Alabama,
so
which I don't disagree with.
South Carolina up to Notre Dame?
Oh, I'm just saying that
South
I don't.
Carolina doesn't have the name.
No, How many? Who are the SEC teams that get in?
Tennessee, Georgia,
Tennessee's in, right?
Texas.
With 2 losses, Tennessee's in.
Georgia's and listen,
in.
Arizona State
Texas
might be the
is
5.
in.
Arizona State might be the 5 seed, not Notre Dame.
Well, are they going to make Arizona State the 4, or are they going to make them a 5?
No, Arizona State would automatically, if SMU's the 3 and Boise's the 4, Arizona's automatically the 5.
It's not all. Are they going to? I thought it was the 4 highest ranked get the bye. They would force Notre Dame to be a 6 because Arizona State won their conference.
Yeah,
I know
I'm
they have.
Sure
I know
the conference winner.
Well,
goes
they're
up
automatically in, but I don't think they are guaranteed the 5. I think they're automatically in. Because once you get past 4, why would you guarantee the 5 seed to the next conference champion?
Well, yeah, right. Because Boise wouldn't be.
I think
Boise's because
I don't know. The rules are a bit murky if we haven't studied them.
It's right here. The 4 highest ranked conference champions will be seeded 1 through 4 and receive a first round bye. The 5th conference champ will be seeded where it was ranked.
Yeah.
Or at number 12 if it is outside the top 12.
Yeah,
rankings.
so likely Notre Dame they're going to give Notre Dame the 5, and they'll face the last team in.
Yeah, Notre Dame will be the 5 then.
Yep.
Okay. Notre Dame's a 5. Tennessee's possibly the 6th. Then the loser of Georgia, Texas, and Oregon, Penn State. Ohio State might not host a game.
No, I don't think they're going to.
Well, who's their main competition? Because they beat Penn State head to head.
They beat Penn State
head to head.
They beat Indiana. They beat Indiana head to head too.
Yep.
They
Indiana's
did,
not it.
but they didn't beat Georgia.
Indiana's on the road for
Sorry,
sure.
Dell, they didn't beat Georgia.
They didn't get a chance. And let's say Oregon beats the crap out of Penn State. We saw Ohio State go into Oregon and play a close game. Now, our last impression of this inept offense for Ohio State, but the Ohio State has a lot of head-to-head stuff against teams who may take that home game from them, and they may say, hey, We saw them play the number one team in the country and take them to the wire, while possibly Penn State's gets beat by 2 scores.
So we had a decent amount of chaos this weekend.
Yes.
What's the next set of reasonable chaos? Penn State over Oregon?
Yeah, but it's chaos in the sense that Oregon loses their 1 seed, but doesn't.
That's all.
They're hosting a game.
They're hosting.
But they will lose the bye.
I don't know that there's much chaos other than what would create chaos is Clemson winning. Clemson would then be the 12 seed, and we'd find out whether or not SMU has done enough to even get in. I don't know, because they're going to be 8th right now. I'm not sure that they don't fall further than that if they lose to Clemson.
No, you got to win.
Well,
you're going to have to. There's one ACC team, I think.
I'm not sure SMU gets in.
Well, they'll go.
I don't either.
They'll go up because of the losses ahead of them.
Everyone's arguing Indiana shouldn't get in with 1. You think SMU's getting in with 2? No.
Then you're talking
in that conference.
In that case, then you're talking about how many SEC teams? If then talking about Alabama and South Carolina getting in,
I think 4. I think 4 is the cutoff for the SEC.
Well, then
no, I think Clemson moves in, right, and Alabama's in.
You think they take 5? Or you think that's the cutoff for 4? If you say
4.
Tennessee, if you say Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, that's 3. Who's the 4th?
Georgia, Texas, Tennessee, and Alabama.
And Alabama's the 4th.
And there's 4 Big Ten.
And there's no Ole Miss.
4 Big Ten. Oregon,
Penn
Penn State,
Indiana,
Oregon, Penn State, Ohio State, and Indiana.
Now that's 8. You got the Big 12 champ is 9, Boise or UNLV, depending on when's
10,
that one.
Notre
10.
Dame 11.
And now you have
in the ACC,
who's your last
12.
spot? Oh,
ACC.
ACC. Okay,
that's it.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, good. I mean, I wouldn't say they wouldn't do it, but if you're punishing SMU for losing their ACC title game and handing a spot to 3-loss Alabama, who's lost to Oklahoma the way they did, and lost to Vanderbilt.
It's the very reason that we have this.
We've got 2. They have 2 6-6 losses on their resume, and you're going to give them a spot over SMU?
This whole 12-team playoffs was supposed to award teams like SMU to prevent this bias from happening. It would be so ironic if one of the lesser Alabama teams we've seen in years and years was awarded a spot over SMU in a 12-team playoff. When the 12-team playoff is supposed to, hey, this gives more teams, more deserving teams a chance to get in, and then it just turns into an SEC fest again. That would really be ironic.
Mm-hmm. All right, we got a break. 9:21, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I was told these championship games don't hurt you. That's what I was told.
That's the belief.
That's what I was told.
Guess what? It hurt. It won't hurt the Big Ten or the SEC.
It won't hurt Georgia.
It's really going to hurt the ACC.
Yeah, it is.
It is. All right, time for you to talk about Underdog.
Time to talk about a tremendous weekend of football with Underdog Fantasy. Oh, was it good? Daddy likey. Underdog Fantasies, but basketball too. Basketball, there's so many things for Underdog Fantasy that they give you a chance to win. It's almost like, I'm not sure why they're doing this, because they're making it so easy for you guys to win. 50% profit boosters on the NFL or on NBA. Sometimes they give you those 50% or 30% profit boosters in game where games are actually going on, and you can play higher or lower on players based on stats that are already, they start projecting stats using their algorithm, and you can go higher or lower. You could be watching a game and say, you know what? I want to jump in here and play higher on these rebounds. This guy's all over the glass, and the other team looks passive. Man, use your knowledge pre or even in game to win real money. You can win up to 1,000 times your original play. And when you use promo code Lance, that's promo code Lance, all you have to do is download the app, use promo code Lance on your first deposit. You can win up to $1,000 of bonus. You can earn up to $1,000 bonus cash, and you get a free pick. So, I mean, it's never been easier to get more money, to win more money, and to have more fun watching the games and playing along with them with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I don't know why I thought this, but I thought, should Texas bring back Tom Herman to help them beat Georgia?
Because of the Sugar Bowl?
The Sugar Bowl kicked their ass.
Should they bring back Sam Ehlinger on the sideline?
Maybe.
He's the one who said, "We're back."
Should they?
Yeah.
If Bevo happens to show up, should
Gore that dog?
If Ugo shows up, should they have a little confrontation? Let's replicate everything that happened that night.
And then I was thinking about
Holly Rowe.
How ugly it's gone for former U of H coaches. Art Briles can't even stand on the sideline of a game anymore.
Art Briles gets kicked out of Chili's.
People
scream
Kevin
him down.
Sumlin is tight ends coach at Maryland.
Yeah.
Dana.
He's got to live in Lincoln.
And by the way, Maryland has really crapped the bed.
Tom Herman got fired by FAU.
Did he get fired? I didn't see that.
Yeah.
He did?
Yeah, he's done. I mean, they couldn't even wait till the end of the year. It's a beat.
Had to go.
I gotta go.
Yeah, Dana's in Lincoln.
Who else?
With a pen, but he's still got a U of H guy give him that.
Well, he lived in Stillwater for years. So
and West Virginia.
At least he was the head coach.
Yeah.
No, he was an OC there. The OC in
and
Stillwater.
Texas Tech and Lubbock.
Or the OC in Lincoln. And like the temporary OC.
Dana's been in Lubbock, Stillwater, Lincoln, and where's West Virginia? Morgantown, yeah. That's big cities.
No wonder he loved it here. I mean, man, the places that he's lived, he's like, man.
And then this team paid him to go away.
Bury me in the H.
Hey, here's some money. Get out of here.
Dana loves Houston, too. It's a shame it didn't work out. Shame. But, man, it's gone badly for U of H coaches. Holy crap. Hey, Willie, just keep this job.
Willie got
to
push over the weekend. BYU was minus. How about the onside kick and BYU ran it back for a touchdown?
Oh my God!
Houston up 7-0. I love it. I love it by Willie. I think it's a great idea. Just poorly executed, and BYU just like.
Well, you kicked it right up the middle, and he just ran right by the kicker.
It bounced to him. It wasn't great.
Yeah, I mean, you got to kick it off to the side where a football player is.
Let me see. What else are we? No, Art Briles is not coaching American football in Italy. He could.
Wasn't he?
He might be.
Wasn't he?
Oh, he might be.
At one point.
He could be.
Yeah, I think he did. He absolutely did, I think.
He had to go to Italy. No one even knows. Wait. Germany and Austria have London. There's football programs there.
He's currently the coach.
There's Italian football.
It's called the Italian Football League. He is currently the coach.
It is terrible. And all he's doing is isolating the fastest Italian to run ISO routes just verticals.
Do you think Italian?
This is what we call a 4 vertical route, but we're only going to send 1 vertically against Giuseppe because Giuseppe does not have speed.
And we're just going to do this over and over
We're
again.
just going to ISO Giuseppe the whole game.
Do you think Italian sports radio is having conversations? Man, if our best athletes played football.
No, if we could take some of our we're like not Baggio.
Balotelli?
Balotelli.
Yeah.
He would have been a great football player. American football player.
We would dominate the sport if we had our best athletes like Andrea Pirlo.
They're not doing it. We do that.
Other
countries
they're not
can't do
saying
that.
if Pirlo played football, we'd be great.
No.
If Gigi Buffon was a starting tight end, we'd be great.
Yeah. He has a great catch radius.
Yeah.
Gigi Buffon could catch everything. The goalies could be a great tight end in the NFL. Why they don't come in Italy and get the tight end goalie?
This is an offensive way you're doing.
No, you can do this.
No, you can.
Yeah,
that's the thing because Italians we're not sensitive.
Yeah, you're not sensitive.
If Baggio,
he made fun. He said something. He made an L and R. That makes me mad.
If Baggio played quarterback, how great we would be in football.
Would you say it's more sensitive in 2024 like 2000? The last 24 years, is it more sensitive now or then?
It was more sensitive then.
Than right now?
Then for Italians?
For anybody. Our culture.
Oh.
Society's
I'm talking about
now.
Listen, if you ever watch The Offer, they didn't want The Godfather to be made because it was such a stereotypical Italian thing, and they didn't want the Italians to look bad.
And the Italian American Society had to come after you. And what did you do? You ripped up their letter on the air when they asked you to stop being offensive to Italians.
I said, screw you. I could say what I want.
The Italians are very sensitive.
Not anymore, though. We laugh at Lance doing stupid stuff. No.
Maybe we get to some of our non-desirable soccer players and put them in.
What does that mean?
We'll give it. You know what that mean? Arthur Browse gets the non-desirable soccer players from Italy, the ones that we don't invite over for baked ziti and eggplant. You go with Art. You go with him. That guy from Baylor. He'll tell you how to run straight in the fast line. Just don't touch the people.
I'm out of this one.
It's just
You're out of it. I thought you weren't sensitive.
No, I'm not sensitive. I'm just staying out.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
Oh, man. We really missed our opportunity if Cannavaro was on the football field. How great would Italy be?
All right. We got more Texans to talk on the other side. If you got any thoughts on it, you're more than welcome. But right now, we got Zadok Jewelers to talk about.
Zadok Jewelers, fantastic spot for you to go pick up that Christmas gift. You got Christmas. You got a birthday coming up. You've got any of your holidays that you or maybe you just want to get yourself a badass watch. Why don't you head over to Zadok Jewelers? They've got the finest timepieces in the world right there at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It's amazing. When you step in, the watches they have available, men's and women's, but I'm talking to the fellas right now. I'm talking to all of you, actually. You can stop in and get the biggest names in timepieces from around the world, names that maybe you've never heard of. If you're somebody who's really into watches, you've heard of them. You know that Zadok has is a boutique location, meaning they get unique timepieces and carve outs for certain watches they have. They buy, they sell, they trade. And it's not just the biggest name brands. They also have master craftsmen in there and repairmen who have been certified with all of these different watches. And you can take your timepiece in and have them fix it for you. And when you're talking about more expensive family heirlooms, you want to keep those things running properly. You want to be able to hand them down. And that's something that Zadok Jewelers can help you do as well. They buy, but they also, they sell, but they also buy and trade as well. So they'll buy your watches, they'll trade with you, and of course they'll sell you a watch. Go check out this incredible selection they have. Start online if you want, ZADOK, Zadok.com, or just stop on down Post Oak Boulevard at 1801. Stop inside and see what all the fuss is about with Zadok Jewelers.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Get in quickly because we got news of the weird coming your way next segment. Mark is here, though. He wants to talk on the radio. Hey, Mark, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Love the show. Hey, I've been a Steelers fan for a long time, and over the years, you've seen the divas they got at wide receiver, from even the Hines Ward behind-the-scenes reports to the Chase Claypools, the ABs. I don't think there's been anybody that's been more of a head case than George Pickens. I don't know if y'all watched the game yesterday, but it's like these teams know that they can just slightly poke him, and it becomes a dumpster fire.
What happened?
And
I didn't
every
see.
Game. So he just catches cornerback talks to him, and he'll catch a 15-yard out route, and then he'll just start taunting and pushing, and then he gets in the end zone, and he does a gun sign to the fans because the fans are screaming at him. It's such an easy game plan if you want to get into his head, and it causes so much havoc on the team when you got a big play and you got to bring it back because you got a guy making gun hand gestures to the crowd or scraping the cornerback or bumping it. And Tomlin at the press conference said, he's got to grow up. You can tell it's starting to wear him out. The left tackle, Broderick Jones, grabbed him, and it's starting to make everybody frustrating. And I just want to get y'all's input. I don't think I've ever seen a Steelers receiver of all the subject matter who has been it's almost mind-boggling how it does not take much to turn a molehill into a mountain.
Yeah, I mean, I saw he punted. I didn't see the gun stuff. I wasn't really focused on that game much yesterday, but I have seen it throughout the year. It was known at Georgia. You didn't see it as much. He missed most of his last season at Georgia, so we didn't really get to see that. He came back for the playoffs and had a long catch, but I know it is crazy how one organization has been saddled with this many divas at wide receiver. And I mean, they're pains in the ass. Juju Smith-Schuster, he and Chase Claypool were it just seemed like TikTok dances were sometimes more important than the games. Antonio Brown, we know that's legendary. I mean, he's going to go down as a generational head case. But it's all these guys, man. It is constant. Now George Pickens, I'm looking at some of the stuff right now. There's a strong belief growing in Pittsburgh that George Pickens will be dealt this offseason. They're just not going to. They're going to have to get rid of him too. They've dealt all the other wide receivers that turn into pains.
Pickens?
He's a really good wide receiver, but why George Pickens with more money, more guaranteed money, is that going to make things better? No. He already doesn't listen to Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, and they hit him. They hit him receivers. Just draft another one.
Yeah, just go get another receiver.
They do.
Who cares?
They know how to get receivers. But Mike Tomlin is so used to this now. Come on. Pickens ain't Antonio Brown.
Well,
he's just got to grow. But 15-yard penalties that wipe out touchdowns, he just got to grow up, man.
Antonio Brown was.
Hey, we do that with 5-yarders all the time.
That's true. Antonio Brown wasn't Antonio Brown at 23. George Pickens is only 23 and doing this. He got hit with 15 for taunting a defensive back after he got tackled. He dropped the ball right on him, and that cost him 15. We're just getting started with George.
I'm convinced that Vontaze Burfict hit on Antonio Brown is what caused him to go crazy.
And by the way, I know Russell Wilson ain't great. He's got 3 touchdowns this year. Maybe relax. He's a good player, but he's got 3 touchdowns this year. He ain't exactly lighting it up. And yet, I think I'd nominate him. I know this isn't an award, postseason NFL awards, most entertaining player for non-football stuff. I'd vote George Pickens number 1. Think about what he provides week to week.
What does he provide?
Well,
he punted yesterday.
He punted a ball into the end zone. He fired off. He pointed finger guns at people. He got hit with taunting for dropping a football on people.
South Carolina guy shot a guy in the face, shot a quarterback in the face.
He was in the chest in the face area.
He shot
tapped him.
He shot Jackson Dart in the
I forgot
face.
what his last name is.
Yeah.
I think he is the most entertaining player in the NBA. I mean, in the NFL for all the non-football stuff he does.
Who's your most entertaining Texans player?
Aziz Ashar after yesterday.
You've never been more like the Joker. You just want everything to burn.
He clearly goes to the top of the list after yesterday.
He does.
I watched from I guess the game ended at about 3:30 or so on a Saturday. I watched, or maybe at 3 whenever the Michigan-Ohio State game ended. From the time that game ended to Aziz Al-Shaair getting thrown out of the game, it was one of the better Saturdays and Sundays for, like, if you want Schadenfreude stuff to happen across football. Let Daryl Johnston to go on a thing about disrespect going on in football. We need to get this thing under control. I was like, relax, Daryl Johnston.
Isn't Daryl Johnston right, though?
Yeah, he's right.
Yeah, but it depends on how old you are. No, it really does.
After the whole Shaair thing, it was offsetting penalties.
Oh, that part, yeah.
Oh, that part,
Gerald Johnson was absolutely right. Man, he started all of that crap. Al-Shaair the Texans did not receive a penalty from that because they retaliated,
defended
which is what they should have done.
Yeah, Evan Ingram came over and did what he had to do. No, it should. Like
the NBA has an instigator rule. Like if you're the instigator,
hockey too.
Yeah, you get popped with more. The NFL should adopt something like that.
I think they will.
Really should.
I think they will. This should be. He was right about that. The Texans probably should have had a 15-yard penalty, and you can do the rest of your things. You know, you get a 15, you get 2 of them, you're kicked out of the game. It's like you get a yellow card basically. So you're basically getting yellow cards when they're offsetting personal fouls. Maybe that's a yellow card. You get 2, you're out of the game. I think I would be okay with that. But realistically, if it happened to my quarterback, if you guys hit C.J. Stroud like that, I would expect everybody to run over and start causing problems.
Yeah,
I would expect you to get a 15-yard penalty. And, you know, I mean, I try to be fair and consistent about it. If you did that to C.J. Stroud, I'm expecting my players to come over and have his back. But I'm also expecting the guy that did it to get, if it's that blatant, because to me, I thought it was blatant. And I don't care if he's sliding or not. People keep acting like the timing of the slide is the thing. You can't come in with the forearm shiver up to anybody, to the upper body of any and extend it.
And
they're very clear on this.
I'm not sure where the defense is coming from because that's not a reasonable way to tackle anyone.
It's not.
Like even if you thought, even if it was a running back, and of course the running back's not slide, who dives with their forearm out like that?
Nobody does.
He did that because he thought the quarterback might slide. If he thought Trevor Lawrence was going to come after him and try to run him over, he's not diving like that to make that tackle. There's a different type of tackle being made. He knew that
you tackle with your arms open, not with a forearm.
No,
shiver.
it's meant to punish.
He knew that Trevor Lawrence was going to slide, and he was deciding.
If guys are being held up, sometimes you'll see guys come in with this punishing a hit,
one-on-one.
or if they're coming from the side, they'll and you're going down, they'll hit running backs who are headed down like that. Yes, that's when that happens.
Head up, one-on-one. Who tackles like
running
that?
Back,
unless you think the guy's going to go down.
You got to punish the. His thought is you got to punish a quarterback who's getting out of there, and I fully admit Trevor Lawrence pushed how far he could take it. You know, these still shots of look how far Trevor started his slide. Dude, Trevor was running forward. Aziz Al-Shaair was moving forward. It's a little more bang than some of the still shots make it look. With that said, you don't come with the forearm. You don't come to lead with forearms. You just don't do it.
This happens all the time. You don't lead to the head with your forearm. That's all.
And Jeremy said he hit him in the chest. It wasn't. He
hit him in the head. Jeremy, stop.
Jeremy
you got to be contrarian about it. Stop, Jeremy. This is it was egregious, and it was. I mean, everyone. It's unanimous in the NFL, dude. What are you doing, dude? Don't.
Well, did you see Kurt Warner?
What did Kurt Warner say?
Here, I'll bring it up right now. Kurt Warner said this.
Well, Kurt Warner's probably got CTE from all this.
Oh, no, stop that. Stop it. Just because you don't like something, you start throwing CTE at people. This is, come on. Come on, John.
While you're looking that up, did you see that Josh Allen's ex-fiance, she was being taunted, I guess, a little bit.
Ex-fiance?
Or sorry, his ex-girlfriend.
I thought they just got engaged.
It's not Haley Steinfeld. It's the girl before her.
Oh,
she was being taunted by the fact that Josh is now engaged, and she goes, "Well, instead of being with the player, I'm with someone who runs a team, and it's better than being with some CTE athlete."
Oh,
what?
God.
Yeah.
Oh God.
And then she goes, "No, I was hacked. I was hacked."
She was hacked.
Yeah,
she did not say that.
My mouth was just hacked too.
My mouth was hacked?
Yeah, my mouth was just hacked.
You should blame your mouth being hacked for all the things you say.
Yeah. All right, Lance, we got a break.
Yeah.
We got news of the weird coming your way.
I
don't care what
he
Kurt
basically
Warner
thought
said.
the slide was too. He thought the slide was too late, and they're going to have to. He just thinks they're going to have to do something about the slide rule because he understands why defensive players
Not with
have
a
hard
forearm.
time.
Not with a forearm. You don't come after him anyway. Time for you to talk about. I understand. What about jewelry?
No.
Well, I just talked about that.
What about powder coating?
Yeah.
Oh, you already talked about that.
I didn't talk about Robin.
Oh,
John,
no.
you want to talk about Robin?
I want to talk about Robin. I want to talk about Houston powder coaters. I want to talk about how great Houston powder coaters are. I want to talk about all the stuff that they're doing throughout the entire city. Now, not only the entire city, how about this too? They're getting into the concrete game. Are you kidding me? They're like, so you got outdoor furniture, right? Well, you want to put in an outdoor patio because they can do that too, because that's what they'll do that too. All right, but everywhere you look, if you go to the Woodlands and you go to the Waterway, Houston Powder Coaters is all over that. You go to NRG, Houston Powder Coaters. You go downtown, the Giant Ferris Wheel, Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters is touching your life, and you don't even know it, okay? All over the city. Down at Kima Boardwalk, they've done a bunch of work down there. You want it to stay looking great. You want it to look new. If you've got a business and you got stuff rusting out, you've got gates or fences rusting out, they'll come to you. Here's the deal. Houston Powder Coaters will pick up and deliver absolutely free all residential stuff. They'll come to your business, though, if you need them to come to your business. So you're looking for a great way for stuff to look good, for it to look new, so that people aren't going, man, this is all Shungad. I don't want to be here at this business. No, you want it to look nice, and that's what Houston Powder Coaters is here for. All right? I need you to go to HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin that you heard it right here, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. There's a lot of words. So did you guys see the guy riding the steer into the Texas A&M Texas game on the streets of College Station?
No, I did not see that.
Oh, yeah. A dude was a cowboy hat. He had a dog with him, carrying a dog, and he's riding a steer down the street in College Station. And they kicked him out.
That one.
Sorry, you can't bring your steer here.
That should do nothing to hurt the stereotype that's what we all are, just a bunch of people riding steers.
I mean, people are walking to the game, and here he is riding.
What the hell's going on?
I mean, and the thing's got horns. No wonder they kicked him out. They said, "You got to go, pal." I mean, that thing gore anybody, and we got some problems. And then Texas just gored Texas A&M on the field. A New Zealand Navy ship hit a reef and sank. The crew mistakenly left it on autopilot. Don't you think that autopilot would be able to? Is autopilot too stupid to avoid a reef?
Yeah, maybe. I don't trust autopilots. These people with their self-driving cars. Somebody told me the other day, is yours self-driving, John? Yours isn't, right? Or is
it is. No, but it's kind of it's got it'll self-drive when I put it cruise control. Yes. It won't park for me. It won't park.
Really? Like it can self-drive?
Yeah.
See, I don't trust any of that stuff. I'm not trying to do that.
Well, and then they say if you listen, it's scary. This AI technology is scary. When I look and I'm talking to somebody that's in a passenger seat while the cruise is on, it's like look ahead, look straight ahead, and I'm like, how the hell do you know that I'm looking to my right? And it's crazy what it does. Now it doesn't park and do all that crap that the other cars do, but and I don't want it to park. No, thank you. I'll park myself. Apparently, Great Britain and Australia are having a spy shortage, and recruiting the next generation is proving difficult. I could see where this would be a difficult spy generation, right?
Yeah.
Do you want your kids to be a spy?
I mean, yeah, there's one or two. Yeah, I think a couple of them, they've got a better chance to be a spy than how much, like, college costs too much. Just go train to be a spy. Do it on someone else's. Right. You don't have to go to a spy. I don't have to pay for a spy school, do I?
I don't know. Does the government pay for spy school?
They generally recruit you.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You gotta, like, no one will ever see Mason coming.
They usually recruit kids that are already in college or out of college.
Yeah, but who's going to see Mason coming? He doesn't look like a spy at all.
I'll teach anyone out there, if you are asked to pay for spy school, think of it just like paying for modeling. You're not really a model. You're not really a spy.
Right, yeah. Exactly.
Right. If you pay for spy school, hey, maybe we should start up a spy school.
And
you know how much money we make?
If you're too dumb to realize it's not really a spy school and you're paying for it, obviously you can't be a spy.
A 13-year-old boy was accused of being involved with a gang, so his parents sent him to Africa. Now he's suing his parents for sending him to Africa. Dell, do you feel like your brother could sue your dad for sending him to Africa? Did he think
is there a statute of limitations on this? Because this happened like 28 years ago, 30 years ago.
I know, but even still, I don't know if there's a statute of limitations, but I feel like he should sue your dad.
Well, why do you want my dad to be sued?
Because your brother. He's your blood.
You don't know my brother. You don't know if he deserved to be sent somewhere else. Maybe it was the best thing for him. Maybe it was the best thing for him. Maybe he would.
Maybe it's tough love.
Maybe he would have been in more trouble staying here. He wasn't in a gang, but he hung out with gang members.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, well, no wonder. Then beat it.
Well, yeah.
Go to Africa.
Now that you have more context, stop trying to get my dad sued.
Everybody who's trying to be in a gang, send them to Africa.
Well, I mean, you can't just send everyone to Africa.
I don't know. I don't know.
John, just watch it.
You don't know.
As long as you don't say go back. Say we're sending them. Don't say go back.
Oh.
Be careful.
Easy.
Just be careful.
I never said anything
That's
like
why I said be careful. Just be careful.
A dead patient's eye went missing at Patna Hospital. Doctors say a rat gnawed it off.
Oh, what kind of hospital?
Do you feel like this is a hospital that you don't want to be in?
Yeah, I don't want to be in a hospital where the rats gnaw off people's eyes.
Yeah.
No.
I just don't feel like that's a great place to get better. I just feel like, I just feel like I'd rather be. And finally, brain rot is Oxford's word of the year. Brain rot is the word of the year. It's supposed deterioration of a person's mental or intellectual state, especially viewed as a result of overconsumption of material, particularly online content, considered to be trivial or unchallenging.
That's actually, I think that's real. I think we're going to find when studies are done, and they've probably already been done. I think we're going to find this is 100% real, that we get dumber by just scrolling.
Oh, TikTok has made us all a lot dumber.
Yeah.
There's no question. Yeah. TikTok has made everybody dumber. Yeah. And look at it. It's a Chinese.
If you're looking to learn from TikTok, you're on the wrong algorithm.
No,
I mean, TikTok, depending on who you are, just watch the dancing. That's all.
Yeah.
Well, watching those dances on all that idiocy all day long.
Do you ever watch that girl who makes walking bets?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that make you dumber or smarter?
All I'm telling you, there's an app. Just make sure your algorithm has this. The dancing fitness girls, you don't feel too bad because they're all like in their mid-20s, so it's not too creepy. You're like, you know what? I can be dumb for an hour. Just start scrolling.
And just know how much money you're making them.
Yeah.
Every scroll.
Understood.
Sophia Rain or whatever.
I don't have to pay her directly.
43 million this year.
Oh yeah, did you see what's her name? Rains?
Sophia Rain made 43 million.
$43 million.
Other people are saying, other influencers are saying that's not true. We know how much people make, and there's no way she made that much.
43 million.
I don't care how much she made. If it's 4.3 million, that's insane to me.
Yeah. No.
Who's got it better than hot girls? Nobody.
Nobody. Except the Harbaughs. Except when they play each other. Then somebody's got it bad.
Not John last night.
Jim, look at this hot girl. Don't care. I'm busy trying to run this gap. I'm busy trying to run gap plays and get 3.5 yards to carry. We're just trying to sit here and eat the clock up and win in Atlanta. But look at this girl that don't care.
Don't care. No. All right, we're
never
done.
Scrolls. He doesn't scroll. You know what his timeline looks like? Just a bunch of beef, a bunch of like steak channels, and milk, and football plays.
That's it.
That's all it is. His timeline is clean. It doesn't look like one of ours.
I mean, shout out to Kirk Cousins.
No, mine's clean.
What a game by Kirk Cousins yesterday. Woof.
Oh, it might be Michael Penix time. We'll see. All right, we're done. We will talk to you again tomorrow. Dell and Mapes are next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Got new game day locations in NASA Clear Lake area, Spring, Pearland. Downtown is coming. Spring, Pearland, I believe downtown is coming tomorrow. Pearland opened up last week. So did Spring. I mean, their game day. There's going to be game day locations all over. Now, game day is different. Game day is really, really cool. I got a call from my old low T provider, and they were like, "Hey, are you going to come back?" And I was like, "Nah, I'm sorry. I'm in a better place now. I'm in a better place because I love the way game day goes about it. First of all, they're so educated. They have lab technicians in-house. It is the lab thing. They've got labs right there in every location. It is very complicated, and you have to know what you're doing, and you have to make sure that lab is working perfectly every time. And they do, and this is what they do. So when you go and you get your free evaluation, which other places charge like up to $150 just to find out whether or not you need their services, Game Day says, no. You're going to be a client of ours. We're not going to charge you to find out whether or not you're going to be a client. Absolutely free. So you get that absolutely free, but you find out right away as opposed to a week later when the other guys get their lab results back. That's not the case at Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health right here, right now, and they've got professionals that are going to tell you how you get exactly the way you want to get. You want to help if you've got ED problems. You want to get skinnier. You want to get bigger, stronger. Whatever it is that you're looking for, they got it at Game Day Men's Health. Game Day Men's Health. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. It's different. It's better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Welcome to the show. Welcome back after a very long weekend for most of you. Hopefully it was for all of you. I know some people maybe had to work on Friday, but if you're with us, we appreciate it. And Sean's back. Sean was one of the people who had a very long week. He took, rightfully so, he took Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off, and then obviously Thursday, Friday, like the rest of us. And so the show's whole. Appreciate AJ and Sam for filling in last week. So I'm going to put Sean to work immediately. Sean, I hope you have your soundboard up. You got to make a decision. We have not been able to play this sound since we realized it'd be funny to play. Just the performances haven't allowed for it. So the Texans win, and we'll get more into that. But for the purposes of this show, we got to get to something more important. C.J. Stroud. He did not turn the ball over. His team won the game. He missed some throws. He made some throws. It was what we've come to acknowledge as a C.J. Stroud performance in 2024. The numbers tell you 22 of 34, 242 yards, and a touchdown, and no turnovers. We've avoided the turnovers. So when you include the opponent being the Jags, a team who tortured Sam Darnold just a couple weeks ago, do you think this performance qualifies for our here to this point unused soundbite, at least in the context of Stroud's performances? Does it get it? And you just answer with playing the sounder or saying no.
Shred up, Stroud!
There it is.
It's the holiday season. Why not?
You're giving out gifts.
Yeah.
Handing out
I
gifts
mean,
to CJ.
3-point win against Jacksonville. Maybe it's a little bit light of a grade.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no turnovers, only 2 sacks, which some of that is on the quarterback. We know the offensive line, whatever.
I will tell you, just for some context, in their last game, how many yards do you think Jared Goff threw for? And remember, this was a game where the Lions scored 52 points.
Against the Jacks?
Yeah, how many yards do you think?
It was the one of the weird ones where you only threw for like 197 or something?
No, it was one of the ones where the 52 points line up with his day.
Oh,
He threw for 412 yards and 4 TDs.
It could have gone either way where it was like there's 4 different punts returned for a touchdown.
So we know the Jags are willing to give up big numbers.
Yeah.
Now, I mentioned they tortured Sam Darnold. He threw for 241, but did throw 3 picks. So they have up and down days. Jalen Hurts, 230 and 2 TDs. So are we giving C.J. Stroud that Gruden because we haven't been able to play it? Or do you think the numbers in the game deserved the Shred'em Stroud?
I think they go together. I think the game is close enough. The performance is close enough to where we give it to him. I also think our expectations for...
Well, we've talked about CJ's expectations. We have lessened them on this show.
Yeah,
maybe other people are still living in the world where they're going to get all pro type performances. Not us. Yeah. We've come to the conclusion
65% completion.
Yeah, we come to the conclusion that he is a example of his team. Like, he is the head of what this team is now. Yeah, and they're okay. They're fine. They are fine. They are 4-1 in the AFC South. And if I've done my numbers correctly, and that's always in question, I believe 4-1 and have a +7 point differential. What does that mean? They play, all the games have been 1-score games.
Yeah.
So while you're dominating the AFC South record-wise, you're not exactly dominating it. If we even just look at what do the games look like? What are the scores? It's not even like getting into the analytics and saying gain control. It's just, the scores of these games are one possession where the Texans, like yesterday, are either running out the clock, and credit to them for doing that, or they need a stop. This is how these games have gone all year long. And in fact, I believe the biggest margin of victory or loss is the game they lost to the Titans, where they lost by 5. That's the biggest difference in score in all the games they've played against the AFC South.
Wow. I really wish John Gruden, he maybe did, I'll have to dig through the crates, had a Shred'em Mixon or maybe a Shred'em Nico Collins.
Okay.
I feel like those would get played a lot more.
We'd have more reason to.
Than CJ Stroud. Those two guys are just the best players on the offense at least,
Yes.
if not the team.
If not the entire team, yes.
So, yeah, I mean, you did what you had to do to win. To win in the National Football League, Dale, you have to win.
Yes, I know head coach Sean Mapes will tell me that it's very difficult to win this league.
And Trent Dilfer. You cannot lose in the NFL and still win.
So they beat the Colts in opening weekend by 2. That's a win.
1-0.
Beat the Jags by 4. Home game in the first game against them. Beat the Colts by 3. Lost the Titans by 5. And beat the Jags by 3.
I was very glad that I didn't work on Monday after the Titans game. Not because like I was so like down bad. It's just like it would just be annoying.
Yes,
just
to discuss this game. Talk about
I feel
Will
like
Levis.
we've done that show like 15 times.
Yes, now that you're reaching back, you give up that you get that many sacks. Will Levis, when he's not being sacked, is dicing you up.
Yeah,
and you lose a game to an awful football team. Who? How did they bounce back? How did they lean into their momentum of beating the Texans?
It turned their season around, right, Dale?
Yeah, they lost 42-19 to a reeling Commanders team who hadn't played well and needed a get-right game. 42-19 in their next outing. That's the team you lost to. And now, unfortunately, the Colts go for 2 in their game and beat the Patriots. So you did not gain any ground. You still control this division because you've dominated it as far as wins and losses. Now, the game itself yesterday, I will credit them for avoiding the indignity of letting Mac Jones lead a comeback. They were close.
Yeah.
If not for that 4-minute drive offense where they ran the ball down the Jags' throats, they were about to give Mac Jones a chance to lead a game-winning drive after, of course, knocking out Trevor Lawrence, and that's been a topic of conversation really across the NFL, whether you talk about the morning shows or the local stuff here. Immediately after the game, today, and as far as how I saw it, when I was like, "Ooh, oh boy, oh, okay." I mean, what argument are we having? We know how this goes. We can try to start piecing it together frame by frame. Go, no, actually, Trevor Lawrence slid late, and Alshire didn't really hit him in the head initially. It was the follow through, and then his head hits the ground, and that's where all the damage comes from. The fencing position, all that stuff. Sure, you want to play it that way, but let's just live in a reality where we know the rules. If a quarterback's in the open field, and you even get the sense that he's about to slide, and you're attacking him, you don't launch, or maybe you don't think it's a launch because it wasn't 2 feet off the ground. You don't leave your forearm. Because even if you think Trevor Lawrence is going to okey-doke you, like Kenny Pickett did a couple years ago in the ACC title game, who tackles forearm first one-on-one? Like, heads up. Now, if you're coming from the side, you're trying to knock a guy out of bounds, sure. But in those acres of space, no one tackles that way unless you're trying to punish a quarterback who you think is sliding. And that's Alshire's problem. He's issued a statement. I don't know if it's going to save him from suspension, mostly because he wouldn't leave the field in a timely manner. I think he might have got away with it as far as just catching a fine if he hits Trevor Lawrence, of course, gets ejected. The Jags are attacking him. Maybe you use, hey, I was defending myself. But once you mill around on the field and then decide Brandon Scherf is talking a little bit too much to me, I got to talk to him and need to be held back, and then I struggle to lead the field, I need Will Anderson to shepherd me off the field, then you're in trouble. I don't know exactly if they're doing it like the NBA does, because the NBA is like, they will punish you for not leaving the court in a timely manner. I don't know if the NFL will work that way, but coming off the bye, I think he catches at least one. At least one. The over-under set on the morning show was a game and a half. 2, I think it's kind of stiff. I think he's getting 1.
Yeah, I agree with you that it's like, I don't know. Maybe it's just because of all the football we watched this weekend.
Sure.
And especially on Saturday with all the extracurriculars that went on, where I saw that, I was like, a little late, but and then it became a fracas, and I'm like,
and that's understandable. All that stuff.
Yeah. And then I look on my phone and I see John McClain say, I've covered the NFL for 48 years. This is the dirtiest hit I've ever seen. I'm like, okay.
It's
John,
not,
I don't have any issue with John McClain.
Say what you like, sir. You've been covering the game, as he mentioned, a long time. But
there's no way that's true.
It's not the dirtiest hit I've ever seen.
There's no way that's true. It's not the dirtiest hit I've ever seen.
I've watched football almost my entire life as far as being a conscious being, knowing football's going on. It's not the dirtiest hit I've ever seen. It's not even close.
It might not be the dirtiest hit I've seen this weekend. Like, what are we talking
Was it
about?
even? It's probably the dirtiest hit on Sunday. I'm not sure. I didn't watch all the games, but stop it. Not even close. It is late. It is penalty worthy. It may be, if you add up all the events together, suspension worthy, but it's not the dirtiest hit.
Yeah, people were talking like on social media, like it was like the Kennedy assassination. Like, oh my God, guys!
His head did go back into the left.
And he did go back into the left.
Yes,
his arms went up too.
Yes, but it wasn't.
I don't know if there's a second.
No, we saw there was no one else around. Evan Ingram was the closest guy. He tried to enforce some law and order for his quarterback.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's a situation where it's a little bit of like, this is just what the NFL is now. That is a penalty.
You at least are going to get a giant fine. Now
all the people talking about, I wish the NFL was more physical, them doing the pearl clutching. It's like, come on, guys. Like, again, this is not the worst hit I've ever seen.
It's an unfortunate one because of the quarterback thing is not really my concern. The fact that Trevor Lawrence was in that position on the ground looked like he was in the fencing position. That's the problem. He looked pretty clear-eyed once he got on the cart, but we'll see as far as his long-term prognosis. But it's a penalty. It's an illegal hit. Your enforcer is going to catch a giant fine and likely a suspension because of everything that followed afterwards. And that's about it. He's issued an apology, says he never wanted to hurt Trevor Lawrence, and I get that part. I don't think he's actively attempting to hurt anyone. I think he's trying to, this quarterback's out of the pocket. I got a chance. I'm going to take my shot. And I wouldn't say any linebacker is a right-thinking individual in the middle of the game. You got to get to a level where you're pretty much an insane person to play, and maybe better judgments failed him, and where he goes, you know what? I'm not going to do what I could do here. He's probably going to go down, and Daryl Johnson talked about it, the respect for the game, respect for your fellow competitor. That was a lot of his conversation leading, or at least after the play. And I think to myself, look, if you're in that position as a defender, you probably expect the quarterback to slide, and you'll give him the grace of letting him slide. If he doesn't slide, and you give up an extra 7 yards because he didn't, I guess, follow the rules of the game, then you say, okay, next time all bets are off.
Yeah.
I'm going to believe he's approached me in a spot where you got to know the quarterback. If it's Jalen Hurts, maybe even Jalen Hurts will slide. But depending on the position of the quarterback, you kind of know, okay, this guy's not going to try to run me over. This is Trevor Lawrence, big guy, but he's not going to try to run me over. I understand. And it's early, it's not 3rd and 5. He's not going for a first down. I think it might have been third down.
It was close.
It was close, but you kind of get it. You understand, context matters. And the problem is when you're playing that position, sometimes context is out the door. I'm sitting at home thinking, you know what? Maybe I understand this guy's not going to try to put me on a poster, quote unquote.
I'm wearing sweatpants talking about.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. This guy probably feels like he's battling for his life out there.
Yeah.
So he can't possibly be thinking the way I'm thinking.
Yeah.
But
I think if he does this a few weeks from now on the sideline against Mahomes, I think people are on his side. Just because we've seen Mahomes get away with it.
Yeah, Mahomes is one of the guys who will
play out the string and slow
take
down.
a couple extra yards because he knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if Aziz comes with bad intentions there,
well, you would say Patrick Mahomes has set an example where he's going to play the game and toe the line and see what he can get away with. I don't know that Trevor Lawrence is like that.
No.
And it costs Trevor Lawrence and it costs Aziz Al-Shaair, and it'll likely cost him a lot of money. Question will be if it's going to cost him an actual game check or two.
And will it cost the Texans long term? Because now the Jags are going to have to play Mac Jones for even more of the season. And now
it'll be better off?
No. Now the Jags are going to lose more games and draft Travis Hunter.
Oh.
And you're going to have to play Travis Hunter twice a year.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. 4-dimensional chess.
Well, the Texans tried to make Mac Jones look like a competent quarterback yesterday.
Yeah,
we'll get into,
and Parker. I don't want to see Parker Washington ever again. That guy, get that guy on an out route.
I mean, if any Jag quarterback could throw the ball on time and down the field, Brian Thomas would have had an all-time day against
Parker
the Texans.
Washington stuck out to me because I was like, "Who the hell is this guy?"
Yeah.
At first, when they said like Washington. I was like, Nate Washington is still around? No, it's Parker Washington.
Yes, whoever that is,
that guy
was going to have a giant day if the Jags quarterbacks were any better, and that goes for Brian Thomas as well. So we're just getting started here. We'll get into some of the things that happened that led up to the hit as far as the NFL, the college football world, the NFL world overall. We'll certainly get more into the Texans. We'll hear D'Amico Ryans on the hit, and anyone want to get in 713-780-3776 if you want to talk about anything. Honestly, this is what this show's about. Texans focus, but we welcome all your calls, and we'll find out who D'Amico gave the game ball to. It was a nice night or afternoon for the Texans run game, particularly late. That's kind of your clue about who won the game ball, and I'm glad we got a shred 'em shroud in.
We needed to. Come on.
It was a pity one, but it still happened. The standards are lower here.
Yeah, I mean, now it's gotten to the case where if I'm not giving it up for that, like I should just delete it off my page.
Yeah. Considering how bad the Dolphins are against good football teams, you might have a chance in a couple weeks. Now, that's the line of delineation.
Is it in Houston?
Yes, it's
crack the roof.
Depending how cold it is. But that's the line. You know you're a bad football team or an average one if you can't beat the Dolphins.
Yeah.
If you are
the
good,
Mendoza line.
The line says you beat the Dolphins.
The McDaniel line.
Yeah.
The Mike McDaniel line.
Yeah. No matter who the DC is, the Mike McDaniel line. And it's funny, they started out 2-0. Like his first year, they beat the Ravens and the Bills in back-to-back weeks. Has been downhill ever since. But we'll find out in a couple weeks. Are the Texans a good football team? Because a team who never beats a good football team is coming to town.
All this talk we've done all this year about are the Texans good? Are they Super Bowl? Whatever. We'll find out against the Dolphins.
Yes.
We'll know for sure.
I mean, for all the talk, for all the analysis, we should have just waited for this game. We would have known. I can't see that name, but we'll get to you. Want to talk CFB and the NFL. We'll get to you when we come back. We're just getting started here. But first, Sean, let's talk to you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks. I've been out for a while. Literally could not wait any longer to talk to you about Prize Picks. And I told you about the Tyreek Hill half yard on Thanksgiving. Over, hit, easy. Not that easy, but pretty easy for the Tyreek Hill. And, if you would have maybe added that to this one is I'm especially proud of Quinn Ewers to throw an interception, Marcel Reed to also throw an interception. You would have cashed out. You would have won 3 times your money at least. Maybe even get a little feistier. Put a bigger lineup together on Prize Picks. I've been doing a lot of Joe Mixon over, Nico Collins over, maybe a sack by one of the leading sacksmen from the Houston Texans. So you can do that. And hey, even if you get it wrong, the Prize Picks does have, and they invented the flex play, which means you can get one of your projections wrong, one of your more or less is wrong, and you can still cash out. What you're going to do is you're going to download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES. That's MAPES. It's been a while. I'll spell it again. Use promo code MAPES and get $50 instantly for your first $5 lineup. That's code MAPES to get $50 instantly, your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We will hear from D'Amico Ryans on, well, we talked a lot about the Al-Shaair hit. We'll get to his game ball that he gave away in the locker room. But first, let's hear from Eric. Eric wants to talk a little college football and the NFL. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. That Texas linebacker, he's classless. He's almost as big as a dirtbag than Nick Bosa with the Maggie cap. Also, Bill, how do you feel about the college team winning, planting the flag in the middle of the other team's field? I'm all for it. If you can't defend it during the game, don't act like you can defend it after the game. What do you think about Abigail Dice' new workout video? I'll hang up to listen.
I don't know about any workout video, Eric. I don't know. Al-Shaair is classless as someone wearing a political statement on a hat. I don't know how they correlate, but that's up to you and your political beliefs, I guess. As far as flag planting, I don't mind it. It doesn't bother me. But like a lot of other things, if you are willing to do it, be prepared for what happens when the team you do it to doesn't like it. That's all. That's all. I'm not coming out and going, stop the flag planting. I don't even mind a little pushing and shoving because you're doing it. I do wish that the pepper spray wasn't brought out for the Ohio State-Michigan ending. I don't know if Ohio State guys got pepper sprayed. I just know Michigan players did because I saw it because the guys had that pepper spray face after the altercation. So if it was Ohio cops spraying Michigan players in the face, I'm sure there will be an in-depth investigation, which I think has already begun, and conversation about how that occurred while no Ohio State guys got sprayed. I don't know that they did or didn't. I just didn't see it.
Yeah.
So as far as the flag planting, do it. I know Steve Sarkisian made sure that his guys got off the logo and no flag planting happened. I think was it Makumba? Is that his name? Makuba, yeah. Who has been at Texas for how
long? Since the spring semester.
Yes. Very long time Texas.
He's from Austin.
So he decided he was going to kick the logo several times.
Yeah.
And a police officer, hey, get off the logo.
Hey.
And he had a little back and forth with the police officer as the police officer, hey, cut that out. I don't know exactly what he said, but you could tell him turning around and having a talk. So do it. Just expect what you got on Saturday. It didn't end in Columbus. It happened in Tallahassee. It happened in Arizona, Tucson. I think it happened in Chapel Hill. Happened in a lot of places.
Or no, was there one in Arkansas, Mizzou? It was a lot.
Yes,
and only 20% of the time did you get pepper spray.
It was
100% of the time it's a fight, and 20 of it it's a pepper spray.
It was if your friend jumps off a building, are you going to do it too? And the college football world's like, yes,
yeah,
we will do it. If they do it, we will do it.
I mean, bringing up Andrew Makuba, I mean, this is something you think you would die off with the transfer portal and the NIL.
Nah, and disrespect.
These guys,
get the chance to disrespect someone.
These guys are millionaires. Andrew Makuba just finished moving into his dorm, and he's still. These two teams haven't played since Makuba was like 10 years old. Doesn't matter.
Does not matter. I get to disrespect you because we won. I'm going to disrespect you.
Yeah,
and he did it. The former Clemson Tiger, who they lost their own rivalry game.
Yeah. The Gamecock was allegedly taking a deuce on the logo. It was definitely on the logo. The actual bird on a leash.
He mimicked.
No, the bird.
I know the bird.
Like the actual animal.
Don't they have a special? They have a special. I forgot their name of that Gamecock is. I thought you were talking about mascots. No. Mascots were getting in fights. The ones that Arizona did.
Arizona State.
Yeah, so mascots
I
were
love
throwing.
A mascot fight.
Yeah. You're in that
every time.
You're in that felt costume. You're not really hurting anyone. Throw a couple points. That's why those guys get away with tackling little kids in those halftime football games because they're in those.
True. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's literally what they did at the end of Ace Ventura. He fought a mascot.
Yeah. Sometimes they deserve it. So it was a wild week, and certainly we'll do We'll do more college football tomorrow. And
Misery index.
Yeah,
long
definitely.
list.
Long
list.
I said it this morning on the John Lance show in What Have You Learned? I don't know if I learned this. I knew this already, but when your team blows a giant opportunity, you can comfort yourself with knowing you're right about the head coach all along. You were all, and I'm talking about myself, I always knew it. I had evidence before he got to my school, and what happened on Saturday was more proof that this is who he is.
I still believe in Ryan Day.
It's not my guy. Speaking of that, we played some sound on Wednesday from Ryan Day about he compared. We're gonna play it again because of what happened on Saturday. I
already know what you're talking.
Yes,
I wasn't here. I know what sound you're talking.
Yes, he said something that got me to say, "Wow!" the first time I heard it, and I knew it had some impact because Sam was producing the show, and doing a lot of sports, she's a little tuned out, just here to make sure the show stays on the rails. And when she played it, she's like, "What? What did he say?" Yeah, Ryan Day. What happened on Saturday didn't help the feeling he has, and we'll play that when we come back. But first, since I said it, let's get to what D'Amico said, or what he said about his offensive line and what they did to close out this game and why they got the game ball.
This right here goes to our O-line. Yeah. All right, O-line. O-line. All right? Hey, the way you guys dominated the line of scrimmage all day with protection, running the football, and when we needed it most, 3rd and 5, we need a first down. We say run the ball behind y'all. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Great job, O-line. Great job.
So the much maligned O-line gets the game ball. They took the pressure off their quarterback late when it felt like that game was getting away from them. They ran the ball down the Jags' throat to go get the win. So they do deserve credit for that. No holding calls on that final drive, no false starts, a clean operation. And when they needed it, I know the Jags wouldn't have had a lot of timeouts, or wouldn't have had a lot of time, but you got a little uncomfortable late. They got it done. So credit to them. Led the Texans to the win. They go into their bye at 8-5, still in firm control of the division. And the stretch we've talked about since the beginning of the year comes to the fore right after the bye. It looks a little less tough considering how the teams are playing. Dolphins, Chiefs, Ravens, they none of them are looking great despite the Chiefs' record. The Ravens game all of a sudden looks very winnable. And, of course, we talked about it earlier. The Dolphins determine whether you're a good team or not. They will beat you if you're bad. They don't if you're good. So, Texans don't prove to be a bad team. I already think you're like, okay. You lose to the Dolphins, we'll put you firmly in the below okay category because that's just how it is. Unfortunately, Sean said open the roof because, hey, Jordan Brooks, the Dolphins linebacker, said the weather affected them and they were soft. I don't know what the weather's going to be like in mid-December. What, it'd be December 15th?
Something like
with
that.
the roof open. Pray for an unseasonable cold front to come in and then open the roof because, of course, we expect the Texans to play well in that weather.
Yeah. I mean, CJ Stroud's used to it. Big Ten quarterback.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
I'm trying to think if we have anyone else. Cade Stover.
Joe Mixon played for the Bengals.
He played for the Bengals. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Nico Collins, Big Ten wide receiver. Come on.
A long time ago. It's been a while.
Open up the room.
No chance. In December in Houston, not a chance. I don't care what the weather is. They're not doing that. It's a big game. They're going to need the sound to reverberate. Hopefully people will be there.
What, the Dolphins fans that are going to be there?
See, that's the unsaid thing I didn't want to say, but you said it. I would hope at that point, with the playoff push coming, people who want to wear Texans gear show up for the game.
I'm familiar with how this works.
I think we all know how it's going to go. We can always hope, right? Hope in one hand, poo in the other, so on and so forth. Texans, on a good front, they win. They close it out strong with their offense, and they dominate this division. I know it feels like they're the Bill O'Brien Texans, but let's not invoke awful days of the past. You can think it, but let's not say it.
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
You damn right. And they're well on their way.
Yeah, they got another one.
I need D'Amico to say it or say something similar. Doesn't matter. We're in the playoffs. Doesn't matter how it looked. We're in the playoffs. We won the division. Hosting a home game. I need something like that if he gets criticized late.
Yeah, especially if like the Colts just like lose like 2 more games, but then the Texans also lose against like the Ravens and Chiefs. And so they kind of back into the AFC South Championship.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Are we hosting a home game? That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm. Saturday at 3 p.m.
Yeah. That
we can already just mark that down.
Can we just
right?
call it the Texans time slot?
Like they're gonna play probably the Ravens, maybe Chargers.
Maybe the Chargers at this point.
Yeah,
which would be winnable. It would be more favorable than a Ravens team who has struggled, but we just think that they will get it together when it
open the
matters.
roof for if they get the Chargers too.
They don't have the reputation of playing bad in the cold just because
they don't play late enough in the season.
Yeah, they're rarely in a game like that matters. The one time, well, you can expect a giant blown lead if the Chargers are in a playoff game with Justin Herbert. That's what we know about them with Justin Herbert in the playoffs.
Yeah,
the one thing we do know.
Someone's gonna look really stupid for losing that game. I can already tell you.
The Texans Chargers playoff game. A lot of dumb crap's going to happen in that game. We know that. If that game
be a well-played game.
If that game comes to pass, a lot of dumb things that a lot of NFL people with all their focus on that game, it's going to be memeable. A lot of things are going to happen, and you just hope the Chargers' ineptitude outshines yours. And that's how we spin that one.
Yeah.
We'll see. We will get more into the NFL weekend as a whole. It was a light week. It was a light Sunday because of 3 games, obviously on Thursday, and of course we got the Monday night game tonight. Speaking of a potential AFC opponent in the playoffs, the Broncos go tonight against the Browns. Bo Nick's coming to town.
That will also be a stupid game.
Yes,
probably less.
What game?
Fun,
what game wouldn't be stupid? The Texans hosting a playoff game. Who could the opponent be in the game? Wouldn't be a dumb one.
Maybe the Steelers. I mean, that's
if they
probably
don't
not going to happen.
The Ravens come to town. It probably wouldn't be too stupid.
There's a chance though. That Ravens defense.
They're pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yes. True. Very true. Okay. We'll get the break here. We'll come back with more. We'll hear from D'Amico. Actually, Ryan Day. Let's get to the Ryan Day sound because the Michigan loss was a bad one. He looked shell-shocked during the game and after the game and certainly during the fight that was occurring. We'll hear why he might have had that look on his face because the Michigan game is very serious for Ohio State, and maybe the person who is most serious to is Ryan Day. We'll hear from him when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Okay. It was a giant weekend in college football. Some upsets, some chaos. We'll see how the CFP committee responds. And to be honest with you, depending on how they rank the teams coming out tomorrow, we may only have like one game to determine the fate of the entire playoff. It's going to have to do with the bottom of the rankings because where they have an Alabama, South Carolina, Miami trio, wherever those two or three teams rank, and you can throw Ole Miss in there too, I believe. Depending on where they are, there's not a lot that's going to affect. Like how many teams who are in at large positions are going to drop below those teams if they have to play this weekend. We know Georgia's not going to fall, even if they get their ass kicked by Texas. Texas ain't going to fall.
I don't know.
Far enough.
No ranked wins.
Understood.
No ranked wins for Texas.
Understood.
So.
Well, at the time, it was a ranked win against
a lot of them.
A lot of them. Now, not so much. Texas A&M being the latest. But that game is more about a bye than anything else. And maybe if Georgia loses, maybe they lose a shot at a home game. But that's not going to push a team out. Ohio State, Oregon, Penn State's not going to push a team out. Indiana and Ohio State seem locked in as well. You're looking at SMU and Clemson, and it's the good old bid stealing talk we have for the NCAA tournament. Clemson is a bid stealer at this point because of the Syracuse win against the Canes. And Kyle McCord said, "You're welcome, Clemson football." He tweeted that out, and of course, I took my shots at Kyle McCord halfway through the year because of the pit loss, and look what happens.
Can I stick my head out and do a Kyle McCord victory lap?
If you're Kyle McCord, if you can, sure. But
second best quarterback in the ACC.
Yeah, sure. If everyone,
second to Kevin Jennings.
If Cam Ward got to go against Miami defense, how would it go?
Yeah, well,
at least Syracuse found a way to get some stops after they were down 21-0, and obviously the scoop and score changed really the complexion of the game. The game flow changed when they got up, and now all they had to do was, even if Miami tied, they could just go down there and score themselves. It changed the complexion, but hey, get a stop at some point, Miami, and you're playing in the ACC title game. So back to the point, I think that's the only game that can decide a spot, and we'll see where the committee ranks the teams I laid out there, because let's just say it's Alabama in that final spot. Then Alabama's making it if Clemson doesn't win, if SMU wins. Same for Ole Miss. Same for South Carolina. I think same for Miami. What else could affect those teams at the bottom beyond the SMU Clemson game? So as much a chaos as we got this past weekend with Ohio State losing, we'll get to the Ryan Day stuff here quickly. There isn't a lot out there that can change who's in the playoff, but it can change who is seated where and who gets to host a home game, who has to go on the road.
Boise, UNLV too. If UNLV beats Boise,
they're in.
They're in, and they're probably the 12th seed. If Boise wins, there's a chance they're still just above Arizona State or whoever wins the Big 12. So they would actually get the bye.
Yes, the
Boise
buys
could
are
get
still
a bye.
up. Buys are still in question. Positioning is, as far as where you go, who you play is still in question.
That one's just bigger than, like, if Oregon loses, they're just going to be the 5 seed.
Sure.
But that one is like actually makes a difference for if you're a Big 12 team, you either have a bye or you might be a road team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you're going to auto be the 12, but you're probably going to have to go on the road, more than likely.
Yeah. So while you're watching all these games coming up here this weekend, I'm sure there'll be a lot of fun. Take a look at whenever they rank them tomorrow night.
Yeah.
You will know which team is your final at large unless Clemson takes it from them.
Yeah, because none of the obviously none of the at-large teams are going to play this weekend. So you'll the committee has done that before where they've just shuffled some things around last second.
They can. I just don't know what point they're going to use.
TCU and Baylor aren't in the playoffs.
Yes, but at least they had Ohio State played and they had a blowout, so we're elevating them. The other teams in contention don't have a game. Mm-hmm. There's nothing you can point to other than we made a mistake last week. Let's move them around.
Whoops.
Oh, we misevaluated.
You know what? As we were moving Ohio State down, we realized Ole Miss, you're down 2.
Yeah, Alabama, you're like, if Alabama's not in a position, your win against Georgia means more now because they won the SEC. Would that be the explanation?
This is something that I always have to preface when we're talking about the playoff committee. That is not good logic, but that could be the logic they use. Like, I don't think that's actually good logic of, well, this team ended up winning the SEC and you beat them.
Would it be the reverse?
But if they lost to Texas, they already beat Texas.
Yes.
So
if Texas beats Georgia, the Alabama win against Georgia means less now, and they drop.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, that's why I think
South Carolina, welcome to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's why I think the only thing that matters is where they're ranked as far as that final
Just
spot.
where they slot in. Yeah.
Tomorrow, and then whether Clemson can take that spot away from someone.
Yeah. Now SMU, come here.
If SMU
you better
loses,
win.
If SMU loses to what is a not vintage Clemson team who was probably in the 20s when the game plays out, would they drop SMU out of the rankings? Probably.
Yes. And
well, actually, we'll find out something here. Let's say, because we'll find out tomorrow. Let's say about their chances. Let's say a Miami team who loses to a now 9-3 Syracuse team.
That's a good loss.
Drops 4 or 5 spots instead of like 7, which some people are projecting. If they're still in the playoff picture in regards to as long as Clemson loses, then that might be a good sign for SMU. Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know.
Because then you're saying, are they going to, because Clemson wins, Miami loses their spot and SMU remains?
Yeah.
I don't know. It feels like the ACC only gets 2 if the rankings play out in their favor tomorrow night and SMU wins on Saturday night. I don't see a way where Clemson's winning this game and they get more than 1.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for the ACC, because that's a lot of money.
Yeah. And SMU, listen, if you're an SMU fan listening to this, you're like, but Indiana isn't playing and they're in.
Yeah, we know that makes sense.
Yeah, yes, you're right. That
you should
suck.
not be punished for playing in your title game.
And one thing is, like, if an SEC if Georgia would have lost to Georgia Tech and then lost in the SEC title game, they would still be in the mix for an at-large. Like, they could lose 2 more games.
Yeah.
Yes, and we would still be like, where do you put Georgia? You can't punish them for playing in the SEC title game. But with SMU, it's like, if you lose, you're out. Sorry.
That is the feeling, mostly because we assume there's some unfair thing that has to happen to keep the SEC happy. That's what we believe. Whether the committee acts in that fashion, we'll find out.
Because you got to put either Ole Miss or Alabama or both, honestly. You got to put one of those teams in that lost to Vandy, OU.
Yeah, Alabama has the Georgia win to prop them up.
Kentucky.
And the South Carolina win now, considering how well South Carolina's played. But
Carolina, you're playing the best out of these 3, or of those 2 SEC teams, 2 other SEC teams. The problem is you lost to both of them. So that's a tough one to put you in the dance.
And we will see how impressive the Clemson loss is if Clemson gets beat by SMU. And we know the A&M win looks less and less impressive.
Are they rooting for Clemson? Is South Carolina rooting for Clemson?
It'd be weird, but
it would make their win better.
And if they believe SMU would fall out, then probably so.
South Carolina fan, you should not root for Clemson.
It's wrong.
And it's like you're rooting for an what if scenario where, again, I just have a hard time seeing you get put in over 2 teams you lost to. One of them pretty definitively.
Yeah, we'll find out if how you're playing and when you're playing means more, and it can until a different brand comes out.
I was going to say, depending on what helmet you wear.
Yeah. Or does it matter that you have 3 losses on your resume as opposed to another brand with 3 losses who happens to have beaten you? We don't know. You hear all this going back and forth because we don't know the logic.
Yeah, like we're talking about like Miami. Well, we have to see if Miami is still in, and they lost to Georgia Tech, what was the record?
I think
7-5?
7-5, but we saw the quality of Georgia Tech against Georgia,
and a 9-3 Syracuse team.
So that's I think they lost 2 games by a total of 9 points on the road.
And we're talking about like either Ole Miss team who lost to a
Kentucky at home,
terrible Kentucky team, and a very bad Florida team. I know they rebounded later, but
they're
come on, guys.
the full year they've been average. And if we're doing this, the difference now, different parts of the year, Miami ran Florida off the field.
Yes.
So
and Alabama also has losses to 6-6 Vandy and 6-6 OU.
So
good job, guys.
There won't be any real logic behind it other than we feel better about this team.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
Hey.
The guy who's now on Affleck commercials and College Game Day, he had that program humming. Put him in the dance. See what happens. This guy wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah, who no longer coaches. At least when it comes to Saban. We like Alabama. Let's send them up to South Bend and see how that game goes. We think that'd be a great matchup. It could be as simple as that.
That would be a great matchup.
In their eyes. It could be as simple as that. We'd rather see Jalen Milroe in Alabama up there than Lenore Sellers up there or Cam Ward up there or Jackson Dart up there. It could be as simple as that. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know Ole Miss. I know Oklahoma and Vanderbilt, but we'd rather see Alabama up there. It could be that. A team who doesn't have to worry about getting in, but no, they could be playing on the road. Well, it certainly won't be playing for the Big Ten title is Ohio State. We played the sound last week of Ryan Day on how big the game against Michigan was. And it probably exceeded how big I thought the game was, but I don't coach at Ohio State. Here's Ryan Day before the loss against Michigan.
We've felt what it's like to not win this game, and it's bad. It's one of the worst things that's happened to me in my life, quite honestly. Other than losing my father and a few other things, it's quite honestly for my family the worst thing that's happened. So we can never have that happen.
While I understand how important it is,
very important,
losing the game can cost you your job if you continue to lose. Now that's 4 in a row. I did not know it would go to the point where it gets a mention in the same sentence with the death of your father.
I will say, and a lot of people have criticized Ryan Day.
He didn't say it was as bad.
No, he said it's second place.
Yes.
That's basically what he's saying. Is that it's second place to losing his dad. Fair. And during the brouhaha that happened after Michigan won with the flag and the pepper spray, and some people did criticize Ryan Day for just standing there like he wasn't there, like just in a movie where you're like, people don't actually act like that, where they're just not moving around in a crisis.
Sure.
That's exactly what Ryan Day did. And if you just think of he's basically at his father's funeral, then it makes sense. How he's acting makes sense.
Everything was put into this year for Ohio State.
And this is a terrible Michigan team.
Yes, the investment they put in, whether it be hiring Chip Kelly, who Ohio State people are criticizing for potentially being interested in and being focused on other jobs, while this game was coming up next. The UNC job was apparently something that could have gone down in his favor. So it's the age-old thing. Our guy wasn't focused enough. It cost us.
Yeah.
Possibly. But you hire Chip Kelly away from UCLA. You get maybe the best back in the SEC. You get a safety from Alabama to come down here, go up there and play for you. It was all about this year. They didn't know how bad Michigan was going to be, but no matter what, they won a title the previous year. We got to beat them, and we got to go win one. And they still have that goal. They can still go win a national title, but it was supposed to be beat Michigan, win the Big Ten, and then go win a national title. Now they only have one of those goals that they can still accomplish. And considering the way they finished up against Michigan, of course, it doesn't matter if they put it all together because they won't play until December 20th or so, or 21st. It doesn't feel like Ohio State's one of those teams. It doesn't feel like it because of recency bias.
Well, not just recency bias.
And Will Howard.
Will Howard, the offensive line, all that. Like the on-field reasons for why they lost to Michigan. Like that, it's fair to have questions about that. As far as them winning the national championship. I think it's also fair to wonder, is this team really going to just bounce back after their coach compared losing this game to losing his father, and then they went out and lost the game? Just spiritually, are they? Their fan base is going to be pissed at them for 20 straight days until they play again.
And Sharon Moore after the game credited his defensive front. Mason Graham was a guy who was standing next to him, so he gave way for him to talk to the sideline reporter after the game. So credit to them. A lot of the Michigan players who obviously have a great record against Ohio State, but
none of them have lost.
Yes, but the fact that Michigan didn't even play well in this game.
No,
it wasn't like
stinks.
It wasn't like Michigan played out of their skull and beat you.
No, this was not like, oh my God, Davis Warren got possessed by Tom Brady.
Yeah,
no,
he didn't even channel good J.J. McCarthy. It was still bad Davis Warren, and they still beat you. That's the crushing part. You could, you'd be hurt, you'd be devastated, but you could at least push aside and go, you know what? This guy played out of his head. I don't know where that came from. He had his moment. He was still terrible, and you lost. So to your point, I don't know how they recover. I'm sure a couple weeks off, they'll get ready, and they'll put forth their best effort, but the holes still remain on that team, particularly on offense, despite the greatness of their wide receiver core. Can they find an answer? And now we don't even know who the opponent will be. Are they going on the road? Are they going to be at home? Are they heading to SEC country? We don't know. But for right now, devastating loss for Ohio State, calls into question that entire program. That is what happens when you lose a game like that to that type of Michigan team. You start to question everything about yourself. I'm sure Ryan Day is like, is it ever going to happen for me? But he'll have a shot at redemption.
Chicago Bears. How would you like? How would you like me?
You want to ask Joe George? He just walked in. How would he like Ryan Day? Okay,
probably not.
We'll come back with D'Amico on the hit, and it's appropriate for me because I'm watching the game again, and the hit just occurred on the recording. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans.
Sorry, I know that's the worst hit in 50 years of football.
No, it's a bad one as far as what it did to Trevor Lawrence. But context-wise, a couple years ago, I saw a guy die on the field. It ain't exactly shocking what happens with the NFL and hits. We saw a guy get revived on the field. So no, it ain't the worst hit I've ever seen. I've seen concussions before. I've seen quarterbacks in the fencing position before. Trust me, I've got a quarterback that it happens once every 2 years at this point. But it's a brutal one. But Trevor Lawrence was up in the cart and conscious. And what it means for Alshire, a fine and maybe a suspension. We'll hear from his head coach on the matter when we come back. So at the end of his presser yesterday, CJ Stroud asked for prayers for Trevor Lawrence, and he prayed for him to be okay, sent well wishes to his family, obviously defended his own guy, Azeez Al-Shaair. Doesn't believe he did it on purpose. So your star quarterback had thoughts, as you might imagine. CJ, very classy, always saying the right thing. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the hit and obviously the aftermath.
Unfortunate with the hit with Azeez. It's that's not what we're coaching. It's just want to be smart in everything we do and not hurt the team. Get a penalty there. We just have to be smarter when the quarterback is going down. Just an unfortunate play, not representative of who Azeez is. Like Azeez is a smart player, really great leader for us, and we felt his presence not being there, not his loss. It really affected us on the defensive side. Just not what we're coaching. I didn't want to see the melee and all of the aftermath. That's not what we're about. Just not representative of us. So I'll talk to Azeez, address him personally, and we'll move forward from it.
The melee is one thing. That is a understandable reaction from the Jags, and obviously once they start piling on Azeez Al-Shaair, Texans are going to get involved. Reason goes out the window. Doesn't matter who's at fault at that point. But I would say that the Azeez hit is representative of who the Texans are. Not that they're dirty, but they're undisciplined. Undisciplined shows up in multiple ways. It could be a personal foul penalty. It could be lining up all sides like Kate Stover did. I believe that was him. Those things happen to undisciplined football teams. We talked about it on this show. The Texans are, at least under DeMeco Ryans, are one of the more penalized teams in the NFL. It was a thing in 2023. It's a thing this year. So I would say Azeez Al-Shaair didn't do anything as far as discipline that the Texans have shown. He didn't do anything different from what they've shown. This is who they are. Until proven otherwise, they're going to be a team who does undisciplined things at their worst moments. Sometimes you're going to be able to overcome because you're playing a bad football teams. Other times it's going to cost you. And it nearly cost you against the Jags. Thankfully for them, they were able to grind out clock and go win that game with their offense getting stops. And maybe DeMeco was dead on in one spot. It did change the way their defense played because Mac Jones, particularly in the second half, and really mostly only in the second half, found openings as the Texans weren't in prevent per se, but they weren't looking to give up big plays. And Mac Jones was able to find guys underneath. Brian Thomas turned one of them into a big play. But that team was able to find holes in the Texans secondary that was playing a little looser. And I guess I understand it, considering if the Jags were better at quarterback, including Trevor Lawrence, they would have got beat deep at least a couple times. So I get it. As you're trying to hold on to a lead, you're not going to be as aggressive as you want to be because you can't trust those guys. Even Stingley, who made a great play recovering, he was beat. Trevor Lawrence, whether you blame it on the shoulder injury that kept him out coming into the game or just throwing late, he missed the guy. Same stuff he did in the first game against the Texans. It's the same thing a lot of teams have done. That's why going into the Tennessee game, the Texans were one of the best teams in the league defending the chunk plays in the air because guys missed. And it happened again yesterday. Still almost found a way to lose. Let's get to Pena here. We'll try to get out at a reasonable time. And we didn't talk about the one team who is showing out. The Rockets got a big win over the Thunder. We'll talk about that. Big game for Fred VanVleet. But first, let's get to Pena. What's up?
Yo, what up, Dale? Hey, man. I've always believed that Sean Mays has been a superior producer. This is why they fired Andrew Carlson, because he sold my slips Friday. I had 2 slips. All I need was him to make one more kick. That dude sold me, man. Andrew Carlson, if you're hearing this, you suck, man. Hook 'em horns.
If you don't know, the Raiders have a kicker named Daniel, or is that Anders? Which one do they have?
Daniel.
They have Daniel Carlson.
One of Andrew's brothers.
Part of the Carlson legacy at Auburn.
Yeah.
Now, Andrew, Black Sheep, wound up at University of Houston, and he's not a kicker either. But yes,
Play soccer.
He does love football. He does love soccer.
Makes you wonder.
But I don't think he morphed into Anders Carlson, who is 6'5". Andrew has some qualities as far as fitness, but he ain't 6'5". No, he is not that. So sorry, Pena, who loves to voice his displeasure, whether we are at fault, he thinks, as far as one of his bets are concerned, or the players are involved. He loves to call in and talk about that. I understand, but I can't blame Anders or Andrew for this. It's more of a Daniel thing and more of a you thing. Sorry.
I think
he did go 1 for 4, which is awful.
Oh, that's so, you know what? Andrew catches some of that.
He's not related. At least I don't think he's related.
You just catch some of that.
He has a Nordic look to him, but he is the one brother who
Nordic look to him.
Carl. Yeah, he has a Nordic look.
No,
to
I'm
him.
not disagreeing. It's just a funny way of phrasing that he's white and blonde.
I use it because Carlson sounds Swedish.
Oh,
if he was white and blonde, but his name was Johnson, I wouldn't say he had a Nordic look to him. But Anders feels like a Swedish name or a Norwegian name. I'll look it up. Andrew, not so much. But Carlson, I think, is one of those names that from that part of the world.
You're right. You don't have to. Yeah, no. That is the part of the world it comes from.
Scandinavian. He has a Scandinavian look to him. We've all seen Andrew, at least me and you.
Yeah.
If I was going to put something on him, I go, if you told me you're from Norway, I believe it. Well, I know you're from here, the great state of Texas. I think. 23andMe, Andrew Carlson. Hopefully Andrew's doing well.
I don't think he'll say Houston, Texas. I think it'll mostly be Scandinavian.
Hopefully Andrew's doing well. I know
missing those kicks, he's not doing well.
Or your brother, at least. Talk to your brother. Cost and paying your money.
I mean, Anders is very close to the name Andrew, where it does lead me to think maybe this is a pseudonym he's assuming.
Or Anders is the struggling kicker for the Jets. Who was struggling in Green Bay is now a Jet. They had to get rid of their young kicker because he stunk. He's actually kicking pretty well for the Jets.
And where does Will Levis fall in all this?
As far as a Nordic look?
Yeah. Well, I mean, he looks like Andrew.
Sure. But his name is Levis, which I don't know the origins.
Couldn't tell you.
He
does have a Nordic look.
Yes. But unless your name's not Carlson and you don't have a brother named Anders, so I'm not going to drop that on you. It all comes together. Will Levis beat the Texans in their building. Maybe we don't mention him for the foreseeable future until they see them again. All right. We'll come back with some Rockets talk. Big win for them. As if it matters. I know it doesn't, but we'll pretend like it does. Within a half game of the Oklahoma City Thunder for number 1 in the West after their win. Credit to Fred VanVleet. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's been 50 years they've been in the business. And you know what that means? They're doing something right. You want a car, particularly a Chevy, go to Monument Chevrolet. Check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. So here's the thing. Whether you want a new car or pre-owned or you own a business and you need to add something to your fleet or start your fleet, they've got you. 6th largest fleet in the country. So whatever you might need, a van or truck is out there for you to get your business going. Remember, they have these monthly offers you need to check out. The big ones going on right now at Monument Chevrolet is 1.9% financing on a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Rally Sport truck with a 5.3-liter engine. Or you can choose an all-new electric vehicle with 0% financing for 60 months for well-qualified buyers. Whether you want a Colorado or a Silverado, check them all out at monumentchevrolet.com and then go out there, 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225. The price is the price. What you see on the website will be the same price you see once you check out the cars in person. They're going to welcome you to the family. They want you to be part of their family for generations. They want to sell a car to you, to your kids, to your grandkids. That's the type of family that they want to build. Once you go out there, you're going to feel it too. MonumentChevrolet.com is the website. 3940 Pasadena Freeway off of Beltway 8 and 225 is where you go. And remember, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Sam, our social media manager, went to an Usher concert and was shocked by his antics. Shocked. She could not believe what she subjected herself to.
Yes, she said and this is another point of contention that I think we had to have mentioned this on the show. If not, definitely when she was on the show. She did say that the 4 Usher songs that she knew, Usher delivered.
Well,
which is funny in 2 ways. A, it's like, yeah, stick to the music, Usher. B, she only knew 4 Usher songs. That's funny.
We had this talk.
Yeah.
When she told me initially about the concert, this man has a large catalog. He's going to be up there for a couple hours. You don't know anything more than this? And she was like,
there might be like 30 minutes between songs,
Yeah.
I mean, it's probably not how you'll sync with, divvy them up, but there could have been.
Yeah. And I guess she didn't like polls were dropped.
Yeah.
She does. I guess she was unaware of what he's up to.
Usher's hands was reaching for
parts
of himself. In fairness.
Yes. He was not groping women. He was groping himself.
Yeah.
And she did not expect that. I would say.
No. She said, "Keep it between the lines, Usher."
I would say, do your research.
Yes.
As always, do your research.
More pearl clutching.
Understood.
Sam's review of the Usher concert. The flag planting discourse or the Aziz Al-Shaair discourse.
Ooh,
who's clutching the most pearls?
Well, Sam is a one woman pearl clutching army, so I don't think she can match what's going on with the other 2 topics. I would say when you include Daryl Johnston, who got in on both after the Aziz hit, led to him talking about all the disrespect going on in football over the weekend.
He did a "What Happened to the Game I Love"?
Pretty much. I would say, I think the flag planting, because Kirk Herbstreit is talking about punishments.
I mean, Gus and Joel Klatt. You would have thought that
you don't disrespect with the flag planting. I think flag planting goes to the top.
Yes.
The Aziz hit is second. The Sam thing is funnier because it's in person. This person kind of dealing with it.
Much lower stakes.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you have it in the right order, because the flag planting, pearl clutching, you're just kind of wrong. I'm sorry, you're just wrong on being upset about that.
Yes, this show is firmly on the side of do it, but deal with the consequences.
I think America's on the side of do it.
Not some parts of America, namely broadcaster parts of America.
But okay, the thing is though, broadcasters. Let's fast forward 5 years. Do you know what will be on the Michigan-Ohio State promo for the 2032 edition of the game on Big Noon Saturday? It'll be the fight after the game.
What makes you say that? Every time they show big moments in the rivalry, they show Charles Woodson getting punched in the face and then responding with another punch in the face.
Yes, it's always that. It's always like these teams plain don't like each other. Look at them yelling at each other.
When him and David Boston are going back and forth, they're jabbing each other in the face. They always bring that up. So, but now the flag planting is taking it too far. Disrespect during the game, while you can swing on a guy, is cool. The flag planting leading to a back and forth, which turned into pepper spraying a couple guys, or maybe more. That's probably a little much from the officers, but hey, they're in the middle of it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's too much. The pushing, the shoving, the snatching of the flag planting, too far.
When Arizona State play, honestly, I don't even have to go 5-10 years in the future. The next time they play at that stadium, at Ohio Stadium or at Tucson, or whatever, they're going to be, remember the last time they were here, they tried to plant the flag, they tried to plant a trident, even when Florida State's 2-10, even they have respect for their midfield logo.
Yeah.
It's and all these guys are going to transfer out and have just transferred here, but because that's how
it'll be part of the pregame package to the game, like the opening montage of events that led to big moments in the rivalry. Those will be part of them. The fighting, the flag planting, all of it, and they will feature it the next time Ohio State, Michigan play. It'll be what we see. And if Ohio State wins and they go and try to plant their flag, this is in response to this. And
exactly.
That's what it is.
It's the same thing as when, and I just say because I know, because it gets reported after the fact that the SEC, they do the fines for when you storm the field, storm the court.
Uh-huh.
And then they turn around and in the promotional video for the SEC, 16 teams, one nation, united. And it just means more. And what do they include when they show the passion of SEC fans? Well, they show court storming and field storming that got fined.
Sure. You can't trick this show.
Yeah, come on. I know this is what you want, Joel Klatt. You're not better than this.
As much as you talk about how it's a pour-in.
Oh, it's a dark stain.
Yeah, on
such a great rivalry.
On a great rivalry.
Shut up.
and yet, it will be a main focus of your next broadcast. And as we said, Michigan, Ohio State ain't just great theater because of the actual football is being played. You highlight the hate. You highlight the moments that go overboard.
Because all that happens in this rivalry, for my entire life until 2021, Michigan just lost. They would walk into the last game of the season and Ohio State.
I'm older than Sean, and before that was a run where Michigan will always beat Ohio State. It led to John Cooper, a very successful coach, getting fired because he could not beat them.
And now we're in a point where now Michigan has run up 4 straight.
Yes.
This is just what happened. They happen in streaks. That drives the other fan base insane. It drives the other coach or it drives Ryan Day at least insane. You could make the argument that it drove Jim Harbaugh insane too. And
he resorted to cheating to make
not
sure
this time. As Gus Johnson brought up before, he basically was acting like the Titanic happened in front of him.
Between the final kneel down and the fight, Gus Johnson was singing the praises of Jerome Moore. They said he cheated last year.
He did. No, it was even more like, oh my God, it was like. And Michigan gets to say, ha ha, we didn't cheat this time. And you're just like,
what a statement.
Yeah. And then 30 seconds later, he's like,
plant the
oh, the humanity of this.
Everyone relax. It's not the first time and won't be the last time that these things happen during rivalry week. It's part of the game. You guys always pretend like it's the worst thing that's ever happened to the sport. And we move on and we'll be talking about the championship games this week, and then on Monday after the games play on Saturday.
I hope they plant flags on the championship game.
We can only hope, right?
SMU, we own Charlotte.
SMU trying to win an ACC title in their first year,
yeah,
and it could determine who is the final team in the playoff picture.
Honestly, all the new teams, because Oregon's in the Big Ten title game, Texas in the SEC title game.
Do we get a clean sweep? All the new teams win their conferences.
They you know what they should do? They should run out there and plant a flag when they do. Arizona State, we own the Big 12.
But no, another new team.
We run Dallas.
We will see what transpires on Saturday. Throughout the day, it's going to be a big weekend or big day of college football on that Saturday. Actually, the Pac-12 game on Friday normally is. Did they switch it to Saturday? Or is the Mountain
no
West game on?
I hate to break it to you, Dale.
I thought I had kind of moved the Pac-12.
The Mountain West,
yeah, the Mountain West. I had to think of one West Coast conference, and I just didn't think of the Mountain West. I just insert the Pac-12 there because that's normally the day.
I will say, I feel we talk a lot about college football on the show. I feel like that's the first true conference mistake that we've made.
Yeah,
that's fully left our mouth.
I thought I was done. I thought I had kind of situated that. I figured that out early in September, but nope, it happened.
Boise State, UNLV.
That's the Friday.
Friday.
That's the Fox Friday slot.
Tulane Army.
It used to be the Pac-12. Now it's the Mountain West. They got me. Thought I was out.
Yeah,
pulled me back in.
They're all playing the traditional spot. Big 12 in the morning. SEC, and then the two night games.
Even on a different network in the middle of the afternoon. Yeah, what we're used to, except there's no more Pac-12. They had their title game last weekend. where Oregon State won. Okay, we were going to get to the Rockets until Sean decided to commandeer the show and talk college football.
No. We talked Usher.
I started that, and I thought that would lead to some.
You know what else happened at Toyota Center?
Yeah, a Rockets giant win.
Sorry.
Instead, we went to college football. Willie, I see you. You want to talk soccer. We will get to the Rockets. That was a really good win. Competitive game, back and forth. You had a real MVP candidate on the other side, and the Rockets just doing it through Fred VanVleet and the power of friendship. What a win. Are the Rockets great? I don't know, but they play a brand of basketball that's tough to play against, and they got another big win. We'll go through some of the moments of the game yesterday as we're talking now about a team. We're talking, what is it, 20-plus games in? Half a game out of first place in the West? Maybe they're no longer, this is a nice story. Maybe they got a chance to do something special. We'll get into that. We'll get to Willie P when we come back. But first, let's talk about Super Happy Incredible Toys. They had their event on Sunday. I hope you guys went yesterday. I know maybe you guys were focused on the Texans, but that's a place you go to. They did it with St. Arnold Brewery, and it was an event where you got to see the best in toys and action figures and local artists. So maybe you're like people on this show and you like Marvel, maybe you like DC, maybe you're a Transformers person. That's what they had to offer. And they have that out at Super Happy Incredible Toys. I went to the shop a couple weeks ago now, and it's a place for the community. A lot of the things they get are from people in the community, and they welcome you out there. You can hang out, you can shop, you can certainly meet the guys out there and just talk about really nostalgia. You hear it in the spots that we're now playing, and the name tells you. You want to feel good? You want to remember things that were great when you were a kid? Go out there. And of course, if you have children, it's a good place for you guys to go out there too. It's in the Heights, 221 East 11th and in the Heights. And from the vintage video games, the vintage toys, they have it all. And they have art by local artists in the shop that you can buy. In fact, the owner or one of the owners is an artist himself, so you can see his art on display as well. So it's a great place to go out there. You can hang out. They have events out there, and maybe you just want to buy something for Christmas and remind yourself of what it was like to be a kid. Super Happy Incredible Toys. You can check them out at Super Happy Incredible Toys on Instagram. They have a Facebook page you can check out as well and see what they have to offer. Their toy show is on Sunday. You can check out a lot of those toys at the shop. Super Happy Incredible Toys.
The Del Olaleye Show continues
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
I don't know if it'll just be fodder the rest of the year, well, at least until the trade deadline, about the Rockets looking to improve their team by making a trade. But if you look at the team that they currently put on the floor, I guess you ask yourself, why would you make a move right now? You have one of the better teams in basketball. You play a style that is relatively unique in the NBA, where you allow your defense to kind of set up everything you do. Now, they had a good night shooting from Fred VanVleet. Jalen Green didn't take a lot of shots. It wasn't his night, coming off a big night in his last game against Philly. He was great against the Sixers. This one against a better opponent, didn't have it going, didn't shoot the ball a lot. And his backcourt mate played great, made big threes down the stretch, was confident taking shots. And the Rockets do what they always do. Dylan Brooks got to a big rebound. It was, I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander had secured a defensive rebound. Just Dylan Brooks tied him up. It led to a jump ball, a little scuffle. Not much, not to the Aziz Al-Shaair Jaguars-Texans thing, but a little pushing and shoving because the guys got tied up on the held possession. Guys are pretty much going, yeah, this is what we like. This is the type of basketball we like. But that possession, that tied up possession, led to the Rockets gaining possession, knocking down a jumper. I think Dylan Brooks knocked it down. They found ways to make the plays late to win. And as I said before we went to break, they're now only a half game out of the 1 seed. And I just put that out there because it's context of what they've done. You wouldn't say this team has an all-star, right? There's not an all-star on this team. And one of my contentions as far as their expectations were, can you win 50 games without an all-star? In some cases, you need 2, if you look around the league, or to be a real contender. So the question is, we know so far they're a good basketball team in the regular season. Do they believe they can be great? And that's why all the trade rumors still pop up. I think because they set themselves up as a team willing to look, that people will continue to talk about them. The dream of acquiring a star is something the Rockets have been open with, at least through sources. So anytime a story needs to be written, it's going to be about who can the Rockets add to this roster to be a serious contender.
And every time a team that has a star goes on a 5-game losing streak, it's Bovada has put out the odds of his most likely team, and the Rockets are in the top 3.
And it also helps that they have the assets to make a trade, young players and picks.
Yes.
They fit the profile of a team who could pull off one of those moves. Now, who you think is the right answer for a potential move? Who's the right player? I don't find it very appealing that some of the guys are in their mid-30s. I'm not sure that timeline fits with the rest of these guys, because even if you make a trade for one of those guys, is the rest of the roster ready to win big? Or should this be a team who simply see how it goes in what appears to be a clear playoff season, which, at least for this show, is up for debate. Doesn't look like that right now. So they beat the Thunder, half a game behind them. They split the season series so far. We know the Thunder put it on the Rockets in early November. Now we see the Rockets get a little get back. I mentioned Fred VanVleet, 38 points. Great from the line. Got to the line a lot. He got to the line 14 times, made 13. Good from 3, which is something we like to see. And an all-around great basketball game. Gilgeous-Alexander is on the other side doing his thing. So you just go, that's a good game. The Rockets came out on top, and they made enough plays down the stretch. It doesn't speak to who's better or worse. I mean, we assume the Thunder, when they get Chet Holmgren back, will be better. But up until that point, right now, in a game that happened on a Sunday night, Rockets got to win. Doesn't speak to a giant shift in what the league is going to look like and what the Rockets can be in the Western Conference. But no, they're going to be competitive, and their style of play allows them to not be great shooting, although they were better last night. Take it back. Fred VanVleet was better last night. The rest of those guys were a combined under 40%, closer to 30% or so, 35% or so.
Even that is what it tells me, is that the Rockets can play, like, both teams can play a pretty normal game for them, where it's not like super outlier stuff happening, and the Rockets can sit there and trade punches with the best team in the Western Conference.
I think that's not a bad point to take away from it.
Like they get, whether we think they're going to be the 2 seed, the 1 seed, 2 seed, or I mean, now it's crazy that we go, or they could even be the 5 seed, like as like the basement, not the basement, but like a reasonable where that for us that would have been like
losing out on
higher.
home court advantage.
Yeah.
Right now feels like it's 21 games. So I'm not even going to say it feels like a disappointment.
No,
I don't know.
But if you say it, it sounds like you're a hater.
Yeah,
where you're
true.
like, I don't think they're going to finish with the top 4 record in the West.
If you say the bottom could have fall out a little bit and they're not a top 4 team in the West, it sounds like you're insulting them. They haven't gone, not that it's guaranteed they have to, but they have not gone on what you would even consider a losing streak. So if one of those happens, then we can have the conversation might change. Yeah, it's the NBA. At some point, you're going to drop a couple unless you're one of the best teams, a dominant team.
Didn't the Celtics have like a 4-game losing streak in like March of last year? Like good teams have long losing streaks,
and the Rockets have yet to
late
have
in the
one.
year.
They have yet to have one, so we'll see if they avoid it. We don't know. But just a night where, as you talked about, it wasn't an outlier night for the entire roster. You had a great night from Fred VanVleet, and you played one of the best teams of basketball toe-to-toe and came off the win.
But we've seen games where one team comes out and they shoot 10 for 13 from 3 to start the game, and it's just like, oh, cool. Game's over.
Tonight's not going to be the night.
Let's see what HBO Max has. Or you see the flip side where a team goes random number 0 for 27 from 3, and you just this team just that's kind of why they lost. Like there's not a lot to analyze here. It's like, well, they missed all their shots, they made all their shots. Cool. This wasn't that situation. It was 2 teams that you got a reasonable good game from Fred VanVleet. You're not going to get that every night, but that is like what a good Fred VanVleet night gets you, and he has a good number.
Yeah, and it wasn't just against a slappy. It wasn't against some bad basketball team. It was, I would say, like the Jalen Green Sixers game. It was against a good team who it happened. He had a great night. It's just against a bad basketball team.
You disrespected him a little bit.
I said he had a great night. I'm more disrespecting the Sixers.
You said a slappy team. You said
I'm insulting the Sixers. What he did,
but it cheapens the achievement of Jalen Green.
Yes, opponent matters. If you beat up on a bad Sixers team, it doesn't mean as much as what Fred VanVleet did last night.
I'll be honest. I mean, I didn't watch the Sixers Rockets game over the break.
There's no reason.
And I get the alert, and I saw that Jalen Green had 41 points, and I literally just said to myself, "Of course he did."
Yeah, against the Sixers.
Against the Sixers, and we weren't going to talk about it for a week. And so it's like,
yeah. I mean,
it'll be a forgot when we were like, man, when's the last time Jalen Green's had a good game?
We'll have to. The Sixers, right?
When no one was watching.
Hopefully, we don't have to think that hard, and they'll come more frequently. We just haven't seen it that much this year. But as far as what happened last night, the Rockets beat a nearly whole Thunder team. I mentioned no Chet Holmgren, but it wasn't like short rest, injured guys. That was a team who was trying, who was in it, and you came out on top. You had a big fourth quarter. You were down in that game going into the fourth, and you outscored them by it. Your defense locked down, and that's something they can always lean on. And you got a great performance from your point guard to win.
Yeah, but now you get to celebrate for a little bit. You got to be ready for Tuesday night, Cup night.
So haven't they already clinched?
They've already clinched, but they can clinch home court. In the quarterfinals.
And they have the Kings, a Kings team who is not playing well. Lost the last couple games.
Can't overlook anyone in the cup. Dallas.
Understood. Throw the records out. You got that special floor. Gets everyone excited.
The Sacramento Kings are 0-3 in the NBA Cup.
Yeah, so it didn't get them that excited. But you do go to Sacramento. We'll see how that plays out for the Rockets. Willie P, I see you. Hold on. We'll get to you. You want to talk soccer? I wonder what it could be. You want to talk about Puig playing with an ACL tear for 30 minutes for the Galaxy? I'm not sure. It just says soccer. We'll talk to Willie P when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
All right, let's get to Willie P before we go. What's up, Willie P?
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good morning, man. How are you?
Not bad, not bad. I can't call it. Real quick, I just want to get to three quick things. Number one, shout out to Apple and MLS for getting, I guess, their so-called dream MLS Cup matchup, coast versus coast. LA Galaxy versus New York Red Bulls. One. Two, shout out Ruben Amorim, Manchester United's new manager. I know you saw that thumping we put on Lance's Everton on yesterday 4-0. I can see the vision, and I got hope for our future. And oddly enough, as bad as Ten Hag was, we're only 4 points behind the top four, so that's pretty amazing. And three, shout out to Shawnee Mapes, but can we all agree that what's the quarterback for Texas name?
Quinn Ewers?
Quinn Ewers is basically the Kirk Cousins of the NFL.
Ooh.
Like, at no point do I ever feel confident with him on the field, and he's bound to do something stupid to throw the game at risk. I don't ever feel confident Texas is going to win unless they're 2 minutes left in the game and they're up by 21 points. But anyways, you guys have a great afternoon. Sean A. Meeks, what it do, baby? Peace.
It'll be surprising to know I wasn't locked in on Manchester United versus Everton.
Lance's Everton?
It is the team he roots for. He decided to pick. They weren't as bad when he made his decision, but they are relegation fighting for most of his fandom at this point. As far as Quinn Ewers, well, we did have a Kirk Cousins discussion before the show.
Yeah. And Quinn Ewers
came up. Quinn Ewers did come up mostly because they're pick sixes. Now Quinn had his tipped.
Yeah, in fact, it was more insulting to Kirk Cousins because I said that their pick sixes look exactly the same, except that Quinn Ewers' pick six got tipped at the line.
Yeah, there's a reason why Quinn Ewers threw that airplane out, the paper airplane out there. What Kirk Cousins was doing in a game where the Chargers could do nothing offensively, and the game I think was 10-9. They were driving. He throws an awful out route, just floated it out there, got picked. The Chargers pick it off, run it back, and then convert the 2-point conversion, and they don't score another point all game. It did not matter because Kirk Cousins was well on his way to throwing 4 picks in that game. They missed a chip shot field goal. The Falcons are doing everything they can to hasten Michael Penix getting in there. I don't know if they'll do it because they're still in the race for the NFC South.
Yeah.
But Kirk Cousins isn't doing himself any favors. And
now, who's that sound like?
Well,
backup quarterback, but the team is slightly too successful to come in?
Well, Texas ain't slightly too successful. They're a win away from winning the SEC with one loss. I think Arch did score a touchdown against A&M.
Trust me, I noticed.
Yeah, everyone did.
I noticed that.
Is Quinn going to be your Chris Leak and Arch going to be your Tim Tebow on the way to a title?
All the comps are so funny because when he came in, I was like, oh yeah, they did this with Tyrone Swoops back in my day.
Yeah.
Last year they did it with Savion Red, and now they're doing it with Peyton Manning's nephew.
For the run to the title, does Arch become your short yardage quarterback, just plowing over guys?
I mean, in all seriousness, maybe he becomes the red zone quarterback because
he can run a little bit.
I have some issues with, and to my knowledge, he didn't turn the ball over in the red zone.
Yeah. And
the other guy can't say that.
And as long as he's just making zone read decisions.
Yeah, I mean, you can have him throw it. It's not. He's not actually Savion Red. Like you can have.
I would be a little hesitant.
He's gonna be the starting quarterback.
Understood.
He started this year.
I remember. Hey, just run the ball. Let him make give or keep decisions. Don't throw the other option to throw the ball in the mix as well.
Okay.
Just hey, what you did on Saturday, good.
Zone read.
Keep doing that stuff.
Maybe zone read. Pop pass. Gunner helm.
Yes. That's the one I would allow. I don't need Arch throwing outside the hashes. In tight quarters.
I'm not sure if I need Quinn to do that either.
Yeah, that's goes without saying. But as far as
also
Arch
don't run the ball.
As far as Arch in the game, stay within the hashes, make give or keep decisions, and maybe because somebody likes to dial up a couple plays. Let Sark get a guy wide open
in the kitchen.
And then Arch can make a play without having to make a real decision. So we'll get into more of what happened in that A&M Texas game. We didn't get to talk a lot about it outside of making fun of Quinn Ewers, I guess. We can get into the
how'd that happen?
Because Sean's here. Look at that. We might get into the Aggies' ineptitude on offense and the rivalry coming back and Texas establishing dominance, at least in year one of the rivalry's return, as they knocked the Aggies out of playoff contention. And now they can secure themselves not only a top seed, but an SEC title and a first-round bye if they can get some revenge on the Georgia Bulldogs. Okay. Shout out to Willie for echoing the same thing Sean has been talking about all year long when it comes to the Texas quarterback. Welcome, Willie. We appreciate that. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, and we've already played Shred 'em Shroud, if you missed it, what does that mean, Sean?
That's what I do, dominating the pain.
You were pretty good yesterday too, Albie. Didn't even get to you. Rockets, big win over the Thunder. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Mixon. Good cutback and a big lane. Mixon kicking onto the speed now, and Mixon out of bounds inside the 10. And now Mixon again sweeps the left side into the end zone for a Houston touchdown.
I am so glad that the Houston Texans have finally arrived at the bye week. I know they won yesterday, 23-20. A win is a win, even if it's against a now 10-loss team. I'm just thankful that we all get a break from this team. Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George. It is Monday, December 2nd of 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. There were moments in this game where it looked like it could turn into a good old-fashioned whooping for the Texans. I unclenched momentarily in the fourth quarter, and then I was back to clenching for Mac effing Jones down the stretch. But I got to accept that this is just who the Houston Texans are. They don't blow teams out, and we all got to accept it. Otherwise, we're just going to be miserable after every single victory going forward.
Yes, I very much agree with. This is who they are. This is who it's going to be. They're going to play the Chiefs close. They're going to play the Ravens close. I don't think they're going to get it blown out in those games. I think the Vikings game, when we look back at the season, will be the one that kind of stands out as the outlier. They're just not going to make anything easy. I mean, I'm with you. Like you put it perfectly, Paul. Clenching and then unclenching.
They knocked Trevor Lawrence.
They killed him
out of the game, and somehow it actually was closer?
Well, because he wasn't healthy, first of all. He should never have been out there. You could tell he could not throw the ball very well. Yeah, Mac Jones,
Mac Jones wasn't bad in this game.
This was like sophomore year, rookie year Mac Jones when he was a Pro Bowler all of a sudden? Like going toe-to-toe with guys, shoulder first, going to war?
Well, I mean, not athletically because he is a soup sandwich, but he did make some key throws down the stretch. And thankfully, on 3rd and 5, a rather sus play call, a handoff to Joe Mixon, gets the Texans 8 yards, and they can get in the victory formation, getting to the bye week at 8-5. And look, I know a lot of other things happened across the league yesterday that maybe make you feel a little bit better about the Texans going forward. I point to the Ravens losing rather emphatically to the Philadelphia Eagles. You could also point to the Buffalo Bills killing the San Francisco 49ers and ending Christian McCaffrey's season and say, well, we beat those guys. So you could do that if you want. I'm not doing that. I'm just happy that we all get a week away. They need the bye week, but we need this bye week way more. Way more than they do.
Yeah, we need to be less stressed.
Everyone is angry online talking about this team. I was talking to a couple of friends. They were asking me, hey, Paul, did you get into any kerfuffles talking about this mediocre football team that happens to lead the worst division in the NFL? And yes, it happened. DJ and I got into it over the definition of an underthrow.
I saw that.
Which is when a ball does not reach a receiver, it is underthrown. I don't care if it's 70 yards or 5 yards. It is underthrown. But everyone is mad at each other. And here I am talking about a victory, being angry. Deep breaths, accept it. This is who they are.
It is. It's who they are, and who they are is winning games that they should probably lose. Like that's the reality, Paul. They shouldn't have won yesterday's game. They at least should have gone to overtime. Jacksonville, they missed a field goal.
They did.
So it could have been 23-23.
It was a long field goal.
It was.
But they did miss it.
Yeah, I mean, you let this team come back against you in the fourth quarter. Your second half woes turned into first half woes on offense. But at least they scored in the second half.
They did.
They scored in the second half.
I like that you're transitioning us to talk about the positives because there actually were some steps forward in this game that was still very frustrating despite it being victory number 8 for this team. The offensive line was better. They were. And here is CJ Stroud talking about that offensive line after yesterday's game at Everbank Field in Jacksonville, Florida.
They are everything, it starts up front, both O-line and D-line, and, when they can come out and have great protection, from the start, it gives me a sense of confidence. It gives the receivers knowing that they can run their full depth. The backs know where to hit, and once you get that flowing, it looks like it's working. But I think they've done a good job by handling all the noise and the media and all these things. Because at the end of the day, one time they'll love you one week and hate you the next. That's part of the business we're in. So I think they've done a great job of just keeping their head down and working.
Well, hey, there's a first for everything, and CJ's talking about loving the offensive line one week, hating them the next. Fine, I love the offensive line. I love them in the way a father loves a son who's a disappointment, which is probably my father with me, given my sister went to Harvard and is a surgeon, and I'm just some idiot who blabs for a living. But for the first time this year, CJ, you're right. There is some love for the offensive line. Now, would I say that the offensive line is the Houston Texans everything? Because CJ said there are everything. No, I wouldn't do that. But they did play better yesterday. Joe Mixon actually had 100+ yards on the ground, and they only allowed 2 sacks against a Jaguars pass rush that does have some names.
Yeah, I mean, CJ was the one that told us that, you win and lose by how your offensive line plays. He told us that last week, and they tried to walk it back a little bit. So that's why they're the everything, Paul, because you win and lose by your offensive line. That's what the quarterback says. They did a good job adjusting, especially in the run game. The run game was terrible in the first half. But the second half of the game, Joe Mixon did a lot of the work. Yes, you can't deny that. He was incredible again. A+ trade by Nick Caserio for a 7th-round pick to make that move has worked out so well for this team. But they were much better in the second half run blocking as well, that's a huge improvement. And if you look at the nerdy Pro Football Focus stats, they graded out really well, except for one guy. Like Drew Scruggs is the only one who had a really bad grade in this game. CJ Stroud had tons of time to throw. There were multiple plays where it felt like he was just back there forever. So I do give kudos to the offensive line. Joshua Hines-Allen's good.
He is. Stroud did look a little tentative back there a couple of times, but he didn't turn the football over, which you also like to see. And you're right, Joe, about how in the first half, they couldn't run the ball worth a damn. They really couldn't. There was nowhere for them to go. And I thought that they were just going to avoid running the football completely, given the way that things were shaking out in the first half. I wouldn't have blamed them. Just the way things have gone the last couple of weeks, the nerds have actually been enabled. The people that believe you should never run the football, which doesn't work. You want your offensive linemen to be going forward as much as they're going backward. It's really about the offensive line making it an easier day for them. You got defensive linemen running into you as you're backpedaling every single down of every single game. They're going to get worn out, and you're going to end up looking like you're cramping, like all those Texas A&M Aggies did in the second half against Texas. We'll get into that game at 12:30. We'll also talk about a big win for the Houston Rockets last night. There were some positives. The defense did leave a little bit to be desired in this one, though. And I mean, this is the strength of your team, the defense, the pass rush in particular. No sacks. And okay, Trevor Lawrence, he can move. Maybe he can't slide, but he can move. Mac Jones, no sacks against him. I get that he gets the ball out quickly, but I was disappointed in the Texans pass rush yesterday. But they do end up getting out of this with a W. And I suppose I should take the little victories, even though it's a win by 3 points, barely, over a 10-loss team.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at the last 2 weeks now, you can say, well, they had 8 sacks last week, or you could do the pessimistic view would be they've had 1 sack in the last 6 quarters. So the last 6 quarters of football, like they've really struggled to get after the quarterback. And this isn't a great offensive line for Jacksonville. I mean, this is a team that traded away one of its offensive linemen to the Minnesota Vikings at the trade deadline. So they didn't get to the quarterback. And not just that they didn't get to the quarterback, it didn't really feel like they were under a ton of pressure as well in this game. The biggest positive might be, of all the injuries that happened in the game, it seems like they've come out okay. I mean, we saw Nico, Dalton Schultz, Jimmy Ward all leave the game at some point, and Jimmy Ward returned and then got hurt again. So at least Dalton Schultz and Nico Collins returned, because I thought Nico Collins was definitely going to be out for the game. Mm-hmm. The way he grabbed his head, I was like, oh, he's done. Like, that's concussion protocol 101. But as they gave us the sideline report that the team cheered as he left the blue tent to grab his helmet, which was an interesting sideline report itself.
In fact, it was a made-up sideline report. Let's be honest here.
Yes.
I don't know what Laura Oakman was seeing.
I don't either.
I don't know why they threw her under the bus like that, too, on the CBS broadcast as she talks about how Nico Collins came out of the tent. Fabulous, it's me, Nico. She basically described him coming out like a gay man about to walk out onto the runway at a fashion show.
But as they showed
Hello, everybody, I'm happy and my brain works.
Like as they showed it, he's just like walking and smiling and like no one acknowledges it.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
I saw no thumbs up, whatever. Yeah, you're right.
Very strange.
They did come out of this game healthy. And if you want to be proud of it, you can. D'Amico Ryans, to open up the press conference after the game, said that he was proud of the Texans for winning this game.
I'm really proud of it, the way our guys just played complementary football. Right, that's been a struggle for us in the games that we've dropped. So just seeing everybody step up and make a play when the other side wasn't doing so well, like everybody played together, and that's what's most impressive about this win. And none other than when we need a first down, seeing our offense being able to run the ball there on 3rd and 5 to get the first down. Our O-line, I thought it did a really great job all game with protection and also just run blocking. And Joe, again, another big game on the road, running the football, like really just proud of the effort that all of our guys showed today.
This is Texans football. And look, Mixon had 100+, no sacks for C.J. Stroud. The offensive line did take a step forward, but, and this is where I'm frustrated and why I need a bye week with this team. First play of the game, the offensive line allows a free rusher to hit C.J. Stroud right in the tum-tum. Joe, I thought at that moment in time, Stroud might be injured. And the first drive of the game, it's 3rd down. Stroud hits Nico Collins for a first down. And it's the little things once again. I didn't know that an offensive player could be called for offsides. And yet Cade Stover was called for offsides in a year where big plays by Nico Collins have been called back by illegal shifts and illegal formations. Add another one to the bingo card. Those things that happened over the course of this game, the little things, do not seem to be cleaned up. And what we're going to discuss next, Azeez Al-Shaair's hit on Trevor Lawrence. 1, was it dirty? 2, was it a reflection of D'Amico Ryans maybe not being, I guess, as disciplinary, is that a word? As much of a disciplinarian as some would like to see him as a head coach. We'll discuss that. He's Joe. I'm Paul. You got Sean behind the glass. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Well, there's no doubt that Trevor represents that well. And oh my, that'll be Alshire, who's flagged for the big hit on the slide, and that's going to start a little bit of a scrum afterwards as the Jaguars come in to protect their QB.
About 4 minutes left in the second quarter. Trevor Lawrence on, I believe, second down, scrambles out of the pocket, rolls to his left, and right before where the first down marker would have been, he begins to slide. Texans linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair continues moving forward towards Trevor Lawrence, puts his right forearm at the very top of Trevor Lawrence's chest, shoves him backwards as he is already sliding with his body going backwards. His head slams into the field, and the first thing that happens is we see Trevor Lawrence's hands fence. In the moment, it looked about as violent as you will see anything look on a football field, Joe.
It was a gnarly hit. Definitely feel for Trevor Lawrence. He's fine. He's even starting to engage with people on social media, it appears. He went after Patrick Storm a little bit earlier today, it looks like, from Texans Twitter, because he said, "I'm sure you're a great role model for your son," because of a tweet that he put out. So Trevor Lawrence is alive.
Okay.
Which is a good thing.
He's fighting back.
He's fighting back.
Against the online bullies.
But look, it was a hard hit. You can argue it's dirty. It's definitely illegal. I mean, that we know. I don't really know what Azeez is supposed to do in these situations, though. Like, I think that's why it's complicated. I'm not surprised to see the anger, the vitriol from non-Texans fans out there. Like, any quarterback that gets hit like this, we're going to react severely to. I get it. But what is he supposed to do in that moment? He has a half a second to realize that Trevor Lawrence is sliding, that as he's trying to, get enough yards before he slides to get the first down. Like, do we want players to just allow their opponents to get first downs?
If he hadn't used a forearm, if he had just used his hands and pushed him back, I feel like we're talking about this a little bit differently. But this isn't the Matrix. Defensive players have it really tough out there. This is not me saying that Azeez Al-Shaair did the right thing here. I do think, given the situation, that it wasn't a smart play. It wasn't. It's second down. This is not a goal-to-go situation. The game isn't about to end. It's not the playoffs. Was it necessary in that moment? But Azeez Al-Shaair plays 100 miles per hour all the time. We've seen him with hits of Tony Pollard on the sideline against the Titans. We have seen it with the hit on Caleb Williams on the sidelines in Sunday Night Football. Then he pops a Bears player because they all surrounded him. You've got a moment where he comes in late on Josh Allen. Allen's already going down awkwardly. I don't think he had much of an impact there, but he always goes 100 miles per hour. The forearm to the top of the shoulder pad made it look a lot worse. What the field did to Trevor Lawrence's head is worse than what Al-Shaair did to Lawrence. I'm not trying to defend Al-Shaair here again. I think there's a time and place for everything, and I don't think it was necessary in that moment. I think he could have just come in and cleaned up the play by putting two hands on him as opposed to the shove. Because it was a hard forearm shove. It wasn't just a light little tap. But the reaction to this is as if it is one of the worst hits that we've ever seen. I would disagree. Just yesterday, I saw online replays of Kiko Alonso with the Miami Dolphins at the time, basically decapitating Joe Flacco, going in, putting his shoulder into Flacco's helmet. Helmet rolls off down the field. And of course, I've brought this one up before. I have no idea how Tom Brady stayed in the game of it. But in a game between the Patriots and Bills back in 2001, Tom Brady is scrambling, and a Bills safety comes in and decapitates him. The helmet goes rolling down the field. They didn't even throw a flag on that. Different era. And you have to understand that since it is a different era, you got to be smart there. But I feel like the reaction to that hit was very strong and a little bit hyperbolistic.
I totally agree. I mean, the first one that came to my mind was the Bengals-Steelers game, in which we saw 2 hits that were worse than what we saw yesterday. Vontaze Burfict first, when he pretty much probably sent Antonio Brown down the path that he's been on, but then Juju Smith-Schuster responded with the blindside hit against him a couple plays later. It's an illegal hit, of course, 100%. Is he going to get fined? Yes. Is he going to get suspended? Sounds like it. Adam Schefter reported that today, apparently. And you look at the clips where there's the play where he puts his hand around Tom Brady's throat, the plays that you mentioned. There is a track record here a little bit.
He's a habitual line stepper, to quote, I believe, Charlie Murphy in Chappelle's Show.
But at the end of the day, the problem is that the rules suck for the defensive players. So, yes, this is an illegal hit. Yes, you can argue it's dirty. But the problem is that when all you have to do is go to Jeremy Branham's Twitter feed right now, because he can't stop tweeting about it and tweeting out videos. Whether it's back in college when Kenny Pickett was running down the field and he did the fake slide, or earlier this season where Patrick Mahomes faked going out of bounds.
Josh Allen did it against the Steelers.
Exactly. These quarterbacks can do whatever they want. And it puts the defensive players in terrible positions. Because think about it this way. What if Trevor Lawrence did a fake slide and then takes off down the field past Azeez Al-Shaair because Azeez totally pulls up on the play? It's a bad hit. There needs to be a way to take it out of the game, but maybe taking the play out of the game should start with the quarterbacks, not sliding like this. It happens all the time. We see quarterbacks get hit when they're sliding. Almost every single game, a quarterback slides, and we've seen CJ take these hits. The defensive players can't stop when a quarterback slides far too often.
Quarterbacks are more athletic and running more than they ever have before. And I think back in the day, a quarterback giving up on a play makes a little more sense when the guys are a lot slower. Because a lot of quarterbacks back in the day were just pocket guys. I mean, honestly, there was a time where John Elway was the most mobile of quarterbacks in the NFL, which is pretty crazy to think of. You go to today, and everyone is running. And I think that now you got to think about it from this perspective if you're the league. And I know they won't do this because they want to protect the quarterbacks by all means necessary. These are the money makers. But what protects a player more? Is it sliding in a sport where everyone is flying around the field, or is it putting your shoulder into a linebacker when you're 6'5", 220, 230 pounds? And I know there are some small quarterbacks out there, but it is strange to me that there is no risk for a quarterback taking off and running. There should be a little bit of risk there. Why are quarterbacks any different from any player on the field? Why are there separate rules for a quarterback running with the football than there are for anybody else? And that, to me, is what bothers me. I will again go back to this Azeez Al-Shaair play and say it wasn't good judgment. You can, if you want to, I saw Lance Zierlein put this out there, suggest that this is a reflection of D'Amico's coaching and that he has been doing this all year and it was always going to come to a moment like this that could cost the Houston Texans. Fair point, fair argument to make. But I don't think it was as dirty as it's being made out to be. And I think that the NFL's got to seriously reconsider what should be allowed when it comes to a player giving up on a play. I get it. Sliding, the guy's moving forward. Theoretically, that is going to protect him. But I don't know how much it does. And I've been of the belief, and I've said this in a joking way many times before, I don't think a player should be able to slide. I don't think a player should be able to give up on a play. And hell, I sometimes don't even believe a player should be able to run out of bounds. Call that toxic masculinity or just hardo, meat-headed douchery, whatever you want. But I feel like if you got a football in your hands, you should be trying to get every single yard that you possibly can. And in a sport where the defenders already, every single year, have one more rule added to the long list of ways that they cannot tackle a player. You got the hip drop tackle thing, which no one actually can explain to you if you were to put them on the spot as a problem this year that they added to the rule book. Now you got this situation going on. Al-Shaair should have been smarter and just put two and touched him, just given the stakes. But this is not Myles Garrett smashing Mason Rudolph in the head with a helmet.
Totally agree. This isn't things that Ndamukong Suh has done in the past. It's a
Albert
Hainsworth, great example. Like it's a bad play. It shouldn't have happened. It's not intelligent. You have to avoid this. If he is suspended, he's going to hurt his team because of this. But I just don't think it's a simple black and white issue. Like it is a gray area that people are way overreacting to be honest, because it's Trevor Lawrence. And like how would we react to this if it was like a pure running quarterback?
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. I know
Why?
you're going. I know you're going.
Man, I watched it for 4 years.
You just said it's a black and white. It's not a black and white issue.
Well, I'll just continue then. Look, I'm sorry to bring it up because I know people get annoyed, but like I watched it for 3 years. I watched Justin Fields slide like this for 3 years and get pummeled every single time he slid, and no flags were ever called.
He sucks.
Lamar Jackson, we see it. If he slides like this, it's different because he's an MVP. There's different rules for every quarterback. We all know that. If you're a rookie, you get calls. If you're a veteran, you get calls. If you're a running quarterback, you get calls. If you're not a running quarterback, you get different calls. Like, there's no consistency. So I don't know what the defensive players are supposed to do. He shouldn't have done it. Yes. But if the NFL wants to fix this problem, then you have to define what is and what isn't allowed on the field, and your referees have to stand for something. If Aziz is going to be suspended, that's fine. That's your decision.
I don't think it is because of precedent, but continue.
No, I'm with you. Because the precedent is that he shouldn't be fine. He shouldn't be suspended. But if he's going to get suspended because he has somewhat of a history, then every single player who does this going forward has to be suspended. It's just like the hip drop tackle. What happened? Joe Mixon against the Bears got hip drop tackled. What happened? An undisclosed fine that we don't even know.
They're not even flagged in the moment either.
Exactly. Not flagged. What did it solve? So like people can get all up in arms about Aziz and the play, and you can call him dirty and whatnot. But like the fact of the matter is the NFL doesn't know how to police its own football game. They want to put out rules, and they're different for every single play and every different quarterback and every different committee of referees. So I don't know what he's supposed to do because it's football.
I know what Trevor Lawrence is supposed to do. He should do what Lamar Jackson did to that player on one of his scrambles. He should jump up in the air and kick him in the face. That actually happened. That actually happened in the game. I saw some people trying to pull Trevor Lawrence got this call and the reaction is what it is because he's a white quarterback. No, the reaction is what it is because his head hit the ground hard and he fenced afterwards.
Yes.
It looked really bad and everyone did feel bad for that moment. For a moment, forgetting that they are watching the most violent sport that there is that is played with balls in the United States of America.
The fencing's really what did it in. Probably the overreaction, because like we've seen this with just Tua as an example of just normal concussions. Tua gets a concussion, he fences, everyone freaks out. Nico Collins grabs his head in pain and no one cares. It's just the hypocrisy of watching football that like if a player fences, we react in a way that is an overreaction to everything else because it's scary in the moment. For sure.
Yeah, and it's like the physical like embodiment of like what a brain injury is because it's like, oh God, he just lost control of his body. Like he got hit in the head and can no longer use his limbs temporarily. Like that, because that when we just say, oh yeah, Nico Collins went into the blue tent with a concussion and it's like, oh, okay, he'll be fine. Maybe he's out for the rest of the game, but he's ultimately going to be fine. But when you see like, oh no, this is like Tua with the messed up fingers on Thursday Night Football, that's like, this is actually, it makes you feel uncomfortable with what we're watching. And so, yeah, I think that's where a lot of the hyperbole came afterwards. John McClain said that he's been covering the NFL for 48 years. He's never seen a cheap shot worse than what Alshire did.
Bullshit. That's bull. That's bull.
I'm what?
That's just completely wrong. Like
I've been watching football for a weekend.
I love John. That's an insane thing to say.
Jack Tatum paralyzed the guy in a preseason game and then wrote a book about it. Okay, I know John McClain was covering the NFL then. He wrote a book called "Call Me Assassin." Jack Tatum, one of the all-time a-holes in NFL history, may he burn wherever the hell he is. Probably just dead and gone forever. But you get what I'm saying here.
Yeah, you don't even need to go like the Kiko Alonso one. Like that was HD cameras that got that one. Like you don't even have to go to like the here comes the boom. You just got jacked up era of football. It's like no, there's cheaper shots like throughout like this football season.
McClain doing some good engagement for me.
Okay. Great engagement for me. And I don't mean to pick on John, but like that is what the reaction was like, oh my God, we've never seen anything like that. And I think the reaction by Trevor Lawrence, the involuntary reaction by Trevor Lawrence with the fencing, and then the afterwards, the fracas that happened where it's just normal. I mean, I think the Jags are right to do that.
I agree.
Like,
I stand with the Jaguars doing that. That was awesome. They defended their quarterback.
And I think that's what kind of blows this out of proportion is just like those two factors make it seem like this is some big deal where the play itself is not like some unheard of thing in football.
Lawrence didn't die, and I felt like his teammates delivered some good old-fashioned street justice in that moment. The one thing that was a problem was that for whatever reason, there are offsetting penalties, and they did not give the Jaguars 15 more yards for unnecessary roughness. I couldn't believe that happened.
Yeah.
It was like, wait, it's second, it's 3rd and 1? What?
It feels like if there's offsetting post-snap penalties.
That makes sense.
But a penalty in the play, that should be different.
It should have been 15 yards.
It should have been 15 yards.
And it's look, I'm truly glad Lawrence is okay. That did look bad.
It was scary.
But there's a lot of hyperbole afterwards, and part of it has to do with this guy did go to Syracuse University, but he is not known for his time as a Syracuse University play-by-play man or anything like that. No, we're talking about Daryl Moose Johnson, who was the color commentator for this game. I think this lent itself to some of the reaction afterwards. Here is the Moose.
A brutal hit from Azeez Al-Shire.
It's everything you're not supposed to do. Everything. You'll see this in slow motion. And Azeez Al-Shire does everything you're trying to prevent in this situation. It's reckless. It's disrespectful. There's an honor that you give to your opponent on the football field, and you respect him. And there's opportunities to be physical and give big hits and play this game in that manner. And there's other times when there's a respect that you grant to your opponent. And especially in the situation with Trevor Lawrence and that shoulder injury.
D'Amico Ryan's out there now saying to Azeez Al-Shire, get to the sideline.
Get to the sideline so you can go up the tunnel and get off the field.
And you're going to see it again.
I mean, this is just everything. Shoulder, he's in the sliding posture. There's a launch. You raise the forearm. You go to the head and neck area.
You got the cameras in front of him.
There's an opportunity to pull off.
Is there? I'll show the replay again. So there you go. You get the point here. The broadcast, I think, added to the reaction that we saw online, which, of course, in Houston was going to be, hey, wait a second. And everywhere else is going to be, F that guy who is a habitual line stepper. Azeez Al-Shire has not made himself any friends with some of the stuff that he's done. And it's why a lot of people were quick to find old clips of Al-Shire doing that habitual line stepping. And he is escorted off the field by Will Anderson. Shout out to Will Anderson. Great teammate. Gets drilled in the helmet by a water bottle. Doesn't even react. Now, of course, it's because he's wearing a helmet. Al-Shire got pissed off about it. Anderson's like, hey, dude, stop. Just get off the field. Because that was for Al-Shire's own safety. That whole Jaguars team would have tried to kill him the entire rest of the game. It was smart of the refs with everything that happened to reject him. We got back to playing a football game after that happened. I felt like they did the most that they could after that all went down. But the online reaction and the broadcasting reaction of something that was literally a forearm to an upper chest that led to a guy who was sliding with his weight going forward and unless he has the strongest abs in the world, like you're going backwards. You cannot just stay up at a obtuse angle as you slide. That hit to the shoulder, to the upper left chest of Lawrence is going to result in Lawrence going backwards and hitting his head on the ground very hard. The field did more to Trevor Lawrence than Azeez Al-Shire. Hashtag free Azeez Al-Shire.
The problem that I have with the broadcast is that they are taking way too much liberty in talking about, pulling off of the hit while watching this play in slow motion.
Yeah.
Like as they're talking about it in that clip we just played, they have it in slow motion and they're breaking it down. They are not breaking this down in real time at any point during that entire moment. They are looking at it from a frame by frame clip, which is totally a different picture than what actually happened. If you want to break it frame by frame, yeah, then Aziz should be suspended probably for the rest of the season.
No.
If you want to do frame by frame, that's the
Not
only
even
way.
that.
If it's the only way you want to look at it, it looks like the dirtiest play on the planet. Like,
it is the dirtiest play that John McClain's ever seen in his life.
It's the dirtiest play that we saw in those 3 hours. I'm sure that there was something worse that happened on the weekend. Like, remember when the Notre Dame player punched a guy in the effing face in the USC game?
Just go, Riley.
He literally just punched him.
Just cock back.
Boom! Right to the face mask.
Yeah.
Which, again, he's wearing a helmet.
First of all, stupid play. Like, no injuries. Playoffs, here we come. Like, don't be
hand.
breaking your hand. I know
Yeah.
you'll play for 3 weeks, but like, don't be breaking your hand there. Yeah, it's not the dirtiest thing we've seen this season.
Pull up some Moose Johnson highlights. Bet we see some dirty stuff.
My
Like,
favorite
what
was
are we
Ryan
talking
Clark.
Oh, yeah, right.
By far. My favorite was Ryan Clark.
Yeah, he has the mistake of talking about playing in HD, in the HD era. He played too recently to get off the, like, there's just some things you don't do as an NFL player. And everyone's like, is this you paralyzing the entire AFC North?
He killed Wes Welker.
Ryan Clark has gotten too big for his own good, to the point where I think he believes he is always right. And yeah, I might be a little bit biased because I got into a back and forth with him when he was clearly shilling for David Mulugeta, who he has a cozy relationship with, super agent David Mulugeta. But Clark's gotten to a point where I feel like he's unquestionable. He's putting out these tweets like, you don't have to respect the president, and I don't respect the president, but I do respect the office of the president. It's like stuff like that. It's like, okay, dude, you really are feeling yourself a little bit too much. Might be time for a reality check or two. Like the fact that you did this when you played.
Yes.
I don't know. Just a thought. Just a thought.
Within like the last decade.
Yes. Now maybe he forgot it.
Again, easily accessible highlights. Like I get looking up like 90s and like the last 48 years of football to find a dirtier hit. Like going way back in the archives is hard. Ryan Clark, like I remember watching Ryan Clark play.
His montage is worse than Aziz's montage.
His montage is a bunch of stuff you just cannot do anymore.
Yeah. From the 409, you homers are hilarious. It was 100% dirty and suspension worthy. Look, the dirty, debatable. I am not going to assign intent there. I am someone who believes that defenders should have the same rights as offensive players. I can understand how someone looks at Azeez Al-Shair's entire track record and says, it was a dirty play. And you can throw that out there. But Kiko Alonso did not get suspended for a much worse hit on Joe Flacco, which we saw and I believe was in a night game in primetime television. This wasn't in the Texans-Jaguars window. Schefter saying that he's going to get suspended is surprising to me because I don't think it should be a suspension.
I think the suspension is mostly after the play. I think it's
for the fighting.
Yeah, the fighting and not just like getting off the field.
But,
I just think that plays a part into it of like he was just clearly out of control.
But Evan Ingram was the one who did escalate it. And again, justified. I think what Evan Ingram did going after Al-Shair right away was 100% justified, as was all those other Jaguars players. I think the guy who got ejected from the Jaguars was a defensive back who punched somebody out there because things escalated the way that they did. And it was really funny, like the people that were not involved with it at all getting involved. Yeah. I felt like the Texans, from a composure perspective, like did a good job of not getting all dragged into it. I think most of the players were more concerned about getting Azeez Al-Shair, who did lose his mind, out of there. Al-Shair being indignant about the reaction he was getting from the Jaguars, that was crazy.
Or just the still frame of him putting his arms out when the ref throws the flag and just being like, what'd I do?
Right.
That is a funny one.
Right.
He is a little concerning going forward.
I mean,
would say,
he punched a running back on the sideline. Like,
So maybe that part of it merits a suspension. I really think it should just be a big fine. If this is in a different situation, I feel like a lot more people would be on his side. Like, say it's a playoff game and he's going for a first down on a third down. Say it's in the red zone or something like that. It's a totally different situation, and this is just a byproduct of there's more mobile quarterbacks out there, and they are coddled to a point where they can now do some shady stuff and fake a slide and get away with it. That's what's frustrating to a lot of people who like defensive football, like myself and others.
I was gonna say, everyone talks about like, oh, NFL soft these days. They don't do it. Like they complain about all the new rules, and then they like, oh, here's a play that would have been totally fine. Like 15 years ago, and it's the worst hit that you've seen in 48 years. It's like crazy. It's honestly insane that, like, again, like you said, it was a forearm to the chest of a player, and if Trevor Lawrence's head doesn't slap against the field, we're probably just moving on. There's probably a little bit of like, hey, don't do that to my quarterback, whatever. And no one gets fined, or maybe it gets fined, but you don't get suspended or anything. We're not talking about that. It's just the fact of he hit him too hard. And that's what really caused the whole issue.
Flag football. Let's just do it. That's where we're headed.
Yeah, no, Moose Johnson wants it. Like
very clearly.
The voice of days gone by, a former fullback, thinks that hit was too hard.
A dark day for fullback.
Imagine what his response would have been when Trent Green tried to blindside block Travis Johnson and got knocked unconscious, and then Travis Johnson just like stood over him yelling at him. Like, imagine what Daryl Johnson's response would have been.
I love Travis Johnson immediately. Like, Travis Johnson was the first person into the fray. I love Travis. He is an awesome dude. Travis being the first one to step online into the fray as the one defending Azeez Al-Shaair, loved it.
Yeah,
because a lot of people took their sweet time, myself included, because I wrote a couple of different things. I watched a bunch of different replays. I took a while to actually have my official take on it, because I remember seeing it in the moment. I was like, oh, that's bad. And then I saw the slow motion. I was like, well, and that's how it goes.
It's like a normal, like, that's a 15-yard penalty. Like, that is just like, it is how the rules are set up. Like, that's a penalty. It's not anything more than that in my eyes.
Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, oh boy, Aggies. I think you guys need a rebrand. I will explain why next. Stay put.
Let's talk about O Athletic, 767 North Shepherd in the Heights, oathletic.com and O Athletic on Instagram. They offer over 100 classes per week. They start off early in the morning. They pick back up around 4:30. So you can go right after your workday ends, hit the gym, and then get home to your family or whatever you have to do the rest of the day. Don't wait till 2025 to start working on your goals. Get to O Athletic. Sign up for a personal trainer. I recommend Cam. He's who I work out with. Absolutely great dude, and has set me up on a path for success in the gym. Check him out, oathletic.com and O Athletic on Instagram.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul and Joe.
Pressure comes, he spins free, and he'll be knocked down. Ball is out. Texas falls on it. It's Vernon Broughton, who's had a monster night, who makes the recovery that should secure Texas's spot in the championship game.
I know the final score was 17-7, but the final reunion between Texas and Texas A&M Saturday night, that was so one-sided. I mean, Texas kicked Texas A&M's ass. I don't think you can beat around the bush here. I felt like Texas left a lot of points on the table, and honestly, the only reason Texas A&M scored was because of a weird sidearm throw that Quinn Ewers made. This could have been a 31-0 blowout, Joe, and it's cool to see the rivalry back, but I have questions about it as a whole.
Yeah, it was fun that it was back. It looked like an incredible environment. I had hardcore FOMO watching this game, wishing I was there.
Would you really want to be there?
Yes and no. I mean,
you said you had FOMO, so yes and no. Is it yes or no?
It's yes, I want to be there. No, I don't want to leave with all those people. But they did leave early, so it might not have been as bad.
Oh, there it is.
Well, they did.
They did leave early.
I mean, the 12th man prized themselves on not leaving early, and they left early.
Texas A&M needs a rebrand. The beginning of the game, it was an electric atmosphere. Everyone's waving the towel. The Aggies come on the field. It looked electric. And then they sang the Aggie War Hymn. And it seemed like they skipped the first verse. I'll be honest, I never cared to look up the lyrics to the Aggie War Hymn. But for whatever reason, ESPN decided we're going to show the lyrics to the Aggie War Hymn as they are sung. And I had no idea that the entire war hymn is about Texas.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
And I think that might have been why they skipped the first verse for this game in particular. But it could not have been more little brother than that. I mean, the whole second verse is goodbye to Texas University. So long to the orange and the white. Good luck to dear old Texas Aggies. They are the boys that show the real old fight. The eyes of Texas are upon you. That is the song they sing so well. So you're singing about their fight song in the middle of your fight song. So goodbye to Texas University. We're going to beat you all too. And then they have their gibberish. And then they have a dated reference to the original Texas mascot, Varsity. Saw Varsity's horn off, and they do the thing back and forth, which I did not know was supposed to be like a saw motion. We're not going to get to the outro, which apparently is racist. Look, if you don't want to be the little brother, you got to do a rebrand. Okay? If you don't want to be Texas 8-4, you got to do a rebrand. You got to do a rebrand here. Yeah. There is just something so little brother about that whole endeavor. And I can understand now, after having watched this game, why Texas, who secretly hates Texas A&M more than anyone, doesn't like to officially recognize Texas A&M as a rival, because it really is a big brother, little brother thing.
Yeah, I still think going back to week one, like being there in College Station, it's so strange to me. Especially like watching this game play out, thinking of all the Aggie fans putting the horns down up during a game against Notre Dame. It's just so all of it's so strange to me. You got to win these. You got to win this game if you're going to be talking like this all season.
Well, you have to show up,
be competitive.
And I mean, Mike Elko's pooping his pants out there half the game. Mike Elko looked awful. He looked awful. He called timeouts twice out of bewilderment. The first time was when all of a sudden Texas brought in Arch Manning for a red zone package for the second time. And then right after the timeout is called, Arch Manning goes right back to the sideline. The second time he called it is right before the 4th and goal that they get stuffed for. It was as if he's thought to himself, well, I don't know. Oh, God. I mean, you knew you were going for it on 4th and goal there. You're at the 1 yard line. You haven't done anything on offense all game. This is the best chance you're going to get to score a touchdown on offense. You're going for it. Why are you calling a timeout?
Yeah.
You needed that timeout. They needed it.
Yeah, Colin Klein, their offensive coordinator, I think left a lot to be desired for Texas A&M this weekend. And no, Marcel Reed has been a fun story this year. I would not be shocked if this kid who is reclassifying from 2026 to 2025, Brady Hart, who flipped from Michigan to Texas A&M, isn't just like their starting quarterback next year because maybe he can throw the ball a little bit. I wanted more from this game. I feel like this game was a letdown, to be honest. Like it felt like the environment was cool, but you're right.
I just want to rebrand. That's all I want. One of my Aggie buddies just texted me, bleep you, literally just now. I don't blame him. I'm not trying to rub it in here. I'm just saying there needs to be some sort of a rebrand because for the game to finally be back, it's awesome. But the Warham, like maybe have the first verse first and then the second verse if you're gonna allow them to put the captions
Subtitles,
up on the TV,
the
right?
karaoke sing-along.
Exactly.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
I mean, it was. I'm glad it's back. It was a nice end to the weekend. Like all the chaos of what happened Friday, Saturday, having that rivalry game back. Like I'm so glad it's back now. I like its placement on Saturday. I think I would prefer it on Black Friday, even over Thanksgiving. But it's tough for the Aggies to be in the SEC for 13 years and not go to an SEC title game, and Texas goes in its first year. Yeah. That's tough.
It is tough.
It's really tough.
Very tough. I think it got too hyped up, honestly. I think the environment, like you said, like ESPN and ABC, like showing the entire walkout, which they do for most of these big time games. They throwing the lyrics up on the it was putting a lot on like this environment where it's how many times this has been pent up. It's like how many times last week did I hear you think they're going to go into Kyle Field and win? That's all Texas does is go into Kyle Field and win since 1999. That's all they do.
A&M to cover.
That's all they do. That's all they do is they go. That's reverse jinx, my friend. Maybe you should learn a thing or two. Mr. Pick the Texans every week. I also pick the Texans. But Texas A&M has 2 wins at Kyle Field since 1999.
Over Texas?
Wow. Over Texas.
Not great.
The last one, the one that we showed 10 million highlights of, the one that is basically Justin Tucker's deal with the devil because now he stinks because Texas and Texas A&M play again. He was only good when they didn't play. That one was a crappy Texas team that went into Kyle Field and won. Yeah. The last game that was going to be on the schedule forever. Like you can make the same this is a big game. You think Texas A&M wants to lose the last one that they'll play? No, they don't want to lose it, but they can't help it. Like just the 109,000 people there. That's not enough, guys. You're going to have to figure it out on the field. You're going to have a quarterback who at one point he was slow to get up and I was doing the classic, I actually don't want him to get hurt. I want him still in the game because they cannot throw the ball. They just will not throw the ball.
Did you see Wigman after the game? God, I felt bad for that. Wigman's walking around like it's the end of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air in all of his pads while no one is at Kyle Field, walking around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It also got scapegoated for this offense that sucks.
Yeah.
Colin Klein can't beat Texas as a coach. When he was the Kansas State OC, he just never beat Texas.
Man, I imagine that the worst part of this game for Aggies fans isn't even the end result. It's the Arch Manning touchdown. Just knowing that, maybe it's only one more year, but potentially his career's been so weird. Maybe he'll be there for 2 more years, but knowing that next year you're going to have to face an athletic Manning, not great.
It's like the Marvel, here's what's coming up next. It's the post-credit scene of oh, God.
His first play in the rivalry was a touchdown, and I saw Corey Mose at University of Texas. He covers the football beat there. Basically said a guy with this much culture problem.
There's a lot of coded language.
A Manning with this much culture. Yeah,
a lot of coded language with the Arch Manning celebrations.
Gallant George, Joe, Sean, me, Paul, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Who had the best win in Texas this weekend? Was it Texas over Texas A&M? Was it the Texans over the Jaguars? No. Or was it this win? We'll discuss. Stay put.
Williams, the lob. Williams, the catch. The turnaround counts. If it goes, it does not. And the Rockets have won the game. They beat the Oklahoma City Thunder 119-116 in this matchup between number 1 versus number 2 in the West.
That was a hell of a win by the Rockets, who have the second best record in the Western Conference by just half a game after beating numero uno 119-116 last night. Fred VanVleet, a guy who some wanted benched earlier this year, has been playing out of his mind on the score sheet at the very least. He had 38 points in this one, 5 of 9 from outside, including with the shot clock winding down, maybe the best shot of the year for the Rockets to this point.
I would say so. He's been, my gosh, he's been incredible for the Rockets this year. I cannot believe how good he's been. It's a totally different level of just basketball I even thought he was capable of. I don't think we've ever seen him play to this level, honestly, this consistently at any point in his career. He's just playing lights out. He's the reason why they are, right now the number two seed in the West.
Let's play Fred VanVleet's 3-point shot, because also I want to give some flowers to the Space City Home Network broadcast team, which was finally getting some flowers from the national team. Nothing against Bill Worrell, who I felt always focused too much on bad calls made by referees and never moved on. I felt like Matt Bullard did the same thing. But Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins, plus our gal, Vanessa, are a fantastic trio. And I thought this call was stupendous of an insane shot by Fred VanVleet, who truly was steps in from the midcourt logo.
Green on Williams to VanVleet from the parking lot.
He points to the heavens.
Unbelievable.
It was an incredible.
He's so good. I love Craig. Producing for him when he was doing radio only was incredible. He's a fantastic person, which makes it even better. He's one of my favorite people I've ever worked with in this industry. He's so good. I'm so glad also they didn't hire Doug Gottlieb and they hired Ryan Hollins. Thank God.
Wait, that was a possibility?
He was one of the final 3 candidates. It was Ryan Hollins, Doug Gottlieb, and I can't remember who the third person was. Yeah, that was their final 3.
People think I'm negative. My God.
Yeah. You imagine Gottlieb on that call?
I was just dragging the energy down all broadcast long.
Yeah.
Would he still be splitting time with college basketball, being a college basketball head coach?
Don't think he would have been able to pull that off. Because his radio shows during the day.
Yeah, he can do pod.
So, yeah, don't think you could do
bring his
like
pod
that.
mic on the road.
Yeah, but they're excellent. I agree. It's nice to see them get their flowers now that people are hearing them on League Pass because they're fantastic. But the Rockets, they're just playing really, really good team basketball. Even though Jalen Green sucks, they're finding a way to win.
He's shooting less.
A lot less.
I'm okay with that. They're winning games. He's figuring out how to play winning basketball.
Yeah, don't shoot, apparently.
Just don't shoot that much. Pass it out to Fred VanVleet to take that shot after taking a little bit too time with the shot clock winding down. And honestly, Jalen held on to it a little bit too long for it to get to that point.
Jalen Green, just pass it to Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks. Just like how we drew it up in the offseason.
For what it's worth, Green did have 41 points last Wednesday.
Yeah.
So
I know, but I've been mostly unimpressed this year.
Yeah, that's fine. He has had his moments though, so I'm not gonna completely throw him under the bus. And let's talk about a man who I think deserves a lifetime extension from the Houston Rockets. And I know you don't want him, Joe. You don't want him because you're soft. You are a soft, weak man.
No,
and you don't like the Dylan Brooks show. This is Dylan Brooks creating havoc on a jump ball.
Another one. No, not this time. And then Brooks ties up Gilgeous-Alexander. Here's Williams. Here come both teams. Here comes Rocket security. And we got a scrub in front of the Rocket bench. I love it.
All right. Before the election, we did a segment in which we conceded takes.
Yeah.
I made a mistake that day.
You did?
I didn't concede that take.
Yeah, you should.
I would like to formally apologize. My name is Joseph George. I apologize to Dylan Brooks fans out there. I love Dylan Brooks.
We are all witnesses.
We are team Dylan Brooks.
This city appreciates hardworking, blue-collar individuals like Aziz Al-Shaair and Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
Okay?
They should take a picture together.
Really should.
Just put it up in the studio behind Paul.
They hate us because they ain't us.
We need an Astros version.
Put Jose Altuve in the middle. Just because. They hate us because they ain't us. Hector Neris would work too.
I was going to say Phil Mayton, but he's not here anymore.
I love this. I love this moment from Dylan Brooks. Again, the call by Ackerman was great. It was about a minute later, but Ackerman made a reference to all the midfield battles with flags in college football over the weekend. Because it was a funny moment. There was a back and forth between the Rockets and Thunder, but it actually seemed to be a good-natured. Like, these guys are just having fun playing basketball. And it's funny because it was a moment that involved Dylan Brooks. So you always wonder, did somebody get punched in the nuts?
Yeah. But Dylan Brooks, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the Canadian connection.
Yeah.
They're on the Canadian. They disappointed on the Canadian national team together this summer.
Ooh, so too friendly here in this moment for Dylan Brooks because they're Canadians.
I think that's what made it not escalate into, oh my God, this is the dirtiest thing I've ever seen on a basketball
I know, but
court.
like it also this is the one where like what's the next great rivalry in Houston sports? This one might get up there. It just feels like the Rockets and the Thunder are going to be these young, chippy teams, are going to be playing each other quite a bit in the playoffs, hopefully. Feels like there might something might build out of this.
Yeah.
It's fun in the moment, but like they all smiled and laughed. But like I wonder, and that's good. Like we need it. Like I need a team to hate.
Yeah. I mean the two teams do have a lot of like kind of already commonality just among the fan base. I mean, for all these, like Alperen Şengün was still in Turkey for all these, but you have like the James Harden trade, you have the playoff series that they played back in 2013 with Pat Beverly going after Russell Westbrook's knee before a timeout. Maybe Patrick Beverly should be in the Aziz Al-Shaair picture too. And then you have the series in the bubble that they played. You have the Chris Paul trade, which was before the bubble, but you have the Chris Paul Russell Westbrook trade. Like these teams just are always involved with each other, always, and then geographically pretty close. And and now their two rebuilds are kind of coming to fruition around the same time. I mean, the Thunder were the 1 seed last year, so they're a little bit ahead of the Rockets. But we saw last night that when they're both playing their game, they can hang with each other, or at least the Rockets can hang with the Thunder and don't need like some crazy stuff to happen. I mean, again, Fred VanVleet played awesome, but you are just going to need your best players to play well in a game against the number 1 seed. So that was nice to see that they can just hang with the class of the West.
Yeah, I mean, because even if Fred doesn't score all those points, like you think in theory Jalen picks some of that.
Yeah, Jalen or Şengün, someone's going to. I mean, it's what we see every night with this team. Is that a lot of times it's one of 4 different players, and you spin a wheel, and they're the best player on the court that night.
Yeah.
Sean Mapes behind the glass, Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, who had the best win of the weekend. It's the Rockets. The Rockets had it with that win over the Thunder last night. Second place, Texas over Texas A&M. Third place, Texans beating the Jaguars.
Yeah, I mean, Texas, they still don't have any ranked wins, so that we don't know if they're a good team or not.
That's a good point. Wow.
I heard that in the lead up to this game a lot, and they still don't have a ranked win.
They have a ranked win now.
Oh, did someone sneak in? Did Vandy sneak in?
Wasn't A&M was ranked?
They're not ranked.
Well, they were ranked.
Well, yeah.
Counts.
So is Michigan.
You're just rubbing it in.
No, I'm saying it counts.
Sean's just rubbing it in.
Yeah, they were 20th when the game kicked off.
You can't tell me it doesn't count.
They're not in the AP poll anymore.
I know, but then what do I have?
I'd like less of my Aggie friends to text me "FU" because of what Sean's saying. So, Sean,
what? No, they texted "FU" because of what you said. I let you both cook for 10 minutes.
SMU? They're in the ACC championship game.
What about SMU?
They got a good win this weekend.
They did get a good win this weekend.
They beat the crap out of Cal.
ACC rivalry,
yeah,
unlike any other. A school in Dallas and a school in California. ACC. Up next, who had the most hyperbolic take on Azeez Al-Shaair's hit of Trevor Lawrence? Some guy in Jacksonville is going after me right now. That's fun. Gallant George, stay put. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. What did I tell you? I told you the Texans wouldn't cover. I told you. I tried to help you out. I tried to make you money. And you know, one of the ways that I could make you money is by telling you that this team just can't cover. They can't. Now they get a bye week, which we all needed. But guess what? You never need a bye week at MyBookie.ag. You can bet on everything. Yeah, there's a live blackjack dealer, a live poker dealer, so you can play cards from your own home. But you've also got the ability to bet on a sports ball, like the football match tonight. The Broncos, 6-point favorites against Jameis Winston and the Cleveland Browns. Over-under of this game, 41.5. I'm going to slam the under. I don't know what the weather conditions are for this one. It would be fun to see Jameis Winston play in the snow once again, but Broncos defense is good. The Browns defense is good. Neither of these offenses are great, though Bo Nix has been having a fun rookie season. Hey, what are the odds of Bo Nix to win Rookie of the Year? You can bet on that and more at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The biggest scandal in NFL history. Azeez Al-Shaair putting his right forearm / elbow into the padded upper chest of Trevor Lawrence, which led to Trevor Lawrence, who was sliding, hitting his head horribly on the field in Jacksonville, fencing right afterwards, clearly concussed, had to leave the game. He's okay. Put a statement out there thanking people that were praying for his recovery. Azeez Al-Shaair put a statement out there afterwards as well, saying it wasn't his intent to harm him in that moment. After the game was done, sideline reporter Laura Oakman for CBS was with CJ Stroud and asked him this question.
All right, CJ Stroud, I talked to D'Amico Ryans at halftime, and we talked about everything that went on earlier, and he said that does not represent us. I'm asking you this because you're wearing a C on your chest, how you feel about the Aziz hit, the fight, and just the optics of all of it today.
Yeah, first, I always got to give glory and praise to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this great opportunity, playing in the NFL, have an opportunity to play against the Jaguars team and come out to Jacksonville with safe travels, so glory goes to God. But, it was tough, man, to see Trev go out like that. And, Aziz, I don't think that's his intent. But, it sucks to see a player ever go down. I'm always trying to pray over both teams whenever, we take a field. Everybody wants to leave the field healthy. So, man, prayers go to Trev. And really, man, I hope Aziz, learns from it. But, I'm still rocking with my brother. I know he didn't mean it. He didn't intend to do that. He just got to be more careful.
What do you think of that question?
Well, I think it's a fair question. I think the way she framed it's weird, but her intent is correct. He is the captain of the football team. He's the quarterback. So
right. So you have to stop Aziz Al-Shaair from being a bad boy.
I think just asking his perspective on it is okay. I think it makes more sense in the press conference for sure than coming from the sideline reporter. So it's strange. I think the way she asked it was not great. So I think it's fine to ask him about it. I wouldn't have made it my lead question since it's not in that moment, but it's okay, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the worst question I've ever heard, I'm sure.
Yeah, sure. I think it was a leading question. I thought it was lame given the stakes. Look, he didn't make the hit. If you're going to ask somebody about the hit, I get it. Aziz Al-Shaair has been ejected from the game. He's nowhere to be found. But what? Stroud's supposed to stop defenders from going 100% on a play?
Yeah, I wonder if it's because of what D'Amico said. She felt like she had to ask CJ because D'Amico said that's not what we're all about, and maybe she thought, like to your point, a leading question of she thought basically CJ was going to say something similar. I don't know. It is strange. I didn't hear it in the moment because I don't watch that part of games. I think it's a waste of my time usually, and because it's all on social media after. So it is strange. I mean, he answered the question fine. I don't know what else he is supposed to say. And like, he's not going to bury his teammate right there in the moment. You're not going to do that. You can, he answered it perfectly, but it is a leading question the way she framed it for sure.
I feel like that the immediate reaction by the CBS broadcaster and the color commentator, Moose Johnson, lent itself to the hullabaloo about what happened. Obviously, people in Houston are going to stick up to a degree for Aziz Al-Shaair. I thought it was an undisciplined play for a guy who is a habitual line stepper, but I kind of like habitual line steppers. I like players who are always going 100%. I think in that situation, given that the quarterback was scrambling for perhaps a first down, I understand why a defender is not going to let him just slide in there for the first down. But could he have just done a two-hand touch instead of a forearm shove? Sure. The field hit Lawrence harder than Al-Shaair did. I mean, that elbow was to shoulder pads. For anyone who has worn shoulder pads, there's a plastic plate on top of pads. The impact that Al-Shaair made did not do anything. I understand he's in a defenseless position there, but he's a 6'6", 220-pound quarterback. And I'm not trying to blame him for what happened here. I'm just saying, what is safer for a quarterback in that situation? Sliding late or putting your perhaps injured shoulder into Al-Shaair to try to get a few extra yards? I think that's where the NFL now finds itself in a situation where they got to figure out if this is something that's sustainable in the NFL rules. If you got this many quarterbacks who can scramble, and you got quarterbacks who have taken advantage of this in the past, is sliding compatible?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's an easy answer. And yep, again, as I said before, people in Jacksonville are going to be pissed about it. People in the larger NFL talking head community are going to be pissed off about it. And people here are going to defend Al-Shaair. But I think there's more nuance to this than saying it was a dirty, disgusting, despicable act, the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if you go back to the Kenny Pickett play is probably a good example because of the fake slide. And then the college football said that was, I believe, a penalty afterwards, that it's no longer allowed. That's part of the regulation for this, is that quarterbacks, I think that this is where it has to start at least. Quarterbacks either have to do it or not do it. Like it either has to be if you're going to slide, if you can never fake it again. Like you can never see a quarterback, and there has to be a penalty for it. It has to be a 15-yard penalty. There has to be repercussions on the other side of the ball. If there's going to be for the player that hits the quarterback, well, if the quarterback does a fake slide or does a fake step out of bounds, then that should be a 15-yard penalty too. Because you're not putting the defense in a compromised position to where they have to make these split-second calls. And yes, Aziz could have pulled up, I guess. I think it's fine. It's not the end of the world. But, like, you can't have it both ways is the point. And that's what the NFL wants. They want the quarterbacks to be protected. They want the defensive players to then know exactly what's happening in their opponent's mind and not be fooled by a trick play.
We're not telekinetic here. And I'm always going to side with defensive players. Some people brought up, hey, Tom Brady's the one who started it. You're right. He did. He gets hit low by Bernard Pollard, and that led to a moment in time where you can't sack a quarterback low. You can't land on a quarterback. You can't drill a quarterback in the same way that you can drill a other player on the field, because they always have that ability to slide, to give up on the play. And I hate it. I don't think that the most compensated player on the football field should be beholden to a different set of rules than everybody else out there. Wide receiver gets clobbered over the middle, no one cares. Special teams player gets injured, no one cares. But a quarterback has this happen to them, and everyone loses their minds and seems to believe that we all have the ability to just stop in our tracks and stop forward momentum. You cannot disobey the laws of physics. It's not effing possible. And Alshire is a big human being. He broke down. Lawrence was going low. What's Alshire supposed to do there when it happens that late? And Lawrence hitting his head on the field is a result of Alshire being perhaps a tad undisciplined there, because did it need to be the forearm? No. But please miss me with this. It was the worst thing we've ever seen. It simply wasn't. Was it bad? Sure. The fencing was awful. It's a violent sport. Do we have to clutch our pearls after every moment like this? If you're going to do that, you may as well stop watching, because there's less and less of it.
Yeah, I mean, but this is like when when the concussion movie came out and everything that was happening, all the studies, and everyone was like, everyone's all upset and they're going to stop watching football, and no one ever stopped watching football. I think you said something like earlier in the show, Paul, that I think is that I want to revisit a little bit, is just get rid of the slide. Totally. Make them dive forward. Couple things. It's going to be way more obvious to the defensive player, right? If they're diving forward instead of sliding, that body language is going to be totally different. Also, it's better for the offense because you're diving forward with the ball. I believe it was the Patriots game. Drake May slid across the first down line, and then they had to, I can't remember if it was that game, but the first time they called it was behind the line of scrimmage, because you don't even know where the ball goes. Like, where does the ball get spotted on a slide? Trevor Lawrence, part of the reason why this happens is because he has to go an extra 2 or 3 steps to get the first down, because he's sliding backwards essentially with where the ball's being placed. So make them dive forward. Get rid of the slide. It's way more obvious to the defensive players if they're diving versus sliding. So I think you start there and you say, hey, you can't slide, because why does no one else slide? Why does the wide receiver not slide? Why does the running back not slide? Mm-hmm. Like, no one else does it. So just get rid of it.
You're right. It's so crazy that this play's just accepted too. It's just accepted. And how many times have we brought this up? Oh, this guy doesn't know how to slide properly. Isn't that so ridiculous that we talked about, oh, this guy needs to slide. He needs to learn how to slide. But he didn't need to slide at the college level. He was putting his shoulder into people. I get it. People are bigger now. I get it. He's getting paid money now. It's still the same game. It's the same sport. So now all of a sudden, don't go for every single yard you can get. And I'm of the belief you shouldn't be allowed to run out of bounds. You shouldn't be allowed to give up on a play. You shouldn't be allowed to slide. And I say that somewhat jokingly, but I mean, isn't your job to try to get every single yard you can? Mm-hmm. What if that was a third down and Lawrence is sliding there and Alshire stops him with his hands? Like, we're laughing at Lawrence for sliding there.
Justin Fields did it last week. Remember? He slid on a play where he was trying to get a first down and he didn't get it. because of where he slid. Like we see quarterbacks do this all the time. Like they don't know where to slide. So just get rid of the slide. I think that starts to solve the problem a little bit. And I think it's just more fair for the defense. Stop protecting the offense so much. Like, fine Aziz, no big deal. It's not my money, so I guess it's unfair to me to say that. But give him a fine, make it hefty. But you got to change. You got to help these guys out a little bit. And you're not going to, if they're diving forward like that, you're not going to see the way Trevor Lawrence's head hit the ground in that fashion either. They're going to be more protected. Hell, CJ Stroud does a great job diving forward. He doesn't slide that often. He dives forward because he wants to get as much yardage as possible. So just change it that way. And then people is just, he's not dead. Okay? Like, he's not dead.
If he dies, he dies.
You know, honestly, most of the people like
Joe with the Russian logic.
Like, most people are probably like me who like
He just pawned in Game of Life.
I'm only pissed because like I might miss the fantasy football playoffs because I got 0.24 points from Trevor Lawrence this week. Wow. Like, that's the only reason why I really care. Like,
jeez, Joe.
But you don't think that's most people's reactions right now? Is that like, oh,
no,
I had Trevor Lawrence in fantasy football and now I lost.
No, you are literally the only one.
He already threw an interception, so my prize pick lineup was safe. I just needed Joe Mixon to get in the end.
So you two are the only
I profited.
You profited off of that?
Not off of that, but I had already profited when that happened.
cashed.
And so I was like, oh, okay. It's in Nico Collins' hand now.
Yeah, it's just they need to get over it. It's people are overreacting to everything. You know what's going to happen is next weekend when the Texans are on a bye week, something similar is going to happen, and then the woke football community is going to have something else to be upset about.
Woke football community.
Yeah, because like it honestly, I feel like half the people who get so upset about this, besides the Jags fans, and like they have every right to be upset. Like, he's their quarterback. Someone said this earlier on Twitch. We'd be totally talking about this differently with CJ Stroud. 100%. We are 100%.
I honestly, I wouldn't. I really hate how quarterbacks get babied. I was bitching and moaning about this during the game on Saturday, and all my friends, my Texas fan friends, got pissed at me because I thought the roughing the passer call when they shoved Quinn Ewers in the back, I thought that was the softest BS I've ever seen. What are we talking about? You got shoved. Yeah. Oh, it's roughing. Jesus. Like, they are so protected. I hate it. I hate it all. And sorry, cutting you off in that moment.
Fine.
If it happened to Stroud, I would say the same thing. I hate that now the gut reaction of people watching football is not, all right, well, he's down. Oh, that was a good hit. It's, oh, he hit the guy that has the ball harder than he should. He's not supposed to hit that guy that hard. He's only supposed to hit the other guy.
100%.
Just those guys. Come on. You can't hit that guy. The other guys. It's that part bothers me.
I agree, Paul. It's hypocritical. The whole thing. You know, the one.
Imagine getting up in the middle of the game and like you're such a pussy if you're getting up in the middle of the game and you're like, hey, they hit my guy too hard. You're watching a violent sport. It's violence. Oh, you hit my guy too hard. You used to watch Jacked Up 20 years ago and you loved it. Now you're like, he hit my guy. He hit my millionaire guy.
Honestly, it wouldn't even been on Jacked Up. Like, that hit would not have been on Jacked Up.
No.
I think it would.
I don't think it would have.
The fencing part.
Well, that part would have been that would have been on the early YouTube video set to "Here Comes the Boom."
Oh yeah. So good. That one video lives on forever.
And they stagger. They show him staggering to try to get to the sideline. It would have been on that. I don't think that meets the level for Tom Jackson. Tom Jackson had high standards for Jacked Up.
I don't even think it's the worst hit of the football game that happened.
What was the worst?
We all that have played football, one of the first things we are taught is to keep your eyes up and not put your head down because you are potentially going to hurt yourself. You're leading with the crown of the helmet. And what Henry To'o did to his own teammate Jimmy Ward was a nastier hit on a head than what happened to Trevor Lawrence. He dropped his head. He was looking at the ground and he pummeled Jimmy Ward on accident.
It jacked him from the game.
Like, it's a worse fundamental head-hunting play than what Aziz did. And you know what? Nothing happened.
No.
Because it was his own teammate that got hit. And it was a harder hit to the skull than what happened to Trevor Lawrence.
I mean, this team sneaky has a bunch of that. Henry To'o, he brings the boom.
Yeah, you know what?
Jalen Petrie, boom. Aziz Al-Shaair, boom.
D'Amico Ryan says, like, that's not what we're on about. what we're about?
I kind of think it's
Guys, you
Swarm.
Like, what is Swarm about? Like,
well,
The
it's
hip
actually
break.
about special work ethic and relentless mindset.
Relentless mindset. Laying the boom.
Wait, relentless mindset.
Sounds relentless.
Aziz Al-Shaair, what he did, he did not relent.
Boom!
Say what you want about Aziz Al-Shaair. He did not relent on a sliding quarterback. It was a relentless mindset.
Yeah.
To push him.
They swarmed.
Double hitting a guy in the shoulder pad and hitting him on the field. Hit cookie. I mean, and I'm sorry. I sound callous. I'm happy Lawrence is okay. I think we all should be happy about that. You're allowed to be concerned in the moment. But I think the larger point that I'm frustrated with is that we are now conditioned to get mad when a guy gets hit in a football game because it might help our team out. And I as someone who has honor, I hate it. Now, not everyone has honor like me. I'm the most honorable man alive, except for when I played football and speared people. But that's a different time. It was 2006. Okay?
Yeah, that was.
It was 2006.
Different world.
The rules were different back then.
Also, there are less HD cameras on the high school football field.
No one had an iPhone
because no one cares. Also, too, there's that. There's a lot of things there, but I tend to side with defensive players, and I think we all collectively need to relax a little bit when it comes to getting mad about tackles. Okay, that play by Al-Shaair, not the most disciplined one out there, but it is as if he pulled out a gun, last Boy Scout style, and capped Trevor Lawrence twice in the forehead. Okay? That did not happen. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. We did get statements from both Trevor Lawrence and Azeez Al-Shaair today after Azeez Al-Shaair's hit of Trevor Lawrence in the second quarter knocked Lawrence out of the game and saw Al-Shaair get suspended from the game. First, let's read Trevor Lawrence's statement. He is alive. He is going back and forth with some folks on X. Thank you to everyone who has reached out / been praying for me. I'm home and feeling better. Means a lot. Thank you all. That is good to see.
Yes, he's not dead. Well, we can't confirm. We haven't seen him yet.
What is this? Damar Hamlin 2.0? Was that a Damar Hamlin joke?
Kind of.
Is that what you were going for there?
Trevor Lawrence clone?
Yeah.
Well,
We've seen her. We've seen the volleyball player that looks just like Trevor Lawrence on social media. She might be a better quarterback.
Interesting.
He stinks.
And it's a she?
I think so. The volleyball player?
Yeah, there's been a lot of when he was in college, it was a popular Halloween costume for a blonde girl to go as Trevor Lawrence, which is a tough doppelganger to have.
Gotcha. Okay. I wasn't sure if you were talking about the San Jose State volleyball player or something.
Oh,
okay. Now, I'm sorry. Back to the statements written by both Trevor Lawrence and now Al-Shaair. With the caption, "All praise to Allah," Azeez Al-Shaair wrote the following: "I've always played the game as hard as I could, never with the intent to harm anyone. And anybody that knows me knows that. My goal is to hit you as hard as I can. Then I pray you're still able to get up and play the next play." Well, I don't know if intent to harm anyone and hitting you as hard as I can. I don't know if you can say there's no intent for trying to hit somebody as hard as you can, but it's a violent game, Azeez. Aziz's statement continues. "And when the game is over, go home to your family unharmed because it's not personal. It's just competition. We both are trying to do the same thing, which is provide for our families. I genuinely didn't see him sliding until it was too late, and it all happens in the blink of an eye. To Trevor, I genuinely apologize to you for what ended up happening. Before the game, we spoke, and I told you how it was great to see you back out on the field and wished you well. I would never want to see any player hurt because of a hit I put on them, especially one that's deemed late or unnecessary. To the rest of his teammates, I can definitely understand you having his back and defending him in a situation like that. To the rest of the people who I've been called every single name in the book, from reporters with their hands ready for a story to find," and the statement seems to cut off for a moment, to I guess find their clicks. "To the rest of his teammates, I can definitely understand you having his back and defending him in a situation like that. To the rest of the people who I've been called every name in the book." Okay, hang on a second. "From the reporters with their hands ready for a story to find their villain, to racist and Islamophobic fans and people, you don't know my heart nor my character, which I don't need to prove to any of you. God knows my intentions, and anyone who has ever been a teammate or friend of mine knows my heart." For those who don't know, Al-Shaair's cleats, they had Free Palestine on the side of them. And I think some people saw the cleats after what happened, specifically in the greater Jacksonville region, and went harder at Al-Shaair.
For sure.
Seeing that chum in the water.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely looked at that as like a reason to attack him extra for this, which they're not correlated. One thing does not lead to the other. So it's a stupid thing. I do find his statement where he wants to hurt people but not hurt them is basically what he's saying. He wants to hit you as hard as he can but not hurt. He wants to see you get up though from that hit. Look, you can't prove intent. Like that's also the part of this that is challenging, is even for the NFL in terms of like suspensions and things like that. You can't prove that he intended to hurt Trevor Lawrence in that way.
And I think that's what a dirty hit should be, is if it's done intentionally. And sometimes it is apparent. Like Kiko Alonso, who was a habitual line stepper himself, that hit that he had of Joe Flacco was dirty. But you could also point to Azeez Al-Shaair's track record and say, as a habitual line stepper, I'm not going to give him the benefit of the doubt because of his track record. And that's totally fine. Me personally, I don't think it was malicious in terms of its intent. I think the guy just goes after everybody as hard as he can. Lawrence slid late. I'm not blaming Lawrence for the hit that he suffered. I think it might have been a better idea for him to put the shoulder into the guy. He is 6'6", 220. But sometimes bleep plays out like this. I'm sure Azeez will be fined by the NFL for this, and we'll see if he ends up getting suspended.
I do think he will, to be honest, just because of the plays that they highlight, the social media uproar that it causes. I think the NFL often kind of follows the social media trends in that way. I think he'll be suspended for a game, at least.
Okay.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but I think he will be.
We do have a call in the 10-minute drill. Jerry wants to weigh in on Azeez Al-Shaair's hit. Jerry, what's up?
Hey guys, it's Gary from the Heights, but I just want to say I disagree with you guys, right? And I mean I'm in Houston as it gets, man. Born and raised in Houston, went to Sharpstown Mall, but I just don't agree with this thing like just because they're on your team you have to support them. Like I can't stand Patrick Beverly, and I hate when people say, "Well, you love him when he plays for you." Like Azeez is an out of control player. Like I don't even think that yesterday intent, non-intent, like it doesn't really matter. It matters like what you do on the field. And if somebody had done that to C.J. Stroud, we'd all be up in arms. So I think it's appropriate to be up in arms against Azeez. Like, this is not his first time showing us that he's an out-of-control player. Like, even the Caleb Williams thing, like, it wasn't penalized. I get it. It was borderline. Just hit a running back 2 yards out of bounds. Like, and, like, if you're just saying you couldn't move, do you tackle people with both of your forearms? No, like you don't. So I can see if he was going into like a wrap up and then he accidentally hit him. The dude forearm shivered the dude into the ground. I don't think it's the end of the world. He shouldn't go to jail. But you can't tell me it's not a dirty play when this dude's shown himself to be a dirty player, or at the very least a reckless player. And I don't like that. I mean, I'm a Texans fan.
But
I don't
Jerry,
like that. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying here, but I think you said both things here. I think I agree with you in that it was an undisciplined play, an out of control play, especially given the stakes and the situation. But I don't think that necessarily means that the play was dirty. And again, that's a very subjective word that we're talking about here. But out of control, yeah, I'll allow it. It's second down. It's not a playoff game. It's not the fourth quarter. It's not the red zone. He didn't need to do that for sure. But I also think it's just kind of consistent with who he is as a player. I saw Mike Meltzer tweet this out. Like, he's basically Vontez Burfict light. And there have been moments before. I don't know if it was in San Francisco where perhaps this happened in addition to that moment where he put his hand on Tom Brady's neck while he was going after him. I don't think that was that big of a deal. He wasn't trying to strangle him. But whatever. I'm always going to side with defensive players, even if it happened against C.J. Stroud. I'm not going to white knight for C.J. Stroud there. I think quarterbacks are handsomely compensated for their services, a job that's very difficult for sure, a job that's very violent for sure, but they got every single rule that is looking out for them, okay? And defensive players are expected to basically stop at their tracks, which could potentially lead to a guy pulling a Josh Allen or a Patrick Mahomes or a Kenny Pickett on him.
Yeah, I mean, Gary, like, I think what you're saying, like, reckless for sure, but you bring up Caleb Williams, well, then I'm the perfect person to talk to because I have no problem with that hit. Watch the Lions game on
Get out of bounds with
Thanksgiving.
more urgency.
What did Caleb Williams do on Thursday? He stopped and like looked like he was going to do a back juke, and he got hit in the leg, and then he acted like a baby after the game. And I love Caleb Williams. I think he's going to be incredible. But he acted like a baby after the game, saying he didn't appreciate the hit. Well, then run out of bounds, dude. So Caleb, while he's running out of bounds, he's in play. Like, I don't think that play should be used here as an example of what Azeez is doing. He is a reckless player for sure. And if I was D'Amico Ryans, what I'd be telling him is, while I want you to play great, you are going to cost your team at some point if you continue to play this recklessly. That, I think, is very true. He has to find the balance of being aggressive and reckless, and he's on the reckless side of it right now. That's for sure.
Bruce has a thought on the Azeez Al-Shaair hit as well. Bruce, what's up? Bruce.
Hello?
What's up, dude?
Hey. I'm listening to you guys talk about this hit, and it sounds to me like y'all downplaying it a little bit. But within the rules of the game, the guy had no business hitting a dude like that. And I'm an old school football fan, but the rules are the rules. And he hit him, looked to me, deliberately hit him when he could have done a lot of things. He could have flew over him for one thing if he wanted to, and not even hit him at all. But when the quarterback gives himself up, you can't hit him. That's the rule.
He shouldn't have led with the forearm. He could have tapped him, and I think given the situation, it wasn't necessary. I think Bruce, what we're trying to say here is this is not as dirty as it's being made out to be. I just don't think it was. I think it was an undisciplined, out of control play. I think, as Gary in the Heights said in the last call, I think it's more along those lines. And I'm going to side with defensive players more often than not. Sure, it's a rule. He gave up on the play. We're allowed to say that we don't like rules. I don't like that rule. I don't like that quarterbacks have kind of carte blanche, and yet running backs and wide receivers, when they have a football in their hands, don't. Tight ends don't either.
It's an illegal hit. He got penalized for it. Those are the rules. You're right, Bruce. He broke the rules.
Yeah, we're not saying it was a legal play or anything. Like,
yeah.
I think this whole thing is like people just having two different conversations about it, where it is like this is a dirty hit that, oh my God, Aziz Al-Shaair is a headhunter out there. Where it's like, no, it's a penalty. Like, guys get hit sliding all the time. Like that happens when a quarterback slides. I don't know, at least once a game, or maybe not once a game, but over a team season, it probably happens like 10 times a year where there's a slide and your quarterback gets hit late, and that's it. That's all that happens. So, I mean, Aziz plays with, like, he's a guy who plays with an edge, but like, I don't think this was like some serious deal where you have, again, just to bring it up, you have John McClain saying is the worst hit he's seen in 48 years of covering football. Like that we are having two different conversations.
Yes.
If you're saying that is the worst hit you've seen in 48 years.
Yeah,
because no one here will agree with that. I guarantee you, no one will agree with that.
I think mostly it's the overreaction to it. Like it's people are they're acting like he committed murder. Like Darren Lewis Johnson, like the way he's talking about this, saying it's the most disrespectful thing he's ever seen in his life. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
you're in a locker room with Charles Haley.
Like,
just so like, what are we talking about?
Yeah,
you played against Lawrence Taylor.
We've seen people bite ears off in sports. Like, we talk about the most disrespectful thing you've ever seen.
These guys
in your
have
life.
helmets and chest plates.
Yeah, like it's an illegal hit. It is probably like it leans towards dirty, but like it's the reaction to it is so incredibly over the top.
That's
like,
yeah,
he's fine.
The other thing with like dirty, like people just have different definitions for what dirty is. Like dirty, I assume like dirty, there's some intention of malice with dirty. Like you're trying to injure someone, but other people, or at least judging from what I see online and what we've had people like text or call in about, like they just think dirty just means like you committed a foul. That's a dirty play if you commit a foul. And like that's, to me, that's not what the word dirty means. Where it's like, oh, that's a dirty hit. Where it's like, there's a lot of dirty hits that get or a lot of penalties that get like late hits or roughing the passers that are not dirty hits. They're just penalties. And in my mind, the Aziz Al-Shaair thing is more of a penalty than a dirty hit.
More people want to weigh in on this. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Was Aziz Al-Shaair's hit of Jaguars quarterback Trevor Lawrence yesterday in a 23-20 Texans win, 8-5 going into the bye week, baby, a dirty hit? Stick around.
Let's talk about LaBerge in Lake Charles, the best place to go and bet on your Texas teams when you want to leave Texas. And look, there's no Texans game this weekend. Doesn't mean there's not plenty of great action. It's championship weekend in college football, so you'll be able to watch all those games going on. I cannot imagine what the environment's going to be like on December 21st when there's 3 college football games in a row, or on New Year's Eve when it's the same thing. It's going to be an absolutely incredible environment. You got the 24-foot video wall, great food from Chef Lyle. You got the 19 betting kiosk, and you can even use your phone with the ESPN Bet app as well. Can't recommend it enough. It's an awesome place to go. When you want to leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. The question, was Azeez Al-Shaair's hit of Trevor Lawrence in yesterday's Texans-Jaguars game a dirty hit? Daryl has a thought, weighing in at 713-780-3776 on the HRNP listener line. Daryl, what's up?
How y'all doing?
Yo.
So my thought on this, you know that football is a violent sport, right? And Trevor Lawrence is trying to go for that first down in my mind. And my first thought is, why would he wait till he got right up on Azeez to make the slide? And he could have went down 3-4 yards before he even seen Azeez coming after him, and it would have been over with from there. What are your thoughts?
I feel like whether or not Lawrence slid there is also a subject of conversation here. Should he have slid earlier? It's a bang-bang play for the quarterback as well. And I feel like he probably realized, well, it is second down. Do I need to go for the first down? If it's third down, I wonder if he goes shoulder first. I wonder if we're even having this conversation. I'm not going to go so far as some are to say, hey, that's his fault for sliding late. No, it's also bang-bang for him. And making that determination, especially considering he's a guy who was just back onto the field because of a shoulder injury, in the moment, that is tough. He did seem to freeze up for a little bit. I don't think, though, that he ultimately was going for the first down. He did give up a couple of yards before it. You know, he slid and he would have been short of the sticks.
Yeah, if you're going to give up, just run to the sidelines, man. It solves all of this. He made a play, he could have slid sooner. And you know it's potentially you're going to get hit. It is not a perfect science. And even if the rules committee decided to try to take a look at this, I'm not really sure what the perfect solution is. You mentioned the hip drop tackle earlier when we discussed it. Like, they don't really know how to enforce that. They don't know how to enforce this. Like they have no idea in a game when is a penalty. Honestly, I'm still not even totally sure what all the flags were for. Besides, I know a Jacksonville corner got suspended or got a penalty because he's not supposed to be on the field because it's not a defensive possession. But like all of it's just bizarre and just handled improperly. So it's not Trevor's fault. It's definitely more Azeez's fault that it happened. But that's why you can't act like it's the most intentful, dangerous thing we've ever seen on planet Earth.
And
it's that fast.
That's what's happening. There's a lot of pearl clutching. And I get it. It gets clicks online. That's how the folks engagement farm. It's not just the online people who do it. It's the print people. It's the DV people. It's the radio people. But it's something that is not the worst thing we've ever seen. It was certainly the worst thing that we saw in terms of the fencing that Trevor Lawrence did in that noon to 3 window of Sunday's NFL action. But the worst thing I've seen in 48 years. Come on, John McClain.
Honestly, I know it's hard to really have an answer for this, I guess, but if he doesn't fence and he just rolls over on the ground and is in pain and then gets back up, does anyone care? Like honestly, like the reaction is more about maybe the fight afterwards, which is still being under discussed. Like, that to me is the part where I see a lack of discipline from the Texans, is even just the ability to get him off the field in any manner and to have a second fight break out near the end zone and then having to have Will Anderson basically force him out of the tunnel with multiple security guards. Like, that to me is more of like he's a total loose cannon than the play itself. But it's just, I don't know. I don't know what happened to people who watch football and are acting like the sky is falling today.
And it's not even like new football fans. It's not even like people that grew up in like the new era, like the post Tom Brady, Bernard Pollard hit, where like any hit on a quarter, it's Daryl Moose Johnson. It's John McClain. It's like ex-players and people that have covered the game, been around the game for a long time, like completely overreacting. Where I think like Joe, you're exactly right. It is because of what happened with Trevor Lawrence's body after the hit, more so like than anything that has to do with the hit itself. Because like you said, if he just like rolls over, is slow to get up, and then gets up, like you probably have a couple Jags get mad. Even like on the field, you just get a couple Jags get mad, the usual stuff. But like I have a hard time thinking like the sideline's clear over this if Trevor Lawrence doesn't fit, and it's not his fault. Literally involuntary bodily function, but it's like that. That is just the fact of the matter.
From the 8-3-2, it's getting harder and harder to watch NFL games
because of all the violent hits.
I'm
like
wondering...
because of thugs like Aziz Al-Shaair out there.
Oh, you can't say that, Sean. Come on.
That's what Daryl Johnson was saying.
It's
He was
straight up
implying, but he didn't say it. Okay,
that's what Laura Oakham was saying.
That's code. That's what the kids call a dog whistle. Okay, listen. I think it is harder and harder to watch Texans Jaguars games because last year was the first time that the games were actually entertaining. These games were both close this year, and I wanted zero part of any of them. There are definitely moments which are more difficult to watch. It's all sports, I think, have become a little bit less watchable over the years, but football has to decide whether or not it's a violent sport or it wants to be flag football. And they're in this murky in-between territory with quarterbacks that they're not with the majority of other players on the field. And the quarterbacks are the ones who are getting paid the most. They're handsomely compensated because they encounter moments like this from time to time when they're in the pocket. Why are they all of a sudden under a different set of rules when they're running downfield? That's what bothers me about the collective reaction to what happened yesterday.
Yeah, and the NFL's figure out who you want to be. Like who do you want to be as a league? If you don't want to allow this stuff, I'm fine with that. You make that decision, change the rules again, but then also you have to flip it on the other side. Because why are you not fixing in game the 2 Jalen Petrie penalties this year that were absolutely disgustingly wrong? When he's leading with his shoulder, it's a perfectly clean hit, and you're throwing a 15-yard penalty on a giant ass tight end. Like, call the game the right way, figure it out, get better referees, make better rules, call the game the way you want, but just decide who you want to be. Like, if you're going to do this, then also tell the quarterbacks they have to slide and they're never allowed to fake it again. If they're going to run out of bounds, they have to run out of bounds. It's not a hard solution for any of this. To me, it can be like you either have to allow this stuff and allow the quarterbacks to fake doing these things, or you have to change the rules. Because I never want to see a defender give up on a play in which Patrick Mahomes is running down the sideline, he fakes going out of bounds, and he ends up running for a touchdown. It's embarrassing. It shouldn't happen, and that's the NFL's fault because they protect these quarterbacks way too much.
More people want to weigh in on Aziz Al-Shaair's hit of Trevor Lawrence. Was it a dirty one? We've got Art up next. Art, welcome aboard Gallant George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Hey, guys.
Yo.
So for me, the issue was you can see on one of the replays where they're showing it like from behind, and Al-Shaair's eyes get big. He knows he's already down, and then you can see the extra emphasis that he puts in the forearm to the neck or whatever head of the quarterback. That's what makes it like for sure he could have controlled and just flew over him. And I'm a old school guy. Like I hate the new blind side block things. Like, hey, your head should be on a swivel. If you get blindsided, that's your fault. But that one was a different type of hit with intention on a defenseless quarterback that's laying down basically. And why are you going low on the quarterback anyways? You should hit him up there and knock him down. Like, why is he going for his legs down at the bottom?
Well,
those are my thoughts.
He's sliding. It creates a smaller target. Again, Al-Shaair shouldn't have used the forearm. But Art, to what you're saying, okay, he could theoretically leap over Lawrence, but there's a chance that as he's leaping over Lawrence, another body part hits Lawrence in the head, and he actually hits the turf worse than he hit it there. Like say it's his knee as he's flying by that hits Lawrence in the head. Like I think it's easier said than actually enacted, and these are really bang moments. If you thought Lawrence was going for the first down in that second right there, you got to react. And if you're a linebacker, you got to break down and try to stop him. What if the quarterback goes low, not because he's sliding, but he goes low because he wants to get leverage against you and try to drive you back a couple of yards? So that's something Josh Allen would have done in that situation. Now, I suppose you could say, well, Lawrence doesn't usually do that. Lawrence doesn't usually put his shoulder into people. That's true, but he could. He's a huge guy.
I've seen highlights of that.
He's 6'6", 220. He's not as big as Josh Allen is or Cam Newton was and all that. He's still a big guy, and it stands to reason that he would be able to hold his own if he ran into Azeez Al-Shaair full contact.
I think, Art, I hear his point, but I just think it's a lot of assumptions of how and what people can do in the moment to ask a player to say, stop, jump over him, like all of it. Like, you're asking so much of these guys. At some point, you're asking too much. And that's honestly how I think. They're asking too much. You're asking a guy to jump over someone now. Okay. Like, good luck. Like, it's not going to happen.
It's not the Matrix.
Yeah.
This was explained to me by a former linebacker, and I agree because, look, I played at a very low level, but imagine playing at that level and how bang everything is, the lowest level of high school possible, and then imagine playing it at this level where everyone's faster and bigger, and you, because you see something in slow motion, believe that it is so easy for a guy to stop and distract. And again, I want to say for the 1,000,000th time, not endorsing what Azeez Al-Shaair did. He should have known better. I don't know why he acted so mad about everyone coming after him after the play, too. He did put his forearm into Lawrence's head, and it looked awful with Lawrence fencing afterwards. But please stop acting like this could have simply been avoided or like it's the worst thing we've ever seen due to recency bias. We can't think everything is the best or worst we've ever seen. We've already gone too far with everything's a GOAT now. Well, the GOAT means greatest of all time, not the greatests, you know? And we do this with the worst thing we've ever seen. Think about it for a second. We've all seen worse things on a football field. DeMar Hamlin died, right? Like, there was a player who died in a game a couple of weeks ago for Alabama A&M. No one's talking about this. They're talking about Trevor Lawrence, who is, what, a $250 million quarterback here? But it's just as a quarterback, it's like a different conversation. Bleep happens on the field. It's a violent game. If you want this to not be ever a thought, you shouldn't watch, you know? I'm not endorsing what he did. I'm just saying this stuff happens, and I don't think it was as bad as it's made out to be.
100%.
Yeah. It's such a, like, I saw that and I was like, oh, that's bad. And then the sideline clearing, but like, you look at your phone and you see how people react. You're like, what? Are they watching a different feed than I am? Or like what? How? Again, I think we're all in agreement that it's like that is a 2024 penalty. Like, that you're just gonna call for that. There's no need. That is a player who plays on the edge, playing over the edge there. What we're pushing back against is that this is like some horrific, like, Malice in the Palace type of, like, no, this is just a bad play by a linebacker who is very aggressive when he's on the field. Like you said, he's a habitual line stepper, and he stepped over the line, but he stepped over the line of, this is a penalty, not he should be leaving in handcuffs.
From the 832, I think we're revisiting an old conversation that's already been resolved. That was against the rules. That's it. I get that, but there are a lot of dumb rules out there. And I think that the rules that are so favorable towards quarterbacks as ball carriers versus every other player are rules that I don't agree with. I get that they are trying to protect those players. I still feel like those are wrong, inherently wrong, to make a team game have one position that's so much more important than every other, even if we all know that's the case. The guy shouldn't be treated differently when he has the ball in his hand and he's running downfield. That's not endorsing what Al-Shaair did. Jerry has a thought at 713-780-3776. Jerry, what's up?
Hey guys, how y'all doing? It's simple. It's a tale of two sides, because the other day on Thursday Night Football, or Thursday, you have Caleb Williams who's running to the sideline, and then he pivots. He wants to cut back. And I believe the linebacker for Detroit hits him. And everyone on the Bears sideline was losing their mind of how dirty of that hit was. It was a clean hit. No one told Caleb to cut back into the middle of the field. Now, that's going out of bounds. That we all know that Trevor, or I think you should know that if he's going in the middle of the field, he's going to slide. You see the hit, and not even about how dirty that hit was, but you can see 2 or 3 Texans behind him just throw up their arms, like complaining, like, why would you throw yourself like that low and at the head? So I think Al-Shaair, he's on the wrong. and he's been on the wrong since week 2 when he just punched that Bears player on the sideline. So, I'm not defending him on this one. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate the phone call, Jerry. What's interesting is that Jerry thought the punch was bad, but the hit of Caleb Williams on the sideline wasn't bad. Caleb, get out of bounds. That's where I'm at with the quarterbacks. He is right, though, in that I think everyone knew that Aziz went too far with that one. If this was a different circumstance in the game, I think we were all talking about this a little bit differently. But it was first half towards midfield, second down. There's a lot of situation added here where did Aziz need to go that hard on that play? But Aziz always goes hard, and the man is a habitual line stepper.
Relentless mentality.
Swarm.
It's the RM and Swarm.
D'Amico Ryan said it did not reflect the way the Houston Texans want to play. And I actually do disagree with that.
Yeah, he didn't relent. Say what you want about Aziz Al-Shaair. A lot of people have said a lot of things about Aziz Al-Shaair last 24 hours. He did not relent.
I don't know how I feel about D'Amico saying that, but I don't know.
I feel like it's just a thing you could just kind of have to say after
I guess
the game.
so, yeah.
Especially when
as the coach, you can't endorse it.
And the guy, I don't know if he knew like the state of Trevor Lawrence's brain at that point, where you probably just want to err on the side of like, my bad. Hope he's all right.
Like you say it's what you're not about, but Aziz has multiple big hits this year. The 2 Jalen Petrie plays, the Henry To'o play in this game where he nearly knocked out Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward has laid some big hits this year. You hit hard. Like the one thing this team is doing is like they make now not this. This is I get this specific example. You do not endorse, but it's very clear that one thing D'Amico Ryans has instilled in this team is high impact plays.
Yeah. And like D'Amico Ryans played in the NFL. He was a linebacker in the NFL. Like he knows what like is and isn't acceptable and what is and isn't, like what is hard-nosed football and what isn't. And so like, that's why I don't know. Some of the stuff is like you said, is just creating an identity with the team. And this is sometimes the downside, like with Dylan Brooks that we see in basketball, where, hey, if you're going to be the hard-nosed guy, sometimes you're going to be in the wrong. You're just going to be in the wrong sometimes. And he was in the wrong today. But none of us think that it's like some moral judgment upon Aziz as a human being.
I agree. 713-780-3776 to call in. It's also how you text in. Working in a couple of texts. 2 texters are saying that everyone's a bunch of soft boys out there. Maybe we're going to be coming back to this on Wednesday. I'm sure there will be more pearl clutching to react to on all of the Speak for Your Pizza shows. Chris has a thought on the HRNP listener line at 713-780-3776. Chris, what's up?
Yes, sir. How are y'all doing?
Yo.
Yes, sir. The hit was illegal. We got penalized. The guy got threw out. He's going to get fined. But if this hit takes place 25 years ago, nobody's talking about it. Quarterbacks took hits like this all the time. Now, as far as John McClay saying this is the worst hit in 50 years, did he ever watch Adamika Sue and Spit Bill play football in the 90s?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've seen worse hits on kickoff, return, and punt return. I'm going to get off of here and listen.
I appreciate that, Chris, for the phone call. Back in the day, it was different. I think some of us feel like it should go back to that, especially considering these players are more paid. But at the same time, we're learning a lot more about some of these players and what they've been through. CTE, we see in people when they've passed away, some of these people have killed themselves. So you understand why the NFL was trying to defend not necessarily the safety of players, but the bottom line, since they got sued for, just $1 billion or so. No big deal. They're trying to protect themselves with these rules that they put in here. But I think to something you were saying a little bit earlier, Joe, the lack of consistency with which these plays are penalized is something else. I don't think they actually called unnecessary roughness on Al-Shaair. Could be wrong because of all the skirmishing that took place right afterwards. I don't remember if a ref threw up a flag for that hit. They definitely threw a flag for the back and forth and the punching, but ultimately we left and it was offsetting penalties. And I feel like generally the first penalty on the field
is still called and that the penalties don't all offset themselves if a bunch of players are skirmishing after the fact. I feel like the refs effed that up. I could be wrong. I really don't know, but generally that call stands and then the fighting afterwards offsets itself because it's after the play versus during the play. And they did not call that a penalty unless I'm taking crazy pills, which is weird.
All right, so this is what we got. It says penalty on Houston, Azeez Al-Shaair, disqualification, offsetting penalty. On Jacksonville, Jay Jones, disqualification, offsetting penalty. On Evan Ingram, unnecessary roughness, offsetting. So there was 2 penalties called
on the Jaguars.
On the Jaguars.
That's pretty
funny. Hold up.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Now I'm even more confused.
The Jags are more in the wrong for the Azeez Al-Shaair play. That's what I'm hearing.
So maybe there's 2 penalties on Al-Shaair, so there's 2 offsetting penalties. There's only 1 listed here.
Jags should have been backed up 15 yards.
Where's the justice in that?
Yeah.
Also, can the Texans offensive line learn something from this, Paul and Sean?
From what?
I don't know. Like, seeing your quarterback get his ass kicked occasionally, dropped on the first play, crawling on the ground like he's dying. Can you at least pick him up? Where the Jags are starting a war with the Texans defense? Can you at least help your quarterback? Do they not like CJ Stroud? Can you help this guy off the ground, please? For the love of God, like, show that you care about your quarterback. Since you aren't going to block for him most of the time.
Yeah, they blocked for him.
Hey, only
yesterday.
2 sacks.
They got the game ball.
Like, he gets his ass kicked and they just stare at him.
But they got the game ball yesterday,
Yeah,
Joe.
2 sacks.
Let's hear D'Amico Ryans, head coach of the Houston Texans, giving the game ball out to the offensive line after the game for what they were able to accomplish in a game where Joe Mixon ran for 100+ yards and CJ Stroud was only sacked, to get this, twice.
Congratulations, man. You talk about a tough, gritty win playing complimentary football, empty in the tank. That's what it looked like. So give yourselves a hand. All right. Excellent job. All right. Really proud of everybody in here, man, for the work I asked you guys to do. Asked you guys to pour everything you had into this game. All right. And it was representative of Texans brand of football right there. And I got one, all right, game ball here. Forgot, I felt your presence all game. All right. This right here goes to our O-line. All right, O-line. O-line. All right. Hey, the way you guys dominated the line of scrimmage all day with protection, running the football when we needed it most. 3rd and 5, we need a first down. We say run the ball behind y'all. Let's go, baby. Let's go.
I mean, they blocked well.
Yeah.
I'm just asking them
Look at you throwing shots at the offensive line
I'm just
after
asking, help them
a
throw that out.
victory for your Houston Texans.
Pick them up, man. Put a hand out. Help them off the ground.
They were picking the Texans up on Sunday.
Yeah, just not their quarterback when he's getting hit.
Look, hey, CJ, play a little better, huh?
I also did think he was out for the game out of that first play.
I did too.
He
That
got
was
rocked.
that first play was a little bit concerning, for sure. So I understand how collectively we assumed the worst with the first play of the game. They allowed that, but they did an all right job. And CJ didn't turn the football over, so there were little mini victories in this one. I thought it was a C+ game from CJ Stroud. C+. I felt like that miss on the Tank Dell, what should have been a touchdown pass. He should have seen Dell become open, and I get it. He threw the ball really far down the field. He did underthrow it technically, okay? Trevor Lawrence underthrew that interception. You know, sometimes if the ball goes far down the field, it does look cool and pretty and nifty, DJ. But if the ball doesn't reach the receiver, it is by definition underthrown. I don't need to be well actually.
I can't wait for tomorrow.
I think I'm just going to step out.
Tomorrow at 2.
I'm just going to let you guys handle it.
What's there to handle?
I don't know. I feel the juice is flowing already.
The ball did not make it to the receiver.
No, Paul, you're correct.
It was
DJ's
underthrown.
wrong.
I just don't get, like, what's the point of this? What's the point of a quote tweet dunking? You need a little engagement, DJ. You work at ESPN, for God's sake. You need a little quote tweet engagement. We'll bring this up tomorrow. DJ's going to join us at 2. We'll wait to talk about this. We'll probably be starting with Azeez Al-Shaair to begin, but Stroud had a C+ game, I thought.
That's what I wrote. Fine, but not great.
A couple of nice plays.
But also, some of those deflections, like, there was no one open on the other side of at least one of those deflections. It was a pick if it didn't get deflected at the line.
Mm-hmm.
Even the screen pass was not great. First of all, that looked like I think it looked like
almost Bobby Slowick by default.
because did Nico Collins and Joe Mixon both think they were getting the screen, the one that got deflected? Because there was two guys looking like they thought they were getting the ball there. I was a little confused. Yeah, he was fine. It wasn't great. It wasn't a step forward for CJ. I'm glad he didn't make costly interceptions in this game, but I wasn't wowed by anything he did. Thank God he has Nico Collins.
Yeah. If you want to knock him, it is a little bit of like, is CJ Stroud just good when Nico Collins plays and not good other times?
I'm ready to flip the conversation we had last year. It's not CJ Stroud that unlocked Nico. I think it's Nico that's doing the unlocking.
I said it as a question mark.
Well,
Joe said it with a period.
He's a top 5 wide receiver in the NFL, and right now the only time CJ Stroud has great success is when he throws to Nico Collins. If the offensive line got out of their own way, he'd have 2 more touchdowns and another big play in this last game.
To be fair, CJ unlocked Nico last year, and now Nico is unlocking CJ Stroud.
Both things can be true.
They're picking each other up.
Yeah.
Yes.
They are.
Last year, Nico Collins needed to be lifted up. This year, CJ Stroud needs to be lifted up.
The Brady and Belichick of Houston Texans football.
Just as successful.
Hey, it's early,
Some work to do.
The season's not even over yet.
It's just year 2. Tom Brady hadn't won a Super Bowl by the end of his second season. Until the end of his second season.
Yeah, I was going to say he did win in his second year.
He didn't even play his rookie year.
The Texans are in the playoffs. Anything's possible.
They look like
that
are
is what they say.
That is true. That is true. Anyway, appreciate you guys weighing in on the conversation. You want to keep on doing it. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Other question on the table. Who had the best win of the weekend? Was it Texas over Texas A&M? Was it the Rockets over the Thunder? There's something that took place on Friday that you must hear. You're going to cringe so hard. Please make sure that you are in a safe space on the road before you hear this audio, okay? Truly. Maybe the worst thing you'll ever hear, ever. It's not me singing. It's worse. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We do have some semi-breaking news as far as Azeez Al-Shaair's hit of Trevor Lawrence, which knocked Lawrence out of the game. He is okay as far as we know. We don't know if he'll play in the next game, but he is at the very least tweeting and going back and forth with some people who perhaps were dancing on his fencing body in the moment. And on top of that, Azeez Al-Shaair ejected from the game. We'll see if he gets suspended. He is almost definitely going to be fined. But on that front, this is from D'Amico Ryans at a press conference about 10 minutes ago. D'Amico Ryans, quote, "We stand behind Azeez." And he says, the Jaguars sideline helped escalate the situation. D'Amico said this too, quote, "There's an overreaction when someone gets hurt. We have to look at it from all perspectives." D'Amico Ryans stands by Azeez Al-Shaair.
Love it. He clearly was waiting for Trevor Lawrence to prove that he's not dead. And we've all been there, right? Like, you ever go ice skating, see someone fall for like a half a second, you feel bad, but then as soon as they get up, you laugh at them, right?
Yes.
Like, it's just the way the world works. So Trevor Lawrence, alive, not fencing any longer. So now D'Amico can speak the truth, which is we stand by our linebacker because it's not the dirtiest hit you've seen in 48 years. Good for you, D'Amico. I love this. I love he is publicly saying this. I do not need a coach to come out there and let everything be neutral or sunshine and rainbows. Tell the truth. And the truth is the hit's not that bad, and people on social media are overreacting, and you stand by your player, and you're going to be pissed off if he gets suspended. Good.
Can't we just say it's not the worst hit of all time? If can we agree on anything? Can we agree on it's not the worst hit of all time?
I don't think everyone can.
How about this? Can we say it is textbook unnecessary roughness? That does not necessarily mean it is dirty.
Yes. I agree with that. That is probably my biggest issue, like, as far as just like it makes me want to bang my head against a wall where people just use dirty like interchangeably with penalty. It's like, no, not every penalty is a dirty play. Like just it's not against the rules. That's a dirty play. Like, no, it is unnecessary roughness. Yes, 15 yards. It is. I just make it because to me, dirty like is you're talking about like someone's like intent on that given play.
Yes.
And I don't know what was in his head. I don't know.
Well, nothing now.
Well, nothing in Trevor Lawrence's head.
Right. There's nothing.
He could write.
Nothing there.
Yeah, he remembered his phone password.
Yeah.
Got on Twitter.
He knows enough to chirp back at people on social media.
That's
do you think D'Amico saw that and he was like, all right, if this guy's going after Patrick Storm,
yeah,
whose name is almost Swarm,
I'm gonna swarm back
at
a press conference.
He needs to change it to Patrick Swarm now.
He should. Just free advice, Patrick Storm.
Yeah,
Patrick Swarm. It's right there.
Sean, I thought you made a great point during the commercial break. Do you feel comfortable sharing it?
No,
on the air?
I feel comfortable saying it. Congratulations, D'Amico Ryans, on December 2nd, 2024 at 10 minutes ago, 2:25 p.m. He said his first interesting thing at a press conference as Texans head coach. This is the first thing that he said that I'm like, whoa, D'Amico. Okay.
Yeah.
Like he's actually taking a stand on something. He doesn't take a stand on like the offensive line issues for 10 weeks.
The little mistakes that they make with an offsides on the first drive of the game that negates a Nico Collins first down.
That's on everybody. We all got to be better, Paul. Oh, wait, what? They want to suspend my middle linebacker? F that. We stand with Azeez.
Like, also, like,
print the T-shirts.
If there's any coach in the NFL that's going to stand up for it, who is it? The guy who played linebacker in the NFL?
Yeah, middle linebacker. As the rules are changing, like he played in basically two different NFLs. He was drafted in 2006. He ended in like 2014. So like that is the era of where you go from you can hit the quarterback to you can't hit the quarterback.
So let's compare what D'Amico Ryans said at this press conference. Sean, if you can grab this clip for me. We stand behind Aziz. The Jaguars sideline helped escalate the situation. There's an overreaction when someone gets hurt. We have to look at it from all perspectives. Lawrence has to get down more quickly. Here is D'Amico Ryans after the game saying that the hit that Aziz Al-Shaair put on Trevor Lawrence was unfortunate.
That's not what we're coaching. It's just want to be smart in everything we do and not hurt the team, get a penalty there. We just have to be smarter when the quarterback is going down. Just an unfortunate play, not representative of who Aziz is. Like, Aziz is a smart player, really great leader for us, and we felt his presence not being there, not his loss. It really affected us on the defensive side. Just not what we're coaching. Didn't want to see the melee and all of the aftermath. That's not what we're about. Just not representative of us. So I'll talk to Aziz, address him personally, and we'll move forward from it.
For what it's worth, D'Amico was on the other sideline when that happened. This play happened by the Jaguars sideline, which is why so many Jaguars players swarmed onto the field, showing more fight than they've shown all season long, sticking up for Trevor Lawrence. And again, I defend them for doing that. I actually do. But D'Amico, less than 24 hours later, after the game, is saying that the Jaguars sideline escalated the situation, which led to fisticuffs being thrown, and that Lawrence has to slide a little bit more quickly. What a 180. I gotta love it.
Yeah, I mean, because the only thing that he really, like, the biggest difference, we don't coach that, is obviously an emphasis. Like, it's almost like some he's saving himself a little bit to the NFL. But part of me, this is what today is like, hey, they know a suspension's coming and they don't want to stand up for it. Like, because it's not suspension worthy when you look at the history of the NFL. The history of the NFL says he should not be suspended. He should be fined.
If Kiko Alonso isn't getting suspended for that hit that he had on Joe Flacco, which, again, it's not like it was yesterday. It was 5, 6, 7 years ago, I think, because Flacco was still with the Baltimore Ravens then.
Sure, but if you're going to move the goalpost, you have to tell people you're moving the
goalpost. I get that. I'm just saying it was further back in time, and the goalposts can move over time.
Sure.
So that is precedence. If I'm Aziz Al-Shaair's lawyer, I'm bringing that to NFL court with the redheaded hammer, Roger Goodell. But that dude just spins a wheel. He just spins a wheel. The punishments are always random. There's not really precedent when it comes to him. So I really don't know how it's going to play out. I know Adam Schefter tweeted that he's expecting a suspension for Al-Shaair.
Yeah, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it wasn't one game. I'd be surprised if it was 0. I'd be pretty surprised if it was a 2-game suspension.
If it's a suspension, I also wonder, that's a guess. They will include the action of the hit and the action of what happened after.
I think so.
And they will encapsulate that into a game suspension.
Yes.
Like, they will say, because of the hit and then because of what happened after, not leaving the field in a timely manner, which is fair, to be honest. Like, him not leaving and then it's starting up again in the end zone. Like, you want to suspend a player for that? That makes more logical sense to me than the actual suspension for the hit itself, because the team is not diffusing the situation and allowing it to get worse.
Yeah, you got tossed. Get off the field.
Yeah.
Like it is kind of as simple as that.
Even though last week we saw a college basketball player kick someone in the face and he got to stay on the bench the whole time. That was bizarre. The kid from Kansas.
Oh, I didn't see that.
What's the big guy's name?
Hunter Dickinson.
Yeah, he kicked the kid in the face on the ground.
Just impersonating his role model, Draymond Green.
And they ejected him from the game, and he stayed on the bench. I was very confused.
That's wild.
On why that happened.
That is wild. Yeah,
that's against the rule.
I think with Al-Shaair, it'll be a little bit of the hit, a little bit of the post play nonsense after it gets thrown out, all that. And I do think some of it will be the body of work that he has, just the reputation as someone who is a habitual line stepper. And I'm not quite ready. Was it Mike Meltzer that said Vontaze, like the new Vontaze Burfict?
Burfict light.
I'm not ready to go there. Just like how you can't compare people to Michael Jordan or to Tom Brady. I don't think you can compare someone to Vontaze Burfict. Although he did say light, so maybe. But he is someone who has mixed it up before. So I think especially the punch on the Bears running back, Roshan Johnson, actually.
Yeah.
I think that's what's going to end up actually getting him suspended.
It could be.
Yeah, because it's not the punch what happened after this, that's where he needs to they need to get
Chill
him
out,
in.
man.
Chill, dude.
Be a chill dude.
After
Chill
the
dog.
play is over, he needs to reel it back in a little bit.
From the 832, if it was CJ sliding again and crushed by Josh Allen, you would all be outraged. Another one
Disagree.
from another 832.
You don't know that.
Okay, keep that same energy when it happens to CJ. I hope it doesn't, but y'all better keep that same energy. I will. Quarterbacks should not be under a separate set of rules in the league, considering they are more handsomely paid than every single one of the other 52 players on the roster. Like that. That's kind of what bothers me about this. We're just protecting quarterbacks. It's kind of BS. A quarterback can slide. No other player slides on the field. It's an uncompetitive move, just like going out of bounds is. Giving up on a play is uncompetitive. Hey, Trevor Lawrence, you're 6'6", 220 pounds. I'm not saying you acted like Karl Anthony Towns in that moment by not putting your shoulder down and going for the first down, but you do have the size to use to try and get that extra yard. And ironically, that would have probably been better for him than sliding. But
yeah, he probably doesn't get it. Or maybe he is nursing a shoulder injury, so dropping the shoulder. But
I think it's his left shoulder, but I could be wrong.
Yeah.
It would have been his right shoulder on that.
Oh yeah, that is true.
That's
But
throwing shoulder.
Him dropping the shoulder, he probably stays in the game.
He's
and
done
the
it
Texans
before.
win by more.
Yeah, there was a highlight going around from, I think it was the Chargers playoff game, where he's running full steam ahead, right to the first down line, drops his shoulder.
Yeah.
So you never know what you're going to get.
Sean behind the glass. He's Joe. I'm Paul. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. As if losing in your backyard with that home field advantage in a very, 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 very beat-downy fashion wasn't bad enough for Texas A&M. Something happened on Friday. You knew it was coming. They got to stop doing this. The worst thing you'll ever hear. Next.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We talked a lot about the Texans' controversial hit of Trevor Lawrence, Azeez Al-Shaair putting his forearm into Trevor Lawrence's upper shoulder. Lawrence falls back hard, hits his head hard on the turf. I'm sure we'll talk about that some more tomorrow. Sorry in advance. I think it was textbook unnecessary roughness. Al-Shaair should have known better, but it wasn't the worst thing in the world. We talked a little bit about the Rockets' big win over the Oklahoma City Thunder. That was an awesome win, and they're off to an amazing start. Did not think that they would have the second best record in the Western Conference by just half a game, but they are just half a game back of OKC, who they beat last night. And of course, Texas beat Texas A&M on Saturday in a rematch between those two schools for the first time since 2011. It was a lot more one-sided than the 17-7 final score indicates. Something happened on Friday, and I really think that Texas A&M needs to rebrand because they did come off as little brotherly in the broadcast of that game. I understand that the midnight yell is a tradition for Aggies, and it has been for a long time. And I understand that. I just don't get it. But I'll tell you, I don't want to get it. I watched some of this, and one of the Aggie yell leaders, after telling a 5-minute, get to the effing point story about a Texas Longhorn who asked a Texas A&M Aggie for advice on like where the trash can is, and the 7-minute payoff of TKR Field. Right after that long rambling story finished, this man just proceeded to do this.
And that's exactly what we're going to do to him, Mags. We're going to beat the ever-living, ever-loving, compound, complex, Fighting Texas Aggie. That's some real little brother energy. Fighting Texas Aggie. There's nothing more disgusting than burnt orange. Fighting Texas Aggie. Saw that fat steer's horns off. Fighting Texas Aggie. Coach Jim Schlossnagel never belonged here anyway. We're going to beat the Fighting Texas Aggie class of 2026 hell out of those Texas Longhorns.
So while he's saying all of those things, he's raising up a knee too, like he's a Rocket.
Yeah.
And not like a Houston Rocket. I mean, like the Radio City Rockets. This is their time of year. This is their time to shine. So he's doing that little knee kick. I don't understand why they just enable the little brother jokes. He said it along the way there. Little brother energy, and then proceeds to say, Jim Schlossnagel, the former Texas A&M baseball coach, who is now the Texas baseball coach, didn't even belong here. They gotta figure out a new brand. The brand can't be, we're not Texas. It has to be something better than that. It has to be something cooler than that. And I would encourage the Yell leaders to hire a stand-up comedian. There are plenty of G-rated stand-up comedians who can come up with better material for the Yell leaders than what the Yell leaders bring out every single week. I feel bad for the people that go to all of these things. I feel like you are being done wrong, okay? This is a massive institution of higher learning. It is a good school, right? You can't find anyone at that school who's more creative with their words, with their trash talk than that. And I'm not even saying you have to go hit them up like you're Tupac. I'm just saying, can you bring something better to the table than that? The answer is yes. I'm sure there are aspiring stand-up comics at Texas A&M, and there are actual stand-up comics who you can pay to write something better than that. And yet this is the brand that they want to stick with. And okay, you're just writing the jokes for Texas fans, the little brother jokes, the Texas 8-4 jokes, which by the way, they are now.
I mean, most like this stadium, like half the stadium is filled during this. And like
that's normal where it is like,
but like you hear it and like, I don't,
oh,
Like they don't seem to be engaged in it. Like they seem to be like from what I've seen from the other Yell videos, like they seem to be much louder at other parts of. And the football teams that like, what do you think Marcel Reed's thinking while he's watching this? Like honestly,
Transfer portal.
like I'll never understand it.
Time to go to SMU.
I'll never get it. Like, no disrespect. Like I someone who I consider like a good acquaintance. I haven't talked to him in a while. He was a Yell leader. I don't get it. It's strange to me. I'll never get it. And you got to win football games if you're going to be that weird.
Yeah,
I think that should be the number one rule. If you're going to do things like this, you got to win games.
I mean, even them showing the scene before the game on the ABC broadcast, showing the war hymn stuff, like all that plays if you didn't go out and win the game.
Yes,
like having like caring this much and all that, like that. That's good. That's good. Keep caring. This whole college football thing is built off of people caring like you care, but then like you also have to then come through in the moment, and they very rarely do that.
Real quick edition of Garbage Time. There were 2 Texas A&M fans who won on Saturday.
Yeah.
Let's go. Two men who found their way into Kyle Field wearing reflective vests and hard hats were arrested for criminal trespass on Saturday. I don't blame them. These tickets are going for $1,100 a pop. These two had truly iconic names. This is per KBTX Rusty, who I believe is not a parody reporter in College Station. A 21-year-old from College Station and a 22-year-old from the Houston area were arrested Saturday at Kyle Field for wearing reflective vests and hard hats, entering with fake construction credentials. The names on their fake credentials: Harry as Crack and Duncan Mick Cockiner.
Creative names.
Yes.
Real account, not a parody.
Not a parody.
Wow. Good for these kids.
Shout out to those Aggies, the only 2 who won on Saturday.
Also, my other favorite one was University Rules Violation, paragraph 68. A man was riding a horse and another man and his dog were riding a longhorn, agreed to leave campus.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that one too.
See, some people tried. They tried. That is cooler than the Midnight Yell.
Yeah.
That is cooler than the whole verse of your fight song being about Texas. I never knew that was a thing until Saturday night. Rebrand. You got smart people there. Consider a rebrand. Because now the rivalry's back on. You had the SEC phase for a moment, right? Like you were in it, just you, for a little bit. Now you're both in the same conference. It's time for another rebrand. Unless you move to the Big Ten.
Yeah, that's all right. Don't do that.
And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's Gallant and George. For Sean Mapes behind the glass, for Joe George, for our callers, our texters, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. It is a day after Houston Texan victory. We're all thrilled about that, right? Everybody's happy that the Texans won yesterday. We'll get to the Aziz stuff in 10 minutes. Rico Ryan's had some things to say today. It's going to be pretty fun to listen to, but a busy show. All Mondays are in the NFL season. We'll hand out game balls. What do you believe after this college football weekend? Regular season is over. Championship week is here. Lots to talk about in college football. The rivalry renewed. Can it be called a rivalry whenever it's a beatdown?
Well, I mean,
I'm a Cougar. I don't have anything to stand on here.
I don't have a dog in the fight either. But at the end of the day, if they would have had a decent play call, it might have been a better game.
Colin Klein was getting
Mike
beat up.
Elko understood math, they might have still been in the game.
How many
you needed two possessions, bro. Kick the field goal.
There's jokes there that I'm going to stay away from because I really don't have any leg to stand on today. Football team, their season is done. U of H basketball went 1-2, so I can't really talk today. But I'm an equal opportunity hater. We all know that. Don't ignore in victory. We'll talk about C.J. Stroud, all of that. Where are the Texans in terms of perception in the NFL? Are they close to the top of the AFC, or are they closer to the bottom of the AFC? I have a feeling, Blankers, I'm going to be the positive guy in the show today. Just looking at the notes and the rundown between you and I think, Brian, I feel like I'm going to be the positive of the trio, which is not a very comfortable place for me to be in. I'm not overly positive. I'm never one to be confused as an internal optimist. I like to say I'm a realist. I think most people would say I'm probably a pessimist. But what is your biggest takeaway from yesterday's win? Not the Aziz Al-Shire fight. We'll save that for a few minutes.
We're going to save that. I think just overall, it was just very underwhelming. It was just another game on tape for a team that can't seem to put both sides of the football together. And it just seems like at a certain point, you just have to call them for what they are. And it's a very inconsistent football team. And it's a team where when the defense plays well, it used to be game by game. And now it's half by half, where D'Amico's celebrating a win because they scored 17 points in the second half. Hey, and he tells us, he really doesn't listen to what any of the media says or anybody's talking about. But then he got on the bandwagon of they can't score in the second half. But then the defense couldn't play very well in the second half and made Mac Jones look like a legitimate NFL quarterback. And I think the inconsistencies are still there this late in the season. That's extremely frustrating when you're supposed to pound a very bad football team.
Yeah, see, I think that the game was not nearly as close as the final score indicated. I feel like the Texans were very much in control of that game for a variety of different reasons. They never trailed in the game. They were up by double figures for most of the second half, and Jacksonville never had the football with a chance to take the lead. Ever. Did the Texans take their foot off the gas in the fourth quarter and let Jacksonville creep back in to where if they got to stop, then all of a sudden they do have the football with a chance to take the lead or maybe tie the game? Sure. I do think that they let their foot off the gas. But in terms of this being a competitive game yesterday, I know that the margin of victory was only 3 points. I actually feel like the Texans won convincingly.
Yeah, I don't feel that way. And I felt like there were misses again. We talked about the last time these two teams played and Brian Thomas Jr. was wide open and Lawrence missed him and Mac Jones missed him again in this game. And I just feel like differently than you, when I was watching it, I kept looking at it going, this looks like another game where they're just going to screw around and toy around with a team too much, and it's going to bite them in the butt. And the offensive line, for the most part, I know D'Amico gave them a game ball, but essentially the offensive line for a majority of the game, especially the internal offensive line, the blocking wasn't great. Mixon was doing his best with his cutbacks and doing what he needed to do to try and log those yards. His biggest his chunk yard plays were when the tight end was chipping or moving, or maybe even sometimes another back. But overall, I just never had the feeling you did. I never had the feeling they were in total control of that game.
I mean, they were up 11, and Jacksonville never had a chance to win the game, ever.
Never had a chance to win the game, but they cut it to 3, and they shouldn't have done that. And in the third quarter, it was still a one-score game for the majority of the third quarter, and then they took the lead.
They're up 17. There were 17.
There were so many missed opportunities, so many points left on the board, left off the board, so many things where they could have buried this team and they didn't. That's what's really frustrating.
Yeah, I agree with you on the burying part. Like, I do think that they took their foot off the gas the final 12 minutes of the game. It allowed Jacksonville to creep back in. But to me, it was like a baseball game when you're up by 6 runs and you're throwing your mop-up relievers, and then all of a sudden it's a 2-run game in the ninth, and you bring in your closer, 3 up, 3 down, ball game over. That's the feeling that I got. And if you look how D'Amico was using his defensive substitution patterns in that fourth quarter too, there were a lot of backups playing in that fourth quarter.
I will tell you this, watching the game and then watching it back this morning to kind of verify it, but it did feel like they were in a prevent almost the whole fourth quarter. Like, to your point,
yeah, for sure.
Between the guys that were in the game and the way they were playing, it just felt like it was a bend, don't break situation. And that was why, Jacksonville was able to break their streak of not scoring touchdowns and do the things that Mac Jones was able to do. And they were playing extremely fast too. But overall, I still had that incomplete feeling of there was so much left on the bone.
Yeah, I don't think they played a perfect game by any stretch of the imagination, but they did go on the road, never trailed in the ball game. They led from pillar to post. They're up by 17, and Jacksonville never had the ball in the fourth quarter with a chance to win it. I disagree with you about the offensive line too. I think this is as good as the offense. Not that it's good, not that it's great, but I think that this is the best the offensive line has looked under this new configuration. You had just 2 sacks in this game, which I know Jacksonville's not good defensively, but the strength of their defense is their defensive line. You held, and you only got your quarterback sacked twice. You ran for over 100 yards on the ground. If you told me that the offensive line produced that each and every game the rest of the year, I would gladly take that. I'll take 2 sacks every single game from here on out. I'll take 100 yards on the ground from here on out. So I thought the offensive line was good. Was it game ball worthy, to your point? Probably not. I think that was some psychology from D'Amico Ryans, trying to boost the morale and the confidence of a struggling unit. But I would take what they produced every single game from here on out.
I think that's the biggest thing for me is the fact that you might be right. This might be the best that we're going to get. And they changed and tweaked the game plan enough so that he wasn't getting knocked around and getting his head potentially taken off on every play. But at the same time, did it look like an above-average offensive line in the NFL? I don't think so. I think the Jags have one of the lowest-rated defenses in the league overall. I mean, you feel good about the fact that you were able to do enough to keep CJ from getting, crushed and beat up the way he's been getting beat up. But I was frustrated a majority of the game again with Mixon and with the fact that—
Did you have a bad Thanksgiving?
No.
I feel like you're a little bit grumpy about the Houston Texans. And I understand
I am trying to be as honest as I can be about a team because so many people had these massive aspirations for this team, and I just don't see it. And I'm seeing it less and less. I'm holding out hope. I'm believing that at a certain point, everything's going to come together. They're going to put it all together, and they're going to be a team that's worthy of all the praise that they got. And instead, I'm sitting there asking myself more questions than finding answers.
I feel like you're looking at a big picture, which is fair to do. And I don't think you're wrong from a big picture point of view, but I don't feel like there's more questions after yesterday's game. I think they were better in certain areas that they have struggled. Like we talk about the offensive line struggling all year. They've been one of the worst offensive lines in the entire NFL. I thought they were much better yesterday. We talk about this being a team that's heavily penalized, and they are. They have been for 2 years in a row. They had 3 penalties yesterday. Like, that's an improvement to where they've been consistently. Look, I thought Dalton Schultz played the best game he's played all season long. And it's not just the touchdown because, that was a walk-in touchdown. He's, roaming down the right sideline, and Brian, who can gain 5 yards behind an NFL offensive line and a halfback dive. I mean, Brian would have scored a touchdown on that play. But to me, it was the one, 4th and 2 in traffic, makes a tough catch on 4th and 2. He's trying to leap over a defender. That's the best I thought Dalton Schultz has looked. They're using 3 tight ends. He got some yards there. He got some yards there, but
he also lowered his shoulder.
The 4th and 2 to me was the big play for Schultz.
It was, but I can counter that by saying early in the game there was a blatant missed block where Allen came in, beat him. He basically just whiffed on him, and Allen got in and got to CJ. And then on the one completion early in the game, he caught it and was anticipating making business decisions that he was going to get hit. And he caught it and turned and cowered, and there was no one there. And then he went, I might as well run a little bit more. And then he hit the ground.
I didn't say he was an elite tight end. I said he played the best game he's played all year.
All right. I would also push back a little bit. Like, it's great that he makes contested catches, but he's in part having to make contested catches because he gets zero separation.
Did you not see him running loose down the sideline on a touchdown? How many yards of separation on that play? 50?
Yeah, thanks to the Jaguars' bottom 3 defense, he got separation on that one
for sure.
But yeah, it's just like it's great that he makes the contested catch over not making it, but at the same time, it's hard to praise him too much because part of the reason why you're having to make contested catches because he gets. I mean, how many times?
Brian, what game has Dalton Schultz been better than yesterday?
This year?
Yes.
I mean, it's a low bar, but I guess none.
Okay, then stop arguing with me. I said it was the best game that Dalton Schultz has played. I didn't say it was a great game for a tight end.
Well, considering that was his first touchdown of the year, too. I mean, was there a game when he had more yards?
Probably, because he didn't go nuts in terms of volume.
There was one other game where he had a fairly decent
I mean, 5 for 61. Like, that's not a huge volume game. It is one of his, like, highest of the year. Now I'm curious, this highest yardage game of the year. He had a 66-yarder against Detroit.
Detroit 66 against Detroit.
Yeah. So, I mean, he's had higher games with receptions.
Just one, though.
Actually, this matched his season high in receptions. He's had 5 catches in 2 games now. So, yeah, I mean, easily his best game from a statistical point of view. I thought the offensive line better. They weren't as penalized as much. I thought their offensive identity was better as a whole, quite frankly. Now, yes, the other team's on scholarship too, and the other team's the worst defense in the NFL. But I thought their offensive identity was better, more play action. They were throwing the pass, like quicker passes, which I think is vital behind this offensive line. Nico Collins had a 100-yard game, 8 catches for 119 yards. I believe it's his first 100-yard game since returning from injury, cementing himself, in my opinion, as a top 7 wide receiver in the NFL. That's nice to see. And then, look, the final drive, look, I don't care who you're playing. They do have a good defensive line. Everybody in the stadium, all 22,000 of them in Jacksonville, Duval with the upper deck tarped off because their fan base is so lousy. The final drive, everybody in that stadium, all 2,200 of them, know that you're running the football down their throats, and you were able to pick up 2 first downs when everybody knew you were going to be running the football. I give credit to the Houston Texans for that.
Okay, and this is fun. This is like a role reversal in some ways, because on the flip side of that, when looking at what they did and what they were able to do, aside from Nico Collins, and God bless Nico Collins, and thank God he was there, and a little of Tank Dell, they got the rest of the receivers. I'm just waiting for somebody else to try and grasp the opportunity and do something more. And I know that, Nico's a security blanket and he loves throwing to him, and that's great. But at the same time, I want to see more from at least one other wide receiver, aside from an unbelievable block on the last play, to your point, from
Robert Woods. Yeah, Robert Woods made a
freed
great
him
block
up to get that final first down. But it's just, again, the fact that we've been waiting all this time to this point in the season to have, to have some other guys step up, to have other things go their way. It's a win. You were supposed to get this win. This was a stretch of the schedule where a lot of people were predicting 3-0. You went 2-1, but you were, in my book, you were looking to set the state, to correct, like you're right, big picture, to kind of get everybody set that, hey, this is a really good football team and we're going to dominate for these 3 games against lesser than teams. And I just come away from that wanting so much more, going, I don't think they did that.
What if the game ended with 10 minutes left to play in the fourth quarter and they were up to 17? Would you say they dominated?
I still don't think they dominated, but they did enough. But it would be
moving the goalposts. What if the game ended 10 minutes early? That's not how it works.
Well, I'm not saying they played a complete game, but I'm saying they were in control of this game for
sure. It would be a more convincing win, yes, but I don't think they dominated. I think all game, you just watch that game, I don't think they showed pure domination in any aspect of the football game.
Yeah, it's hard to say they dominate when you led 6-3 at halftime.
I think that anytime you're up by 17 in an NFL game, you've shown domination.
It's
the NFL. It's hard.
They dominated in the third quarter for sure. But I mean, halftime it's 6-3, and obviously the final score is 3. It was 17-17 overall in the second half.
They're like a great boxer. They're just filling out the opposition, seeing the game plan.
Have we not seen them be up that 17 points and blow those games?
No. I've seen them blow a 16-point lead.
Okay.
I mean, Sage Roosevelt's blew a 17-point lead.
That is different, though. 16 and 17 is a major difference.
Because of the 3 scores.
Yeah. Like I know it's only 1 point. Like, well, it's not a major difference, Branham. It's 1 point, but it is a 3. Difference. It is a 3-position game versus 2-possession game, and then who you did it against too. I mean, if they blow a 17-point lead against the Jacksonville Jaguars, it's a far greater sin than blowing a 16-point lead against the Detroit Lions. But yeah, I feel like I need to be positive with all the negativity, and the Texans have a commanding 2-game lead in the division. Commanding. They enter the bye. They're going to get fresh. They're going to go on a run.
3 because of the tiebreaker.
I almost wore my Homer hat today, but I couldn't find it.
Right?
I could. Well, technically it's 2, but they own the tiebreaker. Right. So I don't think it's I think it's the opposite of technically.
Yeah, technically it's still 2.
Yeah, technically it's 2, but like in layman's terms, it's 3.
Realistically?
Yeah, that's a good word. That's a good word for it. I really don't know the word for it. Here I am criticizing, and I have no idea how to fix it. That's poor. That's poor job, Branham. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Tons to get to today. Lots to get to. What do you believe in college football? Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat, which is going to be easy for some of you guys. Some of you guys are going to have a very easy time doing that. Game balls from around the NFL as well. But we return The hit heard around the AFC South. Azeez Al-Shire concussing Trevor Lawrence. Dirty, clean, dirtiest hits in the history of the NFL. D'Amico Ryans a complete 180 from yesterday to today. Where do you stand on the hit that Azeez Al-Shire had on Trevor Lawrence? 713-780-3776. The HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
There's no doubt that Trevor represents that well. And oh my, that'll be Al-Shire, who's flagged for the big hit on the slide, and that's going to start a little bit of a scrum afterwards as the Jaguars come in to protect their QB.
Yeah, just a little. That had major Nick Castellanos fly ball to the left moment. Do you remember how they cut? Because it happened first play after they cut back from break. Do you remember what they were talking about whenever they cut back from break?
No, I've forgotten by now.
They were talking about his My Cleats, My Cause, and how he's helping out all these kids. And then the silent reporter's actually talking at the snap of the play and how much good he does. And the play-by-play guy goes, how much good he's doing, rolls to the boom. It was very Nick Castellanos fly ball to the left moment. It's like, oh, you're talking about this. And then all of a sudden he's concussed and laying down unconscious on the field.
Yeah, it was Laura Okinen or whatever.
Yeah,
and
I think that's right.
Every single time they went to her, she was like, to humanize this a little bit on every one of her reports. And she was humanizing it, and then he got crushed.
Yeah, he got popped. And then the other, like, we shouldn't, I guess we're having too much, we're taking this too lightly, maybe too much levity here. But it was really, I don't want to use the word funny, but it was funny that everybody's fighting a huge melee, and you have a dude that's lying motionless in the middle of it all. It was just
and they
ironic.
were like stepping right near him, where one of the offensive linemen was like literally pushing people, like, don't step on Trevor while you're fighting.
They were walking over his grave to throw some punches, which, look, I like the drama in sports. I don't like to see a quarterback or any player lay there motionless like Trevor Lawrence did. That was scary to see. I hate seeing that. He's tweeted since, says he's doing okay, which is good news. But he went full Tua, and it's always scary when you see somebody go full Tua. So, of course, hoping that Trevor Lawrence is doing well. And he's tweeting out saying that he's doing well, so I trust that he is. We're going to play all the sound bites to this, and we'll give our takes. And where do you stand on this? The level of dirtiness to this hit, whether you think it was dirty or not, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. I was a little disappointed with DeMeco Ryans yesterday for not having the back of his player. Like, no matter where you stand on it as a head coach, I think you need to have the back of your player. And yesterday, DeMeco was on the fence. He gave a very political answer. I don't think that he really gave a take one way or the other. Like you say, hey, we don't coach that. But at the same time, it's an unfortunate player. Here was DeMeco Ryans after the game yesterday on the Azeez hit on Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, it's not unfortunate with the hit with Azeez. It's that's not what we're coaching. It's just want to be smart in everything we do and not hurt the team, get a penalty there. We just have to be smarter when the quarterback is going down. Just an unfortunate play, not representative of who Azeez is. Like, Azeez is a smart player, really great leader for us. And, we felt his presence not being there, not his loss. It really affected us on the defensive side. Just not what we're coaching. I didn't want to see the melee and all of the aftermath. That's not what we're about. It's not representative of us. So I'll talk to Azeez, address him personally, and we'll move forward from it.
I wouldn't say that he reprimanded Azeez, but he kind of hinted at it. Also talked how it was unfortunate, how it wasn't like cheap or dirty. I think he chose those words very wisely. But he also didn't come to the defense of Azeez yesterday after the game.
But I would push back just to say that at that point, the best thing to do is to high road it to where you could say, hey, I was only able to see it across the field in real time. We got to look at the tape. We got to go over some things. But Azeez is the good dude. I don't think his intention has ever been to hurt somebody. And you can do all those other things to talk about the character of the player and stuff, avoid possibly setting it up to admit that there was fault so that he could get fined or suspended. But at the same time, just basically high road it and say, hey, we got to look at the tape. Things happen in game speed, and we got to look at it. But it was an unfortunate situation because of what happened afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Now, here was DeMeco Ryans today, about 20 minutes ago, talking about the Azeez Al-Shire hit on Trevor Lawrence.
With the entire Azeez, situation, we stand behind Azeez and everything, that came from that. Of course, he unfortunately hit on the quarterback. But it's also, it's twofold, right? I mean, a lot of the quarterbacks in this day and age, they try to take advantage of the rule where they slide late and they try to get an extra yard. And you're a defender. A lot of onus is on the defender, right? Whether it's on the sideline or where it's on the quarterback, you don't know what a guy is thinking. You don't know if a guy is staying up and he's continuing to run. You don't know. And then you get a late slide and you hit the guy. Unfortunate that Trevor got hurt. We hope Trevor is okay, but it's also, if we're sliding, we have to get down. If we're getting out of bounds, we get out of bounds. And that rule is there to protect the quarterbacks. And we want our quarterbacks to be safe in the league. So we just have to be safe. If we're sliding, make sure we're keeping our heads down. And the entire thing is, Azeez hits the guy, but their sideline overreacts. And it turns into a melee. It wasn't our guys. It's their team overreacted, pushed our guy, dragging our guy to the sideline. So that's uncalled for on that side. We have to be better on the sidelines as well with both teams.
I've never heard D'Amico Ryans blast the other team the way that D'Amico Ryans blasted the Jacksonville Jaguars. So that was completely different than what he said yesterday. Mm-hmm. Yesterday, he was very political. We're going to back Azeez, but we're not. That's not a representation of who we are as an organization or he, the player. We don't coach that. We don't teach that. Today, it was more, well, look, the quarterback has the onus to protect himself too, not to fight for extra yards, not to stay in bounds. Like if you're going to have the slide rule, you need to slide to protect yourself. And then not only does he defend Azeez Al-Shire, he tells the Jacksonville Jaguars that they overreacted and they went too far with this hit. These are fighting words from D'Amico Ryans. He didn't say it with like a lot of anger or a lot of aggression, but D'Amico Ryans saying that is unlike anything he's ever done in the past.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad he finally said something at a press conference like that. That's fine and dandy. To me, there's just two ways to look at this. There's the play itself and there's the aftermath. And the one question on the aftermath is, if there isn't the aftermath, is he still ejected? Because I think that's
the officials said yes. The officials said after the game to pool reporters because there was two ejections there.
Right.
The Azeez Al-Shire was ejected and then Jones. His last name Jones.
Yeah, the nickelback for
I looked for it on the video. I couldn't see it. I saw where the flag was thrown, but they said they ejected him for throwing a punch. I didn't see a punch. But
I saw him as the first melee. He was in the back, and then all of a sudden he was right there
on the sideline. Whenever it got to the I saw him too, but I never saw the action. I saw the flag fly, but I think the camera cut to it late. But the white cap, the official said that it was his first name's Land, which is a weird first name, Land, like a body of land. But he said that Azeez was ejected for the hit, and Jones was ejected for throwing a punch on the sideline. So he was already ejected before the melee started.
Okay. All right. Because for me, looking at the play, it's a dirty play. It's just a dirty play. And you know what? I understand that there are going to be players out there. There's not as in the minority, but like our friend Travis Johnson. Travis Johnson came out, said it was a legit hit. It was a good hit. You got to understand that what you're trying to do when you're playing football and all these other things. I can't tell you what I would have done and what the proper distance to slide is. Is it 3 yards? Is it 5 yards? I just know that no matter what angle you show me and how I look at that play, he led with a forearm to the face mask.
Shoulder.
And he led with a forearm. And if you would just want to throw the shoulder, that would have been one thing. He led with the forearm directly to the upper shoulder and head area.
Now, he hits him in the shoulder. Now, leading with your forearm is not illegal.
But at the same time, when you're talking about a quarterback, you're talking about a quarterback that's going down and you're trying to change your movement. No matter what, that you can't change the flight of your body. You don't lead with a forearm, and you can try and do your best to fly over the top or at the very worst, bear hug, and you'll take the 15 if you get it, but understand that you can say, hey, look, I'm trying to pull up, but at a certain point, there's a point of no return. But the fact that he led with the forearm and some of the angles I saw looked like he kind of loaded it up, that's where I was like, in live speed, it might look a lot more serious. And I think it's an extreme overreaction to say it's one of the dirtiest plays, if not the dirtiest plays in NFL history, because there's been plenty.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's no doubt it was a dirty play.
I think it borders on dirty. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it does not. Now, a lot of the reasoning to what you just said, and really all the discord when it comes to this hit, the reason he got penalized is because it was late. He didn't get penalized because he led with the forearm. That's not a penalty. You can lead with a forearm. The only thing that you can't lead with in the NFL is the crown of the helmet. And he never leads with the crown of the helmet. He never makes helmet-to-helmet contact. His helmet never touches Trevor Lawrence's helmet. So leading with the forearm to me is
But his
is
forearm
irrelevant.
makes contact with the face
It
mask.
eventually rolls onto the face mask, yes.
And that's part of the
Well,
rule.
initial contact's what matters. Where the contact was made initially, which was on the left shoulder. It was right here. It was right here. Like a lot of people are showing the behind the play, which doesn't show anything. Actually, it shows when Trevor Lawrence is finally flat on his back that his arm rolls into his face mask. The initial contact is on the shoulder. The reason he was penalized is because it was a late hit. And that's inarguable. Yes, it was a late hit. Should it have been penalized? 100%. Should he be ejected? Some people would say no. I don't have a problem with the ejection because the NFL needs to protect these type of plays. I understand that from a business point of view. I get it. Any sort of unsportsmanlike penalty is going to lead to a fine, and then you're going to be subject to a suspension. And Adam Schefter has already tweeted out that there is speculation he's going to get suspended, and I believe he will get suspended too. And I understand that from a league perspective. Totally get it. Now, do I think that Azeez Al-Shire was trying to take Trevor Lawrence's head off? I don't think that he was. Like you talk about flying over a player. That's incredibly difficult to do. I know that we see it, but you have a big, incredible athlete in Azeez Al-Shaair moving at a very high speed to another big, very athletic quarterback who is fighting for the first down and is taking a couple of stutter steps too before he even starts the slide, whether or not he wants to get down. I don't know how avoidable this play is. Like even with Azeez Al-Shaair flying in, like if Trevor Lawrence goes flat on his back, does he miss him? He might still miss him. So Trevor Lawrence being upright also leads to contact here. So yes, penalty, fine. Ejection, whatever, I don't care. Suspension, yes, that comes with a penalty. If you want to suspend him, I don't love it, but I totally understand where the league is coming from. But I don't know if Azeez Al-Shaair's intent or motive was, I'm going to kill Trevor Lawrence. I don't believe that was the case.
I don't know what his intent was. I just feel like, in my opinion, the fact is that you can still touch him. I believe that he looked like he was starting a slide early enough to where I believe you can touch him without hitting him like that. And I think that is the crux of everything. So I don't believe, because there's an unwritten rule amongst NFL players that brotherhood is that, you're not trying to harm and maim anybody.
Some guys do that.
There are always exceptions to the rule, right? But for the most part, that's the brotherhood, regardless of what team colors you put on week to week, because that changes. But at the same time, I just feel like he could have done differently to avoid a majority of the impact of that, because the concussion happened when he hit his head. I mean, the forearm hit his head. It wasn't the forearm that rattled it. It got to his face mask, but it was the after effect that once that contact was made, he slammed the back of his head extremely hard on the turf.
Yeah, it was the whiplash on the turf. Even if we could sit here and argue where the point of contact is, I'm pretty confident it was on the left shoulder, whether it was towards the face mask. The what did him in was that he got hit in the upper body and went flying backwards, and he hit the back of his head on the turf, which immediately knocked him out. Went full Tua there. 713-780-ESPN. And I think your points are fair points too. We'll get Brian's take on this. My biggest problem with this is the sensationalism we saw after the fact. Some crazy things said about this hit. 713-780-ESPN. Where do you stand on it? And the sensationalism that was post-hit from Azeez Al-Shaair. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Jag fans are not very happy about what D'Amico Ryans had to say today when he blasted the Jags for their overreaction after the hit on Azeez Al-Shaair. Someone said that they're going to enjoy his funeral. It's probably crossing a line there.
Which also feels like an overreaction.
He was right. You're proving his point. What a great response there, Brian. That's the best thing you've ever said.
Thank you.
What was your take on the?
I'll go ahead and bow for the show.
Since you said something really funny. Now, what was your take on the hit by Azeez Al-Shaair?
I thought it was a dirty hit. Now, I've heard a lot of discourse, back and forth today, and frankly, I think the extremes on both sides are idiotic. I think the people who are calling it the dirtiest hit ever are dumb and clearly haven't watched football, and then the people who keep claiming that it wasn't late, it wasn't dirty, it wasn't excessive. Also, I think either are just a hardo who wants to see people decapitated, or haven't watched football. Look, when you watch the video, I think Lawrence. You could argue, like Joel said, is it 3 yards? Is it 5 yards? You could argue the distance, the proper distance for a guy to slide, but to me, he gave himself up early enough. And when you look at what Azeez did in the moment, a lot of people are making a big deal about his bang bang. Well, one, if he had time to throw his forearm, because if you're trying to make a regular tackle, you're not throwing your forearm up, you're wrapping up. If you're throwing the forearm, you're reacting in a way. Maybe he's not trying to cause, obviously, the concussion. Not saying that, but he's trying to do something other than a regular tackle at that point. If you're throwing the forearm, because I don't see a reason.
What is a regular tackle though? People go with all sorts of different tackles these days. Okay, how many tackles do you see in an NFL game where they're wrapping up every single time?
Not every single time, sure. I mean, there was a play. I think there was later in the game with Toa just threw his shoulder into guy and didn't wrap up, and that was one of the things I was going to bring up later in the show. But to me, there's something different than a regular tackle if you're putting your forearm out there, which does to me imply some level of intent, as does when you see Trevor Lawrence start to slide, and it's quick. You really have to look for it. But Azeez very quickly kind of shuffles his feet. He doesn't launch. I agree with you. I saw your tweets earlier today. I don't think he launched, but he does quickly kind of gather his feet to lean forward for the hit.
I think he loads up. I don't think he launched, but he loads up.
What's wrong with loading up?
He didn't launch, but I would also say he didn't try to avoid the hit. That's what I would say.
Yeah, I think those are fair points. There's no doubt it's late.
It's late.
That's
he didn't try to avoid it, and he unnecessarily threw a forearm.
I don't see the problem with the forearm. I really don't. There's nothing against the rules that say you can't lead with a forearm in football. That does not exist.
It's the quarterback,
but any part of the body would have been a penalty. If you touch him with your pinky and he goes flying back like that, it's going to be a penalty. But if he led with his pinky, it's a penalty.
It speaks to intent, because that's a big talking point today about, well, he didn't intend to do it. Well, if you throw the forearm, what's the intent?
Well, I think there was definitely intent for him to hit Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
In a non-regular tackling fashion.
I don't understand the whole non-regular tackling thing. What does that mean? Non-regular tackle, so what? It's a physical game. It's a contact game. You hit people in football.
Sure,
I hate to break it to all of you.
But that speaks to the intent, though.
It does, but it's also the fact that you have to be smarter than that from the simple perspective of the game has changed. And football has been so hyper-focused on, like you said, you can't even touch his pinky finger,
right?
That you've got to be smarter than that, too, to understand that from the naked eye, if there's a forearm involved like that, and as it pertains to being a quarterback, they're going to overreact no matter what, and you got to be smarter than that.
You get that. The problem that I have with the forearm is, if anything hits Lawrence there, it's a penalty. That's why I'm taking such objection to the forearm specifically. Does it lead to the intent? Sure, but that has nothing to do with the penalty. That's an entirely different conversation, which is fair.
The scores back and forth.
And I think that's a fair point to have. And I don't think that there's any doubt that he's trying to make contact. There's no doubt he's trying to make contact.
He's definitely not trying to avoid it.
I agree with that 100%. But in terms of the actual penalty, why was he penalized here? Had nothing to do with the forearm. It was because it was late to a quarterback who was sliding. It didn't matter the body part that Azeez Al-Shaair hit Lawrence.
You're right, but I also think that to your point, if he just hit him in the shoulder with his shoulder, then I think that yes, it's still going to be late. But I think the fact that it exacerbates everything when the forearm is there and the extension is there.
What do you think would have been different if it was a shoulder? Like in terms of like the aftermath, what would have changed?
He still didn't try to avoid the hit, right? He's still going to get penalized, and I don't know if this would have eliminated the ejection or not. Probably not, right? But I'm just saying that it makes it so much easier to call it immediately and everything, eject him and go, because of the fact that when you start leading with the forearm and extending it, that is a violent, not just a tackle.
So is a shoulder on shoulder though. Like
but shoulder on shoulder is the way you're taught to tackle. I don't think you're taught to tackle
with your forearm.
Yeah.
That's not what you're taught
But
to tackle.
again, that's not a rule. Like y'all are talking about like the art of making a tackle. That's not a rule.
But part of the conversation though is the reaction from the media, the reaction from the players when they see the
to me,
forearm.
it's a separate conversation.
Okay.
The shoulder to shoulder. If Trevor Lawrence gets hit shoulder to shoulder and still whiplashes back and hits his skull on the turf and gets concussed, nothing's different today. Nothing is different. It still leads to a brawl. It still leads to an ejection. It still leads to the suspension that is looming. That didn't change matters.
I think, Jeremy, if he tries to go shoulder to shoulder, right, or he's trying to
he does
pull
hit
up,
his shoulder, by the way.
If he's trying to pull up, and you can see that he's trying to do his best to change directions, at least a very minimum, to try and minimize the hit, and they go shoulder to shoulder, I think that could factor into it. But when you talk about the fact that it's so egregious, leading with a forearm and extending it, it made it very easy for the referee to immediately go, boom, that's it.
I would argue that the egregiousness was the injury. I think when we look at the play, the thing that stands out the most is that he's, tooling up and he is leaving the game in a cart. If he doesn't get hurt there, do you think it's an A, ejection, B, suspension?
I don't think it's a suspension. I think it's still borderline an ejection.
I think if Trevor Lawrence hops up right there immediately, he doesn't get ejected from the game.
I think because the league is so hyper-focused on this right now, I think that there's still a chance he gets ejected.
Okay. What do you think on that one?
That one's tough to say. If he pops up and shows
right on up.
I think he still gets fined because
no doubt.
He gets fined.
You get fined,
but does he get ejected? They give out fines so egregiously now. They're ridiculous.
It's still a flag. He still gets fined, whether or not he's ejected. I could see him still getting ejected, but I don't think he gets suspended.
Yeah.
There's definitely some gray area there if Lawrence is not fencing on the field with his arms up in the Tua position.
I'll be watching around the league to see if we get a case study on that, where it's a very similar hit, late hit. It's called a flag on the field,
right?
And then if the quarterback does not get hurt, he pops right up. Let's see what happens. 713-780-ESPN.
Not in this case, obviously, but I also think that one of the teaching points from a football perspective is you tell your quarterback to stay down.
To
what? To fake the injury?
Yeah, not necessarily to fake an injury, but you stay down because then the impact is going to be. They're going to call that, and they're going to be more egregious in the way.
But the Jaguars actually got nothing out of it because the fight because of Lawrence laying on the field led to offsetting.
That's
penalties.
a whole nother discussion.
Yeah.
That is absolutely ludicrous. Where how the aftermath of all that is just offsetting penalties. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 713-780-ESPN. I agree with you too. Laying down is going to sell the call.
Yeah. It's kind of like, in soccer or in the Luis Scola effect. Mm-hmm. If you sell it, there's a better chance that they're going to be penalized for it.
I mean, I hope the quarterbacks aren't going full Tua and then they pop right up and they're not.
No, but look at when a team's going no huddle and going fast, and Lane Kiffin's the king of telling a guy to fake an injury.
No, I think it's smart.
Yeah, I think it's a teachable thing for a coach.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Lamont, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Lamont?
Hey man, hey guys, how's it going? And yesterday's events made me think about Jeremy, and I'm gonna get to that, but I'm like, it's a bigger question at play here. I hate the slide. I hate when my own quarterbacks do it. I think the slide should be eliminated. Period. To me, that was football right there. That was football right there. Get a fine. Get a fine, take your licks. But that was something. Do you guys remember Colt McCoy? When Colt McCoy got hit by that Pittsburgh Steeler, I want to know what happened with that because that was also violent. And I'll send it to you guys if you guys forgot about it. But he lit him up. I mean, knocked him smooth out. But what made me think about Jeremy, and almost a year later, Jeremy had made the comment about what's his name? Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson, right?
Yeah, that he wanted. Well, we don't got to rehash what Jeremy said, but he said it, and a lot of people was disagreeing about it. Now, take yesterday's events. yesterday's event, if it's not premeditated or anything like that, that you're not sending out a bounty to do that, what Jeremy said about Lamar Jackson actually makes sense. But I just had thought about Jeremy. I was like, man, Jeremy, because I felt no pain. I felt no sympathy I felt no sympathy for Lawrence yesterday. That's football. That's a football play. I'm not going to say a football play. It's a violent game. It's a violent game.
Yeah.
But I did
Very
think about
disappointed
Jeremy
in you, Lamont.
No, Lamont's wise.
Very disappointed in you, Lamont. You've let me down.
You
You've changed.
disappointed me?
Yes, you've changed your perspective, and now you're siding with someone that wants the quarterback hurt.
No. I'm not siding with Jeremy. I'm saying if Jeremy, what Jeremy said was that dude to be hurt.
You're breaking up there,
Lamont.
Lamont. You're breaking up. I think we get we understand where you're coming from, Lamont, and I appreciate you admitting a year later that I was right. That I was
not
right.
True.
I appreciate that,
question
Lamont.
for Jeremy.
I appreciate that, Lamont. Look, I like my defensive players to be violent. And here's the other part of that. Like, I think the Lamont was getting to if it didn't break up. It is a bigger conversation. Was Azeez penalty late? Should have been penalized? Yeah, I'm not arguing that. Like, people are taking my words on Twitter like, oh, you're defending Azeez Al-Shire. No, I'm saying it's really hard for a defensive player in that moment to always do the right thing. Like, you have these unathletic fat people on Twitter. They're like, oh, he should have launched himself over Trevor Lawrence to miss him. Do you know how tough that is? You got a linebacker at 20 miles per hour, a quarterback at 20 miles per hour, the quarterback sliding, and you want him to leap the guy and miss him completely? People are saying this like it's easy to do, like it's a video game, like it's jumping a checker piece over another checker piece. No, you got a moving object and a moving object that are flying at each other, and you want one guy to just barely clear the other one when he's flying through the air. Let's not act like that's easy to do. And all these people on Twitter, oh, he should have done this, he should have done that. It's very difficult for the defender to all of a sudden make a change of motion. Could he have done it softer? I'm not arguing that he maybe couldn't have done it softer, all of these things. But the way that I saw it, I see Trevor Lawrence running, looking for the first down. He's running. He's a runner. He is a ball carrier in that moment. He starts to chop his steps down way before he slides. He had an opportunity to slide before he slid. I'm not putting any blame on Lawrence, but he could have slid earlier.
He also could have slid head first.
Could have dove.
Just because he was going for a first down.
Could have dove. You have Azeez, all his momentum going at Lawrence. You have Lawrence, all his momentum going at Azeez. Azeez did not lead with the crown of the helmet. Didn't lead with the crown. That's way more dangerous than the forearm. The crown of the helmet, way more dangerous than a forearm. He doesn't do that. He doesn't launch by definition of the NFL. I saw a bunch of, he launched. No, he didn't. Go look up the rule. He did not launch. A launch is an upward action where you leave both feet. He does not go upward. He only leaves one foot. So he didn't launch. He didn't create any helmet-to-helmet contact. So again, this could have been a lot worse. Could it have been softer? Sure. I'm not pushing back on that, but it could have been a lot worse. I agree. I get the referees. I get the NFL erring on the side of caution with CTE and concussions and lawsuits and wanting to protect the player. I get all of that. But the narrative that Azeez Al-Shire is the dirtiest player in the NFL for what he did yesterday is sensationalism at its finest. Here was Rob Gronkowski yesterday during the half. Listen to this nonsense that Rob Gronkowski spewing at halftime.
Yeah, well, Trevor Lawrence, it was kind of like a normal routine play. He was rolling out to his blind side. No one was open, so he decided to tuck the ball and go for a run. And he's rolling here, and it's clear and obvious that Trevor Lawrence is going to slide. But Azeez Al-Shire, he did something that he shouldn't have done. He's definitely going to have second thoughts about this, sitting in the locker room because he got ejected from the game. He kind of uses that elbow brace that he has, and he slingshots himself right into Trevor Lawrence's head and knocks him out, makes him go stiff, which you never want to see. But it's a good thing that you saw Trevor Lawrence getting carted off. He was sitting up, and he looked like he was with it. So
what does slingshot mean?
Trevor Lawrence.
It's not illegal to use the elbow.
Slingshot?
I don't know what slingshot means. And then again, he's
that would
wrong.
mean like you kind of pull back and then go forward?
It's not contact with the helmet. Like maybe he meant that Lawrence's head slingshotted back.
Yeah,
that probably makes the most sense.
I mean, that would be more of a whip back.
It's ironic that they
yeah.
did the promos with Gronk using big words yesterday because he can't even get small words.
We couldn't say Azeez Al-Shire's name correctly either.
It is a difficult one.
It is. But
I also went back and looked at dirtiest players in NFL history today because we're going to talk about this later. You know who was on one of them? Rob Gronkowski.
Really?
There was a dude laying down after an interception, and Rob Gronkowski just ear holes him, just right from the top of him. And then here you go. This is the worst thing in football. I am Gronk. Gronk smash. Gronk spike. I did this. Gronk did this. And he's over here reprimanding Azeez Al-Shire, and he's not even getting the facts right.
Yeah, that Gronk's got a lot to learn before he's living on a name right now, and not what he brings to the telecast. But to get back to what you were saying, the big thing to me is you're right. He's not leading with the crown of the helmet. He's not launching, but he's still with the forearm, gives the indication that he's trying to be more violent than he is tackle. And sure. I don't like you, and I know, and I don't like you. I'm not trying to say there's a softer way to tackle. There's just a better way to tackle where if he doesn't lead with the forearm, he just tries to bear hug him on the way down. I think that's a different story as well. And I think that this is one of those situations
still penalized
where, right, it probably will always still be penalized. And the way the league treats all of these injuries now, that's not going away. They're going to protect, just like they protected the wide receivers. They hyper protect the quarterback. Where they have to change the rule is because we've seen Mahomes do this. We saw prior to that, Kenny Pickett did this. When you start talking about the fact that when the quarterback leaves the pocket, I understand you can't hit him low. There's all these different protections in place because the quarterback's in the passing area of the pocket. When he leaves the pocket and he becomes a runner, they have to change the rule because, the quarterback's worried about, well, when I start a slide, it's where my first action of the slide starts to where the ball is marked. I need those extra yards, do those extra things. Well, the quarterback also has to understand I'm putting myself in a vulnerable position when I decide to run and leave the pocket. When I leave the pocket, things change. And that's where the rules have to change because you can't be deked and you fool me once as a defender and the next time they're going to rip someone's head off and live with the consequences.
That's the bigger picture conversation because that's what's
saw that
going
in college football.
Kenny Pickett did it. Kenny Pickett did a fake slide. Like Kenny Pickett did a fake slide and you're telling these defenders not to touch a quarterback once they go into the slide. And now I understand that it's penalized and you're supposed to stop it whenever they fake slide it. At the same time, what if he just never slides and you're standing on your heels?
This year.
And the other big picture conversation when it comes to this, because yes, quarterbacks are. Trevor Lawrence was fighting for extra yards here. Trevor Lawrence chopped his feet down twice before he started the slide. They had another camera from the end zone camera looking into Trevor Lawrence's eyes, and you could see Trevor Lawrence lock his eyes on Azeez Al-Shire. He sees him, takes 2 more steps before he slides.
He knows where that first down marker is, too.
Absolutely. So, there is a bigger conversation in terms of the quarterback trying to get away with the rules, bending the rules, fighting for extra yardage that they probably need to change on an NFL level. The other perspective is the Houston Texans want to be a tough, physical team, right? D'Amico, all teams do. All coaches want their teams to be physical, tough, the toughest team on the field, especially a defensive-minded head coach. So whenever you're a defensive-minded head coach, how do you want your players playing? Do you want them playing on the attack, on their toes, flying all over the field, swarming? Or do you want them to be flat-footed on their heels and playing with a tentative nature? You want the former. Yes, you want them to always be smart. But whenever you're saying that I want you to be tenacious, swarm, physical, fly over the field, as opposed to being soft, on your heels, flat-footed, you're going to have a few times a year where there are plays like this that go against you, where your aggression as a defense, because your mentality is to swarm, where you're going to swarm a little bit too much. But as a defensive-minded head coach, you rather err on that side than err on the side of being tentative and, hesitating to make hits.
See, but I think that there's a fine line there because I agree with you that you want to be aggressive. You want to be the one that is constantly, trying to be full force going 100 miles an hour and doing whatever you need to do. But you also, whether you say it's being smart, but you also have to understand in the situation to make the appropriate play. When it's a quarterback, when what the situation could entail, the fact you have to be smart. This is a player that had this happen earlier in the season too. So this is something where whether it's lesson learned from the last time, there's a way to go about this to where you don't do that. You pick your spots. Yes, you want them to be full-blown aggressive on every play. But there's a difference between being flat-footed and doing what he did yesterday.
But it's a very fine line.
It is a fine line.
And with them being this athletic, how quick the speed of the game is, it's hard.
That's why the rules have to change.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I have no argument with that. But I'd rather be on the side of being overly aggressive than being overly conservative. The last thing I want from my football team, and especially if I'm a defensive-minded head coach, is to be the team that's on my heels, to be the team that is flat-footed. I want my team going forward. I want a physical defense. I'm sorry. I do want a physical defense. And am I going to pick up one unsportsmanlike penalty a year because I'm a little bit over aggressive and physical? Yeah, I probably am, but I'm going to take that trade-off. I believe in being violent in football. It's a violent sport. It's a physical sport. I believe in it. 713-780-ESPN. We'll carry this conversation over to the other side. Callers on the line, texters in the hive as well. 713-780-ESPN. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at getting your hair back. If you are experiencing pattern baldness, you get thinning hair, you don't think there's anything you can do about it, you don't want to try all the gimmicks you see on TV, there is a solution, and it's your own hair. Doc Linville has mastered the NeoGraft procedure. It is phenomenal. What I found out by having a consultation with Doc and his staff is that you're never going to lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you may go in other areas. He takes some of that hair and repurposes it to where you need it most. Maybe it's that little shiny spot up on top. Maybe your forehead has become an 8 head and you don't think there's anything you can do. This handles the problem. Believe me, I know because I did it. And I cannot tell you enough how great a procedure it is. He also does PRP treatments, which we've heard athletes use for their elbows, their knees, their joints, and their shoulders. This also works with hair, and it can get the hair almost like fertilizing your lawn. There's still hair there, but now it's thicker and stronger, and it looks like it did when it was in its best shape and you had a full head of hair. Both procedures are phenomenal. All done by Doc Linville here in the Med Center. And because you listen to me and you want to learn more about him and the procedures that he can do, if you go to 975hair.com right now, you get a free consultation with Doc and his staff where he can explain everything that they do, how they do it, and answer any questions you may have. That normally costs $150 for people just coming off the street and inquiring about it. You listen to us, you want to talk to him, make the appointment through 975hair.com, and they will take care of that, waive that consultation fee, and give you all the answers. It's up to you to decide what you're going to do. There's no signing on the dotted line, commitments to make, or money out of your pocket. Just you understanding how you might be able to get your hair back. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by. Go to 975hair.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Jag fans are big mad that DeMeco Ryans said that the Jags overreacted, which I actually agree with Jag fan on that. I don't think that the Jags overreacted. I believe in throwing a fastball high and in from time to time. I'm a believer in that. But if you're going to do it, you have to understand that it's going to come with repercussion. Same thing here. If you're gonna make a hit like that on a quarterback, whether it's innocent or not, the other team is going to retaliate. I have no issue with what Jacksonville did.
I mean, look, Azeez Al-Shaair even said it in his apology on Twitter. The fact is he understands why the Jaguar players came to the defense of Trevor Lawrence. He understands why everybody there's an understanding. If this was CJ Stroud, Texans fans would be losing their mind, and rightfully so.
I wouldn't. I would there are a lot of texters right here saying, "Oh, Brandon, if this was Stroud, you'd be acting differently." No, I'm fair and balanced at all times, unless it's the Cougars. Then I'm a homer.
I would like to see that if that happened. Because
Nico Collins got earholed in this game, by the way,
from behind.
No. There's two. There's two.
Okay.
The one I'm talking about a different play. There was one where he was left sideline falling down, and it was Josh Allen who inserted a new name in his last name, so people stopped confusing him with the better Josh
ketchup.
Allen.
He inserted ketchup.
Ketchup?
Heinz.
Oh, Heinz. Yeah, good joke. Anyways, he earholed him. So, yeah, I mean, this stuff happens. Stuff happened. But,
okay.
But the NFL is super, super careful in quarterbacks because they're the big money players. They're protecting their investment. Follow the money.
Well, and I think that they, like you said, previous to this, they've dealt with enough lawsuits, and they understand that as much as the game used to be played in a totally different way. Thanks. It's like the NBA. They completely changed the way the complexion of the way the game is played. They took away a large majority of the physicality. That was what a lot of people were signing up to watch it previously. Now they want to see the athleticism. Now they want to see, in both sports, they want to see more of the scoring and the sexiness of big points and shootouts and things like that, instead of seeing some of the more physical plays. But from the standpoint of, if that's CJ Stroud, everyone's losing their mind. There's no doubt about it.
Speak for yourself. I wouldn't have lost my mind.
But so you're saying, because you said that if it means winning the football game, that you'd be okay trying to hurt the other quarterback?
I think that you should look. Hurt is a very, very strong word, and whenever I said hurt, I was tongue in cheek. I do believe that you should be violent with a quarterback. Yes, if you have an opportunity to hit a quarterback, now do it legally. I'm not saying that you should be cheap and illegal.
Where the fine line is.
If the quarterback is down, I don't think that Azeez Al-Shaair should use the crown of his helmet and dive right into Trevor Lawrence's head like a torpedo. I think you should hit the quarterback as hard as you could possibly hit him within the rules of the game. That is my firm belief. If you have an opportunity, you're playing Lamar Jackson in the AFC Championship game, and you have the opportunity to hit him legally, yes, you should hit him as hard as humanly possible within the rules. I firmly believe that. I will not budge off of that.
But
I don't even think that's really that hot of a take.
No, that's different.
People think it's crazy.
When we were talking about it at the time, of saying if it's borderline or if it's, like right after the whistle.
Well, it's like, it's kind of like when you're stepping out of bounds. Like, it's a little bit.
Like week 2 against Caleb?
That one was not even that close, though. Like, even when Azeez Al-Shaair makes contact, he's still in
bounds. I fully support Azeez hitting him as hard as he can, because Caleb was not out of bounds.
If Lamar Jackson's running out of bounds and, like, his first foot that's about to be on the out-of-bounds marker's about to hit, hit him. Hit him. Yes, hit him.
Yeah, as long as it's legitimately in the rules of play, hit him as hard as you can. That's how the sport is meant to be played. It's when you're looking to headhunt, or you're looking to do something after the whistle, or you're looking for those type plays, that I would completely disagree. Yeah. I don't think you're trying to maim and ruin someone's life. I think if you're trying to win a football game and it's within the rules of play, like leading with your shoulder and hitting a guy as hard as you can, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what you're taught to do.
But how fine of a line is that? Like, when you're trying to hit an incredibly athletic quarterback like a Lamar Jackson, Trevor Lawrence is incredibly athletic too, but if you're trying to hit a quarterback incredibly athletic right as they're stepping on the out-of-bounds line, let's not undersell how difficult that is. And I feel like we as observers, and we on our couches and our lazy boys, we sit there, he should have easily been able to pull back. What are you talking about, man? Have you never been on the sidelines of a football game? Clearly not, because you don't understand the speed of play. It is very, very difficult in the split second. And even Azeez Al-Shaair, who I thought was very much on the side of being late. Even in that particular moment, once you've made up your mind that you're going to hit the guy, yes, maybe he didn't leave his, make an attempt to make a tackle or a hit on Trevor Lawrence after like he slid, right? Like we can see Azeez and he's kind of breaking down. We see Trevor Lawrence slide and then Azeez hits him. But once you've committed to it, even before the action, it's almost impossible to stop.
That's what I think is what most people don't understand. Because I've been on the sidelines like you say. You have no idea how fast that game is played. And the fact is, too, this goes back to the rule in the last couple of years and whenever receivers are going across the middle. That's why I so blatantly disagree with ejection of a football game from a defensive back standpoint when hitting a wide receiver. A wide receiver going, like you said, 20 miles an hour, a defensive back going the same. If he launches himself to catch the football, he changes the trajectory of his body to where you might be looking to hit him directly in his shoulder pad. But if he leaps or dives down, you might now be in direct line with his head or his shoulders.
That happened in the play yesterday, though. Trevor Lawrence changed his target as well. Now, it was late. Not arguing that it wasn't a penalty. Don't get twisted.
You still got to know that's the quarterback. You know the situation. And again.
But we're talking about contact to the helmet. And Trevor Lawrence, who is a tall quarterback, is probably standing. Whenever Azeez Al-Shire starts to move forward to make the tackle, Trevor Lawrence is probably 5 feet high. By the time Azeez Al-Shire hits him, he's at about 2.5 feet.
But the difference between that and the wide receiver situation we've been talking about is Azeez knew in that moment that Lawrence was going to slide. He knew the target.
It's still a moving target.
Sure, but he knew Lawrence's head was going to drop. Like the wider,
but it's still a moving target.
Yeah, but
he knows it's the quarterback too, which means.
But no one's arguing it's a penalty. We're talking about the difficulty of stopping in the moment and being able to hit a very specific spot of the target.
Like that's where, and again, easier said than done. But that's where you see all the ex-players too saying that you can put your hands out, you can put your hands wide, but you do your best. You can't change your body trajectory, but you do your best to try and avoid or minimize the contact.
We see linebackers and defensive backs do it weekly. When quarterbacks slide and they see it coming and they pull up. The problem is
I think they go over.
And that's hard to do.
Sometimes they go over, sometimes they pull up. I'm not saying it's easy, but we see it happen every single week in every game. The problem is Azeez made no attempt to pull up, and he put the forearm out there, which I know it's a different conversation with the intent. I'm not trying to relitigate this, but there are a bunch of different points of that Azeez tackle that we see other linebackers and defensive players avoid in the situation where a quarterback is sliding at their feet.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Pete?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? I can't believe everybody's overreacting, man. This is football. This is a contact sport. You get hit. When you play defense, you're taught to hurt somebody on every play. You're trying to hurt somebody. Hurt, not injure. There's a difference. When you hit somebody, you go, ugh. Most of the favorite players I ever watched, they will never play this game. Jack Tatum was never been able to play. Rodney Lott never been able to play. Chuck Cecil would never been able to play. Mike Singletary would never been able to play. Lawrence, none of these people. This is not even a game anymore. That's the best play we've had. I'm ready to go buy Azeez jerseys now. I was happy with that. I need some contact. This week side we're playing is ridiculous. You know what you're signing up for. This is not contract. This is the contact sport. What are we going to do?
Appreciate it, Pete. We kind of break it up a little bit there, too. I agree with everything Pete had to say. I want my football players to hit the opposition as hard as they possibly can within the rules. I completely agree.
He's not wrong about that. You're not wrong about that. But the fact of the matter is, it is today's NFL, and you know how it's being called, and you know the way that you're going to get treated. And as one of the most important players on this defense, and I have been singing his praises since they got him. That is a guy that has to be on the football field for your defense to be at its best. And so it's a quarterback. You know it's a tough situation to try to avoid, but he's going to be going down. It looks like, and again, it's interpretation. I'm not here to say that I'm right, but it looks like in the videos that I've seen, it looks like he's starting to give himself up while Azeez is getting there. So regardless of that, and we can go back and forth on that, the fact is, as one of my important defenders, I have to be smart enough to realize, especially if I lead with my forearm, that the ramifications are probably going to be far greater. And I know that's a hot button for you.
I just don't understand why we're spending so much time on a forearm when it's illegal to use a forearm.
But if he Supermans it, or he makes best effort to go over him or even push him.
If he Supermans it and hits him, it's the same result. Same result.
I think that it is so much more blatant because it looked like he loaded up the forearm. It looked like his intent was not just to tackle, but it was to do, more.
I don't necessarily disagree with that. It looked more blatant or more intentful to use the forearm. I just don't think it changes the outcome at all.
I think it could play a factor in the suspension.
I don't.
I think
I don't.
it could.
The shoulder to shoulder
I
completely disagree with that.
A forearm to the shoulder. A forearm to the shoulder, not the head.
I know you're
not
selling
the
shoulder, but it's
a fact that it hits his shoulder.
It starts with the shoulder. It slides into the face mask.
So if he hits him with his shoulder into his shoulder and it slides into his face mask, it would change the outcome of this whole ordeal.
I think that the punishment might be less severe because of the fact that, one, it looks like he loads up a forearm. It looks like the intent is there to do more than just tackle. And I think that then because of the fact that the head is involved and the way he makes contact to the face mask of the helmet
after he rolled up in the shoulder.
Okay. We can go back and forth on that.
But it's true. It's not a back and forth. It's what happened. It's an accurate representation of the events that occurred.
Jeremy, when you load up with a forearm like
there is nothing illegal about using a forearm to an opposing player's shoulder. It's illegal to hit the quarterback or a sliding player late. There is nothing illegal about a forearm to a shoulder at all, ever.
Okay. All right. We'll just leave it there because we can go back and forth.
But one would be right and one would be wrong. It's not illegal to use a forearm to the football player's shoulder.
I think the punishment would be less severe if he didn't do what he did in the way he went about it. Yes, it was a late hit.
The reaction would certainly be
different.
If
he made the effort.
I don't think so.
If he did his best.
If Azeez Al-Shire leads with his shoulder into Trevor Lawrence's shoulder and Trevor Lawrence snaps back and gets concussed and Tua's up, it's going to lead to a different outcome? Absolutely not.
I think if he looks like he's showing the intent to try and minimize the violence of the contact.
That's a little different than shoulder into shoulder. And
but I was never throwing the shoulder into the conversation.
Whatever the action was for Azeez to hit Trevor Lawrence, whatever it was, if Trevor Lawrence snaps back and hits his skull on the turf and gets concussed, there's going to be a melee after that, no matter what.
There might be a melee, yes, but in terms of the ramifications to him, the potential for suspension, sure, there's probably going to be a fine too. But if you can see on video that he's not really loading up to get as much as he can behind the hit to get him, if he's trying to do whatever he can to avoid making the contact as severe, I think that would be taken into consideration.
Yeah, I mean, I think Azeez is moving way too fast to avoid contact, like softly. Like, if there's going to be contact on that play, it's going to be vicious. Like, no matter what part of the body hits Trevor Lawrence's part of the body. The only thing that would have saved this is either Azeez doesn't hit him because it was late. I'll agree that. I can see that. Or Trevor Lawrence doesn't get hurt. Like, but once Trevor Lawrence was hurt, brawl was coming and suspension's coming. No doubt in my mind. A 5044 looked to me like he was just trying to hit him hard with no malice or bad intent. We really don't know. Like, that's in Aziz's head. Like, we can't be in Aziz's head, so we really have no idea. Another texture, if a quarterback waits to slide, that it's on him if he gets hit. I saw Josh Allen fake slide and score last year. That's to your point. Like, we need to kind of figure out these rules.
That does need to be eliminated.
Mahomes has done it twice this year.
There's college quarterbacks who will run up to the out-of-bounds boundary, kind of wait there, step out of bounds right when they're getting hit, and draw a personal foul. Like, quarterbacks are having a lot of liberties with the rule. And that's why it's tough for a defender. Like, these quarterbacks are having liberties with this rule, trying to gain extra yardage, and we have to make in a very split-second time what we want to do. Was it late in this play? Yes, I'm not arguing that. 9506, bunch of hardos trying to say show how tough they are by saying something dirty is okay. Another texture, what if he was going to do a fake slide? Point is, it wouldn't be C.J. Stroud. He's the first one out of bounds. He protects himself. Some quarterbacks do, some quarterbacks don't. Texture, pretty sure Azeez Al-Shire uses his forearm so he doesn't lead with his helmet. I don't know, but it's way more dangerous to lead with your helmet than it is your forearm. Like, if you're Trevor Lawrence, would you rather get hit with the crown of a helmet or with a forearm? Obvious answer. You rather get hit with a forearm. I agree that it's probably a stretch. I don't think that Azeez Al-Shire hit him with his forearm. No, I don't think he hit him with his forearm.
Ridiculous.
I don't think he hit him with his forearm to save contact from himself. But if he wanted to do damage, he's leading with the crown of his helmet. If he wanted to be as dirty as he possibly could, he's leading with the crown of his helmet.
That's the key. If he's trying to be as dirty as he possibly can, then he leads with the crown of his helmet.
So he showed a little bit of reservation.
But, okay, no, he's still trying to do damage.
If he's trying to be as dirty as he possibly can.
There's a difference,
If he's trying to be as dirty as he possibly can, you just said it yourself.
Right.
He's leading with the crown of his helmet.
If he's trying to be
the
as dirty as he
reservation
possibly
he shows
can,
is still way over the line. It doesn't really matter.
But that wasn't the conversation. The conversation was, how dirty was this? Like, was it a penalty? Yes.
It wasn't
was it a penalty with whatever part of the body? Yes. What would have been the dirtiest possible outcome here? Leading with the crown of his helmet. Did he lead with the crown of his helmet? No, he didn't lead with the crown of his helmet. So he showed some reservation.
But it's still a dirty play when you lead that. You didn't lead with the crown of his helmet, but he did lead with the forearm and extend, which looks like he's trying to do more than just tackle the quarterback.
But a forearm to any part of the body is legal, where the crown of the helmet is illegal. So there is that aspect of it. More text. Fair or not, multiple issues this year already hurt his cause. I do think that his reputation is going to be part of this.
It's going to factor into the suspension for sure.
He's got priors.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he is definitely bordering on the edge of dirty in the past. I had forgotten about the Tom Brady chokehold.
Yeah, I saw that one on. I saw that one on the internet. Yeah,
doesn't help.
Someone already. I think it was Jacksonville fans, but they were putting together a reel, which was essentially like 3 plays. I think 2 from this year and the Brady choke.
Yeah. The Brady choke was a bad look. I forgot all about that one. Aziz uses his forearm to stop Lawrence's momentum forward. It was too aggressive, but it's not dirty. Only Aziz know his intentions were, and we should support our player and take him at his hard. I don't know what that is.
At his word.
Yeah, I agree with that take.
If you're,
I agree with that take if you're a coach. I don't agree with that take if you're like a talk show host. You should be giving your honest opinion on it.
Right. And I think that, look, I don't think Cincinnati fans were going to go and say that Burfict was in the right when Burfict was hitting guys the way he was hitting guys back in the day. Dude had a screw loose. He was trying to do some serious damage.
And that's really where the sensationalism of this, like the Gronkowski one. John McClain said this was the most violent hit he has seen in the history of covering the NFL. All 84 years of him covering the NFL, this was the most vicious hit he ever saw. This isn't top 50. This isn't top 50 dirtiest hits.
That's exactly where my mind went when I read that. It was like, how long have you been covering the NFL? And covering the NFL before all these rule changes where they softened up the sport and took away a lot of the violence. And some of the caller even mentioned them. The Ronnie Lotts of the world. The Jack Tatums of the world. The guys that were just hitmen that were out there not even trying to hide it. They had linemen that had, when they broke their hands, they had a club with a bowling ball on the end of it, and the lineman would use it to swing it against the head.
I was just going to say, when McClain started covering the NFL, I think head slaps were still legal. I mean, that's
to a leather helmet.
That was a legit by I think it was Deacon Jones. That was part of his.
Conrad Dobler was the king too.
I don't know that name.
He was with the Cardinals back in the day. He was a big nasty dude, and he didn't hide it. He clubbed the hell out of people.
Yeah, that was a legit pass rush move back in the days of guys like Deacon Jones. They would slap you as hard as you could upside the head to get you wobbled, and then they would run by you.
That to me was the biggest crime yesterday, is that we're comparing the Aziz Al-Shire hit to those hits, which is crazy.
It's ridiculous.
Is it a late hit? Sure. Is it dirty? Look, I'm okay calling it dirty. But whenever I saw McClain say it's the dirtiest hit I've ever seen in my 84 years of covering the NFL is where I draw the line. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What do you believe after this college football weekend? Regular season is over. Going to championship week. What do you believe as we enter championship week? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What do you believe now? Regular season is over in college football. Championship week is here. Big day tomorrow for the committee. They're gonna tell us a lot of what they're thinking. That final at large could be very, very interesting. But what do you believe after this college football weekend? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
I think the first one is, as much as we've been talking about the rule change coming in terms of the quarterback sliding and everything, there's going to be a ban on flag planting and all kinds of celebrating at midfield. It all happened in one weekend on one Saturday. It was nuts. And then wasn't there something? I didn't even know this because I didn't see the end of your game. But the U of H BYU game, there was.
Yeah, I wasn't there. I was flying back. Right, they got into a little bit of a brawl.
Something about in the end zone or something.
Yeah, I mean
like
they got into a fight.
Okay,
there were some punches thrown.
Oh boy,
I like punches being thrown. It's a physical sport. I'm here for the drama. I loved every bit of the flag planting thing.
Same.
Yeah, I think
Give me
it's
all
great
of it.
entertainment. Like, look at how many people are talking about it. Look how many people are, discussing if it's good or if it's bad. My sister doesn't even watch sports. Like, do you see all the fights this weekend?
My mom asked me about it today. Yeah.
I think it's great for college football. You get all the attention here. Now, you probably shouldn't be pepper spraying the players.
That's, boy, I'll tell you what.
Probably a bit
I got
far.
into it with a couple people on Twitter that were just like trying to state how that's okay. That's never okay. You do that with potential criminals. You're not doing that with college athletes.
They're committing assault
on a field.
Blankers.
You've got enough people on the field and coaching staff, and we saw it in the NFL yesterday, and they controlled the situation without pepper spray, and there was a lot worse things happening during the course of what was going on in that game. I just think pepper spray has no place in being used in trying to curtail what's going on a college football field. I understand the whole thing about, both sides of it. You're trying to protect your house. They don't do that on our field. At the same time, if you wanted to stop it, you had 60 minutes to do so, and
Facts.
you didn't do it.
Yeah, that's the
And it's not new. I mean,
No.
Baker Mayfield did this, like 7 years ago? I mean, this is not new. Get over it.
No, I do think because we do protect everybody and we've gone soft as a football playing society, like as Esau Shire's hit, I do think we're going to see a rule against it.
Oh, no doubt. It's coming quick.
It might be like the goalpost rule where you have the rule in place, the universities get fined, and then the teams just don't actually enforce it, or they don't.
Well, they fine
abide
both
to the rule.
universities $100,000 for the fighting after
Yeah.
the play. They fine $250,000 if the fans storm the field after a win.
Yeah, something like that. I think it's different for each league, but
Yeah,
something like
maybe.
that. It's in
Maybe
six
so.
figures for sure. I have no problem with a school that goes on the road and wins a game trying to plant the flag on the logo. No problem with it. I also have no problem with the team trying to prevent the flag from being planted on the logo. And I also agree with you that if you're so up in arms about it, how about you try a little bit for the 60 minutes?
How about you score more than 10 points, Ohio State?
First of all, I think the other thing that's really retarded in this, I shouldn't say that. The dumbest thing, I don't want to say.
I gotcha.
The dumbest thing that could possibly be done in a situation like this, period, is if you don't understand the logic of AstroTurf fields. You can't plant anything in an AstroTurf
that's
field.
fair.
You
That's
can't
fair.
plant the ASU pitchfork or whatever you call it.
Well,
you
maybe the
can't
pitchfork.
plant a flag. It's not going in and it's not going to stay. That is ridiculous. That is stupid. Okay? That's where you have to find some logic more than anything else.
Yeah, I thought Ohio State, quite frankly, though, I did think that Ohio State showed the fight of a national champion. I did. It just happened after the
It's
game.
not the offense
It just
of a
happened
national
after the
champion.
game. They showed the fight of a
Okay,
national champ.
by the
it
way-
just happened after regulation.
Ryan Day, you can't sit there watching it all unfold
What's he gonna do?
and then go, what happened?
That's true.
What's going on?
Yeah, I thought it was a bad look. Probably should try to break him up, but I do agree
Well,
with Ryan. Then what's he going to do? Here's the
Go ahead. No, I was gonna say, it's not like if he's not gonna be able to pull apart a 300-pound offensive lineman from fighting each other. At the same
Well,
time,
he can tell his guys.
I
get to the
know,
locker
and
room.
that's where I was going. At the same time, like the Texas players after they beat A&M, you could tell they were having the thoughts of like, are we going to do this? And Sark quickly ran out and pulled them all away. So there was probably something Ryan Day could have done, but at the point where
your star linebacker goes
it's a
and tears
riot,
the
he's not going to
Michigan
pull.
flag off the pole. And,
Yeah.
what happened? Well, you saw it.
Here was Khalil Mullings in the aftermath of Michigan Ohio State. He's a Michigan player. What he had to say cracked me up. It was hilarious.
What's going through your head right now?
Yeah, it was for such a great game. You hate to see stuff like that after the game. It's just bad for the sport, bad for college football. But at the end of the day, some people gotta learn how to lose, man. You can't be fighting this stuff just because you lost the game. All that fighting. We had 60 minutes. We had 4 quarters to do all that fighting.
Okay.
And now people want to talk and fight. That's wrong.
I see where you're coming from, but how about winning well?
You got to learn how to lose.
You got to learn how to win.
Yeah.
But learning how to win, it can
That's
go both
probably
ways.
the most insulting part of the day for
from a Big Ten perspective, they have all these different long-standing, traditions. You beat certain schools, and there's a trophy.
Yeah, there's a trophy.
And
almost
after the
every
game,
rivalry.
they parade the trophy around, and if they're on the road, they're parading it around your field, your stadium, and they're celebrating similarly. You're not trying to jam something into someone else's field, but at the same time, you're gloating, you're celebrating. Well, if you don't like it, win the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I do think that they're awesome, though. I believe that Georgia cemented itself in the playoff by dominating an unranked 7-5 team that was 5-3 in such a powerful league. What a win for the Bulldogs. Playoff bound, dominated Georgia Tech, who's 7-5 and 5-3 in what is a bad league, according to everybody.
Hey, they beat Florida State, who had one win this year.
Defending non-playoff team, Florida State.
Yeah, I look, eight overtimes to beat Georgia Tech, not impressive, but I do think Georgia's in no matter what.
No doubt.
And I would say the same for Texas. There's that conference title game to me only matters as far as who gets a bye and who hosts the playoff game in a couple weeks after that. Like both teams are in, win or loss.
See, the thing that bothers me is you're right about that, right? And I think that you're right about Texas and Georgia. I think where it bothers me is the fact that now we're going to get not going to get the matchup we needed in the Big Ten or wanted to see for the sake of a good football game. And at the same time, now Penn State and Indiana are both going to get in probably as well as
that for Indiana.
I hate that. I hate it.
If I could piggyback that into one of my beliefs, I believe SMU has to win the ACC title game to get in. And I hate that Indiana, with their horrible strength of schedule, gets to sit at home, not play in a conference title game, but then SMU gets penalized.
But they beat Purdue 66-0. Purdue's not
who cares?
terrible.
Purdue's barely
and they're going to get in.
Program.
I'm torn on that. I don't know if SMU misses if they lose.
I think they're what, 8th in the AP poll? They're probably going to be about 8th in the playoff ranking. They follow pretty closely.
Who's jumping them though?
I mean, I think you could see a move for some of the SEC teams like Alabama or South Carolina or Ole Miss.
I'm torn on this because I don't feel like SMU should be penalized for losing to Clemson.
I agree,
At the same time, I think
they
that they should, because I'd rather see an SEC team ahead of them. Because if you're SMU and you lose to Clemson, how can you justify SMU over South Carolina, who just went into Clemson and beat them?
No, well, you're trying to put logic into the situation.
Yeah, that's what I like to do.
Which is part of the problem because, I mean, Ole Miss beat South Carolina, so did Alabama, and yet South Carolina is ahead of Ole Miss in the current AP ranking. So there's these whole things as far as who beat who.
AP ranking doesn't matter.
I know, but it shouldn't. But a lot of times the playoff ranking follows the AP pretty closely, and a lot of times, unfortunately, it's whoever loses last, not who had the worst loss or the best win or anything that we think should matter.
What else do you believe? College overtime, by the way, is the worst overtime.
That's where I was going to go to. That was mine too.
I hate it.
The end result, instead of just focusing on Georgia and that tongue in cheek, that accentuates just how horrible we talked about it previously.
It's like kicking
that
PKs.
overtime rule sucks.
It's kicking PKs, which I know for the soccer purists out there, Soccer Matters Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 6. They hate the idea of we play 90 minutes, plus stoppage time. Maybe it's 95 to 100 minutes, and now we're going to turn into a specialty contest for penalty kicks. It's the same thing for college football. It's no longer who has the better team. It's just who draws up a better play on this one.
That's exactly right. It's better play calling for one play as opposed to playing better football.
It's not real football.
It's not. I hate it.
If it happens in the playoffs, it's ridiculous. I believe that Miami should be eliminated.
I agree.
Eliminated.
Yeah,
no matter what happens, they should be eliminated.
They've tight-roped it and got lucky way too many times, and they sealed their own fate.
Yeah, their schedule's we've given, and rightfully, Indiana crap for a soft schedule.
Yep.
Look at Miami's schedule; it's super soft. I don't think they can survive that loss. They're out.
All right, what else you got?
On the flip side, I think Notre Dame's better than I thought they were. Notre Dame, for the bad loss early in the season, the fact is that they've really kind of gotten better week in, week out, to where I might say Notre Dame's a Final Four team.
Ooh, I mean, can they? Because they're not a conference.
You had
winner.
me until that last sentence.
Said Final Four, not four. Okay,
yeah, Final Four team standing.
I was thinking of the four.
They
buys,
can't.
Yeah.
You're right, though. They can't. They can't have a bye.
They can't get a bye.
Yeah, Swarbrick accepted that as like a compromise, but I think that they are better than what
they're way better than I thought. Because
I don't think they're a Final Four.
A couple weeks ago, I was sitting there saying, I don't know if they're worthy with everything else. I don't know if they're worthy.
I just don't trust Riley Leonard in a big moment. Like, I hear you. Their defense is great.
Yep.
Their running game has been Jeremiah Love's been great, especially, he killed Army a few weeks ago. But I don't trust Riley Leonard facing another top-level defense. That's kind of where I push back a little bit.
I think they win one game. I don't think that they win the.
Yeah, they're going to host the first round game, and probably it's going to be snowy and 30 degrees. I think they win that, especially if they're playing a Southern team. But after that, they get knocked out.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jesse, what do you believe after this college football weekend?
Yeah, well, it's apparent that the SEC has found a way to get a lot of teams into the college football playoffs no matter what. It's kind of what we expected before the season. A lot of people thought that the system wouldn't really change that much. And, of course, they're going to end up being right because, they keep these SEC teams in by going, well, even though they lost to a two-loss team and even though they have two losses, they lost to a ranked team. So by keeping all these two-loss teams ranked, they've ended up being able to squeeze in all they could. And just a quick comment about Trevor Lawrence. That hit was looked a lot worse than it was because he has a glass jaw, and that's always been his problem.
Ooh. Yeah, he's got a glass skull. Yeah, that is true. He does get concussed pretty often. The SEC thing is interesting, and I've had a lot of knockdown, drag-out fights about this. I think the SEC's non-conference resume is lousy. I think it's terrible. I think it's awful. South Carolina, Indiana on a neutral field, who's favored?
South Carolina.
South Carolina, SMU on a neutral field, who's
South
favored?
Carolina. South Carolina.
So how are we deciding these teams? Are you going resume, or are you going who you think has a better chance of winning a game? Because I think
the
it probably
resume
should
thing
come
would
down to
hold
resume.
true for SMU, but I don't think it would hold true for Indiana. Indiana barely played. The only big
lost
team they
one
played.
game.
There's a certain level.
Yeah, it was really the only legit team they played.
And Ohio State didn't do Indiana any favors by then losing to Michigan, although they did beat Michigan. Indiana did.
I just think that there is something to be said about a resume in which you're playing all of these teams in a conference in which the competition is at a certain level.
But how do we know that? Because they haven't beat anybody non-conference.
I understand.
Like all of their
the
quality wins are in
yeah.
conference. Their best non-conference wins are Texas against Georgia and Georgia against Clemson. And they've lost some pretty bad non-conference games too.
Who has?
LSU, all the SEC.
Yeah. South Carolina early on didn't look like they were anything close. And then they just flipped a switch. And they've been really, really, really good for the last 5-6 weeks.
Yeah. The SEC non-conference resume is not good.
No.
But I think the SEC is really good.
Yes.
So it's difficult for the committee. What do you go on? Do you go on based on projection, or do you go based on the resume that exists with only 3 non-conference games? Although SEC plays 4 because they're soft and only play 8 conference games, unlike the very difficult Big 10 and Big 12 that play 9. My last one, I believe that the Big 12 is underrated. You know what the Big 12 is doing right now? And you look at the Big 12, 4 top 20 teams. Only 3 leagues can say that. Only 3. Yeah, they're being criminal to the Big 12. They're robbing the Big 12. There's only 3 conferences in America that have 4 teams in the top 20. The SEC, the Big 10, the Big 12. And why is the Big 12 getting no love compared to the Big 10 and the SEC? Big 12 is underrated. What's your question for the Killer Bees? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Your question for the Bees. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN. Questions for the Bees, 713-780-3776. A couple of believes that I didn't see, my bad. I believe you can't spell fraud without the U. Poor Miami, that's a good joke. I wonder if that's an original. Was that an original? Did you come up with that on your own? I doubt it. I believe Quinn is the difference between Texas being a top 5 team and the lock for best team, no question. He's kind of underwhelming.
Yeah,
huh?
He worries me in clutch moments. He kind of shrunk up there at the end. Obviously, he threw a pick and got strip sacked. I'm not saying put Arch in, but I'm worried about Quinn in the big moments.
But that run by Arch was pretty tough too.
No, yeah, the first touchdown in the game where they put him in and ran the zone read.
Yep.
Yeah, he's a physical runner. Like people think of obviously Peyton and Eli, who were obviously not known scramblers, but Arch is a bit of a tank. He's a big dude.
It's like Archie. It's like his old grandpa.
Yep.
Do you think yours goes to the NFL or transfers?
Transfers.
Yeah, I'm curious. That's going to be
I
interesting.
mean, obviously it depends on the projection, but
It can't be high.
No, I
don't think
Lance,
he's a pro.
I've heard Lance
Really?
talk about it.
I mean, I think he'll get on a team. I don't think he's a pro starter, no.
No, I don't think he'll be a starter right away. I think from what I've heard from Lance, he's projecting like a 3rd round pick. Obviously, a lot could change between now and April, but yeah, if he's the 3rd round pick, I wouldn't come out. I'd go transfer.
Yeah, I think he might transfer and get like the bag.
Yeah.
Like go to somewhere where he's willing to pay him.
Yeah.
And Texas is going to be ready to move on. Baylor may not be in the Big 12 championship, but they may be one of the hottest teams right now. They are playing really well. Baylor is. Dave Aranda's doing a good job there. And now that he's paying the recruits, which is fine to do now. It's perfectly acceptable.
And they put it on T-shirts, right?
They did. Yeah. I mean, you should talk about it. Arizona State guys wearing an NIL collective shirt on the sidelines. And then after the game saying, hey, donate here.
Well, did you
That's
see what
how they drive their payroll up?
What's his name did at Oklahoma State?
Gundy?
Yeah, Gundy put a barcode on the back of the helmet.
Yeah.
Didn't help them this year.
Not this year. They've been awful, but
They
still.
went 3-8.
Well, it helped them.
3-9.
It helped them in the non-con when they beat an SEC team. Just saying. Eric the driver.
Arkansas.
Still
Arkansas.
Yeah, I mean Arkansas beat teams in the SEC though, right?
Yeah,
and we
sure,
talk about
sure.
cannibalizing. Oklahoma State beat Arkansas and didn't win a Big 12 game.
Yeah, no, it's
Poor
not
non-con in
a
the
fair
SEC.
point.
Eric the driver. I believe if you don't want your rival planting their flag at your midfield, you should have beat them. I completely agree. And then Troy. All right, Mailbag Monday, 713-780-ESPN. Troy asked, should the Gamecocks get a look for the playoffs? I think South Carolina is one of the best 12 teams in the country.
I think they're showing it. They've impressed me. I've watched them the last couple of weeks. That's a team worthy of it. I don't think they're going to get in, but I think they're worthy of it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I don't think that they're going to get in. I think they're currently one of the top 12 teams in the country. Sellers had some injuries. That's why they lost the LSU game, because he didn't play the entire second half. Questionable calls in that game, too. I think they're one of the top 12 teams in the country, but I agree with Blankers that they won't get in. Ocho, will U of H win 20 games this season since both their non-con and conference games are tougher than usual? Yeah, I think U of H is going to be just fine. I know that they're 4-3. They lost to Auburn, who's the number 2 team in the country, by, 5 points. They lost in overtime to Alabama, who's the top team in the country in overtime, and they're up 10 and then lost to OT against San Diego State. I think U of H will be just fine.
I think this is seasoning. I think this is when you talk about, look, they're going to look at the level of competition on the resume and realize Kelvin's not running from anybody. He's playing top-tier teams. He's getting them seasoned and ready for the big run down the stretch. I think they're going to be absolutely fine as well.
Next question for the Bees. Big Art. Is Christian Harris now known as Christian McCullers? Where is he?
I mean, if he's not Christian McCullers, is he not someone else that we experienced an injury with this year at the Astros? Kyle Tucker? He's one or the other, but he's both. He could be both.
It is a mysterious injury.
Was it Jonathan Alexander that told us a few weeks ago after the bye?
Yeah.
So we'll fight.
He said the Miami game. So if he's not ready by the Miami game, then
then
he's either Tucker or McCullers. You hope it's more Tucker than McCullers because then it's a 1-year thing as opposed to the lingering.
That
Yeah,
also means he'll suck in the playoffs if he's Kyle Tucker.
It's a little
but
bit.
if you're McCullers, it's multiple years, and
yeah,
it's a bigger problem.
You're assuming the Texans make the playoffs.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. But they're going to win the division.
Colts schedule is not that difficult.
Yeah, but I mean, because of the tiebreaker, the Texans really only need to win one game,
which you would think is the Tennessee game, but you've already lost to them.
I actually might put it on Miami. But if they win one game, the Colts have to win out. So I'm still going to bank on them winning
Anthony
the division.
Richardson magic. 1970. How many coworkers, past or present, could you drive cross country with?
How many coworkers?
Cross country.
I could
How
ride
many
cross
days are we
country.
talking about? 3 days?
3
2
I
days?
could do with any of my coworkers ever. No problem.
Even
I think it'd be easy. I think it's much easier to pick out the ones you wouldn't want to do it with.
I mean, I would just put on headphones and get in my own world.
Oh, so you're not.
But I think that
this would be easy to do.
But if there were limitations, you could probably pick the people you didn't want. In my case, like yours, I worked with a lot of great people over the years. I think you could pick the handful of people.
You gonna name names?
No.
Yeah,
I
could
have a guess on a few of them.
Yeah,
I
you
could
can.
ride cross country
Yeah,
with anybody.
You certainly can.
Could you ride cross country with me?
Yeah, I think I could.
I'd be fine.
I think I could.
Well, you think you could with yourself?
That's what he said.
No, that's what I said.
Oh, okay.
I think you could. I could definitely do it with you. Now, I'd ask you to pipe down, be quiet, let me do my own thing, but
it's fine. I mean, that normally happens during breaks.
we're going to listen to, well, I'm doing other things.
So am I.
Yeah, talking to us. What would we listen to, Blankers? Will we listen to reruns of our show?
No, never.
God, no.
Never.
I'm kidding. We'll throw on some Bravo. Watch that cross country.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Texans had a dominating win yesterday, but what are we not ignoring in victory what we wouldn't in defeat? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Feels like the lead story from yesterday's game was not the win. It was the Azeez Al-Shire hit. Some people were critical of Laura Okra asking C.J. Stroud after the game about the Azeez Al-Shire hit. instead of like anything about the game. Like, oh, that was unprofessional. Why would she ask CJ Stroud about that? I thought it was an appropriate question. The main thing from the game was the Azeez Al-Shire hit. You have a player availability. You're not talking to anybody else. I have no problem with that question.
I don't either. And I think that the other thing is if you're like us and you watch the game, that was a momentum changer. That was everything when it happened. Because no matter what momentum the Texans had, suddenly it looked like they, for obvious reasons, had everything zapped out of them. It looked like there was a chip on the shoulder of the Jags. It could change everything. And that's what reporters are supposed to do. I mean, we talk about soft, not soft, and whatever. And, if you're working for, a certain network or something with affiliations to the league, you're not supposed to do that. That's a legit question that everybody wants the answer to.
Yeah. I had no problem with the question, whatever. All right. Whatsoever.
I didn't know she was a vegetable.
Yeah, she is. 713-780-ESPN. What are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat? 713-780-3776. Now, what are you leading with here, Blankers?
I'm trying to see if I should look at my notes and say, should I stay away from what we've already spoken in depth about?
No, we just talk about whatever is at the top of your list.
I mean, look, I think the one thing when you talk about regardless of what happened or didn't happen, I think the fact that the Darby pass interference wasn't called, no matter how much you look at that was pass interference.
The one to Tank?
Yeah, for sure. And I think that's a game changer. Now you're talking about maybe a totally different scenario because now you get a touchdown that should lead to a touchdown, you would assume. But the fact that was another big play
not
for
the Texans. Yeah, it's probably fair not to assume. Maybe they settle for 3 there.
But at least they should get points out of that. And I thought that was taken away from them. I thought that was a tough call.
Yeah, I thought it was a bad call too. I thought that was very clearly pass interference. I thought he ran right through the back. No doubt about it.
I do too, but one of my don't ignores was CJ was late and under on that throw. Like, I completely agree that Darby should have been called for a pass interference, but if the ball is put further out and Tank doesn't have to slow down.
Y'all are getting on my last nerve today.
See, I don't think that matters at all. I think the fact that the contact happened before.
No, I'm not saying the flag should have been thrown. I'm just saying, like, I completely 100% agree. Darby should have been called for pass interference. I'm just saying, if the throw had been more on time and further out, a better throw overall, then it wouldn't even, Darby would never come into the play.
I'll give you on time. Do you know how far that ball traveled in the air?
Oh, it was
I
deep.
didn't measure it, no.
Plus, it was like his 6th option. He was looking all over the field, and he was extending the play, and then all of a sudden realized, hey, I got a shot here. Yeah. It wasn't like he could just load up and step into it. He threw it off his back foot. He threw I think
he stepped into it.
I thought he did step into it.
But it was a muddy pocket. I'll give you that it was a muddy pocket. I have a huge issue with you saying that it was underthrown. Late, maybe. I'm really curious to see what it looks like on the all-22. Like, I wonder how quickly he could have, made that decision to go there with the ball.
I think it was a late decision to go deep.
It was 70 yards in the air.
Oh, no.
You can't say underthrow with a 70-yard throw.
I'm not saying that. Okay, I guess I am saying it's a criticism, but it doesn't change the fact that if the ball is, in stride.
I think on time is better. But to say it was an underthrow when the guy throws it 70 yards in flight,
okay.
No.
I'm sticking with it. If the ball's out in front, Darby's not in the play.
75 yards, is that an underthrow?
Sure.
If a situation
come
matters.
on.
I think
come on. You can't throw the ball 70 yards in the air and it be an underthrow. Timing, I'll give you. Not an underthrow.
Yeah, are you saying there's no quarterback who could have made that throw?
Well, that's a different
very,
conversation.
very few. Maybe Anthony Richardson.
Josh Allen.
Mahomes.
Allen can. I don't know about Mahomes.
Oh, I think
Mahomes got a
I don't know.
So.
Mahomes does not have a top 3 arm in the NFL. Well, I'm talking pure strength. Pure strength. You put him on the goal line, throw it as far as you can. Mahomes isn't finishing top 3.
What is this, like the old superstar competition for quarterbacks?
Anthony Richardson's throwing it further.
Yeah.
Josh Allen's throwing it further.
Yes.
Will Levis is throwing it further.
I thought Will Levis, too.
He is. He's got a stronger. Now, it's not as accurate. He can't play the position, all of those things. You're talking pure arm strength. Who throws the ball the furthest? Mahomes not top 3.
I would. His size betrays him on this, but I would actually put Kyler in this conversation.
Kyler
has a cannon.
Well,
he can
strong.
Throw it deep.
He's the best athlete that's walking the planet
I was
Earth.
setting you up partly
But
there.
you're right. He is. He would be ahead of Mahomes.
Mahomes played a lot of baseball, too.
I think Mahomes can make that
I think
throw.
Mahomes can make that throw.
Yeah, but he probably topped out at 82, 83. Mahomes did.
What, you had a gun on him?
I actually did call a game where he was on the roster. Because he played baseball his freshman year at Tech.
Oh, did he?
And they played U of H. But he didn't actually play in the game.
Huh.
He did play a little that year, but he didn't play in the game that I was calling. Mac Jones went off on them. That's my do not ignore in victory, which you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-ESPN.
And he got kind of screwed, too.
Which one?
He had a lot of receivers drop balls early on when he came in the game.
He also overthrew Brian Thomas.
He did. And he underthrew that one receiver. I don't remember his name, but the one that there was Daniil Hunter got in his face and he underthrew it. Looked like it was a catch live, and then they said it was not a catch.
Yeah, they said the nose of the ball hit. And
did
then
they challenge that play?
They did. It was challenged.
Yeah, they challenged that play.
And then Dean Blandino said not only did he think the nose of the football hit, but that the ball was moving when he rolled over, so therefore there wasn't enough to overturn it.
Yeah, I thought it was a good call not to overturn it.
Mac Jones went for 235 against
He
Jones.
missed that guy in the front corner of the end zone too, where it was just a blatant bad throw.
He left meat on the bone.
The out route by Parker Washington
was wide open.
Well, that was actually one of my do not ignores, because Camardi Lassiter on that play, like just the softest coverage.
Yep.
He might as well not even been standing on the field at that point. He was playing so soft on that.
They told him prevent, and he thought it meant prevent being in the tape that might have been placing the blame on him for not covering anybody.
I mean, no challenge, no contest, nothing. He was just backpedaling and not in the play.
Justin Herbert says a texter. You think Herbert throws the ball further than Mahomes?
I do. I think you can make that throw. I don't know if I would say further.
I don't think you throw it further than Mahomes, but I think you make that throw.
I think he throws it further than Mahomes.
We've named 6-7 quarterbacks at least. Then
Mahomes is probably closer to 10 than he is 3.
Okay, but we've still named like 6-7 quarterbacks.
The top three
that can make that throw.
have like a rocket.
No, all those guys have rockets.
Yeah,
all those guys have rockets. I almost want to go team by team, see where Mahomes stacks up.
I know Jordan Love.
Maybe we'll do it later. Yeah, Love wouldn't be. Who do you think throws it farther between Stroud and Mahomes?
Mahomes.
I think it's close.
Yeah.
How far do you think Mahomes throws it as far as he possibly can?
Standing on the goal line?
Yeah. And he can wind up. He can step into it. Crow hop.
70?
Stroud just did that in game. Stroud, that pass to Tank Dell that should have been interference was 70 yards in a muddy pocket.
Was it 70?
Yeah.
I have to go back.
I got to go look at that.
I watched it this morning. Y'all don't trust me?
Yeah, sometimes.
I'm not. Depends on what we're talking about.
70 yards. It might have been 68. It might have been 68. But it was close to 70.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember because I was flipping channels like in the last couple of weeks, and I saw a replay of that Superstars competition.
It's a great show.
And Favre and I think it was Aikman, and it was like in the 70-yard range that won it.
Really? They're probably got bigger arms now.
Probably.
Yeah, they probably have bigger arms now. Pessimistic Chad can't ignore Texans make every quarterback look like a Hall of Famer. Mac Jones, Levis, Richardson. They actually do it with bad quarterbacks. They're good against good quarterbacks. They're bad against bad quarterbacks.
Yeah,
what else
they dominated Josh Allen.
I think one of the things that really annoyed me yesterday was the fact that it was almost like a false positive that they were getting better protection for CJ. He hung onto the ball way too long, multiple plays, and cost them a lot of lost yardage.
Well, he was also I know you guys have given credit to the offensive line, but a lot of the plays and a lot of my notes are about CJ, makes a play to extend the play and avoid pressure. He scrambles out. He was still 2 sacks, but that was obviously also a lot of CJ magic in the pocket.
How many plays are okay to do that for, though? Because that's going to happen in an NFL game.
Sure.
You're going to have a quarterback create a few plays a game. So, what is the appropriate amount? Because I thought it was an appropriate amount. If it's happening 10 times a game, that's way too many. But if it happens 3 times a game, I think it's fair.
I thought it happened more than 3 times, but
hanging onto it too long, or
no, just making a play, having to cover up for poor blocking. Now, sometimes it might not be poor blocking. Sometimes they might just send an extra man, and you have to have your quarterback win.
I think he's probably got to do it 5 or 6 times a game, right?
So I'm saying, what would be fair for an average offensive line? Because he is doing that currently, but they don't have an average offensive line. How many times for the average NFL offensive line in the NFL do you need your quarterback to extend and make a play?
I would say probably 7.
See, I was going to say about 3 to 5.
I don't
3
know,
to 5
man.
times.
If they're just average, it depends on who you're playing too. If they have
a average pass rush, average offensive line. What is the average amount?
5.
I think it's somewhere between 3 and 5.
That sounds about right.
And I think it happened about 3 to 5 times yesterday.
Yeah, I mean it's not unfair, but just we obviously spent a lot of time this season talking about the offensive line woes, and I do think it's been the case since the Lions game. I think they've played better. I didn't think it was game ball worthy. Although I agree with your take that it was more of a mental thing there from D'Amico to kind of pat them on the back in a moment where he could, but I didn't think they necessly played game ball worthy.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
it was
I
a philosophy
completely agree
thing.
with that. I just think that he hung onto the ball too. I think he got so comfortable in a certain he had time to do all of his progressions to where he was hanging onto it too long in certain situations yesterday.
Especially there was one play, and it was I believe it was first quarter, it's definitely first
Took
half.
him out of field goal range.
Yes, when he took the sack that took them out of field goal range, I think it was on the second drive of the game, and I saw this live. They highlighted it on the replay right after. He had Dalton Schultz wide open in the flat, could have easily picked up 6-7 yards, made an easy field goal kick. Instead, he completely ignores him. It wasn't like Schultz was on the opposite side and he's looking in a different direction. It was right in his line of sight. He completely ignored it, hung onto the ball, took a sack, knocked him out of field goal range.
I thought that was one point Moose Johnson actually made. Johnson made that was accurate, and that was that he was looking for bigger plays. He passed up several dump downs where he could have gotten yards.
There.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this film. I'm really looking forward to it. I'll break it down for you tomorrow. Red zone offense. You got there 3 times. You scored 1 touchdown.
Yep.
That you're not going to win in the postseason consistently if you're getting into the red zone 3 times and scoring once. And then Jeff Okudah. The Texans try to use Kamari Lassiter in the slot as the nickel corner on 3rd and longs when they went dime. And they try to use Okudah as the outside guy. He's unplayable. He's getting beat.
All he was doing was like trying to get into skirmishes on special teams. That's all. I kept going, who's 11? Oh, it's Okudah again. And he was just trying to get in scraps and things like that. But other than that, I find no use for him on the football field.
See, I like the idea of on 3rd and longs when you go dime to move Lassiter to the slot because I think you're a better coverage team with that mindset. I just don't think you have the personnel to do it.
Don't.
Like if your 3rd corner was capable, I really like the idea.
Speed, right?
The problem is the corner is not capable.
No, he's not. I don't think he has nearly the speed to cover anybody.
I don't know his issue. He's just not a good football player. I just don't. I lacks the sense. Maybe it's the speed. Maybe it's the quickness. He's not a great coverage guy. Anything else?
Yeah, I worry a little bit about Juice Scruggs' athleticism. There was that play where they tried to throw the screen pass to Mixon. Obviously, his athleticism.
Oh, the one that they said would have gone a long way.
Yeah, and obviously at center. I mean, I'm not saying a center never pulls, but you're less worried about it than obviously guards pulling more often. But if he makes that block, Mixon probably houses it. At least has a huge gain, and he just couldn't get out there on the edge and get the block, and Mixon got tackled for a loss.
All right, yeah, that's He actually graded out really well on Pro Football Focus.
I know. I was surprised to see that from Pro Football Focus.
Well, and I also saw Tunsil on one of the sacks he gave up. Looked like he half-assed it. It looked like he gave put up little to no fight at all on one of the sacks. And I was like, man. And then I saw the PFF numbers. I was like, okay.
He was the highest graded player.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, I like little Laramie Tunsil. He did get knocked off his feet whenever Joe Mixon scored that touchdown, though, and no one helped Laramie Tunsil up. What's up with that? I see why Laramie's not helping anybody else up now.
You reap what you sow, Jeremy.
He's not. He doesn't help anybody else up because he's not getting helped up. Come on. All right. Is this team closer to the Jags or are they closer to the top teams in the AFC? 713-780-ESPN. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter on the Mahomes arm strength. Mahomes factually has the second strongest arm in the league based on miles per hour, and also second strongest in history. This is a ridiculous take. I think there's two different arm strengths, though.
Did you intentionally do a nerd voice there?
No, that's just my normal voice.
Okay, I didn't know I was thinking of a shot.
That's how I normally sound. I think there's two different arm strengths. I think there's one in terms of like how far you throw a ball, and I think there's zip. I don't think they're always equal, though. Like if you went 1 through 5 in the NFL, who throws the ball the furthest? I don't think those same guys 1 through 5 had the highest zip. I think they're very different things.
I think that's probably accurate. I think you can get someone that can throw it from the outfield to home plate at a certain velocity, but when you're talking about throwing the ball,
how far they throw it, yeah. I think they're two different things. Maybe some math nerds would disagree, but I don't. Like angle that you throw it matters. Like how much you're stepping into it matters. I don't think velocity is the same as throwing the ball far, because Mahomes does have zip. Now probably 82, 83. I mean, I'd hit it. I'd be able to hit his fastball, but
easy there. He is. I mean, I think that when you're talking about the strength of an arm, that's without when your lower body's taken out of it, you still have the ability to throw the football, to an accurate spot or get it to where it needs to go. You're right. If you get a running start, it's like when what's his name? Trevor Bauer. When you could wind up, run, get a running start, wind up, and then you throw it against the wall and you get clocked and it's like 100 and whatever. Okay, cool. But you have to do that by throwing it off the mound. It's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, all those guys have big arms. Like, we're certainly splitting hairs there. But I don't think Mahomes will be top 5 and just throwing the ball the absolute furthest. All right, this team closer to the Jags, or are they closer to the top teams in the AFC?
I'm telling you, the more I look at them, and I said this because of the fact that I said it against the Cowboys too, this team just gives me vibes that they're closer to a team like the Jaguars, who are underachieving because they had a lot of talent to start the year. They were a playoff team a year ago. Than they are the teams that are the tops in the AFC. When you look at them, they just can't put two sides of the football, two halves. You look at all these different ways that they're an incomplete team from week to week. That when one is good, the other is not. D'Amico's even saying about, hey, look, we finally scored points as an offense. Well, your defense was terrible in the second half. You mentioned the fact that Mac Jones was throwing for over 200 and some yards and looking like a starter-worthy quarterback in the NFL. The fact is this team just continues to underachieve and underimpress. And that's what's worrisome to me. If this was early in the season, it'd be one thing. Where we are late in the season with 4 games left on the schedule, it just leads me to believe more and more that this team is just a middle-of-the-road team that's going to get in the playoffs because they had such everything go their way early in the season. For every other team in the division to lose while you were winning, you built up a lead that you're not going to blow. At the same time, there's just too many weaknesses on this team.
Yeah, respectfully, I'll disagree with the underachieve. I agree with you about the underwhelm. You had the Texans winning 9 or 10 games.
I did.
I mean, they're 8-5.
Right. So I think that I was pretty accurate in the fact that they're going to win 9.
But how are they underachieving to your standard?
Because for most people's standards, it was that they had to go further than they went a year ago. That they had, that there was, this is like the progression. And so now they have to show more progress this year. I was the one harping on the schedule being one of the main reasons why they might not do that. At the same time, I expected more from this team because of what they added, who they added, where they added. And the fact that with a second year of CJ Stroud, I expected way more out of this offensive line. This offensive line is so underwhelming. It could be the major issue in them not being able to do anything offensively when you're playing good football teams. I think that when you look at the talent on this roster, they should be far better and be putting down on tape far better results than what they're doing.
Yeah, maybe we were just very realistic about what we expected of the Texans. Like you had them 9 or 10 wins. I had them at 10, I think, in losing in the divisional round.
Brian
Brian
had them at 16.
Yeah, he had 16-1.
11.
Winning the Super Bowl.
11.
I don't think that they're underachieving. I agree with you that at least from our standards. The expectations that some had, I feel like were too lofty, quite frankly. And the offensive line to me is like the biggest reason why. And I do think that they played well against Jacksonville. I think sometimes we overcomplicate sports, really. I think we overcomplicate life, but that's a deeper conversation. I think we overcomplicate sports. Like What's wrong with the offense? Why is the offense in the middle of the pack in the NFL? Well, Slowick's awful. C.J. Stroud's regressed. Tank Dell's not putting up the numbers. I think it's simply the offensive line's not as good. And whenever you have poor offensive line, it makes life much more difficult on a play caller. It makes life much more difficult on a quarterback. And if a quarterback's life is more difficult, then you start to see the domino effect of everything else around the quarterback. I think we overcomplicate the issues of this offense. I think it's simply offensive line. But the overachieve or underachieving, I don't know if it's so much that. And then comparing them to the Jags versus the top teams in the AFC, I mean, they're 6 games better than the Jags. They're 5 games worse than Kansas City. When they've played the top teams, they've been in those games. Like the top 2 teams that they've played are Buffalo and Detroit. They beat Buffalo and they're up 16 by Detroit. So I have a hard time saying they're closer to Jacksonville than saying that they're closer to Buffalo, who they literally beat.
And again, yes, you can look at that and say that there's no. That I'm not arguing what you're saying as not being factual, but at the same time, the eye test tells me that this isn't a top upper echelon AFC team. That what I'm seeing right now and the way that they're playing football doesn't exude to me a team that is one of the best teams in their conference. And that's what I was expecting. I was expecting no matter the results of a tough football game against, all the teams on your schedule or not, I was expecting at this point of the season, seeing a more well-oiled machine. You're right. It's like the degrees of separation of Kevin Bacon or however you look at it. Everything's connected to the offensive line offensively, although Bobby Slowick is under heat and the play calling comes into effect and all those things factor in as well. But at a certain point, you expect the whole plan to come together, and you see that they're starting to progress to the point where late in the season, they're going to play their best football. They're going to look like a team that's one of the better teams in their conference.
You're kind of moving the goalpost, though. Like you said that they're closer to the Jags than they are the top teams in the AFC. Now you're saying they're not an upper echelon team in the AFC. Like to me, it's a scale. On this spectrum, you have Jacksonville. On this spectrum, you have the top teams in the AFC. Where are the Texans on that bar graph? I think that they're closer to the top teams in the AFC than they are the Jags.
Maybe, but to me, maybe
would you consider the Ravens a top team in the AFC?
I would, yeah,
because they have the same record.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, but at the same time, would you take? Is there any? You're taking the Ravens or the Texans on a neutral field?
Yeah, but again, you're moving the goalposts. Like, are they closer to the Ravens or the Jags, though?
But I'm saying, I guess, and I'm basing most of this on the expectations of the majority of the fan base, not necessarily our predictions at the start of the year. But what I see with the eye test when I look at this football team is a team that isn't where I think they should be if they're going to be one of the upper.
You're kind of all over the place right now. Like, to me, again, you're moving the goalpost here.
Okay, one of the big factors that they're catching in terms of where they rate in the conference is the rest of the teams there's a lot of teams in the conference that underachieved. I think they're also one of those teams that's underachieved, but they're going to win their division. They're going to be a playoff team. And so I think that it's disappointing to me because I expected to see more at this point in the season out of this football team.
And you're looking at more eye test. I quite frankly, I expected the team to look better. The results and their records about where I had it and probably where it's going to end up, but I would agree that you expected it to look better on a consistent basis. What confuses me, though, about them is that they seem to play to the standard of their competition. They play Buffalo, they beat them. They're playing Detroit, they're up 16, but then you lose to the Titans. You're in a one-possession game against the Jags. I think the bigger issue, and again, I think that they are closer to the top teams in the AFC than they are the Jags, but they play to their competition. They're in games against Jacksonville. They lose a game against Tennessee. They lose at New York, and then they beat Buffalo. They should have beat Detroit. So they're bipolar. Like they're a weird team, and it probably leads to the inconsistency of them in a variety of different levels. Offensively, starting with the offensive line, and then defensively, I think they're prone to the big play. And then they're undisciplined. Like you look at all the penalties that they have, and it's an issue. Although it was better yesterday.
It was better yesterday, but they were untimely. And the undisciplined things reared their head again in terms of, yes, there wasn't excessive penalties, but the penalty on Stover for offensive offsides, which takes away and negates a big play by Nico that might have resulted in a touchdown or a better scoring drive. I don't even remember if they got points off that drive. But at the same time, it's those kind of things. It's the fact that we've been through this with El Shair, regardless of what we've already talked about at length in terms of the hit itself. He's got to be smarter to realize they're a much better football team when he's on the field. The fact that he already did this once this year where he extended after the actual play in question. He went into their bench. He was swinging. He punched Roshan Johnson in the face mask.
Mess around, find out.
But again, this is like the old philosophy that NBA coaches used to have with a goon on the end of their bench that would go in there just to pick a fight with the best player on the other team.
Yeah.
And if the best player was stupid enough to bite on it, then they win at the end of the day because they get the best player thrown out and a guy that's not very good.
No, he's going to hurt them against Miami. Like there's no arguing that. I agree with that viewpoint. But if you know this is who Azeez Al-Shaair is, like you're not going to change who Ron Artest is. You know what I mean? You're not going to trade. You're not going to trade what Vernon Maxwell was. Like he was Mad Max. He wasn't not so Mad Max. And you take that knowing that he is Mad Max. D'Amico knows who Azeez Al-Shaair is. He knows he's capable of committing a personal foul. He knows he's capable of getting a 1-game suspension if things go against him. Would you rather have that Azeez Al-Shaair or not have that Azeez Al-Shaair?
No, I love Al-Shaair, and I've said that. But I think that overall, that's a microcosm of the bigger picture, which is the undisciplined nature of the fact that the penalties were supposed to be, we were told they're going to be fixed. It's going to be resolved. And it hasn't been resolved in weeks on weeks on weeks, where they led the league in penalties. I don't know if they still lead the league in penalties. It probably helped that they only had 3.
Second.
I thought they said on the broadcast third, but either way, they're way up there.
It starts there. It's also the fact that, it just seems like this coaching staff is going to say the right things in front of the microphones, but are they truly doing what D'Amico said he's going to do this time with Al-Shaair? Sit him down, go one-on-one, go face-to-face, have the hard conversation.
Well, he had his back today.
The same way with the offensive line. Are you sitting there and literally having these really tough conversations about whether you want to blame yourself or blame the group as a unit? You have to be better. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to stop doing. And it just seems like there's a level of undisciplined coaching that's been going on all season long.
I mean,
last year too.
They were 4th in penalties last year.
Right.
They were third. They're 3rd in penalties right now. So I mean, the proof's in the pudding. Like that's fact.
It's hard to not label D'Amico's team as an undisciplined team.
I would love to push back and love to argue because that's kind of what I do. I can't hear. That's the trump card. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's talk about C.J. Stroud. What do we think of C.J. Stroud's performance yesterday? Grade him. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I have a love-hate whenever you make coffee.
Why?
Because I drink all of it.
Oh.
I haven't stopped drinking it.
It's pretty good today.
I just drink it nonstop. Brian doesn't like coffee at all.
Does it affect you like when you sleep?
No.
See, later in the day, that's right.
It just makes my heart palpate, or whatever that word is. Palpate?
I think it's palpitate.
Palpitate?
I think it's palpitate.
Too many syllables. That's way too many syllables. Yeah, I can't.
Syllables.
Anything more than 2 is tough for me. I'm a guy who talks for a living. 713-780-ESPN. Great CJ Stroud. A couple of texts on the previous conversation. No discipline equals poor coaching. It's hard to argue. Make no mistake about this Texans team. It's the 2016 Astros ahead of schedule like last year, still growing into the finished product. Tyler and Conroe. I hope that Tyler and Conroe is right.
I do too. I just think that sometimes along the way, like this was a year when it might be the only year that you have Diggs. I mean,
well, you don't have Diggs anymore.
That's what I'm saying, and you don't have him, and you don't know if you're going to have him going forward. But I do agree, as a whole, that this team, the clock got sped up because of how fast they progressed last year. That doesn't mean they're going to take a step back no matter what the end result is of this season. There's still enough talent on this roster. They can continue to get better. It's just that expectations were set pretty high this year because of what happened and how quickly they sped it up.
Yeah. I guess if you're making the case that they're the 16 Astros, you need a lot of player development because you're probably in a better position this past year of signing free agents. Like you got Daniil Hunter, you made the trade for Diggs, you acquired Joe Mixon. Like they're not going to have the financial flexibility this coming off season that they had this past off season. So how do they grow like the Astros did? It would have to be because CJ Stroud becomes the top 3 quarterback in the NFL. Will Anderson's the best pass rusher in the NFL. Derek Stingley's the best corner in the NFL. Nico Collins goes from a top 7 receiver to a top 3 receiver. I think all those things are in play, but they're going to have more financial flexibility last offseason than they will this offseason.
Yeah, because you spent on Alshire, you spent on Autry. You were spending pretty freely to get some of the top names that were out there. Yes, you're going to hit on defense because it looks like Bullock and Lassiter are going to be above average players. That's great, but you also missed on like your offensive line. On some of your offensive line draft picks, and that's going to hurt you because that's one area that they're going to have to try and improve in the offseason.
I guess the Astros though wanted more of a player development than veteran signings. They had some shrewd ones, Beltran, because it taught them this, the cheating thing.
How to cheat,
and then McCann, but it was mostly the homegrown talent.
Did they sign Marwin or they trade for him?
They traded. That was the first move that Jeff Luhnow ever made.
Okay.
Jeff Luhnow's first ever player acquisition was Marwin Gonzalez.
Huh.
Yeah. 9900. If the coffee's causing heart palpitations, you should probably stop. I know, but I'm a fiend. I'm addicted, and I can't do it. Do the Texans beat the Steelers at home in the playoffs?
Ooh.
At home, I think that it's a 50-50 game. 50-50 game. It's coin flip, I think.
Might be the best defense they've played this year.
They didn't look great yesterday against the Bengals.
I think
the Jets have a better defense, actually.
Not now.
I think that they do still. I looked at it this morning.
It's crazy that
Jets are top 3.
We think about the fact that we were worried last year about the Steelers pass rush.
Yeah, but that's full season.
We were worried last year about the Steelers pass rush when they came in after, I think it was through 2 weeks. The Texans had given up 11 sacks and looked like the worst offensive line. And then they held. This year, coming up, having that defense come in against that offensive line, that would be a major concern.
Jets are 4th. No, I mean, total yards. I mean, it could kind of be, misconstrued. But Jets are 4th. Steelers are 7th. They've played a team that's in the top 3.
Lions or Vikings?
Neither one.
Bills?
Nope.
Wait a minute. Tennessee.
Mm-hmm. Tennessee Titans, 2nd in the NFL in total defense. Philadelphia's number 1. What would that spread be? Pittsburgh at NRG against the Texans in the first round of the playoffs.
Texans 2.5.
Now Pittsburgh is
kind of what I'd lean.
Pittsburgh is leading the division for what it's worth, so that wouldn't be the matchup currently. You said Texans 2.5. Mm-hmm. I was going to put it like 1.5, 1.5. I mean, it's the same ballpark.
Yeah,
but I think they would be favored in that game.
I do. I think they'd be favored by less than a field goal.
Yep.
I think it'd be that's not a coin flip, but I think it'd be very, very close to a coin flip. Too many penalties, poor coaching, preseason upgrades, a receiver and offensive line next year were supposed to be strengths. Oh, he's talking about this year, but now weaknesses. Now can they coach up what they have? Doesn't seem likely. I think at this point of the year, you're kind of who you are.
Yeah.
But if you're looking at it from a 16 Astros comparison thing, you're going to have to make some shrewd offseason moves, and they won't have the finances.
So to your point on who they would match up with, though, who scares you more? Do you have a better chance to beat the Chargers or the Steelers?
I'd rather face Now, both
I
of
think
them,
I'd rather play Pittsburgh than I would play the Chargers.
That one's tough. I think they're very similar. I'll agree with that.
Chargers have a good defense too, though.
They do.
And
I think that
Herbert scares me more than Russ.
That's exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
I think the coaching is about even. But Herbert scares me.
Yeah,
both
have great coaches. There's no doubt about that. I just think that Herbert at this stage in his career would worry me a lot more than Russell Wilson.
Right now, you'd be playing the Chargers.
Yeah,
in the first round.
That's what I said. Yeah,
Texans definitely favored there. Probably more than field goal.
Texans got to make sure they win the. I think it's the same. I think it's
about a point more.
2.5 maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I could see 3.5.
I could see 3 at home against the Chargers.
Yeah.
Point and a half is probably fair.
Yep.
Pittsburgh and Chargers on a neutral field. Who's favored?
Steelers.
Oh,
I don't know.
I think it's a maybe.
I think
half a point.
I think I was going to say 1.5. I think Chargers.
I think it'd be 1.5 Steelers.
Texans got to make the playoffs first.
They're going to make the playoffs.
Okay. All right. 713-780.
Die on that hill.
This is a guy that had the glass overwhelmingly overflowing.
I know. I told you. I'm dying on the hill. I'm fully aware. I'm going down
they're
with the
scheduled
Titanic.
the rest of the way.
They're going to beat
Dolphins
Miami.
at home,
They're gonna
at
beat
Kansas
Miami.
City, Baltimore at home, at Tennessee.
And Dolphins without El Shair is a difference.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be tough because they throw the ball and they throw it over the middle. And the Texans already struggle with stuff over the middle.
Yep,
like that is going to be a big loss for them. All right, C.J. Stroud performance yesterday. What'd you think? Grade it.
Man, I already said I thought he held on to the ball too long. I thought there were some throws that he normally makes he didn't make. He got the win, but it was underwhelming. I wanted to see more against a defense that bad. I'm going to give him a C+.
Yeah, I could see where people would be a little bit down, even in a win. Like the Jags defense isn't very good. You got good protection. Like I saw DJ tweet that he was averaging like 3 seconds to throw per drop back, and that's very high for where the Texans have been. He was 22 of 34, 242 yards, touchdown, no picks. A couple of the notes that I had on his performance, for one, C.J. Stroud, I felt that he was much more decisive, actually. I thought he was making smarter plays. I thought he was quick getting rid of the football. There were a few times, like Brian was talking about earlier, where he was able to escape pressure, made some nice plays. He made one against the grain where he was in the grasp. That was an amazing play.
Oh, where he dumped it off to Nico?
Yeah, but I think there was actually I think there was a holding penalty in the secondary where the play didn't even count.
That's the one where the guy was in his face ready to sack him, and he somehow got the ball off.
Yeah, he had a bear hug.
Somehow got the ball off and got it where it needed to go.
Amazing play. And there was one as well where
that's arm strength, Jeremy.
He's got good arm strength. There was another one where he was able to escape through with either the B or C gap, I can't remember, get to the sideline. And I've been frustrated with C.J. Stroud running too quickly because I think he's doing a good job sometimes of escaping the pocket when there's pressure in the pocket, and he'll just run across the line of scrimmage as opposed to extending the play out, not crossing the line of scrimmage.
Stepping up and over.
Sure, just don't cross the line of scrimmage. That's the main thing. Don't cross the line of scrimmage, because what happens the moment you cross the line of scrimmage, you lose the ability to throw the football. And I think he's been crossing the line of scrimmage too quickly at times, trying to be like this dual threat quarterback that Joe Mixon wants him to be. I want him to extend the play longer and allow his receivers to get open. And there was another play where he was able to do that. So I thought he made some good plays in that front. They were 5 for 13 on third downs. That's a win. They were 1 for 1 on their only fourth down conversion. I thought that he was pretty good. I will give him a B. And then you won the game. So I give him a B.
Yeah, I think the grade on the curve factor plays in here because it's such a bad defense you're facing. But, you pass for a good amount of yards. You're decently efficient, with your completions, and you didn't turn the ball over. The only thing that kind of nags in my mind and holds me back is that play that we talked about earlier where he had Schultz wide open in the flat and took a sack and knocked him out of field goal range. To me, that drops him down a little bit for me. I would have probably put him at a B, but I'm going to knock it down to a B- strictly on that play. It was bad quarterbacking.
I'm going to look for that one on the film.
I believe it was second drive of the game.
Second drive of the game.
I'm pretty sure.
You're talking about the one where they took him out. It took him out of field goal range. It was definitely one of the first couple drives of the game.
Wide open in the flat. Could have dropped it off, picked up 5-6 yards, had an easy field goal.
The offense was stagnant in the first half. It
was 6-3 at halftime.
Now I do give them credit though for finishing strong. Give them credit for finishing strong.
Part of the stagnation in the first half was though they couldn't run the ball between the tackles. The only success they had run the ball was on the edge.
Yep. Well, and even then they struggled early, and then they started figuring some things out, moving the tight end in motion, just kind of really help get to the edge. But for sure they struggled. I thought one of the great, to CJ's credit, once he realized he had that time, though, there was some great video that they had of him where you could actually look at his eyes and see him going through the progressions And the fact that, to DJ's point, he had time to get through his first 4 or 5 progressions and still go back and find guys. But to your point on Schultz, he also missed Joe Mixon a couple of times when he had the easy dump down and thought there was a bigger play to be had, and then they ended up getting nothing.
Texture, the Texans are closer to the Jags because it would be easier for them to be a worse team than a top one, because to become a top team, they wouldn't just have to swap out players. They would need better coaches. So that texture's out on the Houston Texans coaching staff. Another texture, I'm much more worried about Wilson's deep ball than anything Herbert does. Herbert would choke in the playoffs. He's been in the playoffs, and he did choke against Trevor Lawrence.
One playoff appearance, and he gave up a 20-point lead? Something like that.
Yeah, it was like the
20-something point lead, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know he
Lawrence had 4 or 5 interceptions.
It was a tale of two halves.
And then Herbert threw 4 interceptions in the second half.
Neither quarterback wanted to win. Trevor Lawrence was the worst playoff quarterback ever in the first half, and then Herbert's like, "Here you go, hold my beer. I got it here in the second." Texture's giving you some grief here, Blankers. Texans favored against Pittsburgh, but they're closer to the Jaguars? Question mark.
I mean, look, I think
counterpoint.
I think they're a talented team.
Good job, Texture.
But I think that they disappoint me in terms of what the eye test shows me.
713-780-ESPN.
I also don't believe that much in the Steelers.
Who are you giving game balls to? 713-780-3776. Who gets a game ball for their performance? You can count Thanksgiving games, too, because we weren't on the air yet. So who do you get your game balls to in Week 13 of the NFL season? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, a word from MyBookie.ag. Still got a football game tonight, NFL game. If you're feeling a certain kind of way and you want to put some money down on it, I recommend you go to MyBookie.ag. MyBookie.ag is the place you want to be because they take care of you all the time while you're trying to bet on sports or play casino games. They have all the sports all the time, and you can bet on them. They have live in-game betting as well. They've got chats on their website and their app so that you can chat with like-minded individuals as you're looking to put money down. And they're always trying to find out ways that they can take care of you as a customer. Therefore, they're doing it again with a sign-up bonus. If you sign up for the first time with MyBookie.ag, they're going to double what you put in up to $1,000. You put $100 in, they'll put $100 on top of it. Suddenly, you got $200 in your account almost instantaneously, and that means more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. And they've got all the games and all the sports, as I mentioned, like soccer, like UFC, like golf, like all NBA basketball, college basketball, and college and pro football. But on top of all that, even if there's not games going on, or if you don't feel like betting on sports, but you feel like getting your gambling on, you don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. You can bet with casino games right there with live dealers standing by on MyBookie.ag. That's right. Your blackjack and your poker and so much more. They take care of you, and they've also got a tiered rewards program. The more you play, the higher the tiers you can get to, the better rewards you're going to get with MyBookie Plus. But to get all these things unlocked, when you go to MyBookie.ag, you got to use our promo code. It's Bet975. Anytime and every time that they ask you for a code, if you use Bet975, you're literally going to cash in. They're fantastic. They've been in business for over a decade. They want to take care of you as a customer. So if you're thinking about betting on sports and signing up with an online program, I suggest you go to MyBookie.ag, where you can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Hey, Alpi Şengün, NBA Player of the Week in the Western Conference. How about that from Alpi? We're going to talk a lot about the Rockets this week. I think we're just going to jump all in on the Rockets. Why not?
Should. I mean, look, that was the game of the year last night for them.
Yeah, for them. Big win over the Thunder. Yeah, we're going to be all in on the Rockets. I think we're going to commit. We're going to commit to the Rockets. We're going to be first. Might not be right, but we're going to be first. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Who are you giving game balls to? 713-780-3776. What you got, Blankers?
Well, we'll start with a shout-out to our loyal Steelers fan, Tamara. Russell Wilson was unbelievable yesterday, no matter what you think of where Russell Wilson is in his career. If he throws for 414 yards and 3 touchdowns in an NFL game, I don't care how bad Cincinnati's defense is.
And they are awful.
Yeah, that's worthy of a game ball.
You know, I thought Russell Wilson was overrated 2 years ago, and I was right. I think he's underrated now. I think Russell Wilson's underrated now.
I think that's true. I could not believe I heard Rex Ryan continually stand on his soapbox yesterday and say that he still wants Justin Fields. Because if you watch anything and know anything about it,
who said that?
Rex Ryan yesterday on Sunday Countdown. He still wants and believes in Justin Fields more than Russell Wilson. I don't know how you can say that, no matter how much you question when Tomlin made the switch.
Tomlin was
Russell
right.
Wilson has been unbelievable. He's changed the complexion of that entire offense, just the way he's played all year. And I do believe he's underrated this year.
Yeah, he was very good.
People thought he was washed.
Yeah, I mean, he was. And then he got rewashed somehow. Azeez Al-Shire gets a game ball. It's easier to beat a backup quarterback. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, because we don't give game balls to Texans. This is an NFL segment. That's the only reason I wouldn't give a game ball to Azeez. Sam Laporta, 2-touchdown game for Sam Laporta. Now, it's an interesting game.
I mean, he had
because he fell into
yards?
No, not even that. Not even half of that. Sam Laporta had 3 catches for 6 yards and 2 touchdowns. This is why fantasy football is stupid. Yeah. Yes, I'm in 199 fantasy football leagues. But he had 3 catches for 6 yards and 2 touchdowns.
And he had an amazing day for fantasy.
Amazing day. He had 3 catches and 6 yards. But he fell in the paint twice.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What a day.
What a day.
For Sam Laporta.
Speak of another fantasy football.
DJ Reader, 2 sacks, by the way.
Yeah, former Texan.
Yep.
Another fantasy football anomaly I'm going to give my first game ball to because it helped me, and I loved it. Josh Allen became the first quarterback in NFL history to throw a touchdown, run for a touchdown, and receive a touchdown. And on one play, he got credit for both a passing touchdown and a receiving touchdown. 2 touchdowns on one play. Thank you, Josh Allen.
But he did not get credit for a catch.
Not the catch, yeah, because I believe it was Amari Cooper caught the ball and then pitched it to him.
Yep.
So Cooper got the catch, but Allen, because it was a pass, got a receiving touchdown that he also threw to himself.
Yeah, he got a double on that one.
Yeah.
A double banger, as the boys in the morning would call it.
He scored 3 touchdowns, got credit for 4.
Is he the first to ever do that?
First quarterback.
I find that okay. I still find that hard to believe.
Running backs have done like
they said that there's like a handful of guys.
LaDainian Tomlinson's done it, and there's I think another running back like in recent like post 2000 that has done it. I think Christian McCaffrey's done it.
I can't believe that.
Yeah,
it's hard to believe.
Josh Allen's the first one.
You see his MVP odds?
He's got to be 1 at this point.
I think it's like minus 350.
He's got to be 1. Saquon's going to get love, rightfully so. I think Lamar's out. They're only 8-5.
It's been a big year for Josh Allen. Engaged, probably going to win MVP,
She's
and then he's going to flame out in the postseason. Yeah, it was from she was from The Sopranos, wasn't she?
I don't know who he got engaged to, so I couldn't tell you.
It's like Steinbrenner. Or
Haley Steinfeld, I think.
Beats me.
Who's your next game ball to?
I'm going to go with Bucky Irving.
Good one.
Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, he basically ran his tail off, 152 yards and a touchdown, set him up in overtime after the turnover. Got the Buccaneers a win against a very scrappy Carolina team, and Carolina got hosed on a call. Adam Thielen touchdown looked like legit, and even after replay, they didn't give it to him. But Bucky Irving was pretty damn good for the Bucs.
I love Bucky Irving. That was a great pick. I'm going to bang the table this offseason for the Houston Texans to use some draft capital on a running back.
Oh, the value of a running back is going up again.
They've got no depth.
Like, think about it, too. Like, look at some of the better teams in the NFL. Not all of them, some of them have 2 running backs. Look at the Lions. They're weapons. Like, stop looking at them as running backs. Start looking at them as offensive weapons. You can play Joe Mixon and another young running back.
Yep.
The Buccaneers are doing it. Rashad White's not terrible. He's not great, but he's not
a better
bad.
receiver than runner.
Yeah, that combination's doing a lot of good things. They've lost.
Even Sean Tucker's
Well,
decent.
but look at Kansas City. You lose Pacheco, but you're able to go out and get a Kareem Hunt, and Kareem Hunt has more than carried his own while Pacheco was out, and you can go to both of them now.
Yeah, I believe in offensive weapons. I feel like this whole running back shouldn't be paid. No, offensive weapons. Do you wish the Texans would have signed Saquon Barkley this year instead of Stephon Diggs?
Does the Cowboys,
Definitely,
in retrospect,
definitely.
wish that they would have signed a Derrick Henry instead of saying he wouldn't fit their system?
You get a little Henry and Dowdle. Not bad. Yeah, I think that the Texans should draft the running back.
Well, did you see that of the 4 best running backs in the NFL?
There's 3.
Three of
the
them.
graphic
3
was
of them
Henry,
were
Saquon, and
Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
3 of them were just out there on the open market for anybody to go get.
I mean, Mixon was even on the open market. Now, not, of course.
No, he was
like
traded
in that
for,
class.
right? But he was going to be on the open market.
Yeah, I mean, anybody could have traded for him. Terry McLaurin.
Had him on my list.
8 catches, 73 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a win over the hungover Titans. Titans won their Super Bowl last week. They got fat and happy after winning their Super Bowl last week, and then they got boat raced by the Commanders.
Yep, he's on my list.
You stole mine, but I'll go to a Thanksgiving game, and you just mentioned the name Rico Dowdle. I mean, he was great on Thursday. Rushed for, 112 and got a touchdown, and the Cowboys win over the Giants.
I'm going to go Ladd McConkey. Didn't have a touchdown, but 117 yards receiving.
The number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is the guy has been fantastic all season long, and a main reason why that the Chargers are as good as they are, but he had a phenomenal football game.
Yeah, he's pretty good. Next one on my list. Did y'all mention James Cook yet? I was Googling I was Googling who Jamie Lynn Sigler was dating. She used to date Mark Sanchez. I got Mark Sanchez and Josh Allen.
Now she's doing
confused.
Commercials for all the different drug companies that do to help you get out of health problems. And everybody used to think she was like a sex symbol.
Oh, yeah?
The one from The Sopranos. Yeah, I forget.
You're talking about the actress that played Tony's daughter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She used to date Mark Sanchez.
I didn't know that.
I got her confused for Haley Steinfeld. I shouldn't have done that. That's a bad mistake. Haley Steinfeld's best known for her work in True Grit and Pitch Perfect, and apparently Spider-Man.
Huh.
True Grit's a great movie. I don't remember her in those movies at all.
That's the John Wayne remake?
Well, yeah, that was about a decade ago. She must have been a child at that point, right?
Oh, you know what? Now I do remember her. She was the child.
Yeah, she was the child.
I do remember that.
Yeah, because that movie's...
I've been watching Landman.
Oh, yeah, the Amazon Prime show with Billy Bob?
No, it's on Paramount.
Oh, okay.
Highly
it's
recommend.
Show with Billy Bob, though, right?
Yeah, Billy Bob's in it.
Yeah.
Highly recommend. Weird at times, but I highly recommend it. James Cook, 14, 107, and 1. Really good game.
One touchdown
James
was...
Cook.
Oh, man,
That was a
so
fun
much
game to watch.
It was fun to watch, but you got to sympathize. They were right. Collinsworth was right. You can't change directions in that snow. I mean, it is just straight line everything from routes run to the way running back.
Bills knew it. 49ers
Yeah,
did.
that's exactly right.
Although Christian McCaffrey was killing them until he got hurt. Every time every time they hand the ball to him, he was getting 6-7 yards or more.
I posted the video. It looked like his calf exploded, and then they said it was his knee, and he hit it on the play previous.
I don't know.
Can
it
it
looked
be
like
both?
the classic non-contact.
Yeah.
Like the second he took the snap, he just crumpled.
He sure
Yeah,
did.
I mean, they never lie about injuries in San Francisco, though, so I take them from their word. What's next for you, Brian?
I'll give one because I know Joe won't do it. I'll give it to Jordan Love, 274-2, and the Packers win on over the Dolphins on Thanksgiving night. The Packers not limping into the playoffs, Joe. Not limping in.
They almost did. They almost coughed that game back up. They let the Dolphins get too close for a while. Then they luckily got a 4th down stop.
Oh, no, come on. They're not going to limp in.
One more around the horn.
Mike Evans also, 118 yards. And
you gave 2 game balls to the Buccaneers?
I meant to mention it when I mentioned Bucky Irving, and we went by him too fast.
I'll give my last game ball to Tarheeb Still. 2 interceptions, pick 6, 3 PBUs. Tarheeb Still should win.
What team does he play for?
Tarheeb Still should win the Defensive Player of the Week. You don't know what team Tarheeb Still plays for?
Nope.
I bet you B. Hannon knows which team Tarheeb Still plays for. That's right. He was the best player. You know the Chargers did not have an offensive touchdown.
Yeah.
They won that game without an offensive touchdown. You know who led them in touchdowns?
Tarheeb Still. Yeah.
Tarheeb Still. My game ball. Tarheeb.
My last one goes to Saquon Barkley. I think the only other person that could take MVP from Josh Allen. Another great, not as great as obviously running for like 250 against the Commanders the week before, but 107 yards and a touchdown in their win over the Ravens.
I don't know. Don't count Lamar out yet. His mama said he needs to run more, and he said he's coming out with a vengeance after the bye.
8-5's not. I mean, I think he's out of the MVP race.
Hot take. Josh Allen wins the MVP. Saquon Barkley wins the offensive player of the year.
I can see that
exactly
for sure.
how it's
Yeah,
gonna
because
go.
the MVP is not a running back award.
I think
for
it's
sure. I can see that.
exactly how it's going to go.
The texter says Joe Mixon game ball made history. What history did he make?
There was some.
I don't know if he made history because I think they said 5+. There's only 3 running backs in the history of the NFL that went 5+ road games with 100 yards and a touchdown. And everybody would assume because this was his 6th that he surpassed them. I don't know if that's the case because I thought the graphic said 5+.
Yeah, that's a weird stat. It's like doing the 3-legged sack race on Sundays to break a tie. Like you're starting to go down in the weeds.
He needed that last rush too that got it that closed out the victory to barely squeak over 100.
And then last one, Bowers, best tight end of the game right now, 10 for 140 and a touchdown. Yeah, but we don't give game balls to losers.
Nope.
Texter. Although he is a stud.
All right, Mark Andrews is starting to look better and better late in the season too.
I'm gonna win that bet.
I'm gonna lose that bet. It's a bad bet, Brenham. All right, car wreck of the day. Who you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. B's on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, one final word for Doc Linville and his staff because of the fact that he can get your hair back when you think that it's gone and it can only be forgotten. You get your hair back thanks to the good people that work with Doc Linville, and he is the best in the business. He's right here in the Med Center. I had a consultation with him because he saw me at an event here at ESPN 97.5 and said, I want to sit down with you, explain what we can do. I was like, okay. And I hadn't really thought about it because I just figured my hair was long gone and my hairline was going to be a 4-head, an 8-head, and then a 16-head, and eventually it would be all gone. And when he explained to me the NeoGraft procedure and the PRP treatments that can help keep the hair that you have and put hair where you don't have it anymore, I was intrigued. And the more I thought about it, and the more I talked it over with my wife, it became crystal clear that this is something that isn't just a gimmick. It probably is something that I should consider doing. And then I eventually did it. And like John Granato, and John helped and talked me through it too, because he's had the procedure. It's phenomenal. The NeoGraft works. It's your own hair, and it grows in the same direction as the rest of your hair. It's the same color. It's going to be stronger and longer, and because he takes it from a place that you're never going to lose it, genetically, I found out in my consultation, you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how bald you go in other areas. So that's where he takes some of it to put where you need it most. And because he takes every 3rd or 4th follicle, you still have plenty of coverage on the sides and the back, but you get coverage where you didn't have it previously. And now you're extremely pleased because you have all the hair that you lost. You have a better look and you have more self-confidence because of it. He can do the same thing for you that he did for me, and it starts with a consultation that you get for free. You're listening to me, you want to talk to him and get the information. You don't have to pay $150 like people off the street to get the consultation. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com and sign up for a free consultation. Nothing out of pocket, no signing on the dotted line, no commitment to be made, just a Q&A session after they explain to you how they can help. They'll show you pictures of others like me and show you where I was and now where I am thanks to the good people at Doc Linville. Check him out and tell him I sent you by because he can help you too. Go to 975hair.com, get a free consultation, and see if the NeoGraft and PRP treatments might be right for you.
All right, what are you nominating for Car Wreck of the Day? 713-780-ESPN. The Boss and the Gloss coming up from 6 to 8 as well.
2-hour extravaganza.
It's going to be good. I mean, a lot to talk about today. I wonder their takes on Aziz Al-Shire. That's going to be interesting. I'm fascinated by that.
Carla's going to Carla can go off. If she knows her stuff, I'll be interested to hear that.
Why
as well.
wouldn't she know her stuff?
No, she knows her stuff, and she's not afraid to say it.
Yeah, but you say it like she shouldn't know her
No,
stuff.
you're trying to start something that's not there.
All right.
You saw the grass covering the pit, and you almost walked right into it, Joel.
And then I avoided it.
What are you nominating for Car Wreck of the Day?
Sorry, Brian. Justin Tucker. I mean,
it's the end.
I mean,
it's
he's
the end. I know.
the greatest kicker in NFL history.
Isn't it fitting? Like he's melting down at the when the A&M Texas rivalry came back. That's kind of what launched him into stardom, hitting that walk off, and now he's fading away when he came back.
Did you see the bleep starters too that started to say this all started when he messed around with Mahomes in warmups that game, and they ran a stat that said he was a 90% accuracy kicker before he screwed with Mahomes pregame, and now he's a 73% kicker.
Yeah, he's been awful. There's no way around it.
I think they win that game. What he was responsible for? What, 7 points? 2 field goals and a missed extra point,
something like that. Yeah.
Do you bring in a new kicker?
I don't think you can.
Why not? You're trying to win.
Who's
I actually thought about
Amendola.
Yeah, exactly.
Before I knew what the outcome of the game was when he missed the second field goal after missing the other 2 kicks, I was like, do you just IR him and let him get right for next year and,
you give him
bring
a
someone
Jose
in?
Abreu, send him to Miami?
Just say like he pulled something.
Hang out with the family?
Yeah. But you still honor the fact that he's been so nails for you his entire career, but it could cost him.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't think that they're going to move on from either, especially Harbaugh, a special teams guy. I'm going to nominate the Bears. How do you let Eberflus talk to the media and then you fire him?
That was bad
Fire
luck.
Somebody with class, please. Don't make them work on the day that you're firing them. That was bad.
That was an awful look because he was already saying how they were working on things.
Brutal.
Yeah, that was terrible.
What are you nominating, Brian?
John McClain for saying Ziz's hit was the worst hit in NFL history. It was. I side on the side of that it was dirty and that Aziz could avoid it, but worst hit in NFL history.
That's where my biggest content was. Like dirty, late. Hear ya. Worst
all
ever.
fair.
Come on, man. Alex, Car Wreck of the Day, the wide receiver that pushed Aziz in the back while he was on the ground. Be a man, wait till he gets up and is looking at him soft.
You mean
I like that.
That was Evan Ingram.
It was Ingram.
It was
yeah.
Ingram,
Semantics. Car Wreck of the Day, the overreaction from the Aziz Al-Shire hit. That's from Josh from Seabrook. I nominate the tradition that dates back to 1907. The Texas A&M Yell leaders. Paul went off on them, and then Ohio State. Car Wreck of the Day. What's winning?
Guys, I don't know how you can
right.
fight with anything other than John McClain.
Congrats, John. You winner. You win it. Car Wreck of the Day belongs to you. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brian. I'm talking to you tomorrow. Boston the Gloss right now on ESPN 97.5.